My skill has activated. I never expected to be reborn back to the day of my awakening. As the bus neared its destination, Jiang gazed out the window at a building not far away that resembled a subway entrance, yet featured an exceptionally wide and towering entrance. Nanrong Dungeon Station. This was a teleportation point that had appeared out of nowhere 12 years ago, providing access to another world. Over the past decade, similar teleportation points of all sizes have gradually appeared around the globe, and all manner of magical beasts have steadily invaded Earth, rampaging and slaughtering indiscriminately. Consequently, people refer to the other world as the dungeon, and these teleportation points are known as dungeon entrances. Inside the dungeon, electronic devices and firearms are rendered inoperable by mana interference. Consequently, humans can only mount a passive defense around the dungeon entrances, unable to use conventional or nuclear weapons to destroy them. Fortunately, humans who have reached the age of 18 can enter the dungeon. Under the influence of mana, they can awaken a class and related talents, thereby gaining supernatural abilities capable of opposing powerful magical beasts. Ultimately, after 5 long years of arduous struggle, humanity succeeded in eliminating the monsters that had invaded Earth and took control of all dungeon entrances, thereby sounding the clarion call for a counterattack against the other world as hunters. Jiang gazed at the Nanrong Dungeon Station, the place where his dreams began and where his fate would end. Before his rebirth, a massive, pterosaur-like monster of level 96 suddenly emerged from the Nanrong Dungeon Station. It merely casted Dragon-S Breath, explosive flame spell on the city center of Nanrong, instantly melting the entire area. Jiang was fatally wounded in the process. Fortunately, 2.5 years prior, the Tinker class he had awakened had granted him a game-changing talent. Skill, Modify. Cost, 100 mana. Description: casting this skill grants you the ability to modify a specific location on the target excluding attribute data, allowing you to modify any text to permanently alter the target's attributes or talents. Note: modifying a specific character within the selected range prevents changes to text in other locations, but the text at the selected location can be modified repeatedly. Additionally, the modification success rate is 100% for targets of the same level or lower. If the target is higher in level, the success rate decreases by 10% for every level the target is higher. On the day of his awakening, Jiang tried casting the Modify skill on himself and successfully modified the Accelerate Growth talent, which speeds up plant growth in the Farmer class, into Resurrection. The modified Resurrection skill not only revives dead plants but also allows him to resurrect himself. Later, dissatisfied with his current situation and often regretting certain past choices, he simply modified the revival skill into Rebirth, thinking to himself that if he ever died, it would be wonderful to be reborn back to the past. As it turned out, his words became a self-fulfilling prophecy. That day truly arrived. Jiang confirmed that he had indeed been reborn and silently replayed the events in his mind. An unknown monster of level 96, a level ID never encountered before, launched a precise night raid just as ID broken through level 70, left the dungeon, and was returning to digest and absorb my gains. This indicates that my Modify skill, once exposed, has aroused the suspicion of high-level monsters. Furthermore, if it wasn't a tracking type skill that pinpointed my location, then someone has betrayed me, and that person is someone close to me. Never mind, I won't dwell on it. Jiang refused to dwell on it any longer. Now that the Rebirth skill has sent me back to the day of my awakening, having learned from the lessons before my rebirth, all I need to do is hide my Modify skill, level up and grow stronger on my own, and I won't repeat the same mistakes. Over the past 2.5 years, Jiang's greatest regret was that, for the sake of friendship and the greater good, he had voluntarily revealed his Modify skill, turning certain people's ordinary skills into god-tier abilities and transforming trash gear into legendary equipment. Precisely because of this, the bigwigs of the Hunter Association both feared and coveted his game-breaking skill. Under the pretext of protection, they kept him caged up like a guinea pig. His phone and computer were under 24-hour surveillance. Whether he was socializing or entering a dungeon to grind monsters and level up, he was constantly shadowed by individuals whose levels far surpassed his own. The association's bigwigs feared not only that he might meet an untimely end, but even more so that he might defect to the enemy. Therefore, now that he had regained his freedom and reincarnated back to the day of his awakening, Jiang actually felt quite grateful to that monster. We're almost at the Nanrong dungeon station. Everyone, gather your belongings and get ready to disembark. The homeroom teacher's reminder snapped Jiang out of his reverie. My class awakening is coming up soon. I'm so scared I'll end up with a useless class. As long as I don't get a crafting class or a support class within the crafting class, I can accept even the worst main combat class or support class. Speaking of which, Jiang has a 100% mana affinity and ranks first in the school in both academic and martial arts subjects. He is bound to awaken a pretty awesome class, right? You're overthinking it. Mana affinity has no direct connection to class awakening. It just means his mana affinity is 100%, so after awakening, his mana pool will be higher than average, and his recovery speed will be faster. So whether he awakens to a high tier class is all down to luck. If he is unlucky and ends up with a useless class, what good is his mana affinity then? True. Some people have a mana affinity of less than 50% yet awaken to incredibly powerful high tier classes, while others with near perfect mana affinity end up with F-rank trash classes. Arrival at the Nanrong dungeon station. Led by their homeroom teacher, Jiang and the others registered their information, preparing to enter the dungeon to participate in the awakening ceremony. Since one must be at least 18 years old to enter the dungeon for class awakening, and since most high school graduates are 18, class awakening in the country has become tied to the college entrance exams. Jiang, you'll go first. Let us hope it brings us good luck. Leading the students into the dungeon tunnel, the homeroom teacher said with anticipation. Throughout his 3 years of high school, Jiang had ranked first in the school in both academic and martial arts subjects. Moreover, he possessed the rare mana affinity constitution, so everyone was curious to see what class Jiang would awaken to. Jiang didn't respond. He looked up at the teleportation point at the end of the tunnel, which emitted a faint blue glow and formed a giant vortex. The teleportation point had a diameter of over 50 meters, which was why the tunnel leading to the dungeon entrance had been built so tall and spacious. Passing through the teleportation point, the group entered the dungeon and appeared in the center of the Awakening Plaza at the Hunter Association headquarters in Nanrong City. The plaza was packed with people, the vast majority of whom were high school seniors from the local area or nearby cities. Students from Nanrong No. 1 High School, Class 1 of the senior year, please come over here to line up, a Hunter Association staff member announced. The homeroom teacher led the students over to line up while instructing Jiang, don't be nervous. Just place both hands on the crystal ball and stay still, your class panel will appear very soon. Jiang was once again the first in his class to undergo awakening, but compared to the nervous anticipation he felt back then, he now appeared unusually calm. Jiang has mana affinity. After awakening, his starting mana will be 1000 points. With these stats, he is best suited for a mage class, whether combat or support, whichever he chooses will let him take off right away. His physical skills are exceptional. He ranks first in martial arts across the entire school, so a melee class would be the best fit for him. Jiang handed over his ID. After the staff member finished registering his information, they instructed him to cup the basketball-sized magic crystal ball in both hands. Instantly, a dense network of golden arcs surged from within the crystal ball, and mana flowed like a trickling stream through the palms of Jiang's hands, converging toward his heart. Thump, thump. Jiang's heart felt as if struck by lightning, beating violently, and then his class panel began to awaken and activate. Immediately afterward, the massive crystal sphere suspended in the air at the front of the square simultaneously recorded Jiang's awakening information. Name, Jiang. High School, Nanrong No. 1 High School. Mana affinity, 100%. Awakened class, Tinker. Class type, crafting class. Class level, F rank. Seeing this, the homeroom teacher expressed deep regret. Some classmates felt sorry for him, while others took schadenfreude in it. Who would have thought that Jiang, the school's top student in both academics and athletics, and someone born with full mana, would actually awaken to a useless class? Since the first letter of the Chinese word for useless is F, F-rank classes which neither boost combat power nor provide support are derisively called useless classes. See? I told you whether an awakened class is awesome or not depends on luck. It has absolutely nothing to do with mana affinity. Poor Jiang. He worked so hard for 3 years of high school, ranking first in the school in both academics and athletics, only to end up with a useless class. Tinker isn't actually that bad, at least it's better than the farmer class. Opening a shop to repair gear for others could be pretty profitable. Wait a minute? The crystal ball is still reacting. You've awakened dual classes, the staff member exclaimed in shock. Having max mana from birth is already rare enough, but who would VE thought this kid is an even rarer dual class awakener? Holy shit! Jiang actually awakened 2 classes? So jealous. If Jiang's second class is any combat class or support role, he is gonna skyrocket. The next second. The farmer class? The staff member's expression of shock and anticipation froze instantly, and they began to feel sorry for poor Jiang. Including Jiang, there are only 6 known dual-class awakened individuals worldwide, and Jiang is clearly the unluckiest and the most useless of them all. Even the students who had previously said that Tinker was not so bad, at least stronger than the farmer class, felt awkward now. I hope Jiang doesn't blame me for being a jinx? The homeroom teacher once again felt sorry for Jiang. A few students, eager for a spectacle, began chatting with gleeful schadenfreude. Poor Jiang. He awakened such a rare dual class, only to find one is worse than the other. I told you so. Even if Jiang has max innate mana and ranked first in the school in both academic and martial arts, so what? If he can't awaken a powerful class, it's all meaningless. All I can say is that Jiang is just unlucky. He awakened 2 out of the 4 class types, but both turned out to be low-tier classes with no combat power or support effects. That is exactly why I say that having a full innate mana pool and ranking first in the school on the college entrance exam are meaningless. Only by awakening an awesome class can you change your destiny. Hard work is nothing compared to luck. The world today is just that harsh. Your class rank determines your future achievements and social standing. Even if the 3 major magic academies admit him based on his entrance exam scores, he'll only end up in a regular class. Before long, he'll be at the bottom of the class, just another face in the crowd. I'll be at the bottom of the class? Blend into the crowd? Jiang sneered inwardly. Class awakening is just icing on the cake. As long as my level doesn't fall behind yours, even without the boost of a class, I can still beat the crap out of you all with my formidable physical strength and martial arts. Just wait and see. I'll take first place on both the freshman level ranking and the freshman top 100 list. Then you'll get a taste of the fear of being dominated by a useless class. Before long, everyone in Jiang's class had completed their class awakenings. Most of them had awakened F-rank classes, while only 2 had awakened A-rank classes coincidentally, 1 male and 1 female, one a damage dealer and the other a support. Whereas Jiang. He didn't get so upset that he went home early, did he? Yang, who had awakened the A-rank class, Berserker, asked with a smug look on his face. For 3 whole years of high school, the martial arts department had been dominated by Jiang. Every time they sparred, Jiang would pin him to the ground and rub him in the dirt. Now that he de-awakened his class, he could finally turn the tables and do the same to Jiang. The homeroom teacher knew Yang was just trying to show off in front of Jiang. After all, A-rank classes are the highest tier and have the greatest potential aside from S-rank classes, and Yang had even awakened a combat class type A-rank class. Jiang went to the starter zone right after his awakening. The homeroom teacher said, then asked curiously, Homeway, your first talent is Berserk, right? Yes. Yang didn't hide it after all. Looking at the global population, there were at least a few hundred, if not a few thousand, people who had awakened as Berserkers. And the reason the A-rank, Berserker, is 1 tier higher than the B-rank, Warrior, is precisely because of that extra character, Wild Fury. Even if his first talent wasn't Berserk, once he broke through level 10 or among the skills unlocked after level 20, Berserk. Yang immediately started rallying his friends, saying to a few close classmates, let us go. We'll head to the starter zone to grind monsters and level up, and while we're at it, we'll keep an eye on Jiang just in case he gets too stressed out and does something reckless, collapsing right there in the starter zone. The homeroom teacher shook his head helplessly. Yang wasn't really planning to look after Jiang, he clearly just wanted to annoy him and provoke him. He saw through the situation but chose not to call it out, instead earnestly reminding the students of the precautions to take when entering the starter zone to grind monsters, especially those whose awakened classes were as pitiful as Jiang's, with absolutely no combat power to speak of. It was over. He was about to bid his classmates a formal farewell. With the college entrance exams finished and the awakening ceremony completed, they had officially graduated. What lay ahead was a vibrant college life, as well as the perilous life of dungeon running. The Battering Rabbit Breeding Facility. This is a starter zone specifically created by the Hunter Association to train new recruits. It is populated entirely by low-level magical beasts known as battering rabbits. These are rabbit-like creatures 2 to 3 times larger than ordinary rabbits, with an astonishingly high reproductive rate. They can give birth 8 or 9 times a year, producing over a dozen offspring per litter. As the name suggests, battering rabbits are known for their head-butting attacks, and their primary talent is charging. Since all the battering rabbits in the starter zone are farm-raised, both the young and adult specimens are generally level 1, just like the new students. Yang and his group entered the starter zone via a teleportation point and immediately saw many players chasing and killing a herd of battering rabbits. At the same time, quite a few were being chased by the rabbits themselves, and there were even some weaklings who had been knocked down by the rabbits, left in tatters, and were now clutching their heads and weeping. Battering rabbits are the weakest and easiest monsters to hunt in any starter zone, but you still need to be careful. After all, every year, plenty of weak newbies get knocked to death or maimed by them. As Yang spoke, he scanned the starter zone and continued, "Have you seen Jiang? He must have been so devastated by waking up with 2 useless classes that he came here alone to vent his frustration." Just then, a female student spotted Jiang leveling up alone. "Yes, over there." Following the direction of her finger, Yang and the others indeed saw Jiang hunting battering rabbits in the starter zone. Killed level 1 battering rabbit x1, plus 10 EXP. Killed level 1 battering rabbit x1, plus 10 EXP. Jiang seemed to have activated a prediction sheet. With a couple of swift swings of his beginner's iron sword, he effortlessly cut down 2 battering rabbits that had pounced on him. Holy shit! Jiang's reactions are so fast. No wonder he is the top student in martial arts, a real badass. Even though the class he awakened is useless, he still handles beginner monsters like battering rabbits with ease. Yang hurried over and boasted, "Jiang, I've awakened the A-rank berserker class." Without turning his head, Jiang replied calmly, "I already knew that." Before his rebirth, Yang would constantly show off and brag in front of him after awakening the A-rank berserker class. He remembered that not long after the semester started, Jiang had gone hunting in the boar forest with his college roommates to level up, only to run into Yang, who was there taking a girl out to level up. Back then, Yang had deliberately put Jiang down to show off in front of the girl. Jiang, who wanted T1 to hold a grudge, had immediately cast the Modify skill, secretly changing Yang's Berserk skill to Rape. Just thinking about that cringeworthy scene of Yang chasing after a boar by its tail, snorting and butting his way through, makes Jiang want to laugh. Now that he has been reborn, Jiang has decided to level up on his own and keep his Modify skill a secret, so he ignores Yang and can't be bothered to mess with him anymore. Yang assumed it was one of the other classmates who had arrived at the starter zone first and told Jiang he de-awakened in A-class profession, so he continued to wear that smug, punchable smirk. "My talent is Berserk. When I cast it, my strength, speed, and defense all increase by 30%. Since you're in such a sorry state, I've decided to take you along to level up. All you have to do is follow behind and repair our gear." Wait a second. Jiang suddenly lunged forward like a dead fish, whizzing past and instantly taking down 2 more battering rabbits, successfully leveling up to level 5. Name, Jiang. Race, Huaxia. Class, Tinker, Farmer. Level, 50500. Health, 170. Mana, 1400. Spirit, 195. Attack, 168 plus 20. Defense, 134. Speed, 152 plus 10. Magic resistance, 140. Talent, Modify, Resurrection. While claiming the Iron Sword at the Awakening Plaza and entering the starter zone, Jiang cast the Modify skill, changing the Accelerate Growth skill, which speeds up plant growth in the Farmer class, to Resurrection. With just 1 character S difference, the skill was altered to allow for the resurrection of both plants and himself. He then modified the iron sword into a steel sword, effectively using an enchantment skill to enhance its hardness and sharpness, adding an extra 10 points of attack power to the original stats. Actually, it would have been best to turn it into a holy sword, but no matter how much he modified it, it would still be a level 1 item, with stats increasing by only a few times at most. However, to avoid the stats of a level 1 item becoming too absurd, which might expose this game-breaking skill, Jiang didn't modify it too drastically. As for the ordinary leather boots he was wearing, which had no level and no attribute bonuses, after transforming them into wind boots, they became level 1 boots, unexpectedly granting a 10-point increase in movement speed. Consequently, his speed just barely surpassed that of the battering rabbit, allowing him to easily take it down in an instant thanks to his extensive hunting experience. Feeling the attribute boosts and stamina recovery from the level up, Jiang said, "Alright, I'm level 5 now." "What were you babbling about just now? Level 5? Ha, you're just bragging." Yang thought Jiang had been so riled up he'd gone crazy and was now talking nonsense. Because going from level 1 to level 2 requires hunting 10 level 1 battering rabbits, from level 2 to level 3 requires 20, from level 3 to level 4 requires 30, and from level 4 to level 5 requires 40. All told, leveling from 1 to 5 requires hunting 100 level 1 battering rabbits. Under normal circumstances, new players who just awakened their classes typically need a day or two to break through level 5 and leave the starter zone. And Jiang hunted 100 battering rabbits in less than an hour? That is simply impossible. Especially since Jiang had awakened to a useless class with no combat power boost and no control or support skills. Yang continued, "You've been in the starter zone for less than an hour. Even if you killed 1 battering rabbit per minute, you could only manage 40 or 50 at most, and that's assuming you're playing a useless class that's good for nothing." Just then, a magic broadcast suddenly echoed throughout the entire starter zone. "Starter zone, the speedrun record for the battering rabbit farm has been broken. The previous record was 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 53 seconds. Jiang, a student from Class 1, Grade 12 at Nanrong No. 1 High School, has set a new speedrun record with a time of 36 minutes and 8 seconds. Instantly, all the freshmen in the starter zone were stunned. Yang froze on the spot. The starter zone announcement felt like a resounding slap, smacking him right across the face. Then Jiang's voice, like another resounding slap, struck Yang across the face once more. "Killing 1 every minute? Who do you think you're looking down on? If you hadn't come over and interrupted me, I could brought this record down to 35 minutes. Yang. Damn it, this guy is so arrogant and annoying even after awakening a useless class." Yang gritted his teeth in defiance. "Just you wait. If you can speedrun the starter zone with a trash class, then I'll definitely break your record with an A rank class. There are no trash classes, only trash awakened ones. Likewise, even if a piece of trash awakens an S rank class, it won't change their trashy nature." Jiang sneered as he walked toward the teleportation point at the edge of the village, preparing to head to the second stage of the starter zone. There was no way around it. Out of concern for the safety of awakened ones, the government required all of them to reach level 20 before allowing them to move freely within dungeons. To this end, the Hunter Association had created a 3-stage starter zone. Clearing all 3 would allow one to reach exactly level 20. Therefore, if Jiang wanted to dominate this year's freshman ranking, get accepted into one of the 3 major magic academies, and join Prodigy Island to gain access to better resources for cultivation, he had no choice but to speedrun all the starter zones, obtain a free pass, and then go out to hunt higher level magical beasts to level up quickly. Awakening Square. News of Jiang breaking the record by speedrunning the starter zone, the battering rabbit breeding base, was broadcast simultaneously. Class advisor old Zhou hadn't returned yet, and upon hearing the news, he was completely dumbfounded. "Jiang? He cleared the first stage of the starter zone in 36 minutes and 8 seconds? Was this a mistake?" Although Jiang had awakened 2 professions, both were F-rank professions with no combat bonuses, control effects, or support abilities. The other teachers at Nanrong No. 1 High School were equally astonished. They all heard that Jiang had awakened 2 F-rank classes, but now it felt as though he awakened 2 S-rank classes instead. Precisely because of this, they felt even more sorry for Jiang. Clearly, Jiang broke the record through his formidable physical combat skills. If only he could have awakened in offensive class, his future would have been limitless. What a waste! Such a promising prospect, he rarely managed to awaken 2 classes, only to have them both turn out to be useless. An hour later, another announcement suddenly rang out, reporting that Jiang had broken the record by speedrunning through the second starter zone. Away, I can't take it anymore. Me neither. These battering rabbits are ramming me so hard I'm about to throw up. We're out of healing potions, we can't keep this up. Is Jiang cheating? The 4 of us combined couldn't even kill 100 battering rabbits in an hour, yet he cleared it alone in 36 minutes. Clearly, Jiang spent money on some top-tier starter gear to hide his disappointment and inferiority over awakening useless classes. Otherwise, even if he ranked first in martial arts across the entire school, he couldn't possibly have broken the speedrun record set by an S-class awakener. Yang could only console himself this way. He had awakened to the A-rank Berserker class, boosted by the Berserk talent, so his physical stats should have easily surpassed Jiang's. Yet, even after giving it his all, he only managed to kill 32 battering rabbits in an hour. Now that his mana was depleted, he could no longer cast the Berserk skill to boost his stats. Moreover, once the effects of the frenzy skill wore off, his body suffered severe side effects from overexertion. He was now extremely weak and exhausted, forcing him to make a hasty retreat from the battering rabbit breeding facility. A classmate beside him agreed with his assessment. That must be it. When Jiang was hunting battering rabbits earlier, his speed and reflexes were so fast it must mean his shoes were enchanted to boost his movement speed. Plus, that beginner's sword in his hand feels sharper than ours, he probably spent money to buy one with better stats. Yang remarked, a top-tier level 1 piece of gear can boost stats by 20 or 30 points. If I were willing to shell out the cash, I could easily smash Jiang's speedrun record. You can't use gear that's higher level than you. The Hunter Association provides free level 1 starter weapons, only a fool would waste money buying higher stat level 1 gear to enter the starter zone. Clearly, Jiang is used to being number 1. Now that he has awakened into a useless class, his competitive pride has taken a hit, so he is gritting his teeth and buying gear to make up for the class disparity. It's no use. As his own level rises, the gap between classes will widen endlessly. That's not something gear can make up for. Even if he follows the same playbook and spends money on a full set of level 5 divine gear, he won't be able to speedrun the other starter zones like he did before. Just then, an announcement suddenly rang out. Starter Zone Whirlwind Wolf Grasslands, solo speedrun record has been broken. The previous solo speedrun record was 1 hour, 29 minutes, and 48 seconds. Jiang, a senior in Class 1 at Nanyang No. 1 High School, completed it in 58 minutes and 23 seconds, setting a new solo speedrun record. Hearing this, Yang and the others were stunned. Their cheeks suddenly burned as if they'd been slapped. The slap in the face came too suddenly. Just a second ago, they had been bad-mouthing Jiang, and the very next second, the announcement that Jiang had speedrun the starter zone, Whirlwind Wolf Grasslands, and broken the record rang out. And it was a solo speedrun record, no less. Keep in mind that the vast majority of Whirlwind Wolves in the second stage starter zone are level 3 to 5 and capable of casting whirlwind spells. Since Whirlwind Wolves are pack animals that typically attack in groups, the second phase of the starter zone is primarily designed to foster teamwork among new students. And yet, Jiang went out alone to hunt Whirlwind Wolves and actually broke the solo speedrun record? Yang was at a loss for words. The classmates who had been leveling up with him suddenly felt a pang of regret. If they'd known Jiang was this good, they would have teamed up with him to level up and let him lead them through the starter zone. One of the classmates suddenly piped up timidly, could the magic crystal ball have been wrong? Maybe Jiang didn't actually awaken an F-rank class, but an S-rank one? Awakening Square. At that moment, many students were still waiting in line to awaken. When the magic broadcast sounded again, everyone present was stunned. Holy crap, it's that guy named Jiang again. He has speedrun 2 starter zones in a row, and not only did he break the previous speedrun record, but he shaved so much time off it. Could it be that Jiang has awakened an S-rank class? I heard there were 2 people earlier who awakened S-rank classes. Meanwhile, the teachers and students from Jiang's school who knew he had awakened 2F rank classes were left speechless. Jiang's awakened classes are Tinker and Farmer. With no combat power boost and no support or control abilities, how did he manage to speedrun the starter zone back-to-back and shatter the record so decisively? Could there be a mistake? Maybe Jiang didn't awaken F rank classes after all, but S rank ones? There's no mistake. Jiang broke the record with his exceptional physical and martial arts skills. It's a pity that talent is often cut short. He had such a strong martial arts aptitude, yet he failed to awaken a combat class type profession. Teachers and students who knew Jiang believed he was devastated by his awakening result, which is why he was recklessly hunting monsters in the starter zone and ended up unexpectedly breaking the speedrun record thanks to his exceptional physical and martial arts skills. Meanwhile, across the vast whirlwind wolf grasslands, only Jiang's solitary figure could be seen. It couldn't be helped. This year's freshman awakening had only just begun, and the other freshmen were still stuck in the first stage starter zone, so he was the first among this year's freshmen to come here to hunt whirlwind wolves. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Jiang dragged his blood-soaked right leg, limping toward the teleportation point. Taking on a pack of whirlwind wolves alone is a bit of a stretch, especially without any healing potions. Jiang had already surpassed level 10. With each level up, his mana increases by 100 points, and his other attributes increase by 10 points. In addition, a new talent is unlocked every 10 levels. As a dual-class awakener, he has thus unlocked 2 new talents. Name: Jiang. Race: Huaxia. Class: Tinker, Farmer. Level: 10-5-1000. Health: 220. Mana: 1900. Spirit: 245. Attack: 218 plus 20. Defense: 184. Speed: 202 plus 10. Magic resistance: 190. Talents: Modify, Resurrection, Durability new, Plant Grafting new. Jiang did not expand on the skill details, as he already knew these 2 new talents inside out. The durability skill increases equipment durability. Each cast adds an amount of durability equal to the caster's level. In other words, since he is currently level 10, casting the durability skill once, which consumes 200 mana, will directly add 10 points of equipment durability. For equipment of the same level or lower, the success rate for durability restoration is 100%. If the equipment is of a higher level, the success rate decreases by 10% for every level it exceeds the caster's level. Another newly added skill, Plant Grafting, is a very common talent among the farmer class. Simply cast the skill on 2 target plants of different varieties to create a grafted variety that contains the genetic traits of both. Modify. Jiang stared at the farmer class panel before him and cast the Modify skill on himself once more. As his intent took effect, the newly added Plant Grafting talent, Modify, transformed into Universal Grafting. Talent: Universal Grafting. Cost: 200 mana. Description: cast the skill on 2 targets of different species to create a grafted variety that contains the superior genes and traits of both. Note: if targets are of the same level or lower, the grafting success rate is 100%. If a target is higher in level than the caster, the success rate decreases by 10% for every level difference. By changing just one word, the ordinary plant grafting talent had transformed into a game-changing creation skill. Now that he had been reborn, Jiang had already mapped out his future in his mind. Once I speedrun through the final starter zone, I'll go out and find some low-level beasts to experiment on. Then, by combining it with the Modify skill, I'll graft new beast breeds with powerful abilities and contract them. Having been reborn, Jiang was determined not to repeat past mistakes. He decided to keep this game-breaking Modify skill a secret and embark on a path of solo leveling. However, neither of the 2 classes he had awakened offered any combat boost, so the best course of action was to use his Beastmaster class to contract a powerful magical beast companion that would obey his every command and serve as support. With the all things hybridization and the game-breaking Modify skills at his disposal, it would be easy for Jiang to contract a powerful magical beast companion. After all, before his rebirth, he had already created numerous powerful battle pets for those influential figures through his experiments. Although I detest beasts, compared to humans who are purely profit-driven and full of ulterior motives, beasts that have completed a master-servant contract are actually more reliable and trustworthy. Jiang had come to see reality for what it was. Dragging his injured, bleeding right leg, his face somewhat pale, he made his way toward the teleportation point, intending to return to the awakening square to leech off a newbie who had awakened a healing class. The last starter zone is full of level 10 plus wild boar monsters. I can't keep charging in blindly like this. I need to get a full set of level 10 gear, plus some recovery and healing potions. Otherwise, without attack or control skills, relying solely on physical strength and martial arts prowess, it'll be hard to speedrun, let alone break the record. Just as Jiang was about to leave the Whirlwind Wolf grasslands, the village chief in charge of that starter zone began collecting the carcasses of the Whirlwind Wolves Jiang had hunted down. That kid is amazing. His footwork and swordplay are the best I've seen among newbies. No wonder he dared to come here alone to solo farm and even broke the solo speedrun record. It's just a shame. The data shows he has Mana Affinity, a rare dual-class awakener, but both classes are F rank. He is destined to be a support role from now on. What a waste of talent. He has been taking down these Whirlwind Wolves with a single throat-piercing strike, one hit, one kill. No wonder the mana core drop rate is so high. I've already picked up 3 of them. Mana cores are irregular crystals formed from the essence of slain monsters, containing talents. They can be used to craft equipment. The wearer simply needs to infuse the equipment with mana to unleash the talents contained within the mana core. In the starter zone, both monster corpses and dropped mana cores are collected by the guild. Therefore, while the starter zone is ostensibly designed to train new recruits and help them adapt to the process of fighting monsters and leveling up, its true purpose is to exploit the massive influx of new players to collect mana cores. After all, the drop rate for mana cores is extremely low. On average, you have to kill 100 monsters below level 30 to get just 1 mana core. As a result, any equipment infused with a mana core is both expensive and in high demand on the market. Jiang wants to clear the starter zone as quickly as possible. He goes out to hunt monsters primarily to collect mana cores, so he can earn money to buy expensive storage gear. After all, hunting without storage gear is a losing proposition. Not only can you not carry spare weapons and potions, but you also can't bring monster carcasses back to sell. If I'm lucky enough to stumble upon a magic stone vein but don't have any storage gear, I'll only be able to dig up a little to take with me. By the time I come back, the vein will probably have been taken over by high-level magical beasts, or someone else will have beaten me to it. I really need to find a way to make some money. Jiang muttered to himself as he channeled mana to activate the teleportation array, transporting himself back from the Whirlwind Wolf grasslands in the starter zone to the Awakening Square. In an instant, Jiang, his right arm clawed by a Whirlwind Wolf and his right leg dripping with blood, staining most of his pants red, caught everyone's attention. Is there anyone here who has awakened as a healing class? Could you cast a healing spell on me? Although Jiang had health insurance, he still had to pay half the cost after reimbursement, so getting a free treatment was definitely preferable. Coincidentally, today saw college entrance exam graduates from Nanrong City and the neighboring city arriving to participate in the awakening ceremony, so there were bound to be plenty of students present who had awakened as healing classes. It's Jiang. As luck would have it, Yang and his group had also left the starter zone and returned to Awakening Square. Seeing Jiang, pale-faced with severe injuries to his right hand and right foot that were still bleeding steadily, Yang suddenly felt like he was back on top of the world. In his view, Jiang must have bought a full set of level 5 divine gear before entering the starter zone Whirlwind Wolf grasslands, along with plenty of recovery potions and healing potions, yet he still nearly died in that starter zone. If it were him, equipped with a full set of level 5 divine gear, he would have easily slaughtered the Whirlwind Wolves without sustaining such severe injuries or looking so disheveled. Just then, a girl walked up to Jiang, channeled her mana, and cast a magic skill on him. Holy light! In an instant, a gentle, warm golden beam descended from the sky, enveloping Jiang. The Holy Light skill possessed purifying and healing properties. Jiang immediately felt much better, as if he'd been given a painkiller. Even his lacerated wounds no longer hurt much, and the 1/3 of his health he'd lost began to slowly recover and increase. Are you the one who awakened the S-class, Holy Angel? Jiang looked in surprise at the girl who had cast the spell to heal him. Among this year's freshmen, a total of 3 S-class classes had awakened, and one of them was the Holy Angel. In his previous life, Jiang had had no interaction with these 3 S-class awakened students from his class. He never imagined that on his first day after reincarnation, he would be healed by an S-class Holy Angel. Curson nodded, continuing to channel mana to sustain the holy light until Jiang's pale complexion regained its color and the gash on his arm torn open by the whirlwind wolf healed completely. Only then did she stop casting the holy light skill and let out a long breath. I've just run out of mana. Thanks. Jiang said, if your gear ever runs out of durability in the future, come find me. I'll repair it for free. Curson asked, are you a craftsman? Jiang replied, I'm a tinker, and I also have a farmer class. Upon hearing this, Curson's eyes suddenly widened, and she said excitedly, are you that Jiang who soloed both starter zones and broke 2 speedrun records in a row? The name Jiang was all the rage right now. Teachers and students from other schools were all curious about what class Jiang from Nanrong No. 1 High School had awakened to be so insanely powerful. When they heard that Jiang had awakened a rare dual class combination and that both were F-rank classes, their curiosity only grew. How had he managed to speedrun the starter zones and break records so decisively? Consequently, Curson wore the expression of a devoted fan, her big, watery eyes fixed on him with curiosity as she asked, neither of the classes you've awakened provides combat power boosts or control effects. How did you manage to speedrun the starter zones and break your personal record by such a wide margin? Standing nearby, Yang watched as Curson, who had come from a neighboring city, awaken an S-class, and was incredibly good-looking, actually took the initiative to treat Jiang's injuries and chatted with him with a starry-eyed, fangirl expression. He was instantly green with envy. He deliberately leaned in and said, do you even need to ask? He must have spent a fortune on gear to stack his stats. Yang was at it again, being a total jerk, so Jiang decided to teach him a harsh lesson. And to think you've been in the same class as me for 3 whole years. If you knew anything about me, you wouldn't spout such nonsense. All these years, I've studied like crazy, striving to be number 1 in the school in both academic and combat subjects, all to earn scholarships to support myself and improve my life. So as a poor orphan with a young sister to take care of, how could I possibly have money? How could I possibly waste money on gear just to speedrun the starter zone? With that, Jiang threw the iron sword he'd already modified back at Yang. I know you've always resented me, hating that my martial arts scores have outshone yours for 3 whole years. Now I'm down on my luck, having awakened a worthless class, while you're lucky enough to have awakened an A-rank berserker class. That's why you keep coming in front of me to show off, deluding yourself that you can provoke and humiliate me. As he spoke, Jiang's acting skills kicked into high gear, his eyes reddening as if tears were about to spill over at any moment. He now looked exactly like a pitiful child being bullied at school, listing Yang's various misdeeds one by one to elicit sympathy and pity from the onlookers, thereby making them look down on Yang with deep contempt. Jiang continued, now that you've seen me speedrun the starter zone repeatedly and break my personal records one after another, you've started making baseless accusations that I spent money on gear to boost my stats. Fine, since you're so certain, I'll take off everything I'm wearing right now so you can inspect me, just to prove I'm not cheating and stop you from spreading more lies and slander. Jiang tossed the iron sword to Yang, then stripped off his t-shirt, which was soaked in sweat and stained with blood. The moment he caught the sword, Yang instinctively channeled mana into his eyes and saw the equipment S level and stats. Equipment, Iron Sword. Level, 1. Attack, plus 10. At a single glance, Yang panicked. Just then, Jiang took off his shirt and tossed it into Yang's lap, then removed his leather boots, which were stained with blood inside and out. Seeing this, Yang panicked, realizing he had underestimated Jiang. He was about to be humiliated and condemned by the crowd. Sure enough, the eyes of many students in the crowd seemed to be filled with a shared sense of outrage against him. In the blink of an eye, Jiang stripped down to nothing but a pair of boxer shorts. If you suspect these shorts are also enchanted gear with stats, I'll go to the restroom and take them off for you to inspect. At that moment, Yang's face went pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Because after inspecting Jiang's equipment, he discovered that the iron sword was just the free beginner's sword provided by the association, while the clothes and shoes were ordinary items no level, and certainly no attribute bonuses. Just then, a boy in the class who'd already been annoyed with Yang stepped forward. "Yang, do you have anything else to say?" Jiang has been the top student in both academic and martial arts for 3 straight years, and his college entrance exam scores were the highest in the entire school. Even if he has only an F-rank class, his combat prowess still blows yours in A-rank warrior out of the water. Just because you can't do it yourself, and you can't speedrun the starter zone, does that give you the right to slander and spread rumors, assuming he couldn't do it either? Yang, you've gone too far. I never thought you were this kind of person. I'm never teaming up with you again. Damn it. What kind of man are you, picking on an orphan? Just because you awakened in A-class, you think you're so great, huh? If you've got the guts, come up to the arena and sign a life or death contract with me. If I don't beat you to death, I'll be your grandson. Just then, a tall guy stepped out of the crowd, and Yang's legs started to go weak with fear. Wang Qingfeng. If Yang was the perennial runner-up in martial arts who'd been outshone by Jiang for 3 straight years, then Wang Qingfeng was the perennial runner-up in the entire grade who'd also been outshone by Jiang for 3 straight years. His overall physical stats were clearly far superior to Jiang's, yet he lost to Jiang in every martial arts final. As a result, Jiang had been first in the grade for 3 consecutive years, while Wang Qingfeng had been second for 3 consecutive years. Now, seeing Wang Qingfeng storm out to defend Jiang, something suddenly occurred to Yang. Wang Qingfeng was the son of a school board member. His overall physical attributes were clearly superior to Jiang's, yet he never managed to beat Jiang in the finals. Could it be that he knew Jiang was an orphan with a younger sister to care for, so he deliberately held back, letting Jiang take first place? Aye. Yang suddenly found himself the target of everyone's ire, so flustered he didn't know what to say. Damn it, Wang Qingfeng wasn't about to coddle him. He kicked Yang flying with a single blow and spat, "Don't ever say you graduated from Nanrong No. 1 high school again. You've brought shame upon the school." After kicking Yang away, Wang Qingfeng turned to Jiang and offered to help pick up his clothes. "No wonder you're the guy who has been beating me in martial arts for 3 whole years. It took me nearly an hour to speedrun the battering rabbit starter zone, but you cleared it in 36 minutes. Jiang took the clothes and put them back on, feeling the sticky sensation of sweat and blood soaked into the fabric. He groaned, "Do you have any money on you? Lend me some, I want to go buy a new set of clothes." Lending money ruins friendships. Wang Qingfeng said, "Here's what we'll do. I'll pay 2,000 yuan for the walkthrough guide to your speedrun of the Whirlwind Wolf Grasslands." Deal. Jiang didn't refuse. He knew Wang Qingfeng was feeling sorry for him and was deliberately offering this as a form of charity. Except for that year in their freshman year, when Wang Qingfeng hadn't gone easy on him in the finals, Wang Qingfeng had let him win in the martial arts finals for the next 2 years. That was because, in their freshman year, in order to secure first place in the 10,000 yuan scholarship, even though he was clearly no match for Wang Qingfeng, he had gritted his teeth and fought on until the very end to clinch the championship. Later, Wang Qingfeng must have investigated him privately and learned that his parents had been killed by a magical beast when he was 9, and that he had a young sister at home who needed his care. At that time, the dungeon entrance in Nanrong City hadn't been cleared yet, and powerful monsters would occasionally break out, causing numerous casualties. Wang Qingfeng had learned about his background and realized that he was fighting so hard solely for the first-place scholarship to earn money to care for his younger sister. That's why, in the finals that followed, Wang Qingfeng never went all out against him again. As the son of a wealthy family, Wang Qingfeng had never looked up to anyone in his life except for Jiang, who had truly earned his respect. That was precisely why he was so furious when he saw Jiang being humiliated by Yang, why he stepped in to defend Jiang, and why he taught Yang a lesson right then and there. Watching Yang crawl back to his feet, seething but unable to speak up, Jiang felt a sense of satisfaction. Yang had made a complete fool of himself this time. He'd surely never dare to come out and annoy me again. As for holding a grudge and possibly seeking revenge in the future? Well, he'd have to have the ability to do that first. Wait a minute. Jiang suddenly froze. Could it be that the level 96 magical beast, the one with such a clear target that launched a precise night raid and melted me along with the entire city center, was actually summoned by Yang? I'll make him take the fall for this for now. Next time he pulls some stunt to annoy me, just wait, I'll find a chance to take him out, scatter his ashes, and make sure he doesn't even get the chance to become a skeleton. With Wang Qingfeng's financial support, Jiang spent 1,200 yuan on a second-hand level 10 outfit. The top was a brown leather trench coat, and the bottom was a pair of black leather pants. The outfit felt thick yet soft, made primarily from level 10 boar hides, a common material found throughout the third stage starter zone. If brand new, this level 10 set of armor, which provides a 50-point defense bonus, would retail for 6,999 yuan at the Hunter Association. The seller had set up a stall outside the association's mall and finally agreed to sell for 1,200 yuan. This was partly because the outfit had only 51 durability points left, and partly because the seller had already surpassed level 20 and wanted to sell his level 10 gear to save up for a level 20 set. The seller had washed the armor before putting it up for sale. Jiang went straight to the restroom to put it on, and while he was at it, he cleaned his leather boots, which were caked with blood inside and out. The whirlwind wolf's strength lies in its intelligence and cunning. Without gauging an opponent's strength, they 1T launch a blind attack instead. They LL cast whirlwind spells from a distance to test the waters. By the same token, this is also their fatal weakness. Since they consider themselves clever and cautious, all you need to do is play along, feign weakness, and you can catch them off guard. Jiang explained, drawing on his extensive combat experience. When they think you're weak enough to kill and eat, the alpha wolf will send 1 or 2 cannon fodder wolves to launch the initial attack. The cannon fodder wolves in the starter zone are mostly level 3, while we enter at level 5. As long as you keep your composure, handling 2 level 3 whirlwind wolves alone is quite easy. But if you want to wipe out the entire pack, you must learn to play the fool to catch the tiger. Make the pack leader believe that even if you fight with all your might, you can only kill 1 or 2 cannon fodder wolves. Then the pack leader will underestimate you and misjudge your combat strength, leading him to send 2 or 3 more wolves to attack. By repeating this tactic, you can avoid a frenzied mob attack and wipe out the pack one by one to level up. Wang Qingfeng, who was taking a leak nearby, said, "Isn't that a bit too slow? You didn't speedrun it this way, did you?" Jiang, washing his leather boots, replied, "It is a bit slow, so I went in and chased the wolf packs right away, provoking them until they went berserk. Then several packs joined forces to hunt me down. I almost lost my life in that starter zone." Wang Qingfeng: "Do you think if I bought a full set of level 5 divine gear and went in to chase down and kill the wolf packs just like you did, I'd have a chance to beat your record?" Jiang said, "If you're not afraid of dying, your chances are pretty good. After all, aside from your mana stat, your base stats are on par with mine." Wang Qingfeng shuddered, pulled up his pants, and said, "Forget it then. You broke the record going in with nothing but your base stats. If I were to break your record using those tactics, it wouldn't be a fair victory." Jiang replied, "You lack that desperate, ruthless drive. If you went in with nothing on, you definitely wouldn't have been able to break my record." Wang Qingfeng sighed, "That's why, back in our freshman year, even though I was stronger than you in every way, I still got beaten into submission by you mad dog. After that, I developed a phobia of facing you. I'd lose my nerve before the fight even started." Jiang shook the water out of his leather boots a few times, putting them on as he spoke. "You might have genuinely been scared of me back in our freshman year, but later on, you must have learned about my family situation. That's why you took pity on me and deliberately let me win, allowing me to retain the top spot in martial arts for 3 years and claim the first place scholarship for 3 consecutive years. I really resented that. That kind of do-gooder act just made me feel like you didn't respect me. It was like you were just handing me first place as a charity in front of everyone. And just now, when you stood up for me and taught Yang a lesson, that was out of sympathy and pity too, wasn't it? Especially after finding out I'd awakened 2 classes, both of which turned out to be useless ones." Wang Qingfeng scratched his head, his tone sounding a bit guilty. I didn't mean to disrespect you." Jiang laced up his shoes and said, "You didn't treat me as an opponent on the arena. You treated me like some pitiful underdog. That's disrespectful. I'm still going to fight for first place on the freshman rankings and the top 100 freshman list. If we meet again on the arena, I hope you'll give it your all and fight me with the same intensity as you did in our freshman year." Seeing how serious Jiang looked and that he hadn't been crushed by his useless class or given up on himself, Wang Qingfeng replied earnestly, "Alright. See you at the top then." Leaving the restroom, Wang Qingfeng headed straight to challenge Whirlwind Wolf, determined to catch up to Jiang's level first. Meanwhile, after changing his clothes, Jiang continued browsing the street stalls, looking for any bargain level 10 sword or dagger gear he could snag. Don't miss out! Big clearance sale on level 110 beginner gear. Level 33 alchemist. Making and selling all kinds of healing potions. Cheap and effective, a must-have for new players rushing through the starter zone. Level 31 support class available for hire. Healer or controller, I can easily lead new players through the starter zone. Dream Guild is recruiting. Lots of girls in the guild, plenty of perks. We're only expanding by 50 members, first come, first served. Jiang stopped at a stall specializing in low-level weapons. The vendor was a young man in his early 20s, burly and muscular. His stall was laid out on the ground, offering both brand new weapons and gear, as well as plenty of second-hand items. Jiang channeled his mana into his eyes, crouched down to examine the gear, and checked the levels and stats. Equipment: meteorite blade. Description: forged from meteorite iron infused with a level 5 Whirlwind Wolf mana core, it allows the use of the whirlwind/skill. Level 10. Attack, plus 60. Durability, 72%. Jiang asked, "Sir, how much is this meteorite blade?" 18,000, non-negotiable. I can't afford it. Jiang picked up a brand new blue steel sword next to it, also level 10, but without a fused mana core, granting only 65 attack, and asked, "What about this one?" "If you're serious about buying, I'll sell you this blue steel sword for 5,000. Jiang picked up the Demon Fall blade again and haggled, "Can you knock a little off the price for this Demon Fall blade? 18,000 is already a bargain. If it had 100% durability, I'd take it for 18,000, but this one only has 72% durability. If it had 100% durability, this Demon Fall blade would cost at least 25,000. Jiang had been waiting for exactly that line. He immediately said, "Well, if I help you restore this Demon Fall blade's durability to 100%, would you give me that blue steel sword?" "Shopkeeper? You little scoundrel, you've been beating around the bush the whole time. You're just trying to get something for free. Fine. We're both just struggling craftsmen. If you restore this magic meteor blade's durability to full, I'll give you the blue steel sword." Jiang immediately cast the durability skill. As 200 mana drained away, magical particles instantly locked onto the magic meteor blade and began repairing its durability. Since Jiang's durability skill could only restore durability equal to his own level per cast, the magic fall blade's durability rose from 71% to 81% after the spell finished. Immediately afterward, Jiang cast durability twice more, consuming a total of 600 mana, and successfully restored the magic fall blade's durability to 100%. The vendor handed the blue steel sword to Jiang and asked, "Which university do you attend? Let us exchange contact information, maybe we can collaborate in the future. I'm a freshman who just took the college entrance exam this year. I don't have a magic communicator, so I can only give you my WeChat ID. All electronic devices from Earth are rendered inoperable by the mana magnetic field within the dungeon, so long-distance communication inside the dungeon can only be achieved using magic communicators. A magical communicator is crafted using magic stones or metals with high mana affinity, combined with a mana core imbued with the transmission talent. Currently, the only monsters in the dungeon that drop this type of mana core are the magnetic beast and the black bat. Unlike the battering rabbit or whirlwind wolf, these two types of magical beasts are not easy to raise, making it difficult to breed them in large numbers. Furthermore, since the drop rate for mana cores from low-level magical beasts is so low, even the lowest tier and cheapest magical communicator costs around 50,000 to 60,000 yuan on the market. Higher-end magical communicators with video chat capabilities can cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, putting them well beyond the reach of ordinary people. Just then, Kirsten, who was on her way to hire a senior student to lead her through a speed run of the starter zone, ran into Jiang. She hurried over and asked, "Jiang, did you just cast a spell?" Jiang nodded. I struck a deal with this senior. I'll help him restore this sword's durability, and he'll give me this sword in return. This blade is fused with a whirlwind wolf mana core. Can it cast the whirlwind slash skill? Kursun's eyes lit up. Senior, how much is this blade? As a blacksmith, Zhao Xuxing was keen to build a good relationship with Jiang, so he didn't try to overcharge him. Normally, with the durability fully restored, this sword would sell for at least 25,000, but if you want it, I'll waive the remaining balance as a favor to you, my classmate. I'll give it to you for 20,000. Thank you, senior. Here's the gold coin. Kursun held out her right hand, and 2 gold coins materialized in her palm. This was the currency issued by the Hunter Association, with 1 gold coin equivalent to 10,000 yuan. In addition to gold coins, there were also silver and copper coins. The exchange rate was 10,000 yuan equals 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. The Hunter Association introduced dungeon coins because currency detectors cannot be used inside dungeons. Since no magical devices capable of verifying currency have been developed yet, circulating cash is quite troublesome. Additionally, paper bills are easily damaged by mana during combat inside dungeons, so the National Hunter Association introduced dungeon coins. Jiang watched as Kursun conjured 2 gold coins out of thin air, only then noticing the storage ring set with a pink crystal on her right index finger. An S-rank holy angel and a filthy rich heiress to boot. What on earth has the heavens denied her? Jiang was green with envy. Zhao Xuxing, on the other hand, was kicking himself. If he'd known she was a rich heiress, he would have jacked up the price and fleeced her big time. But it was too late for regrets now. He could only grudgingly accept the 2 gold coins, watching with a heavy heart as Kursun took the most valuable item from his stall, the magic meteor blade. Jiang, can I hire you to speedrun the starter zone for me? Kursun suddenly asked, then explained, I've been teaming up with my classmates for an hour, and I'm still level 1. I've been healing them the whole time and Haven T had a chance to land the killing blows to level up. So I came here to hire someone to speedrun the starter zone for me. If you're willing, I can give you 50,000 yuan. Will you help me speedrun and level up? As she spoke, Kursun held out a palm full of cash, showing off her wealth. Jiang, who had just been reborn, was in desperate need of money. Faced with a wealthy woman offering money right to his face, he naturally wasn't going to pass it up. Could you give me a 10,000 yuan advance on my pay first? Jiang's words effectively meant he agreed. Kursun pulled 5 gold coins straight from her storage ring, not worried that Jiang would take the money and run. Then I'll take 2 gold coins as an advance. Give me the remaining 3 after we speedrun through the starter zone. Now that Jiang had the money, he could buy a pair of level 10 boots. With a full set of level 10 gear, he felt confident enough to solo the 3rd phase of the starter zone and continue breaking records. Before long, Jiang bought the boots he'd been eyeing. Equipment: Gale boots. Description: crafted from soft magic steel and whirlwind wolf leather, fused with a level 5 whirlwind wolf mana core, allowing the use of the whirlwind skill to increase teleportation speed. Level 10. Speed plus 50. Durability 100%. These were brand new boots. Jiang haggled over the price, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and spent 21,800 yuan to buy them. Anyway, after speedrunning through the starter zone, he could use a skill to restore the durability to full, then sell them as new shoes to someone else. If he happened to come across a rich kid with deep pockets, he might even make a profit on the deal. Jiang said cheerfully, "Let us go. I'll take you through the battering rabbit farm and the whirlwind wolf grasslands first. As for the boar forest, I'll take you in after I've cleared it solo." Kursun hurried to keep up with him and asked, "Are you trying to break the record? Do you want to set a new solo speedrun record for this final starter zone too?" "Yeah." Jiang said, "Even though I'm a rare dual-class awakener, both of my classes are F-rank trash classes. So if I want to get accepted into one of the 3 major magic academies and join Prodigy Island, I've got to have some impressive achievements to show for it." Kursun asked, "So are you going to challenge the freshman top 100 next?" Every year, Dungeon University City publishes 2 freshman rankings, the freshman level ranking and the freshman top 100. The freshman level ranking simply lists the top 100 freshmen by level. It's just for showing off and bragging, with no rewards for ranking. The freshman top 100, however, is a different story. This is the most exciting and highly anticipated freshman competition before the start of the semester. Freshmen who make it onto the top 100 not only receive rewards but are also granted special admission to the 3 great magic academies. Therefore, for freshmen with poor college entrance exam scores and weaker awakened professions who wish to enter the 3 great magic academies and join Prodigy Island to receive the best resources and training, the only way forward is to challenge the top 100 and achieve outstanding results. Jiang asked, "If I told you I'm going to take first place in both this year's freshman rankings and the freshman top 100, would you think I'm delusional?" Kirsten shook her head. "Although your awakened class is weak, your physical combat skills are exceptional. You've even broken the speedrun record set by S-class combat class awakened ones, and by such a wide margin. That proves your strength is on par with S-class awakened ones. At least during the freshman year, your combat power is currently the strongest in this class." Jiang said sincerely, "Thank you for not looking down on me, unlike those who can't resist mocking me or gloating just because I awaken an F-class class." Kirsten replied with a sweet smile, "I'm just stating a fact. Besides, when both sides have exhausted their mana, it comes down to hand-to-hand combat. So, someone who is physically strong and skilled in martial arts is essentially like having an extra, powerful martial artist class awakened, isn't it?" Jiang loved hearing that. "Just for that remark alone, I'll cover all your equipment durability repairs from now on." Kirsten retorted, "So when I healed you earlier, and you said I could come to you for free repairs if my gear ran out of durability, was that just polite talk?" Jiang replied, "It was polite talk, but if you're thick-skinned enough to ask me to repair it, I wouldn't have the heart to charge you." Kirsten thought for a moment, then said, "Then from now on, if my gear runs low on durability, I'll come to you for free repairs, and if you get injured, you can come to me for free healing." After saying that, Kirsten exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, right, let us properly introduce ourselves. My name is Kirsten, from Nangang City next door." "Nice to meet you." Jiang asked quietly, "How happy are you?" In an instant, Kirsten's sweet smile began to freeze. She realized she might have gotten her hopes up too soon. "Isn't that Jiang? How did he end up back here? The girl with him looks like that Kirsten from Nangang No. 1 High School who awakened the S-rank Holy Angel class. I get it. Kirsten must have used a skill to heal him earlier, so to repay her, he decided to bring her here to level up. It's all because she is pretty. If she were ugly, do you think he'd waste his time bringing a girl along to level up?" The classmates still hunting battering rabbits to level up in the class started gossiping as soon as they saw Jiang and Kirsten walk in. Many of the boys wore expressions of envy and jealousy, frustrated that not only had they woken up to trashy classes, but their physical stats and martial arts skills were also lackluster. They didn't even have the ability to show off by bringing a girl along. Jiang asked Kirsten, "How much XP do you need to reach level 2? Kirsten replied, 40 XP. In other words, she'd been in a party with her classmates farming battering rabbits for an hour, and had only managed to land 6 hits. Such is the fate of a healer. If her teammates don't rush to feed her, she won't even get to eat shit while it's still warm. Then wait here. I'll go catch 4 battering rabbits so you can level up to level 2 first." With that, Jiang channeled mana into his feet. His Gale boots instantly unleashed the Whirlwind Wolf's signature Whirlwind skill, and his figure shot forward with a whoosh, covering several meters in the blink of an eye. Even before his awakening, Jiang's speed stat was far higher than average. While a normal person's starting speed is around 80, Jiang's was 102. Now that he has reached level 10 with each level granting a 10-point boost to physical stats, Jiang's speed has reached 202. Combined with the 50-point speed bonus from the Whirlwind Boots, his current speed stands at 252, equivalent to that of a cheetah. Consequently, a level 1 battering rabbit, with a speed of only around 130, had absolutely no chance of escape once he set his sights on it. Soon, Jiang returned carrying 4 battering rabbits that had been kicked to the brink of death, casually tossing them at Kirsten's feet. "Rabbits are so cute." Kirsten, wielding a level 1 beginner's sword, silently apologized in her heart, then stabbed the 4 battering rabbits at her feet a few times, successfully leveling up to level 2. Jiang asked, What is your current speed stat? Curson replied, 105. Add the 15 points from my level 1 boots, and it comes to exactly 120. Your base speed is pretty high, 120 points. That's just enough to catch up to a battering rabbit, Jiang said. Next, I'll chase the battering rabbit and deal heavy damage to it, and you just follow me and finish them off. Wait, let me change my gear. The level 1 beginner's sword in Curson's hand vanished into thin air, and she pulled out a level 2 longsword. Immediately after, she took out a small stool and sat down, removing the pair of level 1 leather boots from her feet and stowing them in her storage ring, then pulling out a pair of level 2 leather boots to put on. She stowed the small stool back into her storage ring, stood up, and hopped twice, beaming, "Now my speed is 130, almost the same as a level 1 battering rabbit." Jiang. Money really does make you reckless. Level 1 boots add 15 speed, level 2 boots add 25 speed, that's equivalent to the stats of ordinary level 5 boots. Unless you're sitting on a gold mine, who would waste money on such top-tier low-level gear? Jiang sighed helplessly. You didn't actually buy gear for levels 1 through 20, did you? No. Curson replied, I only bought shoes and swords for levels 1 through 10. I haven't bought the gear for the later levels yet. What a filthy rich person. Jiang rolled his eyes. Levels 1 to 10, that's 10 pairs of shoes and 10 swords, all with top-tier stats. That must have cost hundreds of thousands. With that money, you could hired someone to speedrun the starter zone with you and level up to 30 in the process. Curson immediately asked, so, if I give you $1 million, will you take me all the way to level 30? Jiang. Damn rich people. I'd already decided to level up on my own, and now he is trying to sway my resolve with money. To be honest, Jiang really wanted that $1 million after all. With $1 million, he could buy a storage ring. I'll take you through the starter zone first. Jiang didn't rush to agree, but warned, I'm about to move. You'd better keep up with me, don't miss any finishing blows or let others get the loot. Across the vast battering rabbit farm in the starter zone, Jiang moved like a whirlwind, leaving a trail of wailing battering rabbits in his wake. Jiang, you slow down a bit. He was moving too fast. Curson couldn't keep up with the last hits as she trailed behind him. The girls nearby were green with envy. A few of the less decent ones even took advantage of Curson's delay to sneak a few last hits of her own. Thanks to Jiang's overwhelming speed, in less than 20 minutes, Curson frantically last hit while trailing behind him, easily breaking through level 5 and speed clearing the first starter zone. In the starter zone monitoring room, a massive magic crystal ball monitored every corner of the zone in real time and recorded every student's level information. Curson hadn't been able to break past level 2 for over an hour, but now she rapidly reached level 5 in just a few minutes, catching the attention of the village chiefs. No wonder she leveled up so fast. All of a sudden it turns out this Jiang was helping her level up. Even if a speedrun record is broken while farming in a party, the result is invalid. Only speedrun records broken by first-time starter zone entrants without the help of high-level awakened ones are officially recorded and announced. Seeing that Jiang had guided Curson through the speedrun and leveled her up in just over 10 minutes, several female classmates in the class, those with low stats, poor awakened classes, and who struggled even to hunt a single battering rabbit, came over one after another. Jiang, you're so good. Could you help us level up too? I'm losing it. It's been over an hour and I've only killed 6 battering rabbits. Could you help me, Jiang? Jiang politely declined on the spot. Sorry, she paid me 50,000 to guide her out of the starter zone, so I'm busy right now. I have to finish her request first. Instantly, the girls who'd been hoping for a free ride fell silent. Jiang didn't bother with them and led Curson straight to the Whirlwind Wolf grasslands. Watching his back as he walked away without a second glance, the girls who'd been trying to freeload couldn't help but vent their contempt. It's all just an excuse. He clearly saw that Curson has an S-class, so he is trying to climb the social ladder. That's why he is acting like a suck-up, helping her level up. Guys are all the same. As long as a girl is pretty, they can't help but throw themselves at her like suck-ups. Curson has an S-rank class. The gap between them and their status will only grow wider in the future. Once he is no longer useful to her, he'll find out what it means to be a suck-up who ends up with nothing. It took me and my classmates an hour to even reach level 2, but we cleared it in under 20 minutes with you. Kirsten was exhausted but happy. She pulled a bottle of energy potion from her storage ring and handed it to Jiang, then took another one for herself. What a rich guy. Even his drink is a Dolly brand energy potion that costs 500 yuan a bottle. Jiang twisted off the cap, tilted his head back, and chugged 2 gulps. His stamina recovered instantly, and the fatigue in his body quickly faded. They teleported to the Whirlwind Wolf grasslands. Kirsten took out a small folding stool from her storage ring and equipped the level 5 heal sword. The Tinker class granted Jiang a pair of magic eyes that could view the attributes of any object from a distance, whereas ordinary awakened ones could only check equipment attributes by touching unclaimed items. He concentrated his mana into his eyes and scrutinized Kirsten's gear, discovering that both level 5 items possessed exceptionally high stats and each contained a level 5 magical beast crystal core. Before his rebirth, Jiang and Kirsten attended different schools and had almost no interaction, so he was now curious about what Kirsten's family actually did. Could it be that her family actually owns a mine, or that her relatives struck a magic stone vein in a dungeon? Jiang offered a friendly warning: even though you're an S-rank awakener, you're in a support class. You lack combat power and self-preservation skills, so it's best to keep a low profile. Otherwise, if others find out you have a storage ring and all this valuable gear, they'll set their sights on you sooner or later and look for a chance to kill you and steal your loot. Kirsten looked as if she had no idea how dangerous the world was, smiling innocently as she said, "Don't worry, I've got a backup plan." As if you could possibly have a backup plan. Jiang left it at that and said no more. The Whirlwind Wolf grasslands are vast, stretching as far as the eye can see. As far as the eye can see, there are only a dozen or so new players hunting whirlwind wolves on the grasslands. They are all hunting in groups, since whirlwind wolves are pack animals whether living or hunting, they always move as a pack. A pack here ranges from as few as 6 or 7 wolves to as many as a dozen. Therefore, unless an individual is exceptionally strong, new students have no choice but to team up to tackle the whirlwind wolf grasslands. Jiang scanned the area but saw no sign of Wang Qingfeng nearby. "I'm ready," Kirsten said eagerly. "Then let us get started." Jiang gripped his blue steel sword, his feet stirring up a whirlwind as he launched forward. As long as his mana allowed and his durability held out, the Gale boots could be used indefinitely to perform the whirlwind skill for a running start. Fortunately, Jiang had mana affinity and a skill to repair durability, so he didn't have to worry about equipment wear and tear. With the assistance of the whirlwind boot skill, Jiang sprinted as fast as the wind, leaving Kirsten dozens of meters behind in an instant. Jiang gripped the blue steel sword at an angle, focusing on thrusting attacks, and charged into the grasslands, heading straight for the nearest pack of wolves. Over an hour later, dozens of whirlwind wolf corpses lay scattered across the ground. Kirsten followed behind Jiang, gleefully finishing off the remaining wolves. She reached level 10 without a single scare or mishap, breezing through the whirlwind wolf grasslands. That was so satisfying. Kirsten was hooked. Leveling up with you is way too fast. Under normal circumstances, for a new player like her in a support class, if she were to properly team up with classmates to level up, it would take at least 2 or 3 days to reach level 10 by clearing the 2 starter zones. But following Jiang, she had already reached level 10 in less than 2 hours. If the new player rankings were released right now, as a support class, she would likely be second on the list, also at level 10 right behind Jiang. Jiang said, "The final starter zone, Boar Forest, is a bit tricky. The magical boars there are mostly level 10 or higher. They're strong, fast, have high health, and are well defended. I'll try to clear Boar Forest before dark, then take you through it first thing tomorrow morning." Okay. Kirsten, still eager for more, pulled the magic meteor blade from her storage ring. "I'll lend you this blade. The whirlwind/skill it contains should be quite helpful." "Thanks." Jiang took the demon fall blade, then, sword in one hand and dagger in the other, strode confidently toward the teleportation point. "Wait, I'll give you a blessing," Kirsten said. Jiang thought Kirsten was offering a verbal blessing, but the next second, mana surged from Kirsten's body as she cast a spell on him. Kirsten explained, "This is the talent, blessing, I just unlocked after breaking through level 10. It grants you a 10% boost to all stats for 10 minutes and makes you immune to all negative effects. Listening to Kirsten's description of the skill, Jiang couldn't help but wonder, what if Kirsten had renamed this blessing skill to puffing up? What would the effect be then? Just then, Kirsten pulled a few vials of potions from her storage ring. I don't think you've brought any potions with you. Here, take these. I hope you can keep breaking records and really rub it in the faces of those who gloated and mocked you for awakening a useless class. As she spoke, she stuffed the potions directly into Jiang's shirt and pants pockets. The two in your shirt pockets are healing potions, and the ones in your pants pockets are stamina potions. Kirsten nagged at him like an overprotective mother. Ever since his parents were killed by monsters when he was 9 and he became an orphan, Jiang felt the warmth of someone's care and nagging. For a moment, he stood frozen in place. Alright, hurry up and go in. It wasn't until Kirsten gave him a nudge that Jiang snapped out of it. He mumbled a thank you and used the teleportation point to head straight to the final stage of the starter zone Boar Forest. Watching Jiang get teleported away, Kirsten, who had originally planned to follow him, paused to think. Suddenly, she pulled a level 9 long sword from her storage ring. Eager to give it a try, she muttered to herself, I'm level 10 now. The whirlwind wolves here are mostly levels 3 to 5. I should be able to slaughter them just as easily as Jiang did. A moment later. Mommy! I'm sorry. Please stop chasing me. Why, it hurts so bad. What kind of wolves are you, bullying a defenseless girl like me with all your numbers? We're both level 10. Why can Jiang chase you down and kill you, but I'm the one getting chased and killed by you? Hey, students over there, help me. With tears in her eyes, Kirsten cast the Holy Light skill to heal her left arm, which was covered in blood from the whirlwind wolf's claws, while running toward the nearest group of freshmen. When that group of 5 saw the dust-churning horde of whirlwind wolves chasing her from behind as if an army of thousands, they turned pale with fear and took off running. Holy shit! Did this chick desecrate the whirlwind wolves' ancestral graves or something? Why are so many of them chasing her? Damn it! Don't run this way. Fuck! She's way faster than us. She's gonna get us killed. Just as they thought they were about to be dragged down by Kirsten, the village chief, who had been monitoring the situation from the background, finally couldn't stand it anymore. A massive figure teleported behind Kirsten, and mana radiating an overwhelming pressure surged toward the whirlwind wolf horde like a raging tidal wave. In an instant, the whirlwind wolves who had been blinded by their blood feud regained their senses. Terrified out of their wits by the formidable presence before them, they scattered in all directions. Kirsten finally let out a sigh of relief. The village chief stared at her speechlessly and said, that kid named Jiang who was with you earlier killed so many of their kin. Now that Jiang is gone, you a support actually dared to go provoke them? Don't you want to live? Kirsten. So they only realized Jiang wasn't there and then swarmed over to hunt me down? That's way too much. We're both level 10. Why didn't you dare seek revenge on Jiang, but you dare come after me? The more Kirsten thought about it, the angrier she got. Does anyone get this? I've actually been looked down on by a pack of whirlwind wolves. Killed level 11 wild boar X1, plus 220 EXP. Killed level 14 wild boar X1, plus 280 EXP. Ding! You have leveled up. Name, Jiang. Race, Huaxia. Class, Tinker, Farmer. Level, 1350-1300. Health, 250. Mana, 2200. Spirit, 275. Attack, 248 plus 65. Defense, 214 plus 50. Speed, 232 plus 50. Magic resistance, 220. Talents, modify, resurrection, endurance, grafting. The 65 points of attack power added by the weapon come from the blue steel sword. The magic meteor dagger that Kirsten lent to Jiang only has 60 points of attack power. When using multiple weapons simultaneously, the attack power stacks only from the weapon with the highest attribute. Jiang let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, I've been in here for over an hour, and I've only leveled up 3 times. I need to pick up the pace now, or I won't break the record. For monsters from level 1 to 9, hunting experience is 10 times the monster S level. Therefore, killing a level 1 battering rabbit yields 10 experience points, while a level 5 whirlwind wolf yields 50 experience points. For monsters above level 10, hunting experience doubles a level 10 wild boar yields 200 experience points. Therefore, every 10 levels acts as a threshold, with hunting experience increasing exponentially. The boars in the boar forest are mostly level 10 or higher, so based on the experience required, he would need to kill at least 60 plus boars to reach level 20 and speedrun the boar forest. It took me over an hour to kill just 15 boars. At this rate, it'll take me 5 hours to speedrun the boar forest, and the current solo speedrun record is 4 hours and 51 minutes. Jiang quickly took a sip of the potion Kurson had given him to replenish his stamina and the fluids lost through sweating. He channeled mana into his feet to activate the wind boots, darting swiftly through the forest in search of more boars to hunt. Meanwhile, Boar Forest, Sao's nursery building, magic surveillance room. Watching the hunting scene projected in real time on the giant crystal ball, a scruffy bearded man in his 30s or 40s watched with admiration as Jiang disappeared from the current surveillance area and reappeared in another. This kid has plenty of combat experience and solid martial arts skills. Barring any surprises, he'll likely break the record again. Another man, pot-bellied, disagreed. He has only killed 15 boars in 63 minutes. I don't think he'll break the record this time. Don't forget that with every level he gains, his stats and strength will improve, and his mana and stamina will recover as he levels up. So his hunting speed will only get faster from here on out. But the two classes he has awakened offer no combat advantage whatsoever. Even if he has 2 pieces of gear that allow him to cast beast skills, they're low-level items that 1T make much of a difference in the battle. So I don't think he'll break the record this time. What if he hadn't awakened 2 classes, but 3? What do you mean? Let me give you an example. Suppose we don't know which classes he has awakened. Based on his performance clearing the 2 starter zones so far, wouldn't it make perfect sense to guess he has awakened a melee class? This time, the fat man didn't argue. His footwork and martial arts skills are indeed on par with new players who awaken melee classes, and from what we've seen so far, he is actually far superior to them. The bearded man nodded. So his situation is equivalent to having awakened 3 classes, except this melee class doesn't grant any talents. The heavy-set man mused. Now that you mention it, it reminds me of Hui Yuanwu. That guy also awakened a useless class, but he made up for the gap between classes through relentless physical and martial training. The bearded man stared at Jiang, who had started hunting wild boars again on the screen, and praised. He might be trying to follow Hui Yuanwu's path, and in my opinion, he has even more potential than Hui Yuanwu. At this point, the bearded man suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but grin. He is definitely going to challenge the top 100 newcomers ranking next. If he ends up trampling all those prodigies to take the championship, that'll be something. An F-rank awakener, at the very bottom of the class hierarchy, actually pinning a high and mighty S-rank awakener to the ground and rubbing him in the dirt. If he manages to do what even Hui Yuanwu couldn't, young people who awaken useless classes will look up to him in the future, abandon their worthless classes, and take up the traditional martial arts path that emphasizes physical training. The fat man shook his head. You're overthinking it. This year's freshman class has produced quite a few promising prospects. So far, 3 have already awakened S-class combat classes, one of whom is the previously unheard of explosive mage. Rumor has it his talent is explosion, allowing him to compress and detonate the omnipresent mana in the air. He is practically the strongest long-range class. On top of that, their SAS rank sword saint just like Chairman Shen, who's south unbeatable in close combat. So, when facing S-rank classes with skills that are absurdly powerful, what do you think his chances of winning are? The bearded man replied calmly. The data shows he has a natural full mana constitution with 100% mana affinity, meaning his physical magic resistance is far higher than that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, a natural full mana constitution makes one exceptionally sensitive to surrounding mana. Therefore, for any magical skills that have a wind-up animation or require charging to cast, he only needs to pay close attention to sense them. He'll surely be able to anticipate them in advance and dodge the attacks. So, in my opinion, this explosive mage, which you call the strongest ranged class, might not necessarily pose a threat to him. As for the Sword Saint class, which is said to be invincible in melee combat, that honor belongs solely to Chairman Chen. Any new player who has also awakened the Sword Saint class, as long as they lack sufficient combat experience and agile footwork, will be utterly crushed if they face Jiang. The fat man rolled his eyes. If you insist on putting it that way, I have no rebuttal. The bearded man's gaze was piercing. I've always been good at judging people. This kid's future level and achievements will definitely surpass Wei Yuan Wu's. Whirlwind Slash. Jiang held the Demon Fall blade in his right hand, channeling mana into it, activating the mana core within to unleash the Whirlwind Slash skill in conjunction with his sword technique. Unfortunately, since this was a level 5 beast crystal core, the skill's power was limited to level 5, so it couldn't inflict much damage on the thick-skinned, heavily armored wild boar. Of course, Jiang hadn't expected Whirlwind Slash to seriously wound the boar. He merely intended to use the skill to send twigs and leaves flying, obscuring the boar's vision. Dual wielding, Ascend. Jiang held a dagger in his right hand and a blue steel sword in his left, channeling Rorano Azaro's dual wielding style from One Piece. As the boar's vision was obscured and he charged past, Jiang swung his sword and dagger simultaneously, slashing upward to violently slit the boar's throat. Oh! The boar fell to the ground with an agonized scream, blood gushing from 2 wounds below its neck. Killed level 13 Wild Boar X1, plus 260 EXP. I need to be even faster. Jiang didn't pause. Fixing his gaze on the nearest wild boar, he moved with lightning speed, charging toward it. As his level gradually increased and his physical stats improved, Jiang's hunting speed grew ever faster. A little over 2 hours later, a broadcast suddenly rang out. Starter Zone: the solo speedrun record for Boar Forest has been broken. The previous solo speedrun record was 4 hours, 51 minutes, and 56 seconds. Jiang, a senior in Class 1 at Nanyang No. 1 High School, set a new solo speedrun record with a time of 4 hours, 3 minutes, and 52 seconds. In the Boar Forest Magic Surveillance Room of the Sow's Nursing and Breeding Building. The bearded man smiled with satisfaction. See? I told you he'd break the record again, and he almost shaved an hour off it. The fat man remained defiant. Even though he has broken 3 consecutive solo speedrun records in the starter zone, I still don't think he'll win the freshman top 100. I'll bet 10 gold coins. You in? You said it. If he wins, I'll give you 10 gold coins. If he doesn't, you give me 10. Fine, even if I lose, it's only about 10 days' wages. Battering Rabbit Farm. News of Jiang speedrunning through the Boar Forest and breaking the solo speedrun record echoed through all starter zones via the magic broadcast. At that moment, the vast majority of new students were still toiling away hunting battering rabbits to level up, only to be suddenly stunned by Jiang's achievement. Damn it, it's that Jiang again. Comparing ourselves to him is enough to drive us crazy. We haven't even cleared the first stage of the starter zone yet, and he has already speedrun all the starter zones and broken through level 20. Didn't they say he awakened an F-class profession? How come he is as powerful as if he awakened an S-class one? Among Jiang's classmates, some were envious, some jealous, and others resentful. If I'd known Jiang was this good, I would teamed up with him from the start and let him carry me. All that intense training before awakening really pays off. I need to take a cue from Jiang and force myself to work out and train hard from now on. Just showing off. A trash class will always be trashy, just going to get crushed by the high-tier classes next. Awakening Square. Kirsten was selling off level 1 to 9 gear at a bargain price after all. She was already level 10 and no longer needed them. Upon hearing the announcement that Jiang had speedrun the Boar Forest and broken the record, she felt genuinely happy for him from the bottom of her heart, though her face betrayed a look of envy. Compared to him, I feel like my awakened class is the real trash. Kirsten pouted. If I had a choice, I'd rather have a B-rank warrior class than this S-rank, Holy Angel, class. When she played Honor of Kings, she was either a mid-lane mage or a top-lane warrior, so she hardly ever played support in the game. In real life, she certainly didn't want to be anyone's support or healer. Just then, Jiang teleported back and appeared in the center of the awakening square. I'm not selling the last few items, I'm closing up shop. Kirsten waved her hand, and the remaining unsold low-level gear instantly vanished into her storage ring. She then sprinted toward Jiang. I knew you'd break the record again. Jiang hadn't expected her to be waiting for him in the square. He returned the Demon Fall blade and said, "Thanks to you for lending me this Demon Fall blade and for the potions you gave me. Otherwise, this record would have been pretty hard to break." Kirsten took the Demon Fall blade. She was sure Jiang had fully restored its durability, so she didn't bother checking the stats and simply stowed it back in her storage ring. It's getting late. I need to head home. When will you take me leveling tomorrow? How should I contact you then? Kirsten asked. Jiang replied, I'm heading home too. Let us add each other on WeChat once we leave the dungeon. Oh, okay. The two left the Nanrong dungeon station, added each other on WeChat outside, and went their separate ways. Jiang looked at his phone. It was already 4:39 p.m. His younger sister had sent him a WeChat message at noon, asking if he had awakened his class yet. At 2 p.m., she asked him what class he had awakened. Rush hour was about to start, and the buses would be jam-packed. Jiang headed straight to the nearby Nanrong Dungeon subway station and replied to his sister's message, "Good news and bad news, which do you want to hear first?" His sister immediately initiated a video call. Jiang tapped to answer, and the screen instantly filled with her cute, chubby face. I want the good news. Jiang smiled and said, The good news is that your big brother has awakened 2 classes. I'm a rare dual class awakener. His sister, Yao, was stunned but asked, So what's the bad news? Jiang sighed and said, The bad news is that I've awakened 2 F-rank classes. One is the Tinker class, and the other is the Farmer class. Hearing this, the younger sister quickly tried to comfort him. It's okay, bro, F-rank is fine. Besides, I didn't want you to awaken a powerful class anyway. I wouldn't want you risking your life every day hunting monsters. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Alright, I've got to catch the subway. Gotta go. Jiang ended the video call without telling his sister that he had already reached level 20 and had even smashed the speedrun records for all 3 starter zones, so as not to worry her unnecessarily. Once school starts, I'll be living in the dungeon. At best, I'll be able to come home once a week. At worst, it might be a month between visits. So before that happens, I need to make some money to set my sister up properly. Glancing at Kirsten, whom he just added as a friend on WeChat, Jiang smiled slightly. Now that I've hooked up with Kirsten, this rich chick, I won't have to worry about making money anymore. Jiang had made up his mind. Next, he leveled Kirsten up to 30, then rake in a cool $1 million from her. Hope Community. This was government-provided housing for disaster victims, and there were many such Hope communities in Nanrong City. 12 years ago, when the massive teleportation point at the Nanrong dungeon station appeared, hordes of monsters invaded one after another, destroying countless homes and leaving countless citizens bereaved. It took 5 years of arduous fighting to finally eliminate all the invading monsters and gain complete control over the Nanrong dungeon station. It was during this period that Jiang's parents were tragically killed by the monsters. At the time, Jiang was only 9 years old, and his younger sister was just 5. It was the 3rd year of the dungeon's invasion of Nanrong City. On the very first day of the invasion, their father had urgently sent Jiang and his sister to live with distant relatives. His father, a veteran, and his mother, a doctor, fought on the front lines in Nanrong City for 3 consecutive years before ultimately meeting their tragic ends at the claws of high-level monsters. As a result, Jiang has hated monsters since childhood. From a young age, he yearned to grow stronger, dreaming of one day entering the dungeon to slaughter every last monster. That is precisely why, before his rebirth, he had voluntarily revealed his game-breaking, modify, skill for the sake of a greater cause. In doing so, he had underestimated the selfishness of human nature and ended up as a guinea pig for powerful figures seeking their own gain. That is why he regretted it. He had changed the skill originally named Induction to Resurrection and then altered it again to Rebirth, hoping that one day, if he died, he could be reborn back to the past, preferably 9 years ago, when his parents were still alive. Unfortunately, while the skill did allow him to reincarnate, it only sent him back to the very day of his awakening. Jiang shook his head, refusing to dwell on it. In any case, this time around, he wouldn't reveal his modify skill for the sake of so-called greater good or for the sake of friendship with his classmates. He returned to his small two-bedroom apartment. The moment Jiang walked in, he could already smell the aroma of dinner. His younger sister, Yao, had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. It was originally meant to celebrate her brother's class awakening, but now it had turned into a way to comfort him. However, what surprised her was that her brother didn't seem sad or upset about having awakened two useless classes. In fact, he looked quite happy. Yao looked at her brother, who was in high spirits and had a hearty appetite, and said timidly, "Bro, don't bottle it up. Why don't you just cry a little? Otherwise, I'll be really worried." Jiang nearly choked on the food in his mouth. Speechless and exasperated, he snapped, "Cry my ass. I'm super happy today." Just then, his phone buzzed. Jiang glanced at it. It was a message from Kurson. "Jiang, I can't level up with you tomorrow. After my dad found out about my awakened class, he arranged for someone to take me straight to the wilderness to level up tomorrow." "Jiang. My rich sugar mama is gone. 1,000,000 gold is gone. Now I really want to cry. I'll honor what I promised you earlier. Take these 30,000 gold considerate payment for already guiding me through a speedrun of all the starter zones." Earlier, Jiang had taken an advance of 2 gold coins, so Kurson was making up the difference with this 30,000. Jiang didn't accept it and typed back, "Forget the 30,000. I already made a killing taking you through those 2 starter zones for 20,000, not to mention you gave me a few bottles of expensive healing potions." Kurson replied, "After all, I'm the one who stood you up, so just take the money. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty. I don't accept gifts for nothing. If I take these 30,000, I'll feel guilty too." "All right." Kurson typed, if I end up leveling up faster than you and take the top spot on the new player rankings, will you be mad at me? Will you hate me or think I won unfairly? I'll be happy for you, but that's not going to happen." Jiang remembered that the original number 1 on the freshman ranking list was a guy named Sun Chongbin, whose awakened class was the A-rank ammo expert. Before reaching level 20, Sun Chongbin was just an ordinary A-rank awakener. But after he broke through to level 20 and unlocked the infinite ammo talent, it was as if he deactivated a cheat code. As long as he had enough mana, he could keep casting infinite ammo, unleashing endless firepower with his magical guns and cannons to overwhelm his opponents. So he stocked up on mana potions. In just 1 month, relying on the cheat skill of infinite ammo, he went on a frenzied monster hunting spree and broke through to level 40. He was also the only freak on the freshman ranking list who had already reached level 40 before the semester even started. At that time, Jiang had voluntarily revealed his modify skill for the greater good, so he had steadily leveled up to only 28, barely making it onto the freshman ranking list. Kurson, on the other hand, ranked 3rd on the freshman list. Jiang recalled she was around level 37, while the second place player was level 38, just edging her out. Seeing how confident Jiang was, Kurson encouraged him, "Well then, you better do your best. I've got a bodyguard in the 50s leveling me up. If I really do end up surpassing you, you're not allowed to badmouth me. Yeah, I'm done talking to you. Time to eat." Jiang turned off his phone screen. "Oh well, if the rich girl is gone, she is gone. Anyway, I can still scavenge gear, then use the modify skill to turn junk into treasure and make a profit on the difference. Plus, I don't have to take Kurson leveling tomorrow. Out in the wild by myself, I won't have to hold back. I'll pull out all the stops and go all out hunting monsters. I'm sure I can dominate the newbie rankings." The starter zone was under mage surveillance, so Jiang used any class skills the entire time to hide his modify and resurrection skills. But out in the wild, with no surveillance and no one around, even without using modify to weaken the monster's stats, he could rely solely on resurrection to hunt recklessly, trading lives for lives, taking on higher level beasts, and leveling up non-stop. Seeing her brother looking a bit downcast and troubled just now, Yao thought to herself that he was indeed still feeling sad and depressed because he de-awakened 2 useless classes. "Brother, why don't we just not go to college? Yao lowered her head, silently poking at the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks, and whispered, I'm afraid that once you go to college, I won't be able to see you anymore. Jiang looked at his pensive younger sister and knew exactly what was on her mind. He said gently, don't worry. Even if I go to college, I'll come home often. Besides, you're growing up now, you need to learn to be strong and independent. I'm not grown up yet, I'm only 14. Yao's voice was filled with worry and unease as she choked out, if you don't come back, I'll be scared being home alone at night. Before his rebirth, Jiang had arranged for his sister to live in the dorm. Since they couldn't afford a magical communicator, the siblings could only see each other on weekends after school. During that time, his sister grew thinner by the week, unable to eat or sleep properly due to her constant worry. Thinking of this, Jiang asked, so, do you want to live in the dungeon with your big brother? Yao looked up, her eyes slightly red and her voice trembling with emotion. Can I? Jiang nodded. Once I pass the hunteress license exam, I can take you into the dungeon to live together. Hearing this, Yao shook her head vigorously like a rattle and said, then I don't want to go in. I'll just live in the dorm when school starts. The hunteress license exam requires a minimum of level 30, and hunters who join the association must unconditionally obey the association's orders whenever monsters invade or new teleportation points appear. They must rush to the front lines immediately to fight alongside the military to the death. Although she was reluctant to be apart from him, to spare her brother from taking such risks and to prevent him from meeting the same fate as their parents on the front line, she was willing to choose loneliness. Let us not talk about that for now. There is still some time before school starts. Just eat up and don't worry too much. After finishing their meal, Jiang took the initiative to clear the table. After thinking it over carefully, he sent Kursin a WeChat message, I have a favor to ask. If you have any spare storage rings, could you lend me one? I can put up my family's house as collateral, though it's just government-provided public housing, so it's not worth much. Soon, Kursin replied, then meet me at Awakening Square at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Thanks. Jiang hadn't expected Kursin to agree. They'd only known each other for a day, yet she was willing to lend him a storage ring worth at least several $100,000 or even several million, if it were a higher level one with more space. Kursin, you're welcome. I trust your character, which is why I'm willing to lend it to you. But you have to be careful, it's best not to reveal the existence of the storage ring in the wild, lest someone harbors ill intentions toward you. Jiang wasn't about to take advantage, thanks. I'll borrow it for 3 days at most, and I'll pay you back with interest. Meanwhile, Kursin went to ask her father for money. Dad, transfer me some money. I want to buy a level 20 storage ring. Yao's father scolded her, didn't you just buy a level 10 storage ring? I'll easily reach level 20 tomorrow, so I need to have a level 20 storage ring on hand. Yao's father replied, the storage space of a level 10 ring is already plenty for you. Besides, your brother and Uncle Lin will both have storage rings tomorrow. There is no need to waste money on another level 21. Just wait until you reach level 30, then buy a level 31. Kursin immediately tugged at her father's arm and pouted, no way, I want the level 21. Father Yao. Oh well, what can you do? His daughter's got potential, she's awakened such an awesome S-class support class. Fine, I'll buy it for you. Early the next morning. After breakfast, Jiang told his sister he was heading to the starter zone to train and level up, then left home. At 7:50 a.m., Jiang arrived at the Nanrong dungeon station, scanned the newcomer pass he'd picked up the day before, and teleported to the Awakening Plaza. He didn't have to wait long before Kursin showed up early too. Jiang! Kursin spotted him from a distance and immediately ran over excitedly, then secretly slipped the storage ring she'd been hiding in her hand into Jiang's pocket. Shoo! I borrowed this from you without my family knowing. Kursin whispered. Seeing this, Jiang had no choice but to pretend he hadn't noticed her slipping the storage ring into his pocket. Jiang looked at the two men following behind her. One was a burly, muscular man in his 40s or 50s wearing camouflage fatigues, the other was a handsome young man in his 20s who bore a slight resemblance to Kursin and was also dressed in camouflage. Standing several meters away, Jiang channeled his mana and used the magic I granted by Tinker to see through their true identities. What a grand display of power! One is level 68, the other level 52. And both are a ranked combat classes. No wonder Curson is so confident. With guardians of this caliber leading the way to grind monsters and level up, even a pig could easily reach levels 30 or 40 in a month. Curson asked, "Do you go out alone to grind monsters and level up? Don't you look for a party?" Jiang nodded. "I'm used to going it alone. Besides, I don't venture deep into the monster forest, I just hunt some low-level monsters on the outskirts." "Oh, I see." Curson then introduced him. "Bro, Uncle Lin, this is Jiang, the guy who helped me speedrun through 2 starter zones yesterday." Yao Junfeng nodded slightly. "What a pity. You've awakened such a rare dual class, yet neither class provides combat power or support." Lin Bo also felt it was a shame and said, "Kid, I'm pretty close with Hui Yuanwu. If you wanna follow his path, I can introduce you to him so you can apprentice under him and switch from a support class to a combat class." Hui Yuanwu isn't worthy. Jiang politely declined. "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't think my 2 professions are all that bad. Besides, everyone's insights and preferences in martial arts are different, so I'd like to figure out a unique path to leveling up that's all my own." Uncle Lin praised him. "Then I look forward to your future achievements surpassing Hui Yuanwu's." Just then, 8 o'clock struck. The massive magic crystal sphere floating above the square began displaying real-time updates of this year's freshman ranking list. Curson had arranged to meet Jiang at Awakening Square at 8 a.m. precisely because the freshman ranking list was set to be released at that time. This year, a total of 9.21 million candidates nationwide who had reached the age of 18 participated in the class Awakening. All 9.21 million candidates had been directed to the nearest dungeon entrance the previous day, where they completed the Awakening ceremony. During the Awakening process, the magical crystal balls recorded everyone's personal information and their awakened professions. These magical crystal balls were all crafted by President Luo of the National Hunter Association, and they contain the surveillance skills granted by his S-class profession, the Celestial Observer. From astronomy to geography, wherever his mana reaches, whether living or non-living, he can observe and monitor it in real time. The magical crystal orbs used in the Awakening ceremony contained his mana and stored the surveillance skills he had imbued within them. Consequently, every new recruit awakened by his mana would have a strand of his mana integrated into their bodies. It was precisely this strand of mana that allowed for real-time monitoring of the recruits' levels, transmitting the data to the giant crystal orbs suspended above the Awakening Plaza. The magical crystal orbs responsible for monitoring the starter zone and the area surrounding the guild were all the handiwork of Chairman Luo. These magical crystal orbs were distributed in a parent-child configuration. The smaller ones served as child orbs, responsible for observation and monitoring, then relaying the information to the massive parent orb. Before his rebirth, Jiang had met Chairman Luo several times. He still remembers their first meeting, when President Luo scrutinized him with a piercing gaze and asked in puzzlement, "Why is it that I can clearly see all the class information for everyone else, yet for you, I can only see your class and level, not your skill descriptions?" It was then that Jiang realized that wherever there was a magical crystal ball, it was effectively a manifestation of President Luo. Chairman Luo's greatest ambition in life was to oversee the entire world, creating countless clones to deploy in every corner of the dungeon. Of course, these clones were lifeless, merely surveillance devices powered by intelligent programs. Thus, Chairman Luo's presence was akin to weaving an internet across the dungeon, continuously monitoring specific areas and updating certain players' level information in real time. "Jiang, you're not in first place." Curson looked up at the massive crystal ball suspended above the square, which clearly displayed the top 100 on the new player ranking list. First place, Li Yufeng, level 22. Second place, Jiang, level 20. And trailing behind Jiang were a dozen or so other level 20 players who, like him, had already left the starter zone. Yao Junfeng, standing nearby, remarked, "This Li Yufeng has awakened the S-rank, Sword Saint, class, just like Chairman Chen of the Nanrong City Hunter Association." Jiang shrugged indifferently. He probably didn't sleep a wink to reach level 22. It won't be long before I overtake him. The surrounding freshmen were buzzing with discussion, then, spurred on by the level rankings, hurriedly teleported to the starter zone to grind monsters and level up. Curson was spurred on too. These people were so competitive she slept for just one night and the top player had already surpassed her by 12 levels. Plus, the guy currently ranked 100th was already level 16, meaning she, at only level 10, hadn't even made it onto the level rankings. I'm off. By the time I come back here, even if I'm not number 1, I'll definitely be in the top 3. Kirsten waved goodbye and followed Uncle Lin and her brother toward the teleportation point leading to the eastern part of the Forest of 100 Beasts. Jiang, meanwhile, shouldered his backpack, gripped his blue steel sword, and set off alone toward the teleportation point leading to the western part of Poison Dragon Valley. Going alone? The staff member guarding the teleportation point warned, Poison Dragon Valley is extremely dangerous. It's full of venomous creatures and all kinds of poisonous beasts. If you don't have teammates, it's best not to go in alone. Jiang replied, I've prepared some antidote pills. I'll just go into the outer area to gather some herbs and then come back. Upon hearing this, the staff member stopped trying to dissuade him. Jiang walked to the teleportation point, channeled his mana to activate the teleportation array, and was instantly transported to the teleportation tower located in the eastern part of Poison Dragon Valley. The teleportation tower was about 12 meters tall. The entire tower was forged from magic stones and hard metals. Jiang was teleported to the first floor hall. The second and third floors also had teleportation points, one connected to the central square of Dungeon University City, and the other to the Awakening Square of the National Hunter Association. Overall, this was a defensive tower with a level as high as 65. Even monsters in the 70s or 80s would find it difficult to destroy the tower in a short period of time. Seeing no one else inside the tower, Jiang walked toward the main gate. Please be sure to close the door when entering or exiting the teleportation tower. A conspicuous sign was affixed above the stone gate, which stood over 2 meters tall. Jiang reached out and grasped the 2 black door knockers on the stone gate. It is said that the doors of all teleportation towers are crafted from gravity stones, weighing a staggering 400,000 gene. The 2 black door knockers fused into the stone door are both level 20 equipment, each containing a level 20 mana core. Consequently, only awakened individuals who have reached level 20 can use the knockers to channel mana and cast the lifting with ease skill, thereby opening the door. This design was implemented specifically to prevent monsters from breaking in and using these artificial teleportation arrays to invade the guild square. In addition, a magic crystal sphere the size of a basketball floats both inside and outside every teleportation tower, monitoring movements within the tower and its surrounding area in real time. Should a high-level monster attack a teleportation tower, the guild responsible for monitoring that tower will immediately dispatch a high-level hunter to eliminate the threat. Precisely because President Luo's avatar monitors every man-made teleportation tower in the wild, those with ill intentions dare not scheme to rob others or get rich quick in the vicinity. Nor do those foreigners dare to casually destroy the teleportation towers our country has built throughout the dungeon. Pulling open the stone door, Jiang stepped out of the teleportation tower and casually closed it behind him. A valley forest shrouded in toxic mist and filled with a sinister aura came into view. Several kilometers away, the valley was flanked by 2 towering mountains with smooth, flat faces, overgrown with vines and weeds. According to a storyteller's legend, Poison Dragon Valley was once a massive mountain. A poisonous dragon, wreaking havoc on the world, was pursued here by the sword god, who slew it with a single stroke. The powerful sword energy then split the mountain in 2, and over time, Poison Dragon Valley was formed. Although this is a fictional backstory, many believe the truth is likely close to it. Especially since Poison Dragon Valley is home to vast quantities of a high-grade medicinal herb known as Dragoness Bloodgrass, which makes this fictional backstory seem all the more plausible. Once out of the teleportation tower's surveillance range, Jiang entered Poison Dragon Valley and took the storage ring Kirsten had lent him from his pocket, slipping it onto his finger. It's actually a level 20 storage ring. And she even stocked it with all kinds of potions for me. Jiang immediately realized something. She likes me. No wonder. With a guy as handsome and powerful as me, what girl could resist? Too bad she's got the wrong guy. Jiang remained completely unfazed, even going so far as to mutter under his breath, "Women only slow me down." Romance? Not even a dog would bother with that. Poison Dragon Valley, shrouded in toxic mist and teeming with venomous insects and poisonous beasts, had become a forbidden zone that deterred many awakened ones. Consequently, most of those who entered Poison Dragon Valley were merchants gathering dragon blood grass on the outskirts. Virtually no one ventured in specifically to hunt and level up. Precisely because relatively few people teleport into Poison Dragon Valley, the outskirts are teeming with low-level monsters below level 30, making it particularly suitable for rookie teams with detoxification skills to hunt and level up. The reason Jiang chose to enter Poison Dragon Valley to hunt and level up was that the farmer class unlocked a new talent, immunity to pests, after breaking through level 20. This skill not only works on plants and animals but also on himself, granting him immunity for a duration equal to the number of days since he reached his current level. In other words, casting immunity to pests on himself or on plants and animals is equivalent to applying 20 days worth of insect repellent, during which time no pests dare to approach. Last night before going to sleep, Jiang cast this skill on his sister and himself, so they wouldn't have to worry about mosquito bites while sleeping. Afterward, he used the modify skill to change immunity to pests into immunity to poison, so the skill's effect became 20 days of immunity to any toxins. Before his rebirth, Jiang's first thought was, wouldn't changing it to immunity to damage make him invincible? But after using modify, the skill became invincible for only 2 seconds, capable of blocking all damage. He considered that he could resurrect after dying, and upon resurrection, his stats would be fully restored. Moreover, the resurrection skill only consumed 100 mana, unlike immunity to X, which, as the third skill, required 300 mana regardless of what type of harm it was modified to resist. Therefore, given the poor cost-effectiveness, Jiang didn't bother modifying it into immunity to damage, which only provided 2 seconds of invincibility. However, as his level increases, he can still modify it later. After all, immunity to damage grants 2 seconds of invincibility at level 20 and 3 seconds at level 30. Thus, the higher his level, the more effective this skill's invincibility becomes for catching enemies off guard and striking when they least expect it. Late last night, while his sister was fast asleep, Jiang once again cast immunity to poison on her, granting it a 20-day duration, and then cast it on himself as well. So, with his body immune to insect bites and any toxins, he could ignore the poisonous mist of Poison Dragon Valley and the most dangerous venomous insects within, freely hunting and leveling up while digging for dragon blood grass in this vast, narrow valley. Of course, if he got lucky enough to encounter a low-level poison dragon or discover a poison dragon egg, he'd truly strike it rich overnight. After all, the poison dragons that reign over the Poison Dragon Valley can not only fly but also possess formidable combat power. Most importantly, poison dragons have a talent that allows them to spew massive amounts of venom as corrosive as sulfuric acid, making them the ultimate battle pet for murder, robbery, and covering 1's tracks in the wild. Since both poison dragon hatchlings and eggs are extremely rare, they are virtually priceless. Catching even a low-level venom dragon hatchling or stealing a single venom dragon egg could easily net you tens of millions. Immune to insect attacks, immune to poison with this double immunity, entering the Venom Dragon Valley, filled with miasma and toxic fog, is no different from coming home for me. Jiang, clad in his swift-winged boots, ventured deep into Poison Dragon Valley. All manner of bizarre flying insects and venomous creatures around him scattered in panic as if they'd seen a ghost. Sensing a powerful threat from several meters away, they fled in every direction, dare not to approach. Jiang channeled his mana into his eyes, activating his magic eyes to search for prey. Monster, 8-eyed magic spider. Level, 7. Monster, miasma toad. Level, 16. Target locked. Killing monsters 10 levels below his own yields no experience points, so Jiang would not let any monster exceeding that level slip away. This miasma toad was massive, with a length and width both exceeding 1 meter. A crimson, coiled tongue protruded from the right side of its massive, boil-covered mouth. Generally speaking, a monster's size is directly related to its level. The larger the creature, the higher its level. Sensing the hostility, the miasma toad hurriedly opened its massive jaws large enough to swallow a child whole and spat a stream of gray miasma at Jiang, emitting a pungent odor and containing nerve-paralyzing toxins. This was the miasma toad's unique ability. The fact that Poison Dragon Valley was suffused with oppressive miasma and toxic fog was largely due to the miasma toad. The next second, a long, crimson tongue shot through the miasma like a bullet, whipping around Jiang's body and yanking him toward it. Precision Coil, another talent of the miasma toad. Dissolve. Jiang immediately cast a skill to counterattack. The miasma toad's tongue, which had been tightly coiled around him, suddenly lost all strength as if struck by lightning and released its grip. After breaking through level 20, the Tinker class granted Jiang a talent called Disassemble, which allows him to dismantle any equipment item without damage. However, he had renamed this skill to Disintegrate, transforming this common artisan skill into a god-tier ability capable of dismantling anything specifically designed to counter support and control. Die. Before the miasma toad could even comprehend why its tongue had suddenly gone haywire and released the prey it had dragged to its mouth. The next second, the blue steel sword had already swept past right under its nose, slicing along the corner of its mouth and cleaving its body in half. Blood, intestines, internal organs, and undigested food instantly gushed out from its gouged open belly. Killed 16th level Miasma Toad X1, plus 320 EXP. No mana core dropped. The Miasma Toad had no meat value, and the rest of its body held no materials suitable for crafting equipment. After the kill, Jiang continued searching for his next prey. With the resurrection skill as a safety net allowing him to rise from the dead, Jiang feared nothing as he ventured deeper into Poison Dragon Valley to hunt monsters above level 20. Along the way, level 10-15 beasts served as his warm-up appetizers. If he got lucky and a mana core dropped, he could make 10,000 to 20,000 gold. If he used the Modify skill to enhance the basic abilities contained within the mana core, its value could increase significantly. As Jiang ventured deeper into Poison Dragon Valley, he continued hunting and gathering dragon blood grass. Half an hour later. Killed a level 23 8-eyed magic spider, plus 690 EXP. Every 10 levels marks a turning point for monsters, with hunting experience increasing exponentially. Thus, killing a level 10 monster yields double the EXP 200 points, while a level 20 monster yields triple the EXP 600 points. Ding! You have leveled up. Name, Jiang. Race, Huaxia. Class, Tinker, Farmer. Level, 21-120-2100. Health, 330. Mana, 3000. Spirit, 355. Attack, 328 plus 65. Defense, 294 plus 50. Speed, 312 plus 50. Magic resistance, 300. Talents, Modify, Resurrection, Endurance, Grafting, Disintegration, Poison Immunity. At similar levels, while orcs may lack the intelligence of humans, their physical attributes in every other aspect far surpass those of humans. To slay this level 23 8-eyed magic spider, Jiang pulled out all the stops. Although he ultimately succeeded, he paid the price with severe injuries. His level 10 leather armor simply wasn't enough. It couldn't withstand the spider's razor-sharp claws, which pierced his abdomen, causing blood to flow continuously. Now that he has leveled up, his stamina and mana have been restored, but his injuries won't heal just because he has gained a level. I'll save the healing potions for when others are around. Anyway, if I die, I can be resurrected, and after resurrection, all my injuries will be healed, and my body will return to peak condition. So as long as I have enough mana, I can keep resurrecting and restoring my condition. Jiang clutched the gushing wound in his abdomen and narrowed his eyes as he stared ahead. 8-eyed demon spiders typically live in pairs. The male is responsible for hunting and dragging live prey back for the female to eat, so in most cases, the female is of a higher level than the male. He watched as the female spider, standing 2 meters tall, a full third larger than the male, approached slowly, like the Grim Reaper. Jiang fixed his gaze on her, his demonic eyes scanning her level data. Level 30? This is going to be tough. Jiang unzipped his leather jacket, revealing a muscular, powerful chest, then silently drew a dagger and skillfully stabbed it straight into its heart. The enraged female magic spider froze on the spot. Why did this man suddenly kill himself? Just as the female magic spider, filled with confusion and rage, crawled up to Jiang and prepared to raise its sharp forelimbs to vent its fury by lashing out at the corpse, a powerful, indescribable mana mixed with a rich aura of life suddenly burst forth from Jiang's corpse. Resurrection. Resurrection. The heart, which had been declared dead and had ceased beating, suddenly erupted with a powerful life force, forcing the dagger deeply embedded within it out. His soul, which had been plunged into the depths of darkness, was forcibly summoned back. Leaning against the tree, Jiang suddenly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was a hideous and terrifying eight-eyed magic spider, towering over him and preparing to desecrate his corpse in a fit of rage. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Jiang was still startled by the sight of this terrifying, repulsive giant demon spider. The mother spider, too, was startled by his sudden resurrection. Instinctively, she raised her sharp forelegs covered in barbed, stinging hairs and lunged toward Jiang's face, attempting to crush his skull. Clang! Jiang hurriedly swung the blue steel sword he had clutched tightly before his death, slicing through the spider's front legs as they lunged at his face and embedding them into the thick log behind him. Immediately afterward, Jiang gripped the hilt with both hands and thrust the sword forcefully into the mother spider's right eye. SSSSH. The blue steel sword sank more than halfway in. The mother magic spider let out a hoarse, pained hiss. The stinging pain in its eye caused it to jerk its head violently, flinging Jiang away and pulling the sword free. Dark green blood gushed from its right eye, dripping onto the ground and emitting wispy blue smoke as it slowly corroded the thick layer of dead leaves piled on the ground. Mana surged within the mother spider's body. This meant it was about to cast a spell. Modify. Jiang's awakened, Tinker, class was extraordinary, granting him the ability to see through a magic eye that revealed the attribute panels of all things. In an instant, the magical skill the eight-eyed spider was about to cast, Spider Silk Arrow Rain, was altered by Jiang into Spider Silk Rain. Thus, the powerful Arrow Rain skill, potent enough to turn him into a hedgehog, suddenly transformed into a soft, feeble shower of spider silk. The mother spider was baffled. This was the only one of its 4 skills that dealt damage and area of effect damage at that. Under normal circumstances, the spider silk stored in its abdomen would have been violently sprayed out in a hail of arrows as the skill was cast, piercing the opponent until they howled in agony. But why wasn't it a hail of spider silk? Instead, it was a shower of individual, harmless droplets of spider silk. Feeling the droplets of spider silk spray toward him, Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. This female magic spider was level 30, while he was only level 21. The Modify skill has a 100% success rate when the target S level does not exceed his own. If the opponent's S level is higher than his, the success rate decreases by 10% for every level difference. Therefore, against the female magic spider who was 9 levels higher than him, the skill's success rate was only 10%. Thankfully, the first attempt succeeded. Otherwise, if he had been hit by that arrow rain skill, he would have been severely crippled, if not killed outright. The female magic spider could sense that the human before her had just cast a magic skill on it, but had never imagined that this magic skill could actually modify its own skill. Refusing to believe it, it once again cast the Spider Silk Arrow Rain skill unlocked upon breaking through level 30 at Jiang. However, what spewed out was still a rain of fine, scattered spider silk. Not a single arrow-shaped strand was to be seen. Modify. Jiang didn't rush to counterattack. Instead, he cast the Modify skill on the mother magic spider once more. This was because the eight-eyed magic spider possessed another particularly troublesome skill, Web Spray. Although he could use the Disintegrate skill to destroy the web and break free from its hold, the split second his movement was restricted. Given the mother spider's speed, he would likely be impaled through the heart by her sharp legs the moment Disintegrate was cast. Web Spray, Modify, Spider Blood Spray. Modify failed. While the female magic spider was still puzzled, Jiang cast the Modify skill 3 times in a row and finally succeeded. Now Jiang could breathe a sigh of relief. Without the wide area, high damage Spider Silk Arrow Rain skill or the control skill Web Spray, the female magic spider was left with only the crafting class skills of spitting silk and weaving webs. However, it was, after all, a level 30 monster, with stats superior to Jiang's in every aspect. It was even larger than him. Therefore, Jiang still couldn't afford to underestimate it. Watching the human who had blinded one of its eyes, who didn't flee after being flung away but instead dared to fight back, the mother spider's rage was completely ignited. The Spider Silk Arrow Rain skill had failed. Rather than wasting more mana on further attempts, she cast another magical skill at Jiang as he charged back. Spider web spray. Put. The mother spider suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then froze in place once more. What the hell? Where is that massive web I used to catch prey? Why didn't the web come out? Instead, I suddenly spat up a mouthful of blood? Jiang channeled his mana, activating the mana core skill within his wind boots to dodge the dark green spider blood laced with poison and highly corrosive that the mother spider had suddenly spewed out. Cut it off. With a whoosh, Jiang charged toward the mother spider and swung his blue steel sword at one of its legs, which was braced against the ground to its right. Rip! The leg, as thick as a thigh, snapped clean off in an instant. The intense agony caused the mother spider to let out another hoarse, guttural roar. The mother demon spider was exceptionally agile, its slender forelimbs equivalent to human arms lashed out furiously at Jiang. Clang! Jiang blocked the attack with his blue steel sword. The terrifying brute force sent a stinging pain through his knuckles, and he staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. If I sever another leg on the right, it won't be able to escape. Jiang pressed his advantage. The mother spider instinctively cast the web spray skill again, but Jiang redirected it into a spider blood spray, causing a sudden gush of old, toxic blood to spurt out. This further weakened its already injured and bleeding body. Whoosh! Jiang's feet moved like the wind as he sprinted past the female magic spider and severed another leg. Now the female magic spider was completely crippled. Even if it wanted to flee, it couldn't escape Jiang, who still had both legs intact. After a grueling battle lasting over 10 minutes, Jiang finally succeeded in slaying it. Killed level 38 Demon Spider X1, plus 1200 EXP. Jiang was panting heavily. Killing monsters several levels above him was no easy feat, especially since this 8-eyed demon spider was a full 9 levels higher than him. But the experience was well worth it. Just one more and he'd be able to level up again. Just then, Jiang sensed a surge of mana rapidly gathering within the 8-eyed demon spider's corpse. Soon, a jade green mana core, about the size of a thumb, coalesced and dropped to the ground. I didn't expect it to drop a mana core. A level 30 mana core is worth at least 100 or 200,000 on the market. If it contains a powerful talent, the price would be even higher. Jiang took a look. Item, 8-eyed demon spider mana core. Level, 30. Talent, web spray. Jiang was very pleased, not bad. This talent is better than Spider Silk Arrow Rain. After all, a level 30 Spider Silk Arrow Rain can only bully lower level opponents, but a level 30 web spray, once it hits an opponent even one as high as level 40, will be nearly impossible to break free from without a disengagement skill. It's just a shame I'm only level 21 and can't use level 30 gear, so I can't unleash the skill contained within this mana core. Otherwise, hunting monsters above my level would be so much easier. Level 20-30 monsters are already quite common in this area. With my current strength, taking on a monster above level 25 would cost me at least one life. If I venture deeper and encounter level 30-40 monsters, I'd probably need 10 lives just to survive. Jiang retrieved a bottle of energy potion from his storage ring to replenish his stamina. While searching for dragon blood grass in this area, he also scouted for groups of monsters to hunt. He ignored the clusters of 8-eyed magic spiders, generally only a few levels high, scattered on the ground or in the trees nearby. They were likely the offspring of that female spider. Since the carcasses of 8-eyed magic spiders had no edible value, and aside from their silk, none of their body parts were suitable as equipment materials, he did not use his storage ring to retrieve the bodies of these two spiders. This was the main drawback of Poison Dragon Valley. It was filled with poisonous beasts that were inedible, unlike the beasts in the 100 Beasts Forest or other wilderness areas, where the vast majority of carcasses could be taken back to sell for profit. Precisely because of this, very few newcomers ventured into Poison Dragon Valley to hunt and level up, let alone venture deep into it alone. Half an hour later, Jiang raided a nest of miasma toad demons, killing all the ones above level 11. The highest level miasma toad demon had just broken through to level 20. Jiang spared the smaller ones but wiped out the entire brood of larger ones, successfully breaking through to level 22. Meanwhile, On the Awakening Plaza of every dungeon server in the country, the new player level rankings were updated. First place, Jiang, level 22. Second place, Li Yufeng, level 22. Upon discovering that Jiang had taken the top spot, the Awakening Plaza instantly erupted with activity. Holy shit! Jiang was still level 20 an hour ago. How did he manage to level up twice in the blink of an eye? Li Yufeng stayed up all night grinding like crazy just to finally overtake him and claim the top spot on the newcomer level ranking, only for Jiang to show up this morning and reclaim the lead in just over an hour. I suspect he must have had someone carrying him. Otherwise, how could an F rank awakened with a standard class possibly level up faster than Li Yufeng, an S rank, Sword Saint? When you're questioning him, did you forget that yesterday he broke 3 solo speedrun records in the starter zone in a row? And no other new player has broken his records yet. Li Yufeng only went out into the wild to grind monsters all night and level up because he couldn't break the records Jiang set yesterday. No matter how hard he tried, that's how he managed to edge him out. On the right side of the square, at the Poison Dragon Valley teleportation point. The staff member in charge of guarding this teleportation point had a strong impression of the name Jiang, because Jiang was a rare dual-class awakener who had stolen the show yesterday by speed clearing the starter zone repeatedly and setting new records. Earlier, when Jiang was heading to Poison Dragon Valley alone, the staff member had kindly tried to dissuade him, suggesting that Jiang find a party before entering. At the time, Jiang had explained he was planning to research antidotes and only intended to gather some herbs in the outer areas, so the staff member didn't press the matter further. But now, after just over an hour in Poison Dragon Valley, Jiang had actually leveled up twice? Could it be that he got lucky, stumbling upon a high-level monster in a mutual destruction battle, then finished it off to scoop up the loot and rake in a massive chunk of experience? That must be it. Otherwise, going solo without any combat skills from his dual classes or any crowd control abilities, it would be impossible for him to hunt down monsters of the same level in the wild and level up so easily. After all, monsters in the wild have survived countless battles. They aren't as easy to hunt as the artificially bred monsters in the starter zone. That's why, even though Jiang had set 3 speedrun records by clearing the starter zone multiple times yesterday, many people still didn't think he stood a chance. Until 1 p.m. After Jiang reached level 26, the staff guarding the Poison Dragon Valley teleportation point, who knew he'd entered alone, could no longer keep their composure. He didn't go in to gather herbs, he went in specifically to hunt and level up. The toxic mists and poisonous fog in Poison Dragon Valley alone are enough to deter countless awakened ones. Even the Association's elite hunters are reluctant to venture deep inside. I never imagined he'd dare go in alone to hunt and level up with nothing but an antidote pill, and in just one morning, he has already leveled up 6 times. Based on a level 20 monster, killing one yields 600 experience points. So to go from level 20 to level 26, he must have killed at least 22 level 20 monsters. If there wasn't a powerful figure guiding him through the leveling process, then it means we've all underestimated his strength. Among F-rank awakened ones, the only one who has ever leveled up this fast was Hui Yuanwu, who trained in martial arts from a young age. If he is leveling up without a mentor, he is on track to become the next Hui Yuanwu. Meanwhile, Kursan's leveling speed was also astonishingly fast, skyrocketing straight from level 10. First place, Jiang, level 26. Second place, Li Yufeng, level 23. Third place, Kursan, level 21. Under the guidance of 2 high-level guardians, Kursan's leveling speed was like a rocket. As a freshman with such a strong background in guardians guiding her leveling, she didn't even need to enter the starter zone for training. Jiang's classmates, seeing him dominate the freshman rankings while Kursan, a support character, was leveling up like crazy to claim 3rd place, immediately suspected they'd been teaming up in the wild to grind. Who said Jiang was useless? This guy is seriously on fire. If I'd known Jiang would be this strong even with 2 useless classes after his awakening, I would beg to team up with him. Yang has really made a fool of himself this time. As soon as he saw Jiang had awakened 2 useless classes, he couldn't resist going to show off and rub it in his face. The result? Jiang is already level 26, while Yang hasn't even hit level 10 yet. He hasn't even made it out of the 2nd stage of the starter zone. Poison Dragon Valley. Covered in blood, his clothes corroded and torn to shreds, Jiang had barely managed to slice open the belly of the magical vine serpent and crawled out of its belly with great difficulty. This dark green, over 100-meter long magical vine serpent was a level 35 monster. Under normal hunting conditions, Jiang had absolutely no chance of killing it. So, he simply let it devour him, then used the resurrection skill to kill it from the inside. Level 10 gear just isn't enough. The blue steel sword can't be modified into a holy sword, and among the magical attributes that can be modified and enhanced, there are too few options for the blue steel sword or steel sword, resulting in stats so low that it was hard to even pierce the snake's skin. Fortunately, I had the durability skill to slowly wear it down, otherwise, the blue steel sword's durability would have been completely eroded by stomach acid. Jiang forced himself to ignore the sickening, slimy stench clinging to his body and glanced at his stats panel, which had just leveled up to 26. To kill this magical vine python from the inside, I never expected it would cost me 15 lives. During the fight, to prevent the blue steel sword from being corroded, I had to constantly use mana to restore its durability, leaving me with only one bottle of mana potion left in my storage ring. Using the resurrection skill to revive him would heal his injuries and restore his physical condition to full, but the mana consumed would not be replenished by the resurrection. For this, Jiang couldn't help but feel grateful to Kirsten. Thank goodness the storage ring she lent me contained 10 bottles of magical potions that restore 1000 mana upon consumption. Otherwise, I would have been forced to modify the resurrection skill at the last moment and reincarnate back into the past again. Jiang stripped off his clothes, which had been corroded into a tattered mess by the vine serpent's stomach acid, and walked straight toward the lake ahead. The lake was vast, its water so clear it had a greenish tint, giving the impression that the entire body of water was laced with poison. Clearly, this was the territory of the magical beast, the vine serpent. It was likely the highest level magical beast in the vicinity, so Jiang didn't have to worry about any stronger beasts emerging from the lake. After quickly washing himself, Jiang retrieved his backpack from his storage ring and pulled out a set of ordinary clothes to change into. The durability of his gale boots had been eroded to just 9%. After cleaning them, Jiang cast the durability skill on them. After slaying the magic vine python, he had leveled up to level 26. Although his mana had fully replenished after the level up, he decided to play it safe just in case he encountered powerful monsters later on and used only 200 mana to cast a skill, increasing the Windrunner boot's durability from 9% to 35%. As for the set of second-hand level 10 armor, it had been corroded to the point of being riddled with holes, with only 4% durability remaining. Jiang simply discarded it. There was no need to waste mana on repairs. This was quite a bountiful haul. I dug up plenty of dragonblood grass and even looted a level 30 mana core. Jiang looked at the massive vine python's corpse and exclaimed excitedly, "A level 35 magical beast vine python. If I strip all these scales off, they'll fetch a pretty penny. Too bad my level 20 storage ring has limited space. I can't fit the carcass of this vine python, which is over 100 meters long. Otherwise, even though the snake meat is poisonous, it would still fetch a good price, and the bones could be sold to those who VE awakened as necromancers or corpse summoners." Jiang had no choice but to make a trade-off and select the most valuable scales. Modify. Jiang cast the Modify skill, reverting the Disintegrate skill back to its original form, Dismantle. The Dismantle skill cannot be used on living creatures. It is only meant for dismantling equipment and items. However, it can be used on the corpses of dead creatures. Before his rebirth, Jiang had frequently used this skill to dismember creatures, so he reverted the skill via Modify, preparing to dismember and dismantle the corpse of the magical vine serpent. He placed both hands on the corpse of the magical vine serpent. Mana began to spread, quickly covering the scales on the serpent's body, and then he cast the Dismantle skill on all the scales on its surface. For targets of the same level or lower, the disassembly success rate is 100%. If the target is higher in level, the success rate decreases by 10% for every level above the user's. Jiang was blessed with incredible luck. He succeeded on the very first try, despite the 10% chance. In an instant, all the scales on the magic vine python's body were stripped away, scattering across the ground. Jiang happily picked them up, nearly filling his storage ring to capacity. "Alright, I'll head back first to sell these supplies for cash. Then I'll buy a new set of gear and stock up on a few dozen mana potions before coming back to grind for levels. This isn't a place to linger. Jiang quickly channeled his mana, activated the Whirlwind Wolf skill from his wind boots, and dashed out of Poison Dragon Valley at top speed. A moment later, just as he was about to exit the Poison Dragon Valley, Jiang slowed his pace, scanned his surroundings to make sure no one was nearby, then retrieved the backpack stuffed with dragon bloodgrass from his storage ring. At the same time, he removed the storage ring from his finger and slipped it into his pocket. He was still quite weak, so it was best not to expose a rare and expensive item like a storage ring. Otherwise, if he caught the attention of bandits in the wild, he wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, he had borrowed it from Kirsten. If someone stole it, he wouldn't be able to repay her and would have no choice but to sell himself into servitude to settle the debt. Back at the teleportation tower, Jiang looked up at the magic crystal orb floating steadily overhead. He wondered how many surveillance clones Chairman Luo had deployed at this very moment. Open the door. Close the door. Jiang stepped onto the teleportation platform and headed straight for the third floor. The first floor teleportation point leads back to the Awakening Square at the Nanyang Dungeon Station. The second floor teleportation point leads back to the central square of the Dungeon University City. The third floor teleportation point leads back to the Awakening Square at the National Hunter Association headquarters. That was the first otherworldly city ever built by humans within the dungeon. Since this otherworldly city was constructed as a strategic base from which humans, acting as hunters, sounded the clarion call for a counteroffensive against the otherworld, it was later named Hunter-S City after expanding into a full-fledged metropolis. In addition to the National Hunter Association headquarters, Hunter City is also famous for its three major guilds, which function similarly to the Hunter Association but are controlled by capital. Furthermore, major merchant guilds have also established themselves in Hunter City, making it the best place to trade all kinds of goods. Although the Hunter Association accepts all kinds of goods, their prices are relatively low. Therefore, if Jiang wants to make more money, he has no choice but to sell them to the merchant guilds. For example, a merchant guild specializing in medicinal herbs and plants would naturally offer a much higher purchase price for dragon blood grass than the association. Similarly, a guild specializing in equipment materials would pay a higher price for vine python scales. Of course, this also comes with greater risk. After all, these merchant guilds are private, non-governmental organizations. Unlike the association, they aren't under Chairman Luo's surveillance network. So, the moment a transaction is completed, you might find yourself targeted only to be ambushed and robbed while walking away, ending up with nothing. That's why many people would rather accept the Hunter Association's low buyback price than take the risk of selling to a merchant guild. But Jiang was broke, so she had no choice but to take the risk. Stepping out of the teleportation array, Jiang headed toward the commercial district of Hunter City. As luck would have it, Kirsten and her brother had also left the Hundred Beasts Forest and teleported to Awakening Square at the National Hunter Association headquarters. Jiang! Kirsten spotted Jiang, who had just teleported in and was about to leave Awakening Square. She ran over happily, a smug look on her face. I'm level 22 now, what about you? Jiang pointed at the massive crystal sphere above Awakening Square. It displayed the real-time rankings of this year as freshmen. Kirsten looked up. First place, Jiang, level 26. Second place, Li Yufeng, level 23. Third place, Kirsten, level 22. Seeing this, Kirsten was stunned. How did you level up so fast? Spill the beans, did a wild king help you level up too? A wild king? You think this is a game of honor of kings or something? Jiang covered up the truth. I'm an orphan, I can't afford to hire a wild king. But I got really lucky. I stumbled upon two eight-eyed magic spiders locked in a fierce battle with a magic vine python. While they were both battered and weakened, I snuck in and finished off a level 38-eyed magic spider. Then I fought tooth and nail to wear down and kill that level 35, severely injured magic vine python, raking in a massive chunk of experience. Kirsten was dumbfounded. You actually managed to kill a level 35 monster? Thinking back to when she was only level 10 and couldn't even break through the skin of a barely alive level 18 monster, she suddenly felt like a useless failure. In contrast, Jiang had actually managed to break through the defenses and kill a level 35 monster. Unlike this useless loser. With Uncle Lin and my brother's help, I still had to struggle for ages just to break through the defenses of monsters only a few levels higher than me, let alone finish them off. Not to mention beasts that were over a dozen levels higher than me, with defenses several times stronger than my attack power. Just then, Kursen's older brother, Yao Junfeng, looked at Jiang in astonishment and asked, "Eight-eyed demon spider? Demon vine python? You didn't happen to wander into Poison Dragon Valley, did you?" The eight-eyed demon spider and the demon vine python are found in other forests as well, but they are relatively rare, let alone fighting each other. That's why Yao Junfeng asked Jiang if he had entered the Poison Dragon Valley. After all, the eight-eyed demon spider and the demon vine python are quite common in the Poison Dragon Valley, and it's also common for them to fight each other. Jiang chose not to hide the truth, mainly because it would be impossible to conceal the fact that he entered the Poison Dragon Valley, especially since he dug up quite a bit of dragon blood grass and had a large quantity of vine python scales in his storage ring. So he nodded and replied, "Since most people in the 100 Beasts Forest either level up in groups or have strong players lead them, it's hard for a solo player like me to find monsters above level 20 there. And almost no new players dare to enter Poison Dragon Valley. After my farmer class broke through level 20, I happened to unlock the immunity to insect pests skill. So, since poisonous insects won't dare to approach me, I just need to prepare enough antidote pills, and I can treat Poison Dragon Valley like an ordinary forest for hunting." Upon hearing this, Yao Junfeng exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute. I know about the immunity to insects skill for the farmer class, but isn't that supposed to only work on plants? How come it works on you too?" Jiang had already prepared an excuse. "Maybe it's because I was born with full mana. So the farmer class I awakened is a bit more advanced than the standard one. That's why this immunity to insects skill works not only on plants but also on animals." Yao Junfeng thought for a moment and said, "It probably has nothing to do with being born with full mana. This is most likely a variant of the skill, which is why it's more powerful than others. Such cases aren't exactly rare, though this is the first time I've heard of a variant of the farmer class S skill." He quickly asked, "Does the duration of this skill also depend on your level?" Jiang nodded. "Yes. I'm currently level 26, so casting the skill grants 26 days of immunity to pests. However, it's a single target spell. If I use it on crops, it feels pretty useless. It can't be cast on a group." Yao Junfeng couldn't wait, "Cast the skill on me so I can see it." Jiang hadn't modified the skill back yet, it was still immunity to poison, so he said, "Hold on, I'm low on mana right now. Let me recover some, and then I can cast this skill on you guys to make you immune to insect damage too." As it turned out, Yao Junfeng pulled a bottle of high-grade mana restoration potion straight from his storage ring and handed it to Jiang. What a big spender! This high-grade potion restores 5,000 mana points and my current full mana pool is only 3,500. Jiang took the potion and stuffed it into his pocket, saying, "A high-grade potion is such a waste. I'll just wait another 2 minutes, my mana will be fully restored by then, and I'll be able to cast the skill." Seeing this, Kursen pulled a mid-grade potion from her storage ring and explained, "My brother is level 52, so he only carries high-grade potions." Jiang scored another free intermediate potion. But his mana was still plenty full right now, so he couldn't just chug such an expensive recovery potion like it was soda. "Then wait for me a sec, I'm gonna take a leak." With that, Jiang quickly made a run for it. A flash of sharpness suddenly crossed Yao Junfeng's eyes as he narrowed them and said, "Why do I get the feeling he's just making up an excuse to swindle us out of a recovery potion?" Kursen, however, didn't suspect a thing. Instead, she spoke up for Jiang, "I don't think he's that kind of person. Besides, if his skill can grant us immunity to insect pests for 26 days, forget about one high-grade or intermediate potion. Even giving him 100 bottles would be worth it." That's true. Yao Junfeng didn't argue. A high-grade potion that restores 5,000 mana points sells for just over 10,000 on the market. And a mid-grade potion that restores 1,000 mana points sells for only 1,000 or 2. So for rich kids like them, this was pocket change, especially since their family's main business was potions. That's exactly why Kirsten was so generous. When she lent Jiang her storage ring, she even stocked it with 10 bottles of each type of intermediate potion, just in case something happened to Jiang out in the wild. She didn't want to lose both her husband and her ring. In the restroom, Jiang really did have to pee. While relieving himself, he cast the Modify skill, changing immunity to poison back to immunity to insects. As for the healing potions given to him by the Yao siblings, he had to save them for a rainy day. After all, they were quite expensive for a poor orphan. Leaving the restroom, he found Kirsten and her brother still waiting for him in the square outside. Alright, I'll cast the immunity to insects skill on you two right now. Jiang cast it on Yao Junfeng first, then on Kirsten. Yao Junfeng didn't feel a thing and asked, "Does this skill have a level requirement? Why don't I feel anything at all? Could it be that my level is higher than yours, so the skill can't be cast on me?" Jiang replied, "There is no level requirement. I don't feel anything when I cast it on myself either, but when we enter Poison Dragon Valley, those poisonous insects stay far away from me as soon as they see me. That proves the effect is still quite powerful." Yao Junfeng thought for a moment, then said to his sister, "Uncle Lin suddenly has something urgent to attend to. The 100 Beasts forest is crowded and full of prying eyes. This afternoon, I'll take you into Poison Dragon Valley for a look around. If the poisonous insects there stay away from us, then hunting and leveling up in Poison Dragon Valley will definitely be much more efficient than in the 100 Beasts forest. Plus, your Holy Light skill heals while also purifying debuffs. Theoretically, being poison counts as a debuff, so we won't have to worry about Poison Dragon Valley at all." Kirsten suggested, "Jiang, why don't you join our party and head into Poison Dragon Valley with us?" Jiang politely declined. "Besides hunting to level up, I also need to dig up Dragon's bloodgrass to sell for money. I don't want to hold your brother back from taking you to grind monsters and level up." Alright, Kirsten sounded a bit disappointed. Jiang took the opportunity to probe these two rich kids' backgrounds. "By the way, this is my first time in Hunter's City. I heard some merchant guilds pay much higher prices for supplies than the association. Do you know any merchant guilds? I've dug up quite a bit of Dragon's bloodgrass and collected a lot of scales from level 35 magic vipers, and I want to sell them to a merchant guild to make some money." Kirsten immediately replied, "My family buys Dragon's bloodgrass. How much did you dig up? I'll have my brother buy it directly from you." I knew it. Although Jiang had guessed as much, he still feigned surprise and asked curiously, "Does your family run a guild? Or do you have business ties with one?" Kirsten answered, "My dad is the guild master of the Hercules Guild. The Hercules Guild, one of the 10 great guilds and the largest potion dealer in the dungeon. No wonder she drinks Hercules energy potions, which cost 500 yuan a bottle. No wonder she is such a spendthrift, buying 2 sets of gear for every level from 1 to 10. No wonder she offered 1 million yuan outright to hire me to level her up to 30. No wonder she is so generous, lending me her storage ring and stuffing it full of all kinds of recovery potions. So it seems I've misunderstood. She lent me her storage ring and stuffed it with recovery potions not because she likes me, but because she is afraid I'll die and won't be able to return it to her?" As the largest potion dealer in dungeon, the Hercules Guild single-handedly drove down the prices of all kinds of recovery potions, earning the deep hatred of many awakened alchemists. However, the vast majority of awakened individuals stand with the Hercules Guild, supporting and advocating for them to continue driving down potion prices so that ordinary people can enjoy the convenience of magical potions. If it weren't for the Hercules Guild's relentless price cutting, the prices of various restorative potions on the market today would be at least 10 times higher, far beyond what ordinary people could afford. Intermediate potions that restore 1,000 mana points, spurred by the Hercules Guild's mass production, now sell for just 1,000 or 2 per bottle. 3 years ago, however, intermediate mana potions cost over 10,000 per bottle. Not to mention healing potions, which face even greater market demand and command even higher prices. Dragon's bloodgrass is the primary ingredient used to produce high-grade healing potions. While this herb can occasionally be found in the forests of other dungeons, neither the quantity nor the quality in terms of age and maturity can compare to the Dragon's bloodgrass found in Poison Dragon Valley. If it weren't for the fact that Poison Dragon Valley is filled with miasma and shrouded in toxic mist, making it easy to lose one's way or die from poisoning deep within even the lowest grade, 1-year-old Dragoness Bloodgrass would have been picked clean. Precisely because Poison Dragon Valley is so perilous for the vast majority of people, an ordinary person taking an antidote to go in and dig for Dragoness Bloodgrass might not even recoup the cost of the antidote. They would also have to face threats from all manner of venomous insects and magical beasts, so teams that made their living harvesting herbs would typically venture no further than the outer reaches to dig up some younger Dragoness Bloodgrass. This meant that the Dragoness Bloodgrass found deep within Poison Dragon Valley was of a much higher age and quality, and consequently, of greater value. Jiang had originally planned to visit a herbal shop under the Hercules Guild to inquire about market prices, but he never expected Kirsten to be the daughter of the Hercules Guild's head. He asked, "I wonder what your family's purchase price is for Dragoness Bloodgrass." Kirsten wasn't too sure, but her brother, Yao Junfeng, who frequently escorted merchant caravans and was involved in managing the family business, said, "Dragoness Bloodgrass is purchased by the plant. For intact specimens with undamaged root systems, the base price is 500 yuan per plant, and the purchase price increases by 200 yuan for each additional year of age." Jiang asked, "The purchase price for plants over 10 years old must be even higher, right?" Yao Junfeng replied, "For plants over 10 years old, the base price is 2,500 yuan per plant, and the purchase price increases by 1,000 yuan for every additional year. For plants over 50 years old, the base price rises to 50,000 yuan per plant, and the purchase price increases by 5,000 yuan for every additional year. If you're lucky enough to find a century-old Dragoness Bloodgrass, the base price is as high as 350,000 yuan per plant, and the purchase price increases by 10,000 yuan for every additional year." On that note, Yao Junfeng extended an invitation. "With your awakened farmer class, you must have a accelerate growth skill that speeds up plant growth. If you ever want a stable job in the future, you can join the Hercules Guild. The benefits we offer to farmers are absolutely the most generous of any guild." Jiang had no interest in farming, much less working for someone else, so he politely declined. "Back when the dungeon invaded Nanrong City, my parents fought on the front lines and ultimately met a tragic end at the hands of monsters. From that moment on, I vowed to grow stronger and one day exterminate every last monster. So even if the class I've awakened offers no combat boost, I won't stop hunting monsters or leveling up to become stronger." Yao Junfeng looked at Jiang with surprise, his gaze tinged with admiration. No wonder he was able to speedrun the starter zone and continuously break solo speedrun records even after awakening 2 useless classes. It seems he has put in a lot of hard work training. Yao Junfeng admired this kind of tough guy. As they walked, he said, "The Hercules Guild headquarters is right across from the National Hunter Association. I'll give you a Hercules Guild VIP card later. From now on, no matter what herbs you have, we'll buy them back at the highest price." "Thanks." Jiang took the opportunity to sell the scales from the monster vine python to Yao Junfeng as well, asking, "Does your guild buy monster vine python scales?" Yao Junfeng replied, "Although the Hercules Guild primarily operates in the medical field, we also collaborate with guilds in the equipment sector, so we often help them buy back equipment materials as well." Jiang immediately pulled the storage ring from his pocket and handed it directly to Yao Junfeng. "Then I'll sell these supplies to the Hercules Guild." "Wait a minute, this storage ring?" Yao Junfeng quickly glanced at his younger sister, who was suddenly playing dumb, pouting, and whistling beside him. No wonder his sister suddenly wanted to buy a level 20 storage ring last night. Seeing that Yao Junfeng had recognized the storage ring, Jiang felt embarrassed and could only explain, "I didn't have the money to buy a storage ring. I borrowed this one from Kirsten by mortgaging our family home. Oh, and I also got a level 30 mana core this time. It dropped from an 8-eyed magic spider. Its talent is web spray. I wonder how much it'll sell for." Yao Junfeng was green with envy. This guy's luck was just too good. First, he stumbled upon a monster battle, snagged the last hit, and raked in a massive chunk of experience. Then he got a mana core to boot and a level 31 at that. Before Yao Junfeng could say a word, Kirsten immediately chimed in, "Jiang, name your price. I'll buy that mana core from you." Jiang pretended to be polite as he handed the mana core to Kirsten. "If you want it, I'll just give it to you. Consider it interest on the storage ring I lent you. Let us keep things separate. I can't let you get away with such a huge favor." Curson asked, "Bro, how much is this mana core worth?" Yao Junfeng explained, since the vast majority of low-tier class awakened are between levels 30 and 40, mana cores for that level range are the most in demand. A level 38-eyed magic spider-s web spray skill is so powerful that even level 40-50 awakened struggle to break free from it, so its value far exceeds that of a standard level 30 mana core. So there's definitely someone willing to pay 4 or 50,000 for it. If the equipment is well crafted and the mana core has a perfect affinity, a level 30 mana core like this could sell for at least $1 million or so. Curson immediately said, "Then I'll buy it for $1 million. Bro, cough up the cash." Yao Junfeng. What a spendthrift. Feeling her brother's look of disdain and exasperation, Curson said earnestly, "Bro, hurry up and pay up, I'm not joking. A level 30 piece of gear will last me at least a few months. During that time, if the durability runs out, Jiang will repair it for free, so $1 million is definitely worth it." Hearing this, Yao Junfeng hurriedly looked at Jiang and exclaimed in surprise, "You actually have a skill to repair durability?" Curson scoffed, "Bro, are you stupid? He has awakened dual classes, one of which is the Tinker class. Isn't it perfectly normal for him to have a skill to repair durability?" Yao Junfeng quickly pulled a gold card with a 100 credit limit from his storage ring equivalent to 100 gold coins, or 1 million yuan. He shoved it into Jiang's hand, gripped his arm, and asked with a look of eagerness and anticipation, "Jiang, does your durability repair skill have any variations? Can you repair level 50 gear even if it's a level higher than yours?" Unfortunately, Jiang was about to disappoint him. "No, for every level higher than mine, the success rate drops by 10%. That means I can't repair gear that's 10 levels higher than me." Yao Junfeng sighed regretfully, "What a shame. If you could repair gear durability regardless of level, you'd definitely make a fortune with that skill." Jiang replied, "Once I reach level 90, I'll essentially be able to ignore levels and repair equipment durability at will." Yao Junfeng. You really have some nerve. Right now, there are only 5 people in the entire world who have broken through level 90. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Besides, your awakened class doesn't have any combat power yet. It'll be a miracle if you even make it to level 50. Level 50? Who do you think you're looking down on? Before I was reborn, it only took me 2.5 years to break through to level 70. If I had another 2.5 years, I'd definitely break through to level 90. Since I've been reborn, let us set a small goal for now. Reach level 50 before school starts." On the way to the Hercules Guild headquarters, Yao Junfeng channeled his mana to check the items in Jiang's storage ring. He had no idea what he'd find, and when he did, he was shocked. "Holy crap! How did you get so many scales from the magic vine python? You didn't peel every single scale off that thing, did you? And you're only level 26, it's a struggle to peel off even one. How did you manage to peel so many scales in just a morning?" Jiang replied, "Did you forget that besides the farmer class, I also have the tinker class?" Yao Junfeng realized something, the dismantle skill? But isn't that skill only supposed to dismantle equipment and items? Jiang replied, "A monster's corpse is an item, so the dismantle skill treats the corpse as equipment to be disassembled. This is a fairly common skill among crafting professions. However, while others, dismantle, skills incur a certain percentage of downgrade loss, Jiang's dismantle skill allows for lossless disassembly. For example, if an item fused with a level 20 mana core is disassembled using the skill, the level 20 mana core might degrade to around level 10. But Jiang can preserve it exactly as it is, lossless disassembly. Therefore, Jiang must keep this secret of lossless disassembly hidden. He cannot reveal it, or it will cause him no end of trouble in the future." Yao Junfeng suddenly said enviously, "Although the crafting class has no combat power and is rated the lowest F class, some of its skills are really useful." In Yao Junfeng's understanding, he had always thought that the dismantle skill of the artisan class could only dismantle equipment and items. He never expected that it could even directly dismantle monster corpses. Does that mean human corpses can be dismantled too? With this skill, wouldn't it be a breeze to cover one's tracks after murdering and looting in the wild? I really want it. Yao Junfeng was envious. He truly wanted that dismantle skill. Unfortunately, he could only dream about it. He sighed, so many scales from a level 35 Viper, you're really hitting the jackpot this time. Curson asked curiously, is that a lot? How much could they sell for? Yao Junfeng did a quick calculation and said, even if we factor in a 30% scrap rate for crafting equipment, with this many vine python scales, we could make at least 100 pieces of armor. And a standard level 30 piece of armor generally sells for between 50,000 and 100,000 on the market. So, after deducting labor costs and the cost of other auxiliary materials, all these vine python scales could probably fetch 2 million. Of course, if I sell them to the Hunter Association, they'll drive the price down and take a 10% tax, so I'd be lucky to get 1.5 million at most. Jiang nodded slightly. This was precisely why he had made the special trip to Hunter's City, risking exposure of his wealth and attracting the attention of thieves to sell them to the Merchant Guild. After all, within the dungeon, Chairman Luo didn't have his fingers in every pie. The 3 great guilds and the 10 great merchants' guilds were all founded by early-era powerhouses. Although they were ostensibly regulated by the National Hunter Association, the association couldn't exert much control over them within the dungeon. Therefore, as long as they didn't collaborate with the enemy or commit treason, and as long as they didn't go too far, the National Hunter Association wouldn't crack down on them. In fact, it even encouraged them to grow and become stronger. So, to avoid arousing the displeasure of these powerful entities, President Luo's clone surveillance wouldn't be deployed within the territories of the 3 great guilds or the 10 great merchants' guilds. This effectively amounted to tacit approval of the tax evasion and tax avoidance practices carried out behind the scenes by the 3 great guilds and the 10 great merchants' guilds. Consequently, valuable resources obtained in dungeons and sold to these guilds and chambers of commerce fetch at least 10-20% higher prices than those bought back by the association. Soon, Jiang and his 2 companions arrived at the Hercules Guild's headquarters complex. Upon entering the VIP lounge on the first floor of the headquarters building, Yao Junfeng summoned the manager to inventory the supplies in Jiang's storage ring. In addition, Jiang's backpack was stuffed with dozens of dragoness blood herbs, a third of which were over 50 years old. In the end, Yao Junfeng purchased all of Jiang's dragoness blood herbs and the scales of the magic beast vine python at the highest market price. I'll round it up for you. The scales of the magical vine python are 2 million, and the dragoness bloodgrass is 300,000. Here is a gold card with a 200 credit limit, and this is the Hercules Guild VIP gold card. With this card, you'll receive a 20% discount on all purchases at any Hercules Guild store. Yao Junfeng then counted out 30 gold coins and handed them to Jiang, returning the storage ring his sister had lent to Jiang at the same time. Counting the 1 million yuan he made from selling that mana core to Curson earlier, Jiang had worked his ass off in Poison Dragon Valley this morning and made a killing of over 3 million yuan. It seemed like a huge windfall, but this sum wasn't even enough to buy back the level 20 storage ring Curson had lent him. Thanks. Jiang said sincerely, then turned to Curson and added, I'll borrow this storage ring for no more than 3 days. Once I have the money to buy it, I'll pay you back with interest. Yao Junfeng then said, here's what we'll do, my sister is already level 22, so you can return this level 20 storage ring to her first. Then I'll have Manager Zhao get you a level 25 storage ring. Bro, you're my real brother. Jiang didn't care about saving face after all, face wasn't worth much, but his brother was. Yao Junfeng. Curson. Before long, Manager Zhao delivered a level 25 storage ring. Jiang took the opportunity to buy 100 bottles of mana potions in bulk at the Hercules Guild headquarters, along with a few dozen stamina potions and healing potions. Yao Junfeng asked, what about the antidotes? You should stock up on some of those too, right? Jiang possessed the immunity to poison in its skill, so naturally he didn't need to waste money on antidotes, but he needed to keep it a secret, so he said, I still have plenty of antidotes, and I have a friend whose family runs a pharmacy, so I can get them at a cheaper price. After restocking on these potions, Jiang bid farewell to Curson and his sister and headed to the Magic Armor Guild, one of the 10 great guilds, to trade for a set of level 25 gear. Equipment, Magic Flame Blade. Description, forged from Crimson Demon Iron infused with a level 25 explosive flame mana core, it unleashes blazing flames with every swing when infused with mana. Level, 24. Durability, 85%. Price, 990,000. Damn, that's expensive. But I really want this sword. Explosive flame is just for show, it only burns the surface of monsters. But if it were changed to explosion, every strike would inflict both internal and external injuries. Jiang asked, "Sir, could you knock a little off the price of this magic flame sword?" The shopkeeper replied, "You get what you pay for. See that sword on the far right, it's also fused with a mana core, a level 25 one, no less." But the blacksmith was such an idiot that the mana core and the blade have zero synergy. It's been sitting here for 3 months, and even after dropping the price to 300,000, nobody wants it. Following the shopkeeper's gesture, Jiang looked toward the far end of the counter at the greatsword on the far right. Equipment: Demon Sound Sword. Description: forged from crimson demon steel and fused with a level 25 explosive roar mana core. When infused with mana, each swing emits a deafening roar. Durability: 91%. Level: 25. Jiang's eyes lit up. Who said this smith was an idiot? This smith is a genius, okay? We could really use a few more of these, genius smiths. That way, I could get the most badass gear for the least amount of money. Is there even a difference between explosive flame and explosive roar to me? What a brilliant idea! To actually use a mana core with the explosive roar skill to forge a sword. Jiang praised it wholeheartedly, unable to put it down as he said, "Boss, I'll take this magic sound sword." Stepping out of the Magic Gear Guild's main equipment shop, Jiang was in high spirits, having made quite a haul. The shopkeeper was equally cheerful, enthusiastically seeing off his money god until he was out of sight. The moment the money god was out of sight, his fawning smile as eager as a lapdog instantly turned into a sneer. What a fool with money to burn! He actually spent over $1 million on a full set of junk gear. As the saying goes, when a person's IQ doesn't match their wealth, that wealth finds its way back into the market in all sorts of ways. Even if he bought this junk gear just out of curiosity, once the novelty wears off, he'll still regret his idiotic behavior today. But mockery aside, as a merchant, he still hoped to encounter this kind of gullible, deep-pocketed customer every day. Leaving the Magic Gear Guild's main equipment store, Jiang headed happily toward the headquarters of the National Hunter Association. He had now completely transformed his appearance. Aside from not purchasing a helmet or any accessories that boosted mental power, he had acquired all the necessary gear. Equipment: Magic Sound Sword. Description: forged from crimson magic steel and fused with a level 25 explosive roar mana core, it emits a deafening roar every time it is swung when infused with mana. Level: 25. Attack, plus 240. Equipment: Water Magic Armor. Description: crafted from level 25 magic silkworm silk and the hide of a level 25 magic beast swanee, fused with a level 24 water bolt mana core. When infused with mana, it allows you to cast the water bolt skill to attack enemies while simultaneously cleaning your clothes. Level: 25. Defense, plus 235. Equipment: Vibrating Boots. Description: forged from the hide of a level 26 one-legged monster and soft magic steel, fused with a level 25 vibration mana core. When infused with mana, it can cast the vibration skill. Level: 26. Speed, plus 250. To others, these three pieces of equipment seem completely mismatched with the fused mana core, making them a waste of resources junk gear that squanders the mana core's potential. The Magic Sound Sword, infuse it with mana to cast the mana core skill, causing a deafening boom with every swing. Is this meant to say that even if you can't defeat the enemy, you'll at least deafen them? But if the mana core's talent were modified to explosion, the effect would be entirely different. Even if changed to blazing explosion or critical explosion, the skill's damage would be way more impressive. As for this water magic armor set, fusing a water bolt mana core into it is pretty bizarre. I guess the creator of this outfit was too lazy to wash the clothes, so they deliberately fused this mana core into it. As a result, if you accidentally infuse mana while wearing this water magic armor, water projectiles will gush out from every nook and cranny, soaking you through and through. Consequently, the set sat gathering dust in the shop for months, and even when the price dropped to the cost of materials, no one would buy it. Fortunately, it found a true connoisseur in Jiang, who fell in love with it at first sight. Jiang couldn't help but imagine, if the low water bolt skill in this water magic armor were swapped for reflect, and combined with the resurrection skill for a desperate, all-out brawl, what an incredibly powerful divine piece of gear it would be. Then there are these vibration boots, which the shopkeeper jokingly calls massage wellness shoes. They contain a mana core imbued with the Yi vibration, talent unique to unicorn beasts. When you step on the ground and cast a skill, they can trigger an earthquake. However, at level 25, the vibration skill only delivers a 2.5 level tremor, so it's practically useless. Naturally, no one in their right mind would waste that much money on gear containing such a trashy mana core. But for Jiang, who possesses the game-breaking modify skill allowing him to alter any text within a talent, these aren't just health-boosting massage boots, they're clearly a pair of life-saving divine boots. Modify vibration into would blink, wouldn't that turn them into divine boots capable of blinking? Once he breaks through to level 30, Jiang has no intention of parting with these boots until he finds a pair of level 30 shoes equipped with the blink mana core skill. Even if he eventually has to retire this set due to the level gap, he can max out their durability and resell them at the very least. He'll make a killing of 2 or 3 million. That's the true power of the modify skill. It can not only turn powerful skills into junk, but also transform useless skills into rare, game-changing abilities. With this gear, I'll head into Poison Dragon Valley this afternoon. If I'm lucky, I'll hit level 30 today. Even if my luck is a bit off and I don't take down many monsters, I'll still reach at least level 28 by tonight. Overjoyed, Jiang sprinted toward the Awakening Square at the National Hunter Association headquarters, moving as fast as the wind. At level 26, his speed stat had already reached 362. Combined with the 250 speed provided by his level 26 vibrating boots, his total speed now stood at 612. Since the speed stat of a typical adult at Awakening is around 80, this meant his current speed was more than 7 times that of a newly awakened adult. With his stamina fully replenished and sprinting at full speed, covering 100 meters took him just 2 seconds. Consequently, he could reach the Awakening Square, 2 or 3 kilometers away, in just 1 minute. Precisely because an Awakener's physical attributes grow stronger as their level increases, and since cars cannot be used within the dungeon, the vast majority of Awakener travel on foot. After all, a level 20 or 30 Awakener running at full speed is no slower than a car. Consequently, within the dungeon, only caravans and those who have contracted magical beasts as battle pets typically travel on mounts. Just as Jiang was making his way to Awakening Square, he sensed a faint, barely perceptible mana fluctuation closely trailing behind him. Am I being followed? As he neared the Awakening Square, Jiang deliberately slowed his pace, pretending not to notice, and surveyed the surroundings of this new otherworldly city behind him and all around as if he were a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. There were quite a few people around him heading toward the Awakening Square as well, but no one was following him within about 10 meters behind him. Yet he could still sense a faint mana fluctuation, silently trailing him from a spot less than 10 meters behind. Had he been followed since leaving the Hercules Guild? Or had changing his outfit after leaving the Magic Equipment Merchants Guild caused him to be targeted by wild bandits? Though he couldn't see anyone, Jiang was certain he'd been followed the entire way. There are quite a few skills that allow for prolonged invisibility, most notably those of the Assassin, Ninja, and Thief classes. The stealth skill of the Assassin class, the invisibility skill of the Ninja class, and the concealment skill of the Thief class all share a similar principle. Of course, it's also possible the other party was wearing an invisibility cloak. However, such gear which incorporates an invisibility mana core is extremely rare on the market. Even a level 10 version is worth far more than gear for players in the tens of levels. Generally, only the extremely wealthy can afford an invisibility cloak. There is no way they'd be interested in a broke level 26 like him, whose total gear value barely tops $1 million. So Jiang surmised that the person tailing him was most likely a thief, and their level certainly wouldn't be much higher than his. Although the thief class is ranked D tier, due to the stigma attached to its name, those who awaken as thieves often face targeted discrimination. Consequently, many thief class awakened harbor resentment, leading them to take revenge on society by becoming wild bandits who rob homes, kill, and plunder. As a result, the list of wild bandits publicly wanted by the Hunter Association is filled with thief class awakened. With this in mind, Jiang decided to turn the tables on them. Praying silently. I hope this is a wild outlaw who is richer than me. Jiang deliberately muttered to himself, hoping to provoke the wild outlaw who was stealthily tailing him, lest the other give up halfway through the chase. With this gear, all my stats have gotten a massive boost. Heading to Poison Dragon Valley will be much safer now. I hope I'll be just as lucky this afternoon as I was this morning, stumbling upon monsters fighting each other, then finishing them off for a huge boost in experience, and even snagging a level 30 mana core for free. Hearing Jiang's mutterings, the wild bandit lurking in the air's eyes lit up. A level 30 mana core? No wonder he bought a full set of gear after entering the Magic Gear Guild. It turns out he got lucky and found a level 30 mana core, which he sold to the guild to buy this new outfit. Looks like I'm in luck today too. I've actually come across a lone traveler, and he has only level 26 easy pickings. It's worth noting that this kid seems to be heading alone to Poison Dragon Valley, a place hardly anyone visits. He is practically inviting me to commit a crime. Since Jiang had hidden his storage ring, he was carrying a large backpack and had a pickaxe and a shovel, both specifically for digging, strapped to his sides. Therefore, he didn't suspect the information Jiang had let slip while talking to himself. After all, many people who enter Poison Dragon Valley do so to dig up Dragon's bloodgrass and sell it to the guild for profit. So, judging by Jiang's gear and the information he shared, he immediately concluded that Jiang's awakened class couldn't be a combat class, otherwise, he wouldn't be making a living by gathering herbs. Soon, Jiang arrived at the Awakening Plaza and headed straight for the Poison Dragon Valley teleportation point on the right side of the plaza. Compared to the staff at the Nanrong Dungeon Station who guarded the Poison Dragon Valley teleportation point, the staff from the National Hunter Association were much colder. They didn't offer any friendly reminders or suggest he form a party before entering, even though Jiang was alone. As he stepped onto the teleportation array, that barely perceptible aura of mana began to close in from behind. Wow! They actually stood right beside me. Not even the level 32 staff guarding the Poison Dragon Valley teleportation array had noticed that someone was following Jiang. That just shows how incredible the other party's stealth skill is. Unfortunately for them, Jiang was born with a full mana constitution and was naturally extremely sensitive to mana auras, so he could detect any mana fluctuations in the vicinity. So, by simply focusing his mind and using his mana perception, he could pinpoint the exact location of the hidden figure based on the mana fluctuations in the surrounding air. Teleport. Jiang channeled his mana, activated the teleportation array, and headed back to Poison Dragon Valley. At the same time, he began brainstorming modifiers, preparing to rename his equipment and mana core skills. Before his rebirth, he had modified the names of many pieces of equipment and skills. The characters he most frequently changed in equipment names were Holy and King, but whenever he tried to change them to God, the skill feedback indicated that the modification was impossible, seemingly due to insufficient permissions. Therefore, every time he used modify, he had to comply with the dungeon's naming rules, otherwise, the modification would fail. It was certain that the Demon Sound Sword could not be modified into the Demon Saint Sword, as Demon and Saint conflicted, and the term Demon Saint did not exist in the rules of magic. So, after entering the third floor of the Poison Dragon Valley teleportation tower, Jiang began to cast 2 consecutive modify skills on the Demon Sound Sword. Demon Sound Sword, modify, Demon King Sword. Explosive Mana Core, modify, Explosion Mana Core. As a result, the Demon Sound Sword, influenced by the mana laws, began to alter its attributes and the talent contained within its mana core. Although the blade's surface appeared unchanged, a closer look revealed that the Demon Sound Sword's crimson and black hues had both grown much deeper. Equipment, Demon King's Sword. Talent, Explosion. Description: forged from top-grade crimson demon steel infused with a level 25 explosion mana core, it unleashes a royal flush spell when infused with mana and swung in attack. Durability, 91%. Level, 25. Attack, plus 390. With just one character S difference changing Magic Soundsword to Demon King S Sword, the attack stat increased by 150 points, rivaling that of a standard level 40 sword. This clearly demonstrates just how game-breaking Jiang's skill is. At this moment, the wild bandit lurking nearby must have grown wary, for Jiang had just released 2 bursts of mana in quick succession, indicating he just cast 2 skills. To prevent the opponent from overthinking the situation, Jiang muttered to himself, "I'll need to cast a skill on this piece of armor to max out its durability, too." Instantly, the other party's tense nerves relaxed. So he had just cast 2 skills to restore the equipment's durability. At the same time, he had completely figured out Jiang's true capabilities. A craftsman-type class, level 26. I don't even need to use a skill to instantly kill this worthless piece of trash. Under the pretext of restoring durability, Jiang continued to cast the Modify skill right in front of the other party, lest they leave the teleportation tower and, before he had a chance to modify his gear, the other party would impatiently strike first. And the reason he remained so calm despite sensing the other party right beside him was not only because he had the Resurrection skill as a safety net, but also because Chairman Luo was watching over him from above. Precisely because both the Awakening Plaza and the teleportation tower were under the surveillance of Chairman Luo's crystal orbs, the opponent wouldn't dare to strike in front of the cameras and risk exposing their identity. Water Magic Armor, Modify, Black Magic Armor. Water Bolt Mana Core, Modify, Reflect Mana Core. Equipment, Black Magic Armor. Talent, Reflect. Description: crafted from level 25 Magic Silkworm Silk and level 25 Beast Skin of the Swanee, fused with a level 24 Reflect Mana Core. Requires mana to cast skills, reflects 24% of damage taken from melee attacks. Level 25. Defense, plus 285. Defense has increased by 50 points. While it falls short of the Demon King's sword, it's still considered one of the top defensive gear options at this level. Just to be safe, I'll have to max out the durability on these boots too. Jiang continued to sweet talk. The wild outlaw lurking in the shadows was overjoyed. Not bad, not bad. Since you've maxed out the durability on all my gear, I might just consider leaving you a whole corpse next time. Vibration Boots Modify Blink Boots. Vibration Mana Core, Modify, Blink Mana Core. Description: forged from the hide of a level 26 one-legged fiend in soft magic steel, fused with a level 25 Blink Mana Core. By infusing mana to cast a spell, you can blink to any location, with a maximum range of 25 meters. Level 26. Speed, plus 300. The modified Mana Core fits the boots perfectly, increasing the speed attribute by 50 points. Alright, let us go. Jiang reached into his pocket, felt around for his storage ring, and pulled out a bottle of intermediate magic potion, restoring 1000 mana. Only then did he walk down the stairs to the first floor. Open the door, close the door. Jiang sprinted toward Poison Dragon Valley. His speed was so impressive that even the wild outlaws lurking behind him were taken aback. Looks like the stats on these shoes he bought from the Magic Gear Guild are pretty damn impressive. This run might net me 2 or 3 million. With that thought in mind, he took an antidote pill from his storage ring and swallowed it, to avoid being poisoned by the toxic miasma in Poison Dragon Valley. Soon, Jiang ran out of the teleportation tower's surveillance range and entered the forest of Poison Dragon Valley. With no one around, Jiang deliberately took out his storage ring and put it on, then stored his backpack inside it. Sure enough, the mana fluctuation behind him grew noticeably stronger. This kid actually has a storage ring. And it looks like it's even higher grade than my level 10 one. I'm in luck. I never expected this to be such a big catch. Just then, Jiang suddenly turned around, feigning confusion as he looked warily behind him, muttering to himself, "Is it my imagination? Why did I just sense a mana fluctuation behind me?" The next second, a triangular dagger forced out of stealth by the attack was exposed to the air, then shot like a bullet, whizzing toward Jiang's heart. At the same time, Jiang, who had been prepared, sensed the sudden burst of mana and hurriedly thrust the Demon King's sword, which resembled a greatsword, forward. The opponent's attack was too fast before Jiang could dodge. The three-edged dagger had already pierced through the defense of his black magic armor and pierced his heart. At that moment, the opponent's form became fully visible. Just as Jiang's Demon King sword thrust almost simultaneously sliced viciously through the opponent's left chest. Hiss. Your reflexes are pretty sharp. I didn't expect this sword to break through my defenses. It's just a pity you weren't as precise as I was in striking the heart, the opponent said, speaking with confidence despite the excruciating pain. Yet, in the moment of death, Jiang felt no fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled upward as he coldly laughed, channeling mana into the Demon King's sword. Then, choking on blood and with a dazed gaze, he whispered, "Ace in the hole! Ace in the hole!" His heart pierced, blood gushed wildly from the triangular bladed sword. As he lay dying, Jiang felt not a shred of fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, a smile that sent chills down the spine of the wild bandit before him. He suddenly raised his right foot and kicked Jiang in the abdomen, intending to pull out the Demon King's sword piercing his left chest so he could quickly drink healing potions to recover from his injuries. As for Jiang, whose heart had been pierced, he surely wouldn't have time to take any healing potions before meeting his end. Yet the moment he lifted his right foot, it felt as though someone nearby had cast a powerful explosive spell. Blood, chunks of flesh, and shreds of clothing flew before his eyes. His vision suddenly shot upward toward the sky, and then, as if the world were spinning, he plummeted from the heights. Thud! His body seemed to be rolling on the ground. What just happened? He asked, mouth agape, filled with confusion and anxiety. His brain seemed to have suddenly lost control of his body now. It appeared only his 5 senses could still function normally. And so he felt a terror unlike anything he had ever known. He seemed to be lying on his side on the ground, his line of sight skimming the surface covered in withered leaves and weeds as he looked ahead. Then he witnessed the most terrifying sight of his life. A severed hand, clutching a 3-edged dagger, hung suspended in midair, while on the ground lay the torso of a corpse, its upper half missing. Blood and chunks of flesh splattered across the ground and covered the prey. He had been staring at the one whose heart had already been pierced. Yet that prey was still standing there, unyielding. He, who should have been standing in front of the prey, now had only a severed hand and half a mangled body left behind. In that instant, he panicked. A sudden chill ran down his spine, as if he'd been doused with a bucket of ice water. He seemed to understand what the explosive magic he'd just heard was all about. He seemed to understand why he'd been flung into the air and then plummeted back down. And he seemed to understand why his current perspective felt as if he were lying on his side on the ground. Save me. I don't want to die. He finally knew what the fear and agony of death truly felt like. Yet what left him with a bitter taste in his mouth was that Jiang, who should have perished alongside him, was now surging with a powerful life force. The 3-edged dagger piercing his heart, along with the severed hand clutching it, was suddenly yanked out by an invisible force. Resurrection. Jiang frowned, looking at the sticky blood and flesh splattered all over his body, feeling the blood and flesh splatters on his face and neck, and spat out a disgusted mouthful of blood. He wasn't a craftsman. Yet even knowing the secret of Jiang's ability to resurrect, he could only take that secret to the grave. Killed a level 34 Huaxia, plus 0 EXP. Jiang felt a deep sense of regret. There was nothing to be done. Killing one's own kind yields no experience. It was a protective mechanism within the rules of magic designed to prevent members of the same race from slaughtering one another in the pursuit of power. That was why, when people awoke to their class panels, their race was displayed there. This wild bandit was also of the Huaxia race, so killing him despite his higher level would yield no experience whatsoever. The same goes for monsters, which is why the starter zone is populated exclusively with monsters of the same type. Even if these monsters were to kill each other, they wouldn't gain experience or level up, so the monsters kept in the starter zone are all fixed at a certain level. Jiang began collecting the loot. I hope this guy isn't broke as he'd better be worth the life I'm giving him. Jiang looked at the severed hand before him. When he saw the ring on the index finger, set with a green mana core, his eyes lit up. It must be a storage ring. Giving him this life was definitely worth it. Jiang quickly pulled it out, then complained with disdain, only level 10, what a loser. What a waste of such an awesome class as thief. he couldn't even steal a single level 30 storage ring. He scammed the items inside the ring. Loser. At level 34, he is even poorer than me, a level 26 broke ass. Aside from a few dozen bottles of various intermediate potions, the rest is all daily use items, nothing of value. Jiang continued his disdainful rant. Too bad the guy was already dead as a doornail, otherwise, he'd have had to endure a barrage of insults right up until his last breath. Ha! I didn't expect this triangular dagger to be a level 30 item, and it's even fused with a level 20 thrust mana core. No wonder my reflexes were already that fast, yet I still lost my life, without even getting to cast the Black Magic Armor's reflection skill. Not bad, not bad. This guy wasn't a total loser after all. His death was actually pretty worthwhile. Too bad the pants and shoes are just ordinary level 30 gear, but even sold cheap, they'd still fetch a few 100,000. Jiang expertly looted the body, stripping off the opponent's shoes and pants. He was only level 26 now, so he couldn't use these level 30 items, he could only store them in his storage ring. Modify. Jiang used the modify skill to transform his dismantle skill into melt, which could dissolve any object. This was a level 20 skill that consumed 300 mana points each time it was cast. Jiang cast several consecutive dissolve spells, finally melting the opponent's severed limbs and head into a pool of blood that seeped into the ground. Phew. Fighting back a wave of nausea, Jiang quickly moved away from the crime scene to avoid attracting anyone who might have heard the commotion. After all, the royal flush spell the Demon King's sword had just unleashed was no small matter, both in terms of damage and the commotion it caused. There's no time to waste. I need to find a way to contract a magical beast companion that can help destroy the evidence as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll have to do it myself every time I kill someone. Not only is it a waste of mana, but the process is so disgusting. Before his rebirth, Jiang had leveled up so quickly that he had broken through to level 70 in just 2.5 years. During that time, aside from when he had voluntarily revealed his modify skill, prompting the bigwigs of the Hunter Association to arrange for powerful experts to take him on monster hunts, most of the time they had taken him to hunt down foreign awakened individuals. After all, killing people was often easier than killing monsters. And Jiang was well aware that the bigwigs of the Hunter Association had dispatched powerful figures to take him on hunts for foreign awakened individuals precisely to make him enemies of various nations. This would result in bounties being placed on his head by those nations' associations, forcing him to rely on their protection and obey their commands in the future. Now that he has been reborn, Jiang will certainly continue hunting foreign awakened individuals to level up quickly. Only this time, he would be exceptionally well prepared. Whenever he killed someone, he would destroy the body and cover his tracks. He wouldn't even give his victims a chance to become undead or be summoned. After moving far away from the crime scene, Jiang made sure no one else was nearby and that no powerful magical beasts were lurking. He then cast the modify skill again, restoring his magical armor to its original state. Channeling his mana, the magical armor erupted with a barrage of water blasts all over his body. Jiang quickly washed himself, scrubbing away the bloodstains and flesh fragments from his skin and clothes. Although it's not very practical in combat, this water elemental armor is actually quite useful in a pinch. Just as Jiang was cleaning up, two figures appeared at the crime scene where the body had been destroyed, but traces of the incident remained. The smell of blood is so thick. A brutal, bloody battle clearly took place here. Blood and flesh are splattered everywhere, mixed with fragments of clothing. This suggests the victim was most likely killed by an explosive spell. As he spoke, the man crouched down and dipped his right index finger into the blood on the ground. The blood is still fresh, which means the victim died just a few minutes ago. The key point is that aside from the blood and scattered human tissue, there are no signs of a battle with a magical beast here, which means the victim wasn't killed by one. Hearing this, the girl following behind him said anxiously, "Could the killer still be nearby? Maybe we should go back first and come back in after Uncle Lin is done." The two who had arrived were none other than the Yao siblings. Yao Junfeng picked up a piece of torn clothing and continued his analysis. The material of this equipment fragment is level 30, which means the victim was at least level 30. There are almost no signs of a struggle at the scene, indicating that the killer's level is much higher than his, at least a level 40 or 50. Otherwise, if the killer were only a few levels higher, even a successful ambush would have been powerful enough to blow the victim's body to such pieces. His analysis was as sharp as a tiger's claws. Yao Junfeng reached a conclusion. There is no doubt about it, this was definitely caused by a wild bandit killing for loot. He wasn't worried, however, and said, even if this wild bandit's level is higher than mine, it can't be by more than a few levels. There's no need to worry. With her brother by her side and a backup plan to save her life, Kirsten wasn't too nervous or afraid. But then she suddenly thought of something and said anxiously, oh no. These wild rogues love to hunt down awakened ones who are hunting alone and have lower levels than them. Jiang is all by himself. If this wild rogue sets its sights on him, could he get killed too? Yao Junfeng replied, since he chose to level up alone instead of teaming up with others, it means he has long been prepared to face this kind of risk. Even with us leading your leveling, you still have to be prepared for the possibility of being killed by monsters or wild bandits at any moment. That's a reality everyone must accept once they enter a dungeon. Kirsten hummed in acknowledgement, able only to pray that Jiang wouldn't be so unlucky. Achoo! Jiang suddenly sneezed. Was it because Yang was cursing him again? Or was his sister worried about him once more? After using a burst of magical energy to wash away the blood and flesh fragments from his clothes, Jiang wrung out his shirt while can't help but rant about the idiot who designed this outfit. If they fused the water blast, mana core just to make washing easier, why didn't they use waterproof material? Now, after casting water blast, the clothes are soaking wet. No wonder this crappy outfit won't fetch a high price. Modify. Jiang wrung out the clothes as much as possible, then, forcing himself to ignore the discomfort of wearing wet clothes, used the modify skill to transform water blast into rebound once again. Continuing deeper into Poison Dragon Valley. I wonder if the corpse of that magical vine python is still there. An hour has passed, it's probably been devoured by other monsters by now. But if the skeleton is still relatively intact, I could sell it to someone who has awakened the necromancer class and make at least a few 100,000. Jiang sprinted through the canyon forest, rushing toward the location of the magical vine python's carcass. My mana is almost gone. Along the way, Jiang pulled out 2 bottles of intermediate mana potions to replenish 2,000 mana, and couldn't help but praise, the person who invented mana potions is truly a genius. Before long, Jiang arrived at the location of the magical vine serpent's corpse. Unfortunately, the magical vine serpent had already been devoured almost entirely, even its bones had been gnawed down to mere fragments by the magic ants and poisonous insects. As Jiang approached, a large number of low-level, small poisonous insects immediately scattered as if they encountered a natural predator. The venomous insects that remained were all larger in size, at least level 3 or 5. Jiang looked around but found no valuable dragonblood grass, nor any monsters above level 20. However, judging by the giant monster paw prints nearby, it was clear that several high-level monsters had come to feast on the vine python's flesh not long ago. Now that he possessed a set of divine gear that comprehensively boosted his stats and which all contained mana cores, allowing him to cast offensive mana core skills, Jiang felt confident enough to venture deeper into the heart of Poison Dragon Valley. Since Poison Dragon Valley was flanked by high mountains on both sides, the Hunter Association had constructed only 2 teleportation towers, one on the eastern outskirts and one on the western outskirts. Jiang had entered from the east. To avoid running into Kirsten and her brother if they also entered from the east, Jiang decided to venture deep into the canyon area where level 40 monsters frequently roamed. Kirsten, however, was a support class and only level 22. Even with her level 52 brother guiding her to farm monsters for experience, her attack damage was so low that she could only finish off level 20-30 monsters. Therefore, Yao Junfeng would only take her to areas with level 20-30 monsters to hunt those in the low 20s. For monsters below level 30, the drop rate for mana cores is only 1%. For monsters between levels 30 and 50, the drop rate is as high as 10%. Although I'm only level 26 right now, with this gear and the resurrection skill, even if I encounter monsters in the 40s, I can grind them down by spamming health potions. Jiang had prepared plenty of mana potions this time, allowing him to spam health potions and hunt monsters several levels above his own. Based on the common knowledge that monsters generally grow larger as their level increases, Jiang followed the paw prints of a monster larger than himself to hunt it down. Monster, giant poison lizard. Level 38. Finally, Jiang spotted his prey. Level 38 that has 12 levels higher than me. The modify skill 1T work on it. Its health is nearly 5,000, and its speed is about the same as mine with my movement speed bonus, but its attack, defense, and magic resistance are over 10 times higher than mine. I'll probably have to spend several lives to take it down. This is the innate attribute advantage of beasts. Fortunately, humans can forge weapons to slightly bridge the attribute gap between themselves and beasts. Blink. As the distance between them fell below 25 meters, Jiang immediately channeled his mana and cast the mana core skill of fusion of his dual boots blinking right next to the troll lizard. The Demon King's sword in his hands slashed violently at the troll lizard's right front leg. Royal Flush. As the Demon King's sword struck the giant lizard's right front leg, an explosive spell was cast simultaneously, maximizing the strike's power. However, the giant lizard seemed to be clad in impenetrable armor. Jiang's Royal Flush strike barely managed to chip away at its armor, demonstrating just how formidable its defense was. 4 p.m. Nanrong Dungeon, Awakening Square. On the new player level ranking, Jiang, at level 26, remained in first place. Li Yufeng, who was in second place, had just teleported back from the forest of 100 beasts. He had already broken through to level 25 and thought he was far ahead of everyone else, only to discover he was still one level behind Jiang. He immediately furrowed his brow. How is this guy leveling up faster than me? A classmate in his party remarked, he must have a powerhouse guiding him. As levels rise, the gap between classes only widens. This Jiang awakened 2 F-rank trash classes. If he didn't have a powerhouse leveling him up, how could he possibly surpass you, who awakened the S-rank, Sword Saint, class? Just then, the freshman level ranking updated again. Holy shit, how did this Jiang level up again? Is he really just 2 F-rank classes? This is insane. He was still level 20 when the leaderboard was posted at 8 a.m., and now he is already at level 27 in less than half a day. As fellow F-rank class awakeners, no matter how strong his physical abilities or martial arts are, he can't possibly be stronger than an awakener of a combat class. So there is no doubt about it, someone powerful must be leveling him up. Prejudice weighs heavily on people's minds. In the eyes of others, anyone who awakens as an F-class simply cannot be considered a powerful presence. Over the more than 10 years since the dungeon invasion, those who have awakened as F-class classes have generally plateaued at levels 30 or 40. Even if an F-class awakener has broken through to level 50, it was only after paying an exorbitant sum to hire a high-level expert to lead them through the leveling process. Apart from that, among F-class awakened who truly reached high levels through their own strength, there was only one, Hui Yuanwu, who had trained in martial arts since childhood and possessed physical combat skills far surpassing those of ordinary people. And Hui Yuanwu was the only one among the many F-class awakened who, relying on his formidable physical prowess and martial arts, single-handedly bridged the class gap and broke through to level 70. But they didn't believe Jiang would be a second Hui Yuanwu, so they all assumed he must have been led by a powerful expert to level up so quickly. Wang Qingfeng had just teleported back from the 100 Beasts forest. He had also made it onto the top 100 newcomers list, but at only level 22, he ranked 89th. Hearing people nearby say that Jiang must have been led by a powerful expert to level up so fast, Wang Qingfeng couldn't help but sneer. Jiang was already way ahead yesterday using just the free beginner gear he claimed, setting an astonishing solo speedrun record, and yet there are still idiots questioning his skill. The boy nearby who had been questioning Jiang turned beet red from Wang Qingfeng's mockery. He intended to retort, but upon taking a closer look, he realized Wang Qingfeng was a whopping level 22 and instantly lost the nerve to argue. Any freshman capable of speed running the entire starter zone on the very second day after awakening was either incredibly skilled or had powerful connections. As for them, these losers still stuck in the starter zone, barely in the teens, they couldn't afford to cross a freshman of such a high level, especially one whose background might be just as impressive. But some refused to accept it and stubbornly retorted, so what if he set a record by clearing the starter zone? The classes he awakened to are an F rank, Tinker, and an F rank, Farmer. Which of those provides combat bonuses or support effects? Can wild beasts in the wilderness really be compared to the caged beasts in the starter zone? If he hadn't been guided by a powerful mentor, even if he bought a full set of level 20 divine gear, he'd struggle to break through the defenses of monsters at his own level, let alone hunt so many monsters in such a short time and level up 7 times in a row. Wang Qingfeng scoffed again. He is a poor orphan with hardly any friends. When he awakened, his classmates mocked him and refused to team up with him. Where on earth did he find a powerful mentor to guide him through leveling? Did you pay someone to hire him? His opponent's face turned ashen at the rebuke, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Qingfeng sneered, "You're all a bunch of snobs. Since you think Jiang didn't T-level up quickly on his own merits, just wait and see the dueling tournament for the top 100 freshmen. When Jiang proves you wrong with his own strength, I hope you'll still be as cocky as you are now." After berating them, Wang Qingfeng shot a hostile glance at Li Yufeng, who had awakened the S-rank, Sword Saint, class and was currently ranked 2nd. A guy who teams up with others and relies on his teammates to level up this fast, even if he catches up to Jiang in rank, he is still a worthless piece of trash who can't hold a candle to Jiang. A guy like that doesn't deserve to awaken an S-rank class. If he'd given that S-rank, Sword Saint, class to Jiang, with Jiang's fearless, bloodthirsty spirit, he'd have broken through level 30 ages ago. Pfft, what a loser. Wang Qingfeng spat in his mind, then headed out to buy more healing potions before moving to a new spot to continue hunting and leveling up. Otherwise, if he fell too far behind Jiang in level, he'd start feeling like a useless loser himself. The sun was setting. As the sky gradually darkened, the toxic mists in Poison Dragon Valley began to thicken. Boom! 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 With a series of magical explosions, a frenzied magic bear standing 20 or 30 meters tall, its head drenched in blood, and both eyes blown out, collapsed completely. Killed level 36 Berserk Magic Bear X1, plus 1440 EXP. Ding! You have leveled up. Name, Jiang. Race, Huaxia. Class, Tinker, Farmer. Level, 28460-2800. Health, 400. Mana, 3700. Spirit, 425. Attack, 398 plus 390. Defense, 364 plus 285. Speed, 382 plus 300. Magic resistance, 370. Talents, modify, resurrection, durability, grafting, dismantle, immunity to pests. Just a moment ago, Jiang had been so exhausted that even his hand gripping the Demon King's sword was trembling. But after successfully slaying this berserk demon bear and reaching level 28, his depleted stamina and near-empty health were instantly restored to full. At the same time, a surge of mana gathered at the frenzied demon bear's heart, coalescing into a thumb-sized, blood-red mana core that dropped to the ground. Jiang's eyes lit up instantly. The level 38 troll lizard he killed earlier after losing 7 lives hadn't dropped a mana core, nor had any of the level 10-20 monsters he hunted since. But finally, this target bear dropped a mana core. Item, Berserk Demon Bear Mana Core. Level, 36. Talent, Brutality. This is a mental skill of the Berserk Demon Bear. When its health drops to half, the Brutality skill automatically triggers. No more pain, double the strength. Therefore, this mana core can only be used to craft spirit-based gear, such as necklaces, earrings, helmets, and so on. Of course, you could force it into crafting armor, but people would call you a wasteful idiot who squanders mana cores. This is a total steal. Spirit-based talents are relatively rare. This mana core is worth at least 2 million. Jiang excitedly stowed it away in his storage ring. It was getting dark, and the toxic mists in Poison Dragon Valley were growing thicker. He had to get out of there quickly, otherwise, if he got lost and trapped inside, it would be dangerous once night fell. Dismantle. Using the Dismantle skill, Jiang completely stripped the Berserk Magic Bear's hide. A nearly intact bear hide like this would definitely fetch 1 million after all, This was a magic bear standing 20 to 30 meters tall. Bear hides offer high defense and excellent insulation. They could be used to craft at least a dozen pieces of level 36 armor. Unfortunately, the storage ring's capacity was limited. The level 38 giant poison lizard ED encountered earlier was too high level for him to use the dismantle skill on, so he had no choice but to stuff the entire carcass into the ring. Now that the level 25 storage ring was filled to capacity with the giant poison lizard, the level 10 ring could only hold the bearskin and a small amount of bear meat. The rest would have to go to other beasts. Jiang silently vowed to himself. Once I have the money, I'm going to buy 10 storage rings and wear one on every finger. Inside the dungeon, time flowed at the same rate as on Earth, and day and night followed the same cycle as on the surface. Jiang managed to leave Poison Dragon Valley before dark. As luck would have it, or perhaps not, he ran into the Curson siblings, who were also just leaving. Jiang! Thank goodness you're okay? Curson was terribly worried about him, fearing he hadn't died at the hands of a monster but at the hands of a rogue in the wild. She chattered on non-stop. Let me tell you, when we entered Poison Dragon Valley this afternoon, we stumbled upon a crime scene where a wild bandit had murdered and robbed someone, then destroyed the body to cover his tracks. The victim was at least level 30, and the body was completely blown to bits. I was really afraid you'd been targeted by this wild bandit too. Jiang suddenly felt a pang of guilt, because the wild bandit Curson was describing, the one who killed, robbed, and disposed of the body, seemed to be none other than himself. That's terrifying. Good thing I didn't run into any wild bandits. Or maybe I just don't look like I have any money, so they didn't even bother targeting me. As he spoke, Jiang cast the Modify skill, changing the Demon King's sword back to the Magic Sound Sword, and the Explosion Mana Core back to Explosive Roar. He didn't want Curson and his sister to suddenly take an interest in his Demon King's sword, borrow it to take a look, and discover that it had a fused explosion mana core, which might lead them to suspect he was the wild bandit. As for the gear he was wearing, outsiders couldn't see its level or stats, so Jiang didn't waste a mana modify on it. Curson thought he was using a skill to repair the gear's durability, so she quickly pulled a long sword from her storage ring. Jiang, this sword doesn't have much durability left. Could you do me a favor and repair it? Jiang took the sword from her, and his magic eye immediately detected its level and attributes. Level 22, fused with a level 20, critical strike, mana core, 3% durability. Just as I expected from you, Curson. Even a random weapon has a mana core, and such a high quality one at that. Jiang was currently level 28. Casting the durability skill once could restore 28% of the durability. So he cast the skill 3 times, boosting the sword's durability to 87%. I'm out of mana, he said. I'll repair it this much for now. Once my mana has fully recovered, I'll repair it again. That way, we won't have to waste a bottle of mana potion. Curson immediately pulled out a bottle of intermediate mana potion and said, I've got plenty of mana potions. I also need you to repair the durability of my clothes and shoes. All right. Jiang took the mana potion and drank it, restoring 1000 mana. He cast the skill again, instantly maxing out the sword's durability. Curson handed him another intermediate mana potion, then produced a light blue battle robe and a pair of black boots for Jiang to repair. All of them were level 22 gear fused with mana cores. Feeling indebted after she treated him, Jiang downed the 2 mana potions and immediately restored the durability of all her gear to full. Curson said enviously, your skill is so awesome. Just with this gear repair alone, you're saving a ton of money. I get to ride your coattails and save a lot on repair costs too. Yao Junfeng suddenly looked at Jiang with a surprised expression. You're actually level 28? Curson wasn't in the habit of checking other people's levels. She had originally intended to ask Jiang what level he was, but now that her brother mentioned Jiang was level 28, she was surprised as well. How did you do it? My brother's been non-stop, hunting down tons of level 20 monsters for me to finish off, and I barely managed to reach level 26. Jiang had his story ready. I don't have any teammates. Hunting monsters of my own level alone is incredibly tough, so I had to take risks to get rich. I ventured deep into Poison Dragon Valley, into areas where level 30-40 monsters frequently roam. Then, while hunting level 10-15 beasts to grind a bit of experience, I'd look for high-level beasts fighting each other. Finally, just as they were about to decide the winner, I'd use this sword's explosive roar skill to scare off the victor, snatching the kill and reaping the experience. Curson asked curiously, "What's the explosive roar skill?" Jiang handed her the sword. The moment she took it, Curson channeled her mana to activate her magic eye, then asked curiously, "Magic sound sword? Explosive roar mana core? Swinging the sword produces an explosive roar? Which genius designed this?" Yao Junfeng was also curious. He reached out to take the magic sound sword from his sister's hand, then infused it with mana and swung it. Buzz! A piercing, explosive roar suddenly rang out. Even though Jiang had covered his ears in advance, the shrill blast still pierced his ears, causing him discomfort. Curson, who hadn't been prepared, was now temporarily deaf. She shouted angrily, "Brother! You've made me deaf." Yao Junfeng was also deafened and couldn't hear his sister's roar at all. "What the hell is this magic sound sword?" Boom! Instead of using the mana core to craft a mental attack type musical instrument, they actually used it to forge a greatsword? He handed the magic sound sword back to Jiang with disdain, finally understanding why Jiang had been able to scare off the beasts with this sword. This isn't a sword a normal person could ever forge. And the fact that Jiang wasted his money on this sword proves he isn't a normal person either. It's precisely because he is not normal that he dares to venture deep into the territory of level 30-40 beasts all by himself, at only level 20-something, and even dare to snatch prey from the jaws of danger. With that kind of fearless drive, how could his leveling speed not be fast? Earlier that morning, Uncle Lin had mentioned knowing Hui Yuanwu and could recommend him to become Hui Yuanwu's disciple. Now it seemed that even Hui Yuanwu, in his youth, hadn't been as fearless or leveled up as fast as this. Yao Junfeng looked at Jiang with eyes full of admiration and anticipation. Given time, as long as Jiang doesn't die suddenly, perhaps he'll witness the birth of a second Hui Yuanwu or even someone who surpasses Hui Yuanwu, leaving Hui Yuanwu himself in the dust. Jiang retrieved the magic sound sword and said, "By the way, I dug up over a dozen dragoness blood herbs this time, all over 50 years old. Why don't I just sell them to you?" Yao Junfeng could only see Jiang's mouth moving, he couldn't hear his voice. He shouted, "What did you say? Speak up." Curson saw them talking but couldn't hear anything either. She called out, "What are you guys saying? I can't hear you." "Jiang." "Never mind, forget I said anything." Jiang waved his hand helplessly. After a couple of minutes, they left Poison Dragon Valley and arrived at the teleportation tower, at which point Curson and her brother regained their hearing. "I'm heading to Hunter's City to sell the monster carcasses we harvested this time before heading back." Jiang walked toward the third floor of the teleportation tower, preparing to go to the National Hunter Association Square, while Curson and her brother teleported back to the Nanrong dungeon from the first floor. "I can't cash in this loot through their connections anymore. Otherwise, even if I have a plausible excuse to brush it off, it'll still arouse their suspicion." Jiang already had a plan. After leaving the National Hunter Association South Awakening Square, he headed straight for the infamous dungeon within the dungeon. Jiang couldn't sell this loot to the Hercules Guild this time, otherwise, the Yao Junfeng siblings would surely suspect he was hiding some ability? Or suspect that a high-ranking, powerful guardian might be backing him? But he was an orphan, he had neither money nor connections. Any thorough investigation would reveal he couldn't possibly have a guardian, leaving them with no choice but to suspect he was concealing his true strength. Even for an ordinary person who has awakened as an S-rank combat class, hunting monsters several levels above one's own isn't an easy feat, let alone the fact that Jiang was hunting monsters more than 10 levels higher than him. Therefore, to avoid exposing his true strength, Jiang decided to head to the dungeon and use its black market to cash in on this loot. As for how an F-rank awakener could level up so quickly? He could cite hard work pays off and, incidentally, use Hui Yuanwu as a scapegoat to brush it off. After all, as long as he didn't actively reveal his modify skill in this lifetime, no one would ever discover his game-breaking ability. Once he breaks through to level 40 and unlocks the level 40 talent, he'll be able to disguise his level, creating the illusion that he has hit a bottleneck and his leveling has stalled. That way, no one will pay him any further attention. So even if he levels up in the spotlight, he'll only do so until he reaches level 40. Then, using his top rankings on both the freshman leveling chart and the freshman top 100 chart, he'll join Prodigy Island, one of the 3 great magic academies. Only by entering Prodigy Island would he gain the qualifications to travel to Skeleton Island and Prodigy Island. Otherwise, he'd have to do as he did before his rebirth, actively reveal his modify skill just to access these key resources controlled by the National Hunter Association. Before long, Jiang arrived at the black market entrance of the dungeon. The entire dungeon covered a vast area, its interior brightly lit as if it were broad daylight. In addition to the black market where anything could be traded, there were also various illegal entertainment venues. Among them, the most popular were the Colosseum and the fighting arena. The entire dungeon was covered by a magical shielding device, so even if Chairman Luo cast a clone crystal ball here, it would be jammed and unable to monitor everything inside the dungeon. No one entering the dungeon could use their magic eye to detect another person's level, so those inside dared not offend anyone carelessly, for fear of inadvertently provoking a high-ranking big shot. In addition, the dungeon contains multiple single-person teleportation points for short-distance travel, capable of randomly transporting users to any area within Hunter City. This means that even if one makes a fortune or purchases top-tier gear at the dungeon's black market, there is no need to worry about being targeted or followed. Jiang put on a face mask to conceal his features, then hurried toward the entrance of the dungeon's black market. To enter the dungeon, one must present a membership card. If you don't have one, you'll have to pay 66 gold coins to purchase a black card and become a new member. Even though Jiang knew many influential figures and was privy to numerous shocking secrets before his rebirth, he had no way of knowing who the dungeon's lord actually was. He only knew that the 3 great guilds and the 10 great merchants guilds all had partnerships with the dungeon. The Hunter Association was well aware of the various illegal establishments within the dungeon, yet they turned a blind eye. Congratulations on becoming a prestigious dungeon black card member. Cash in one hand, card in the other. Jiang took the black card and glanced at it. The serial number was 95277. This meant he was the 95,277th registered member of the dungeon. 95,277.66 is equal to 628,828,200. 1 gold coin is worth 10,000 yuan, which means this dungeon has already earned 62.8 billion yuan just from membership fees alone. Jiang swiped his card through the access barrier and entered the dungeon's black market, a place reputed to trade in absolutely anything. At this moment, there weren't many vendors setting up stalls in the black market, nor were there many people browsing it. Jiang found a relatively spacious spot, called out to the people nearby to make way, and then retrieved a level 38 troll venom lizard whose corpse was relatively intact from his storage ring. Boom! The ground around him suddenly shook. A giant lizard, 30 to 40 meters long, its body seemingly clad in metal armor like a steel colossus, instantly drew the attention of everyone nearby. Immediately after, Jiang took out the fully skinned hide of a berserk magic bear and laid it down beside the lizard. In addition, he also displayed a savage mana core of the same grade as the magic bear hide. Instantly, a crowd gathered around. Many of them wore masks or face coverings, clearly unwilling to reveal their faces and risk exposing their identities to the attention of the wild bandits. After all, anyone willing to spend 660,000 yuan to enter the dungeon wasn't just an ordinary person. The wild bandits loved to target these wealthy individuals. "Bro, how much are you selling this troll venom lizard carcass for?" asked a man wearing a monkey mask. Jiang lowered his voice and said in a deep tone, 2 million. The man shook his head. If the head and right foreleg hadn't been smashed to pieces, 2 million would be worth it. But if you're serious about selling, I'll take it for 1 million. Jiang replied, "This is a level 38 giant venomous lizard. I only crippled its right foreleg and head, the rest is completely intact. Just this steel armor-like hide alone is worth 1 million. Plus, the bones of this giant venomous lizard are perfectly preserved. The skeleton alone could fetch 1 million if sold to an undead class awakener." Just then, a fellow vendor selling gear nearby walked over. "Bro, how much for this berserk magic bear hide?" "What?" asked the mana core skill. Jiang replied, 1 million for the bear hide. The mana core skill is Savagery, which dropped from this level 36 berserk magic bear after it died. A mana core with a mental skill? The man's eyes lit up. How about 2 million for this mana core plus the bear hide? Don't be ridiculous. Jiang chuckled. This is a rare mental skill. When you cast Savagery, pain disappears and your strength doubles. I could sell it to the Hunter Association for 2 million. The other party clenched his teeth and said, "Here's the deal, I haven't made a single sale today and I'm almost out of cash. If you're okay with it, I'll give you 2 million. I'll take the bear pelt and the mana core, and you can pick any piece of gear worth over 1 million from my stall. How about that?" Jiang wanted to cash out and head home as soon as possible, so he agreed. "Alright, let us call it a favor between friends." The man immediately pulled out a gold card with a 200 credit limit and handed it to Jiang, then stowed the bear pelt and mana core into his storage ring. Before long, another vendor from the black market came over to haggle. Using the same method, he paid Jiang 100 gold coins and let Jiang pick out a piece of gear worth around 1 million, thus buying the troll venom lizard. In the end, Jiang selected 2 pieces of equipment worth 1 million gold each. Although the mana core's abilities didn't perfectly match the gear, he could modify them to fit perfectly, and then he left the dungeon feeling quite pleased with himself. If I come back again tomorrow, I should be able to earn enough to buy a level 30 storage ring. Also, once I hit level 30 tomorrow, I'll swing by the National Hunter Association to apply for my hunter license. As is well known, aside from the government-established Hunter Association, the most prominent forces in our country's dungeons are the 3 great guilds and the 10 great merchants' guilds. The dungeon is vast. Whenever a new teleportation portal appears out of nowhere, it signifies that a new dungeon is about to invade Earth. Initially, dungeon invasions consisted of isolated planes as if a section had been cut out of another world and teleported to Earth. Later, as more and more portals invaded Earth, people suddenly discovered that these isolated, seemingly severed, and transported planes were beginning to merge with the planes from other dungeon portals. It was like a jigsaw puzzle of scattered planes. After many pieces had been randomly assembled, 2 pieces suddenly joined together. For example, the first dungeon entrance that appeared in Kyoto contained a dungeon named Magic Source Continent by the Hunter Association, and Hunter's City was built at the eastern edge of the Magic Source Continent. 5 years ago, a powerful earthquake suddenly struck the Magic Source Continent. At the same time, a new teleportation entrance appeared in the capital of the United States, far across the ocean. Later, people discovered that this portal invading the United States had transported none other than the western section of the continent of magic. Subsequently, as more and more invading portals appeared, dungeon entrances in several regions across the country began to exhibit similar phenomena, suddenly merging with dungeon planes in other cities or even overseas. Given enough time, as more and more teleportation points appear and the scattered pieces of the dungeon plane puzzle gradually come together, it will mean that a complete alternate world, one far larger than Earth, will descend upon our planet. That will likely be the end of the world. Jiang isn't just worrying needlessly. Before his rebirth, he had uncovered many secrets that ordinary people had no right to know, leading him to deduce that the final dungeon to arrive would surely be the terrifying entity orchestrating all of this. As one teleportation point after another appears, people have long noticed that the monsters in the latest invading dungeon planes are, on the whole, far more powerful than those from previous invasions. This phenomenon seems like a test of humanity's strength, yet it also feels like a deliberate provocation, guiding and goading Earth's inhabitants to level up step by step. Jiang doesn't know when the dungeon's final descent will occur, but he knows that if he hasn't reached level 90 by then, he won't be able to protect his sister or the homeland where he was born and raised. Consider the pterosaur that had resurrected him. It was only level 96, yet a single blast of its explosive flame skill had effortlessly obliterated and melted the entire city center like a nuclear bomb. At that time, only 5 hunters worldwide had surpassed level 90. Even if these 5 joined forces, they would likely struggle to take down this level 96 monster. Therefore, Jiang could not rely on them to confront the powerful entity of the final descent. He had no choice but to find a way to break through level 90 as quickly as possible. That way, using his modify skill, even if the opponent were a terrifying level 99 entity, he would have a 10% chance to permanently modify away their skills, thereby weakening their strength. By then, there would be no need to hide his skill. He could freely use modify to weaken enemies and enhance his own forces. Before my rebirth, it took me 2.5 years to reach level 70. After my rebirth, I'd better break through to level 90 before 2.5 years have passed. Even if I can't manage that, I must at least reach level 87. That way, even if I encounter that level 96 pterosaur that killed me, I can alter its skills and wear it down until it dies. Leaving the Nanrong dungeon station, Jiang headed straight home. The distance was over 10 kilometers, but it took Jiang only a few minutes to walk home, and that was with him holding back his speed. By then, it was already dark. His younger sister hadn't started her summer break from middle school yet. She had come home after school to find dinner already prepared and was now absent-mindedly watching the news on TV. Every so often, she'd check her phone, and seeing that her brother hadn't replied yet, she grew increasingly worried. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock came from the door, followed by her brother's voice. "Haven't eaten yet? Didn't I tell you I might be coming home late today and not to wait up for me?" His sister, Yao, quickly got up from the sofa and said, "The food has gotten cold. I'll go heat it up." "Let me do it. I actually brought some bear meat back with me." Jiang took the initiative to handle the reheating, then pulled a piece of magic bear meat which he brought back as a special treat from his storage ring. Seeing this, his sister exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, where did you get a storage ring?" As everyone knows, storage rings are rare and expensive items. Even a level 1 ring with a maximum capacity of just 1 cubic meter can fetch several $100,000 on the market. And their family certainly didn't have the money to afford one. "A classmate lent it to me." As he spoke, Jiang rinsed the bear meat and then cut it into large chunks with a kitchen knife. Frenzied magic bears lived year-round in Poison Dragon Valley, so their flesh contained varying degrees of toxins. However, Jiang had cast the immunity to poison skill on his sister last night, so the small amount of toxin had no effect on them. The meat of many magical beasts is quite delicious. The most commonly sold magical beast meats in the market are the battering rabbit and wild boar from the starter zone. Since they aren't very expensive and are highly nutritious, many families enjoy them every few days. But this was the first time his sister had ever encountered bear meat from a level 36 berserk magic bear, and the first time she had the chance to taste it. Soon, Jiang had the bear meat pan fried to perfection. High-quality ingredients don't require complicated cooking after frying. A sprinkle of black pepper and salt on the surface was enough to make the neighbor's kids drool. "It smells so good." My sister silently swallowed, her stomach growling with hunger. "This is meat from a high-level magic bear. Just have one piece, otherwise, you might get too much of a boost and end up with a nosebleed, or be so full of energy tonight that you can't sleep." Jiang cut a palm-sized piece of bear meat for his sister. He ate the remaining 3 pieces with rice and the 2 side dishes she stir-fried, polishing off every last grain of rice in the pot. Anyway, that single piece of meat would be enough to fill her up. She wouldn't even need the rice. After dinner, Yao thought for a moment and said, "Bro, I told Lin today that she'll be boarding with me next semester, too." Jiang nodded slightly. "That's good. At least Lin will have someone to keep her company." Jiang had intended to bring his sister into the dungeon to experience student life, but even if she joined him there, he'd still be too busy hunting and leveling up to have much time to go home. Besides, if she saw how hard he was working once she was in the dungeon, she'd only worry even more. Yao immediately cautioned him, "So don't even think about grinding to level up and then taking the hunter license exam, got it?" Jiang agreed, putting his sister's worries to rest. However, the following day at noon, after successfully breaking through to level 30, Jiang immediately left Poison Dragon Valley, teleported back to Awakening Square, and headed straight to the first floor of the association, where he told the front desk staff, "Hello, I'd like to apply for the hunter license." Originally, Jiang had planned to go to the National Hunter Association headquarters to apply for the hunter license and, while he was at it, sell his bountiful loot at the black market. But thinking of Chairman Luo, that peeping Tom, Jiang gave it careful thought and decided to take the exam at the Hunter Association in Nanrong City instead. He wanted to avoid the misfortune of running into President Luo by chance, only to be spied on by him and then have Luo realize he couldn't access Jiang's class information, leading Luo to single him out for special attention. You must be at least level 30 to apply for the hunter license. If you meet the level requirement, please fill out the form with accurate information. Jiang took the application form, walked over to a nearby table, filled it out, and handed it to the female receptionist. Jiang, 18 years old, innate full mana, dual class awakened. Personal achievements: set solo speedrun records in 3 starter zones, currently ranked first on this year's freshman level leaderboard, the first freshman to break level 30 this year. If you didn't look at his classes, Jiang would definitely be a once-in-a-lifetime genius and a rare dual-class genius at that. But once you look at his classes: F rank, Tinker; F rank, Farmer. What a tragic guy. So this is the Jiang everyone's been buzzing about these past few days. The female receptionist said with a sigh of regret, "Are you sure you want to apply for the hunter certification? While your other credentials are outstanding, the classes you've awakened won't be of much help in frontline combat or defending against monsters. Personally, I suggest you give up on applying for the hunter certification. After all, once you become a hunter, whenever monsters attack or a new dungeon portal appears, hunters are expected to rush to the front lines immediately to engage in combat. Therefore, hunters are best suited for combat classes or support classes, whereas the 2 classes you've awakened are crafting classes which are precisely unsuitable for hunters. If you don't mind, you could apply for a position in the logistics department. The pay and benefits are quite good, and the work is relatively flexible." Jiang knew the woman wasn't mocking him, so he didn't take offense at her blunt honesty. "Since Hui Yuanwu can become a hunter, I'm sure I can too," he said with a determined look. Seeing how confident Jiang was, the receptionist didn't press the matter further. "Then wait a moment. I'll go upstairs to submit your application for you." The receptionist took the form Jiang had filled out, went upstairs, knocked on the wooden door of the director's office, then opened the door and stepped inside. "Director Zhao, there's a new student who wants to apply for the hunter certification. It's the Jiang who has been attracting a lot of attention these past few days." Director Zhao quickly took the documents and exclaimed in surprise, "He has already reached level 30 that fast? It looks like someone must have been helping him level up. Wow, what a bold application statement. If Hui Yuanwu can become a hunter, so can I." Such youthful exuberance. Director Zhao shook his head and chuckled, saying, "Tell him to go to the exam hall and get in line. I'll personally proctor the exam later." Taking Jiang's application materials, Director Zhao paused for a moment, then headed toward the office of the chairman of the Nanrong City Hunter Association. "Knock, knock." He knocked on the door. "Come in." A clear, resonant male voice called out from inside. As soon as Director Zhao entered, he saw Chairman Chen undergoing treatment. He asked, "Chairman, are your injuries feeling any better?" His entire right arm had withered and turned black like dead wood, and was currently soaking in a high-grade healing potion to prevent the injury from worsening further. He had sustained this injury last month while hunting a level 75 Lich Beast. It would take at least a level 70 Awakener with the healing purification skill to completely cure his cursed right arm, which was steadily losing its life force. Same old, it's just a temporary fix. The high-grade healing potion can only slow the deterioration. I'll have to wait for the first healing class to break through to level 70 to cure me completely." Speaking of which, Chairman Chen asked, "What brings you here?" Chairman Zhao handed over Jiang's application materials and said, "Over the past couple of days, a rather interesting newcomer has emerged on the Nanrong dungeon site. I think you might find him quite interesting as well." Jiang? Full innate mana, dual-class Jiang's name had indeed been all the rage on the Nanrong dungeon site these past few days. Chairman Chen withdrew his entire right arm dry as deadwood from the vessel containing the high-grade healing potion. "That kid levels up fast. If no one is mentoring him, his combat and martial arts talents are certainly on par with Hui Yuanwu's. So, shall we go down together to proctor the exam? See what he's really made of?" Director Zhao knew Chairman Chen would definitely be interested in this new recruit, Jiang. "Let us go." Chairman Chen handed Jiang's application back to Director Zhao, then donned his black robe, concealing his right arm within it, and nonchalantly walked downstairs toward the examination hall at the rear. Next up, Jiang. Present. Jiang had already changed into plain clothes, as no equipment that boosts attributes was allowed during the basic assessment. First up, the mana test. Jiang, level 30, total mana, 3,900. Chairman Shen, who had come specifically to proctor the exam, remarked enviously, having full innate mana is truly a blessing. Not only is the total mana high, but the regeneration rate is fast too. Director Zhao remarked, now that mana potions can be mass-produced, having innate full mana doesn't really offer much of an advantage anymore. Chairman Shen shook his head. If you think that, you're completely mistaken. In battles between the strong, victory or defeat often hinges on a split-second decision. Do you really think your enemy will give you the chance to drink a mana potion when your mana runs out? Director Zhao was instantly at a loss for words. That's right. For a powerhouse of Chairman Shen's caliber, their speed is supersonic. Retrieving a mana potion and drinking it takes at least 2 or 3 seconds during that time. A level 51 player could be killed by Chairman Shen several times over. Mental power, 445. Chairman Shen nodded again. His mental power is also quite good, several dozen points higher than most others at his level. Attack power, 418. Chairman Shen's reaction was a bit more subdued. Attack power is average. Defense 384. Magic resistance 390. Speed 402. With the basic assessment complete, Chairman Shen remarked, apart from his average attack and defense, the other stats are excellent. I hope his combat test results will impress us. Jiang had already sensed Chairman Shen and Director Zhao's arrival long before they approached. In particular, he could feel Chairman Shen's powerful yet slightly chaotic mana fluctuations from several meters away. After a moment's thought, Jiang walked toward Chairman Shen. Director Zhao froze for a second. Is that kid coming over here for us? Jiang walked up to them and said, Greetings, Chairman Shen. May I request to live stream the upcoming combat test? Chairman Shen asked, how do you plan to live stream it? Jiang replied, since I've awakened a useless class, even if I speedrun the starter zone and set a new record, or even if I temporarily claim the top spot on the newcomer rankings through my own efforts, I still won't gain everyone's recognition. Many people refuse to admit that I, an F-class awakener, am stronger than them. They're disparaging my hard work and sweat, claiming without any evidence that I must have a powerful mentor guiding me just because I leveled up so quickly. So I do like to request a live stream, broadcasting my upcoming combat test to the Awakening Plaza, to prove them wrong and prove myself. The combat tests in the Hunter assessment consist of primary combat tests and support tests, corresponding to awakened ones of combat classes and support classes, respectively. In theory, awakened ones who do not belong to these two categories can only become support staff and are ineligible to apply for the Hunter license. However, Huiyuan Wu's rise to prominence changed this Hunter Association regulation, allowing any awakener of any class to apply for the Hunter license as long as they reach level 30. However, awakener of crafting class professions who wish to apply for the Hunter license must take the main combat class test. The primary combat assessment consists of 2 rounds. The first is a one-on-one battle against a pack of wolves, with the Alpha Wolf at level 20 and the other 4 Whirlwind Wolves at level 15. The second round is a one-on-one battle against a level 30 Magic Boar. Even level 30 awakened individuals from combat classes may not necessarily pass this assessment, so very few dare to apply for the Hunter license immediately after reaching level 30. Chairman Shen asked one final time, the combat class test is no walk in the park. If you end up failing, not only will you fail to prove them wrong, but you'll end up making a complete fool of yourself. Are you sure you still want to apply for the live stream? I'm sure. Jiang replied with a determined look in his eyes. Interesting. Chairman Shen ordered, Old Zhao, do as he says. Later, stream his test process live to the Awakening Plaza. Got it. Director Zhao immediately made the arrangements. At that moment, in the vast main battle arena, whirlwinds swirled and sand swirled through the air. A level 36 man, fully equipped with level 30 gear of average stats provided by the Hunter Association, was single-handedly taking on 5 whirlwind wolves. A magic crystal ball the size of a basketball floated above the exam arena. This was President Luo's specially crafted monitoring parent-child sphere. Director Zhao decided to immediately project the child sphere surveillance feed from the exam arena onto the parent sphere in Awakening Square. Consequently, everyone, whether preparing to head out into the wilds to grind for levels or having just teleported back from the wilderness, was drawn to the live feed on Awakening Square. What's going on? Is this a speedrun livestream of the Whirlwind Wolf Grasslands? No, there is a translucent blue shield barrier in the video, and the largest Whirlwind Wolf inside is bigger than a person. It can't be the ones from the starter zone. I get it. This is a test for the Hunter Association's Hunter Certification exam. My brother took it last month and failed at the second stage. He couldn't successfully hunt a level 30 magic boar within the time limit. What class is your brother? What level was he when he took the test? My brother is AB rank combat class. He took it at level 35. Don't be fooled by the fact that the boar in the second stage is only level 30. Its defense and attack power can surpass those of a fully armed, level 40 awakener. That's why my brother decided to retake the test once he reaches level 40. As the crowd watching the livestream grew larger, the man taking the test in the video was suddenly blinded by sand and wind. Then, the Wolf King burst out of the sandstorm and instantly knocked him to the ground. Stop it! At that moment, a woman's voice rang out, and the Wolf King, who had been about to bite the man to death, had no choice but to spare him. A C-class combat class at level 36. Even with those stats, he struggled to pass the first round of the test. Chairman Shen looked at Jiang. So I'm curious, you just broke through to level 30, and even with dual classes, you're this weak. What makes you think you can pass the assessment? You guess? Jiang tossed out the reply, walked over to the equipment wall, teleported the standard level 30 gear, then, dual blades in hand, stepped into the testing arena. Seeing this, Director Zhao remarked, "That kid isn't even using a shield, he is wielding 2 cleavers. Looks like he has no intention of defending himself." Chairman Chen replied, "Offense is the best defense." The guy who just failed the test was holding a shield, which accelerated his stamina depletion and restricted his movement speed. So those with true strength and confidence don't bother with defense at all. In the center of the arena, the 3 whirlwind wolves injured during the previous test sat quietly, receiving treatment. Standing before them was a woman in her 30s whose awakened class was the Class A, Beastmaster. She was level 43 upon awakening. She could contract 1 magical beast, and then contract 1 additional beast every 10 levels. These 5 whirlwind wolves were the magical beasts she had contracted as her battle pets. Soon, the healing staff had fully restored the injured whirlwind wolves. After the beast tamer had given all 5 whirlwind wolves stamina and mana potions to restore them to full health, she looked at the list and called out. Next up, Jiang. As Jiang entered the arena, the Awakening Plaza instantly erupted with excitement. Holy shit! Did I hear that right? The Jiang she called out, could that be the same Jiang who was ranked first on the new student level list? It's gotta be him. He already broke through to level 30 at noon, so it's no surprise he went to take the Hunter Certification exam. Holy crap, the real deal has arrived, it really is him. This guy's got some guts. Daring to take the Hunter Certification exam at just level 30? Especially with his 2 awakened classes being so weak. Tisk, TSK. Does he really think he is invincible just because he was the first freshman to break level 30 and topped the freshman ranking list? No wonder the Awakening Plaza suddenly pulled this stunt. Turns out the top seed of this year's class, a dual class awakener, has broken through level 30 and entered the Hunter exam. Jiang stood on the sandy ground of the spacious exam arena, dual blades in hand. He stared at the 5 whirlwind wolves ahead of him and the Beastmaster examiner behind, shouting, "I'm ready. Attack together. Take him down." At the Beastmaster examiner's command, for level 15 whirlwind wolves charged at Jiang from left and right, front and back. The level 20 Wolf King, meanwhile, watched intently as he strode steadily from a distance, waiting to deliver the fatal blow the moment his opponent grew tired, injured, or showed a weakness. Whirlwind. Tornado. 2. Whirlwind, skills kicked up sand and dust, while 2. Tornado, skills swept the sand and dust toward Jiang. Jiang didn't T-step out of the whirlwind wolf's skill range, he simply closed his eyes. Seeing this, Chairman Chen narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Relying not on sight, but on mana fluctuations to judge the whirlwind wolf's positions? That makes sense. After all, he has a natural constitution with full mana, so his perception of mana is far superior to that of an ordinary person. However, the newbies watching this scene at the Awakening Plaza began to complain one after another. Why didn't he escape the skill's range? Could he have been scared out of his wits? It's possible. In the starter zone, wolf packs always send out a sacrificial wolf to test the waters first, so he must have assumed these whirlwind wolves would do the same. But then 4 of them charged at him all at once, and he was completely caught off guard. In an instant, Jiang's figure vanished into the sandstorm. In the haze, 2 whirlwind wolves lunged fiercely toward Jiang. At the same moment, Jiang's figure seemed to shift. Whoosh! The glint of blades sliced through the sandstorm, and 2 agonized whimpers rang out almost simultaneously. Then, 2 more whimpers seemed to echo from within the sandstorm. When the sandstorm cleared, Jiang remained standing in the same spot with his eyes closed, dual blades in hand, as if he hadn't moved at all. But the blood slowly dripping from the blades proved he had indeed struck. Behind him, the 4 level 15 whirlwind wolves that had borne the brunt of the attack lay twitching on the ground, blood gushing continuously from their necks. In an instant, the Awakening Plaza fell silent. Quick, save the wolves. The Beastmaster Examiner froze for a full 2 seconds before hurriedly ordering his healer colleagues to tend to the 4 whirlwind wolves that Jiang had instantly killed, all with a single, fatal slash to the throat. Director Zhao, who was watching from the sidelines, was also dumbfounded. He exclaimed in disbelief, "I didn't see clearly. How did he manage to instantly kill 4 whirlwind wolves so quickly with his vision obstructed?" Chairman Chen, however, had a clear view thanks to his mana perception and explained, he stood still to lure the whirlwind wolves into leaping toward him. During that moment, the whirlwind wolves were mid-air and unable to change their trajectory, so he acted with lightning-fast reflexes. No, wait, he kept his eyes closed the entire time. So he precisely pinpointed the whirlwind wolves' positions based on the mana fluctuations within their bodies. Then, using those fluctuations to locate their throats, he struck with pinpoint accuracy, swiftly slitting their throats and effortlessly taking down all 4 whirlwind wolves in an instant. Director Zhao was thoroughly convinced. It looked like Jiang was about to prove him wrong. Based on what Jiang just did, it was clear that beasts in the 10s or 20s level range posed absolutely no threat to him. Therefore, Jiang's breakthrough to level 30 might truly be the result of his own efforts, rather than being guided by a powerful mentor. At that moment, the level 20 Wolf King halted in its tracks. Its previously fierce gaze suddenly turned anxious and fearful. 4 of its subordinates had been wiped out in the blink of an eye. Now that it was left all alone, what was it supposed to do? Seeing that it had stopped, Jiang had no choice but to take a step forward and slowly close in on the Wolf King. He approached as slowly as death itself. The Wolf King was so terrified it was about to wet itself. Sensing the Wolf King's fear, the Beast Tamer Examiner, Machosha, quickly spoke up to stop him. "You've passed this stage of the test. There's no need to continue." However, Jiang didn't stop. He kept walking toward the Wolf King, saying without looking back, "No way. If I haven't defeated the Wolf King, I haven't passed the test. Otherwise, those snobs watching the live stream out there won't acknowledge my strength and will just say I passed because of connections. Ma Chou Xia. This kid is trying to wipe out my wolf cubs." She gritted her teeth and ordered, "Great King, don't back down. Show him what you're made of." "Like hell I will." The Wolf King couldn't voice his frustration and could only frantically unleash his skills. Whirlwind. Tornado. Wind Claw Blades. Wind Claw Blades, blades, blades. Even as he unleashed every trick in his arsenal, Jiang didn't even slow down, let alone dodge. He let the sword-like, wind claw blades strike him from several meters away, leaving shallow gashes on his hands and face. Any skin exposed outside his armor was now oozing blood. But Jiang seemed oblivious to the pain, not even furrowing his brow. This only made the Wolf King panic even more. Ma Xiaoxiao was also stunned by Jiang's fearless, death-defying demeanor. He could have easily dodged, yet he took the full brunt of the Wolf King's skills head-on. "Hakayan, you bastard." Meanwhile, the crowd watching the livestream in the Awakening Plaza was also awed by Jiang's presence, especially the freshmen who had been certain that his rapid leveling must be due to a powerful mentor, their faces now red with embarrassment. Especially since Jiang had already been declared to have passed the assessment by the chief examiner, yet he still chose to hunt the Wolf King and even mocked them right in front of the livestream. At that moment, the Wolf King, its face covered in blood yet acting as if nothing were wrong, was terrified by Jiang, who continued walking toward it. It suddenly bolted toward its master and hid behind Ma Xiaoxiao, the Beastmaster Examiner. Just as Ma Xiaoxiao was about to speak, Jiang suddenly lunged forward in a single bound, moving so fast he left afterimages. Ma Xiaoxiao turned pale with fear and stood frozen in place. He isn't planning to kill me too, is he? Although Ma Xiaoxiao was the examiner and 13 levels higher than Jiang, her combat power relied entirely on her magical beast companion. If she were to face Jiang one-on-one, she feared she might end up just like those 4 wolf cubs, not even knowing how she died. Whoosh! Jiang's figure suddenly swept past her, the gust of wind blowing her bangs back and revealing the cold sweat that had suddenly broken out on her forehead. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out behind her. The Wolf King, already cowed by fear, was utterly unable to withstand Jiang's relentless pursuit. One slash, then another. Jiang turned the Wolf King's own tactics against him, letting the Wolf King taste the agony of being cut to pieces. Ma Xiaoxiao watched as the Wolf King was attacked by Jiang wielding twin blades. With every swing, 2 bloody gashes were left on the Wolf King's body. She immediately realized that Jiang was seeking revenge, making the Wolf King experience the torment of slow slicing firsthand. This was because the Wolf King's earlier use of the Wind Claw blade skill had been like slow torture, slicing away at Jiang's exposed skin stroke by stroke, leaving his face, neck, and the backs of his hands covered in bleeding wounds. "That's enough," Jiang said calmly. He then slashed through the Wolf King's right front leg, and as the Wolf King collapsed to the ground in agony, he gripped both blades vertically with both hands and plunged them directly into the Wolf King's abdomen. Rip! The twin blades pierced the abdomen and violently sliced outward, instantly ripping the Wolf King's belly open. "You!" Ma Xiaoxiao was stunned. She never expected Jiang to kill the Wolf King in such a brutal manner. There wasn't even time to treat it. Killed level 20 Whirlwind Wolf X1, plus 0 EXP. Killing beasts below level 10 no longer grants experience points. Jiang spoke up first to explain, "This Wolf King is already terrified out of its wits. It can't be used for the Hunter's assessment anymore." "But you didn't have to kill it." Ma Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, finally managing to force out, "I'll give you that. You're ruthless." Chairman Chen's right hand was disabled, so he had to clap his left hand against his thigh instead. With admiration in his eyes, he said, "That was truly spectacular. You didn't use a single skill the entire time. You crushed him purely through agility and combat talent. No wonder you dared to make such bold claims. Your application stated, if Hui Yuanwu can become a hunter, so can I." As soon as Chairman Chen said this, the crowd watching the livestream at Awakening Square gasped in astonishment. This guy is seriously cocky. And his tone seemed to look down on Hui Yuanwu, as if he thought he was even better than Hui Yuanwu. But this time, those who had previously doubted Jiang and even looked down on and mocked him fell silent. Clearly, Jiang's one-sided slaughter had completely won them over. "Let us move on to the next match," Jiang said. Director Zhao, taken aback, asked, "Don't you need to recover from your injuries and replenish your stamina?" As Jiang walked toward the weapon wall, he replied, "No need. The pain keeps me focused, and I haven't lost much stamina." With that, Jiang swapped his dual daggers for dual swords, walked back onto the arena, and said casually, "Let us get started. I'm in a hurry. That guy is so cocky. If I were as badass as him, I'd be even cockier. Looks like we all underestimated him. He took down that level 20 Whirlwind Wolf like it was child's play. That means, with plenty of healing potions on hand, he can still slaughter monsters in the 20s. So maybe he really did level up to 30 on his own merits. It really hits home when you compare. Who would have thought that Jiang, who awakened 2 useless classes, would actually be more powerful than that level 36 C-class combat class guy? But then again, so what if he levels up fast in the early game? As his level increases, the power gap between classes will only widen, and leveling up will only get harder. That's why Hui Yuanwu struggled to progress past level 70. So no matter how strong he is in the early game, it won't matter in the end. He'll likely struggle to even break through level 60. While everyone was discussing this, the second main combat test for Jiang's hunter certification had already begun. A magical boar, as large as a full-grown elephant, with 2 thick, long tusks ending in exceptionally sharp points, slowly emerged from the pen. Do you think he can defeat this boar within 15 minutes? Chairman Chen suddenly asked. Director Zhao replied, although his performance in taking on a pack of wolves single-handedly was nothing short of miraculous, his class skills offer no combat power or support effects. So even if he has exceptional combat talent, it will be difficult for him to seriously injure a magic boar of the same level, let alone kill it. As everyone knows, the magic boar is notorious for being a well-rounded monster. Strong defense, immense strength, high speed, high magic resistance, powerful skills, and sharp tusks. As a result, in the final stage of the starter zone, these magic boars once became a nightmare for new players. Every year, many new students get stuck in the final stage of the starter zone, tormented by the boars to the point of questioning their very existence, and from then on lose their passion and confidence in leveling up and becoming hunters. Chairman Chen knew exactly how Jiang intended to hunt this boar the moment he saw him swap his dual daggers for dual swords. His view was diametrically opposed to Director Zhao's. I think he can take down this level 30 wild boar within 15 minutes. He might even finish it off in 10. Director Zhao shook his head. A level 30 wild boar has 3,500 HP, with both defense and attack exceeding 1,000. His preliminary test results showed an attack power of 418, and the level 30 magic meteorite sword only grants him 300 points of stats. So even if he gives it his all, he'll struggle to pierce the wild boar's hide at best. He'll only leave a shallow wound. And since recovery potions aren't allowed during the assessment, I think he'll have to concede defeat within 10 minutes at most. You might just be proven wrong. Chairman Chen warned. It's starting, watch closely. If I'm not mistaken, he's about to give you all a textbook lesson in boar hunting. Whoosh! The level 30 magical boar charged at Jiang like a madman the moment it appeared. Barbaric charge. As massive as a full-grown elephant, the magical boar charged headlong at him, moving as fast as a runaway truck. Jiang sidestepped to his right, dodging the magical boar's barbaric charge, a force powerful enough to bring down the load-bearing walls of an ordinary building. At the same time, Jiang gave chase after the beast boar, which had slammed on the brakes. He raised his right hand, clamped his mouth around the sword hilt, then freed his right hand to grab the boar's tusk, using the momentum to leap onto its back and sit down. Director Zhao was baffled. What is he trying to do? Instead of attacking while the wild boar has come to a stop, he has actually mounted it? Chairman Chen had already guessed what Jiang was planning to do next and said, as you mentioned earlier, his attack power is only 418. Even with the 300 attack points provided by the level 30 magic meteorite sword, he'd still struggle to pierce the boar's hide. If that's the case, why is he wasting his stamina on such a pointless attack? Just as Director Zhao was struggling to comprehend Jiang's decision to ride the boar, Jiang, perched on the boar's neck with his right hand clenched tightly around its tusk, suddenly thrust the magic meteorite sword in his left hand with all his might into the boar's left eye, an orifice far larger than a bowl. The blade, roughly a meter long, sank a full third of the way in. The intense pain caused the boar to shake its head violently and bolt in all directions. Jiang was flung off, and the magic meteorite sword in his left hand, which had been embedded in the boar's eye, slipped from his grasp. Chairman Chen smiled and asked Director Zhao beside him, "Do you get it now? Have you learned it?" Director Zhao. Wow, no wonder he suddenly switched from dual blades to dual swords. It made sense. The magical wild boar had thick, tough hide with Jiang's attack power. A normal strike would only inflict minor injuries at best. But a precise strike to the eye could not only severely wound the boar but also blind it. However, this move was definitely not something to try to learn. If you mess it up, at best you'll be mauled by the magical boar's barbaric charge, at worst, you'll be impaled by those sharp, long tusks. As Jiang was flung through the air, he quickly adjusted his posture, caught the sword he'd been holding in his mouth with his right hand, and just as he was about to crash to the ground, gripped the sword with both hands and thrust it violently into the earth. SSSSH. The blade carved a deep, long straight line into the ground, while Jiang's feet left 2 long gashes in the earth. This spectacular scene left the girls watching the livestream at Awakening Square speechless. The magical boar, its left eye gouged out, went berserk. It shook its head violently, finally flinging the sword that had been deeply embedded in its left eyeball away. Roar! It immediately activated the rage skill, numbing the pain and doubling its strength. Then, like a mad bull in a bullring, it unleashed a barbaric charge, enhanced by rage, and charged straight at Jiang. Jiang stood his ground, knowing that the magical boar would surely follow up with a fang pierce skill. Sure enough, mana surged within the boar. Just as the magical boar locked onto his position to unleash its tusk pierce skill, Jiang's right foot surged with power, and his entire body sidestepped 2 body lengths to the right, narrowly avoiding the boar's sudden burst of speed as it lunged forward. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed the boar's tail, his body being dragged along like a kite. Then a scene unfolded that made everyone involuntarily clench their buttocks. The demonfall iron sword in Jiang's right hand suddenly plunged into the boar's anus. Ow! Even though the boar's pain perception was greatly diminished under the rage skill, it still let out a scream of excruciating agony. The stronger the external defense, the weaker the internal defense. Jiang pulled the sword downward, sliding his body across the boar's abdomen, then drew the sword out from the right side of its front leg. In an instant, a gruesome gash spread from the boar's rear end all the way to its abdomen. Blood and intestines gushed wildly from the wound in its belly, accompanied by a torrent of feces and urine spilling out as if from incontinence. You've passed the test. Stop immediately. Another male examiner, a beast tamer, shouted urgently, fearing Jiang might kill the level 30 wild boar he'd worked so hard to tame. Sorry, it's too late. As soon as Jiang finished speaking, the level 30 wild boar, as massive as an elephant, suddenly collapsed, motionless. Holy shit! I'm totally freaked out. You can actually do that? Let us go, let us go. I feel like I can do it too. I'm definitely going to clear the boar forest today. 666. No wonder he is so much better than Li Yufeng, who awakened the S-rank, Sword Saint, class, even though he awakened a useless class. Ding! Defeated 1 level 30 magic beast boar, plus 1200 EXP. Jiang scored some free EXP. The male examiner for the beast tamer class was green with envy. The level 30 wild boar he'd worked so hard to tame had actually been killed by a freshman who'd just broken through level 30. Someone with such a useless awakened class who hadn't even used a single skill the entire time. Ma Qiuxia, standing nearby, felt a sense of satisfaction. Just moments ago, she'd been utterly frustrated that Jiang had killed her Wolf King. Now, seeing her colleague's tamed level 30 magical beast pet get killed too, she felt a sudden sense of balance. She even took malicious pleasure in it, fanning the flames. That kid definitely did it on purpose. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to stand it. You've got to challenge him to a duel, beat the crap out of him, and vent your anger. Beast tamer, colleague. Just say it if you want to set me up. Even though I'm 13 levels higher than him, I'm not confident I could beat him up. Just then, a surge of mana law erupted from within the boar, coalescing into a brownish mana core. Since it dropped a mana core, I'll forgive him. Although it was sad that my useless teammate had died, dropping a mana core meant he died a worthy death, a good death indeed. Jiang eyed the mana core greedily, desperately wanting to snatch it and stuff it into his pocket. Ma Qiuxia was envious. Why didn't her Wolf King pet drop a mana core when Jiang killed it? She felt a pang of resentment again. Jiang then pointed his sword at the surveillance crystal orb floating above and declared with an air of superiority, I'll ask just one thing, is there anyone here who still doesn't respect me, who claims I only leveled up this fast because I was led by a stronger player, and that I took first place on the freshman rankings by luck? Director Zhao. Damn it! He really pulled that off. Chairman Chen patted him on the shoulder and said, "It was over in less than 3 minutes. Well, are you convinced yet? Don't think just because you're level 5121 levels higher than him that if you went up there to fight him head-on, you'd actually be able to beat him." Director Zhao grumbled, "If I were a combat class, I'd totally crush him." Chairman Chen replied, "But he didn't awaken as a combat class either." Director Zhao had no retort. Chairman Chen walked over to Jiang and praised him, "Each match is more thrilling than the last." He raised his left hand and patted Jiang on the shoulder, saying, "Apart from Hui Yuanwu, you're the second person in the past decade or so since the dungeon invasion and the mass awakenings to bridge the class gap through sheer raw power. I'm counting on you. I hope you'll surpass Hui Yuanwu someday and become the first F-class awakener to break through level 80. Hui Yuanwu again. Both before and after his rebirth, people around him loved to compare Jiang to Hui Yuanwu, viewing him as a second Hui Yuanwu. But whether before or after his rebirth, Jiang never took Hui Yuanwu seriously. Because it took Hui Yuanwu over a decade to break through to level 70, and after reaching that level, he struggled to make further progress. Jiang, on the other hand, had broken through to level 70 in just 2.5 years. Although he'd been guided by a powerful mentor during that time, even without that help, his leveling speed would have been much slower. Furthermore, the two classes he'd awakened to were, on the surface, F-rank useless classes, but in reality, they were game-breaking, god-tier classes. So from the very beginning, he hadn't lumped himself in with Hui Yuanwu, and naturally, he'd never even considered competing with him. Director Zhao then announced, "The hunter assessment for primary combat classes is suspended for 1 week. Those waiting in line should return in a week or go to the National Association to retake the test." There was no other option. Jiang had killed the two most important magical beast examiners, so they would have to recontract and tame 2 new ones. Chairman Chen then ordered, "Arrange for a looped replay of student Jiang's assessment process to run for a week. Let this serve as a wake-up call for both new and returning students, especially those who've given up in despair after awakening to a useless class." Jiang walked over to the weapon wall, sheathed his sword, removed his standard level 30 gear, grabbed his backpack, and hurried after Chairman Chen. Noticing Chairman Chen's injured, withered right arm hidden beneath his black robe, Jiang suggested, "I know the daughter of the Hercules Guild's leader Kursin, who awakened the S-rank, Holy Angel, class. Her first talent has healing and purification effects. Perhaps you could ask her to see if she can heal your right arm." The fact that Chairman Chen's right arm was injured and rendered useless was no secret, so he replied, "I know her, but this injury was caused by a level 75 Lich S spell. For her to heal this arm, she'd have to be at least level 60 or 70. Before his rebirth, Kursin had already healed Chairman Chen's lifeless right arm when she was level 40, though the treatment took nearly half a month. Jiang could only say, "She has treated me before. Her healing purification skill is sustainable, and its effects are powerful. It's definitely more effective than you soaking in high-level healing potions." Chairman Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a sword as he fixed it on Jiang. "How do you know I've been soaking in high-level healing potions?" Jiang replied calmly, "I've been hunting and gathering Dragoness bloodgrass to sell to the Hercules Guild these past few days. You have a very distinct scent of Dragoness bloodgrass on you. It's obvious you've been soaking in high-grade healing potions every day. It's one thing that your mana perception is sharp, but your nose is just as keen." Chairman Chen sighed regretfully, "It's just a shame a talent cut down in its prime. If you'd awakened to the S-rank, Sword Saint, class, your future achievements would surely have far surpassed mine. The problem is, I don't need an S-rank class. My future achievements will still far surpass yours." After bringing up Kursin to remind Chairman Chen, Jiang said no more and followed the staff to complete the final certification procedures. Soon, the hunter license was issued. With this certificate, Jiang could now head to larger and more dangerous dungeons to hunt and level up. In addition, Jiang received a permanent residence provided by the Hunter Association, as well as a magical communication bracelet. With the magical communication bracelet, Jiang only needed to buy one for his younger sister. That way, even if one was inside the dungeon and the other outside, they could stay in constant contact. After collecting his hunter license, the dungeon property deed, and the magical communication bracelet, Jiang headed straight to Hunter S City, intending to enter the dungeon black market to sell the loot he acquired from reaching level 30. Modify. Entering a deserted alley, Jiang cast the Modify skill, changing the Assembly skill unlocked upon reaching level 30 as a tinker to Camouflage. Name: Jiang. Race: Huaxia. Class: Tinker, Farmer. Level: 30 1483,000. Health: 420. Mana: 3,900. Spirit: 445. Attack: 418. Defense: 384. Speed: 402. Magic resistance: 390. Talents: Modify, Resurrection, Durability, Grafting, Disassembly, Poison Immunity, Assembly New, Field Improvement New. The newly added Assemble skill can be used in conjunction with the Disassemble skill to safely remove unwanted components and materials, then add other components and materials to assemble them into new equipment items. After Jiang modified the Assemble skill into Disguise, the skill S effect underwent a dramatic transformation. Skill: Disguise. Cost: 400 mana. Description: cast this skill to disguise the target as any form you desire, including their level but not higher than 10 levels above your own. Note: the initial disguise duration is 30 minutes. As your level increases, the duration increases by 1 minute per level. If the target's level is higher than yours, the disguise duration decreases by 3 minutes for every level difference. Cooldown: 100 minutes. The modified disguise skill is equivalent to the transformation skill of the ninja class. 30 minutes should be enough. Jiang immediately cast disguise on himself, transforming into the appearance of the wild bandit he had previously killed and disposed of, and casually slung the target's level 30 triangular dagger across his waist. If anyone used Magic Eye to check his level, they would find that his level had changed to match that of his disguise target level 34. With this skill, I'm essentially able to assume countless identities. If I can reach level 100, that means the 100-minute cooldown will disappear, and I'll be able to keep using disguise indefinitely. Just thinking about it filled Jiang with anticipation, because there were so many ways he could use this skill. Even before his rebirth, he frequently used this skill to disguise himself, kill, and loot, then frame and trick his enemies. Especially when dealing with foreigners, it never failed. After disguising himself, Jiang put on a black mask for double coverage, then headed to the dungeon black market to sell his latest loot. At the same time, Nanrong Dungeon Hunter Association. Chairman Chen withdrew his dead right arm from the vessel containing the high-grade healing potion. Recalling what Jiang had said, he took out his magic-powered communication phone from his storage ring and initiated a video call. "Old Yao, I need to borrow your daughter for a bit. I want to see if her healing skills will work on me." Chairman Chen could only take a chance it was a last-ditch effort. Yali was flabbergasted upon hearing this. "Old Chen, you're grasping at straws. My daughter may have awakened as an S-rank healer, but she has only just awakened and is barely in her 20s. Even healing skills at levels 50 or 60 can't fix your arm. How could my daughter possibly manage it at such a low level?" Chairman Chen was at a loss. Even the concentrated version of the advanced healing potion is struggling to suppress the corruption of death energy these days. After all, your daughter has awakened to the S-rank, Holy Angel, class, which has never been seen before. I heard her first talent after awakening was a healing skill with a purification effect. Maybe it'll have an unexpected effect. Alright, my son and Uncle Lin are currently leveling her up. I'll let her know and have her come back to try and heal you. After ending the video call, Yali immediately initiated a mage video call with his daughter. "Although I don't think your healing skill can cure Chairman Chen's right arm, since he asked, you should go give it a try. After all, the Hercules Guild has received plenty of support from him in the past, and your brother and Uncle Lin are both members of the Nanrong City Hunter Association. They'll need his support in the future as well." After getting the full picture, Kirsten followed her brother and Uncle Lin back to the Awakening Plaza at the Nanrong Dungeon Station. Where's the new recruit ranking list? Kirsten looked up in confusion. The massive magic crystal ball wasn't displaying the real-time updated newcomer rankings, but instead showed Jiang's hunter assessment process. She was about to hit level 29, and by this afternoon, she'd definitely break through to level 30, catching up to Jiang. Speaking of Jiang, isn't that Jiang in the video? What is he doing? Yao Junfeng recognized Machiosha, a beast tamer, as well as the 5 whirlwind wolves in front of her. He said in surprise, "This is the combat test for the hunter license exam." Jiang is already level 30, and he is actually applying for the hunter license. Lin Bo was also taken aback, that kid levels up fast. But his awakened class is so weak. Daring to apply for the hunter license right after hitting level 30, he is just a reckless youngster who doesn't know how tough the combat test really is. In the video, 4 whirlwind wolves launched the attack first. A storm of yellow sand was whipped up by the whirlwind skill, then swept head-on toward Jiang by the tornado skill. Jiang, wielding his dual blades, stood perfectly still, even closing his eyes. As the sand engulfed him, 4 agonized, bestial whimpers rang out. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the sandstorm dissipated. Jiang was still standing in the same spot, while behind him lay 4 whirlwind wolves, twitching violently as blood gushed from their throats. Curson was stunned. Lin Bo was dumbfounded. Yao Junfeng, speechless with astonishment, blurted out, "Holy shit! How did he do that? Last year, when I took the level 35 hunter certification exam, I barely made it through the first stage after sustaining serious injuries, and now he has just instantly wiped out 4 level 15 whirlwind wolves." Uncle Lin recalled his earlier remark that Jiang was a fearless young bull and suddenly felt his face burn with embarrassment, as if Jiang had emerged from the magic crystal ball above and slapped him right across the face. But what left them even more dumbfounded and stunned was that Jiang actually withstood the level 20 Wolf King's ranged attack. Like a cold-blooded, ruthless assassin, he relentlessly chased the Wolf King, hacking away until the beast was covered in wounds. In the end, ignoring the examiner's protests, he claimed the Wolf King was too terrified to continue the test and executed it on the spot. Whoa! Yao Junfeng's scalp prickled as he said, "This guy is insane. Back when I was level 35, I barely passed this test, but he is level 30 and made it look like child's play. He breezed through it without breaking a sweat." What shocked them even more was that Jiang didn't seek healing or drink a potion to restore his stamina. He immediately began the second test to battle against a level 30 magical boar. When they saw Jiang kill the level 30 magical boar in less than 3 minutes, they were completely dumbfounded. "Curson, is that really a level 30 boar? Isn't it's supposed to be level 13? Yao Junfeng, you can hunt a boar like that? No wonder this guy levels up on his own. He is faster than when we're guiding you through the levels. Lin Bo, this kid is terrifying. His combat talent is even more extraordinary than Hui Yuanwu's was in his youth. Given time, his level achievements will likely surpass Hui Yuanwu's." Yao Junfeng felt a pang of inferiority. No wonder the guild suddenly posted this video on Awakening Square. It's meant to inspire the new recruits and give us veterans a little kick in the pants at the same time. Filled with admiration and awe for Jiang, Curson headed to Chairman Chen's office and attempted to cast the Holy Light skill to heal Chairman Chen's withered right arm. Feeling the continuous healing and purifying effects of the sustained Holy Light, Chairman Chen watched as wisps of death energy seeped out like black smoke and exclaimed excitedly, "It actually works. Thank goodness I took Jiang's advice." Curson immediately asked, "Chairman Chen, are you saying Jiang suggested you come to me for treatment?" Chairman Chen nodded and recounted how Jiang had recommended her for treatment when he passed his midday assessment. Feeling his arm regain some vitality, Chairman Chen exclaimed excitedly, "I'll take you leveling. Your level is too low right now. If you can break through to levels 40 or 50, you might be able to cure me completely." "Ha!" Curson was both flattered and surprised. Chairman Chen, an S-rank, Sword Saint, currently at level 83, was actually going to personally guide her through leveling up. Yao Junfeng felt envious, thinking to himself, if Chairman Chen were willing to guide me through leveling up, wouldn't I be able to break through level 60 with ease? Lin Bo also felt envious, thinking to himself, if Chairman Chen were willing to guide me through leveling up, wouldn't I be able to break through level 70 with ease? And so, Jiang's words had brought Curson a stroke of incredible luck. When Jiang emerged from the dungeon, headed to the Magic Gear Guild to purchase a set of level 30 gear with high base stats, and returned to the Awakening Square of the National Hunter Association. He suddenly discovered that on the new player level ranking, Curson had actually surpassed him. First place, Curson, level 32. Second place, Jiang, level 30. Third place, Li Yufeng, level 28. Reported. Curson hired a top-tier proxy to form an illegal party. It's so great to have money and connections. Curson's father is the guild master of the Hercules Guild. He started off by getting a top-tier proxy to carry him right from the beginning. That's just how it is. Hard work is no match for privilege. Look at Jiang, he's grinding his ass off to level up, yet he still gets overtaken by a rich kid like Curson in the blink of an eye? This year's freshmen are insane. It's only been 2 days since their awakening, and 2 of them have already broken 30. Li Yufeng will probably hit 30 today too. At this rate, by the time the freshman top 100 rankings start next month, I bet a few of them will have broken 40. Looking at the freshman level rankings, this year's freshmen all felt the pressure and rushed to hunt and level up. Jiang teleported back to the Nanrong dungeon station. Using the address on the property deed provided by the Nanrong City Hunter Association, he arrived at the Hunter residential complex across from the association building. Low-level hunters are only assigned densely populated communal housing, while high-level hunters are assigned standalone villas. However, whether in the communal housing or the villa district, there were mana-gathering arrays that could collect the mana molecules floating in the surrounding air, thereby increasing the mana purity in that area. In places with high mana purity, people's mana recovery speed would accelerate, and living in such an environment for a long time could also nourish health and strengthen the body. However, in densely populated neighborhoods, everyone is absorbing these high-purity mana molecules, so the effect is diluted and not as significant as one might imagine. Jiang naturally looked down on collective housing complexes of this level, which is why he had come to post a rental ad. Houses provided by the Hunter Association cannot be sold, but they can be freely rented out, and the prices are not cheap. Jiang is only level 30 and has no merit points, placing him at the very bottom of the Hunter hierarchy. Naturally, the housing he was assigned is in the worst location and the most basic. Even so, a monthly rent of 100,000 still attracts plenty of wealthy tenants. This is especially true for those with low levels and poor professions, people who will never qualify for a hunter license in their lifetime. To work and live in the dungeon, they must have a safe place to stay. The safe zones within the dungeon were all secured through the blood, sweat, and lives of the Hunter Association's warriors and soldiers. Consequently, these territories are under the control of the military or the government-affiliated Hunter Association, and unauthorized land occupation or construction is strictly prohibited. Of course, dangerous areas that are unregulated and where monsters might appear at any moment can be occupied freely. However, no one dares to claim land and live alone in the wilderness. Even high-level powerhouses fear doing so, worried they might be ambushed by enemies or targeted by powerful monsters. Hunter District 30, Building 9, top floor apartment for rent. Located in a strategic hub with extremely high mana purity. Monthly rent, 200,000. Interested tenants may contact the following Hunter Mage communication number. After posting the rental ad in the complex's designated advertising area, Jiang went upstairs to improve the environment of the top floor unit, aiming to earn more rent. After breaking through to level 30, his farmer class unlocked a new talent, field improvement. This skill can transform barren land into fertile farmland. Modify. As Jiang cast the modify skill, transforming field improvement into heaven and earth improvement, the skill's effects became night and day. Jiang cast the skill several times in a row to improve the air quality on the top floor. And the better the air quality, the more active the mana molecules floating in the air become. Therefore, by improving this airspace, he effectively set up a mana-gathering array, causing mana molecules to accumulate in greater numbers, which naturally increases mana purity. I'm only level 30 right now, so the enhancement effect lasts just 30 days. That's perfect. I'll come back once a month to cast the skill and collect rent while I'm at it. Jiang was confident that as long as people experienced the purity of the mana on the top floor, they'd be willing to rent his apartment even at 200,000 a month. He'd treat that money as pocket money for his little sister. Leaving the fully furnished, move-in ready Hunter-esque community, Jiang used the teleportation array in the community square to teleport directly to the awakening square. With his Hunter-S license, he could now venture into the monster-infested zones that ordinary people were forbidden to enter. Without a Hunter-S license, the only way for people to access these monster zones was to join one of the 3 great guilds or the 10 great merchants guilds, forming a party to venture into these unexplored dungeon areas that lacked public teleportation points. For instance, the 100 Beasts Forest and Poison Dragon Valley locations accessible at level 20 once players leave the starter zone are fully explored dungeon areas. Public records detail the level of the strongest monsters within and the danger level of these areas. Typically, in these fully explored dungeon zones accessible at level 20, the strongest monsters are generally only in the low 40s, as the more powerful ones have long since been hunted by high-level hunters. Presenting his Hunter-S license, Jiang teleported to Demon Hunter Town, located over 10,000 li from Hunter-S City. Demon Hunter Town is surrounded on all sides by enemy territory, with monster forests stretching in every direction. Since the exploration rate of these monster forests in this area is less than 10%, monster resources are extremely abundant. Unlike areas like Poison Dragon Valley and 100 Beasts Forest, which have long been fully explored, where so many new hunters enter every year that even slightly higher level monsters are nearly hunted to extinction. What Jiang didn't know was that as soon as Chairman Chen discovered that Kursan's Holy Light skill might be able to heal his withered right arm, his first move was to bring Kursan to Demon Hunter Town. He then flew there with Kursan on his sword, arriving at the monster forest in the eastern part of the town to farm monsters non-stop. Unfortunately, Jiang had chosen to head to the western forest. Because the western forest is toxic much like Poison Dragon Valley, teeming with all manner of venomous creatures, it is currently the least explored area, with almost no hunters willing to risk venturing inside. Since there was no teleportation point to take him there, Jiang had no choice but to leave Demon Hunter Town and set off on foot toward the western forest, dozens of kilometers away. Running at full speed, Jiang covered the distance of dozens of kilometers and reached the forest's outskirts in about 10 minutes. Phew! He took out a stamina potion from his storage ring to recover, then began organizing his equipment. Disassemble. Jiang sat down and took off his level 26 boots, then carefully extracted the level 26 mana core fused inside, which had been modified from vibration to blink, without damaging it. Taking out a pair of level 30 boots he had specifically purchased from the Magic Gear Guild earlier, Jiang cast the Modify skill to revert the Camouflage skill back to assemble, then assembled the Blink mana core into these level 30 boots, which had no fused mana core. As a result, the base stats of the level 30 boots not only gained a 100-point increase in movement speed but also inherited the Blink mana core skill. Immediately afterward, Jiang used the Disassemble skill one after another to extract the mana cores fused into the level 25 Demon King's sword and the level 25 magic armor, then assembled them into the new level 30 equipment. Dismantling the mana cores without damage and assembling them into level 30 gear has increased my attack, defense, and speed by at least 100 points. Jiang consumed a bottle of intermediate mana potion to restore 1000 mana, returned the discarded gear from which the mana cores had been removed to his storage ring, and then charged into the western forest. In the western forest of Demon Hunter Town, where only a few % of the area has been explored, Jiang had ventured less than a kilometer in but had already encountered several level 20+ monsters along the way. Go a few hundred meters deeper, and he was sure to encounter plenty of monsters above level 30. This was a monster-infested forest that humans had yet to explore in depth, teeming with a vast number of high-level, unknown monsters. Jiang no longer bothered with these level 20+ monsters and continued deeper into the forest. His magic sword possessed the Explosion skill, his armor had a Reflect skill that deflected 24% of incoming damage, and his boots granted a Blink skill allowing him to teleport within a 25-meter radius. Combined with the Resurrection skill modified from the Farmer class, which served as a safety net, Jiang either didn't fight at all or only targeted monsters in the 30s and 40s. By grinding like crazy and hunting monsters far beyond his level, Jiang spent over an hour and broke through to level 32. However, with Tong Tiandai helping to severely wound a bunch of monsters, Kursan, who only had to follow up with finishing blows to harvest experience, had already reached level 34. As dusk approached, Jiang had reached level 33. Loaded with loot, he hurried back to Demon Hunter Town and then teleported to the Awakening Square of the National Hunter Association. Looking at the real-time newcomer level rankings. First place, Kurson, level 36. Second place, Jiang, level 33. Third place, Li Yufeng, level 29. What the hell? Is Kurson using a cheat too? Could it be that Chairman Shen took my advice, had her heal him, saw how effective it was, and decided to take her leveling? Speak of the devil. No sooner had Jiang finished muttering to himself than he spotted two familiar figures emerging from the exclusive teleportation portal to Hunter Town. It was none other than Chairman Shen and Kurson. Jiang. I knew Kurson was cheating. No wonder she leveled up so much in just one afternoon. When Kurson saw him, she looked surprised at first, then ran over excitedly. Jiang, thanks to you, I'm level 36 now. Jiang pursed his lips. If I'd known, I wouldn't have said a word. Now, even if I give it my all, it'll be hard to catch up to you. Kurson giggled. I'll take first place on the new player level ranking, and you can take first place on the new player top 100 list. Chairman Shen was quite generous, saying, Yao's finishing blows are too slow. I can take you along for the ride. Forget it, I'd rather go it alone and level up by myself. That way, those who don't respect me won't have any excuses to badmouth me later. Jiang politely declined. After all, Chairman Shen could only take him up to the 40s at most, and if Chairman Shen led the party, any mana cores that dropped wouldn't go to him anyway. So there was no point in sacrificing a big opportunity for a small advantage. After saying goodbye to Kurson and Chairman Shen, Jiang headed back to the dungeon. The 100-minute cooldown on the disguise skill had passed, so before entering the dungeon's black market, Jiang cast disguise once more. At noon, he had disguised himself as that wild rogue, so to avoid drawing attention by frequently dropping high-quality loot, this time he disguised himself as Zhao Shuxing, a level 36 player, the senior who had set up a stall and from whom Jiang had scammed a blue steel sword for free on the day of his awakening after helping him repair his geared durability. This time, Jiang hunted several level 30+ beasts. With limited space in his storage ring, he could only strip the hides from these beasts and bring them back to sell to the craftsmen who specialized in crafting and selling equipment. In addition to that, his biggest haul this time was a level 36 mana core and a level 31 mana core. The level 36 one is a paralysis mana core, and the level 31 one is a wind shield mana core. Jiang modified it into a storm, so the price will be at least 2 or 3 times higher than that of the wind shield. After all, one is a common defensive shield, while the other is a rare wide area magical attack. Once this batch is sold, I'll have enough to buy a level 20 storage ring. With just one day left until I'm supposed to return Kurson's ring, if I push myself, I might be able to save over 30 million and buy a level 30 storage ring. After successfully selling off this batch of loot, Jiang's savings reached over 16 million. The level 31 Storm Mana Core was more in demand than expected. A wealthy buyer snapped it up for 2.5 million. Meanwhile, the level 36 Paralysis Mana Core, which could be used in both melee and ranged weapons, sold for only 1.5 million. Jiang was quite satisfied with this outcome. After all, a standard level 30 Mana Core usually sells for several hundred thousand, and only when crafted into a near-perfect piece of gear can it fetch a price in the millions. Therefore, both of these prices actually exceeded his expectations. With about 10 minutes left on his camouflage skill, Jiang decided to put the 3 pieces of gear he had dismantled for their mana cores up for sale. Since the modify process had boosted their base stats by several dozen points, these 3 pieces of level 20-something gear now had stats equivalent to ordinary level 30-something gear. In the end, he sold the lot for 800,000. My total savings have now reached 17 million. I can stay out a bit later tonight to see if I can snag a couple of pieces of gear that Big Smart has rendered useless, then modify them into god tier gear. Once I've made 20 million, I'll head back. That way, when I head into the western forest of Demon Hunter Town tomorrow to hunt, I'll only need to make another 10 million to afford a level 30 storage ring. 8 p.m. Jiang successfully scoured the market for a few pieces of gear, modified them, and resold them at a high price. He finally reached 20 million and left the dungeon with a smile, heading home. The next day. 3 p.m. After selling off the loot from his second trip into the western forest of Demon Hunter Town that day, Jiang's savings successfully surpassed 30 million. Luckily, he discovered a level 32 storage ring on the black market with only 14% durability remaining. The main body had several cracks from battle damage. In the end, he spent 22 million to buy this storage ring, which, once fully repaired, would be worth at least 30 million. Using his dismantle skill to carefully disassemble the storage ring without causing damage, and then employing his assemble skill to perfectly replace the main materials, Jiang immediately restored the damaged storage ring to flawless condition. 3 days have passed. Here's your storage ring back. Inside is a level 35 three-tailed demon fox pelt. Considerate interest for borrowing the ring for 3 days. Jiang returned the storage ring to Kurson, who had just broken through to level 40 and was far ahead on the freshman ranking list. Jiang is now level 36, in second place. Interestingly, Li Yufeng, who had been competing with Jiang, dropped to 4th place today, overtaken by Sun Chongbin, who had awakened the A-rank ammo expert class and unlocked the infinite ammo skill after reaching level 20. Before his rebirth, Sun Chongbin had been number 1 on the freshman level ranking and was the only player to have broken through level 40 before the start of the semester. However, due to the butterfly effect triggered by Jiang's rebirth, Kurson had treated Chairman Chen's right arm ahead of schedule. Under Chairman Chen's guidance, he had broken through level 40 in just 3 short days. Spurred on by Jiang, Sun Chongbin, and Li Yufeng's leveling speed in this life was even faster than before their rebirth. And so, 20 days passed. June came to an end, ushering in the July back-to-school season at Dungeon University. Freshmen would select their university choices based on their total college entrance exam scores in both academic and martial arts subjects, as well as their awakened professions. At the same time, registration for the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament was now open. Students who stood out and made it onto the top 100 freshman rankings would be granted special admission to the 3 great magic academies and could even join Prodigy Island for intensive training. Jiang, I heard you were the top scorer in both academic and martial arts subjects at Nanrong No. 1 High School. Which university are you planning to apply to? With Jiang's exam scores, he could be admitted to any of the 3 major magic academies he applied to. However, his awakened profession was not suited for the battlefield, so even if he were accepted, he would only be placed in a regular class and would not qualify for Prodigy Island. Prodigy Island is a program where the 3 major magic academies pour vast resources into rapidly cultivating a group of students with high ranks, strong awakened professions, and the ability to turn the tide of battle. Therefore, those admitted to the 3 major magic academies and accepted into Prodigy Island are all combat class professions or support-type professions. Jiang, however, had 2 crafting class professions. His best options were actually vocational colleges or agricultural universities. But Kurson knew Jiang wouldn't be content with a support role. She also believed he would definitely break into the top 100 freshman rankings, get accepted by one of the 3 major magic academies, and be admitted to Prodigy Island on a special exemption. Before his rebirth, Jiang had chosen Huaxia Magic Academy as his first choice. However, because his leveling speed wasn't fast enough at the time, leaving him somewhat behind in rank, and because he hadn't yet revealed his game-changing, modify, skill, he ultimately failed to make the top 100 and ended up in a regular class. This time, he had no intention of joining Huaxia Magic Academy. My first choice is Longyuan Magic Academy, he said. Kurson asked, why? Isn't Huaxia Magic Academy the strongest in terms of faculty and university resources? Jiang replied, everyone thinks that way. So, any student with sufficient grades or a favorable class awakening who qualifies for special admission will prioritize Huaxia Magic Academy. With so many people competing for the same pie, the slice each gets ends up being smaller. While Longyuan Magic Academy is the 3rd-ranked institution among the 3 major magic schools and has relatively weaker faculty, it possesses all the necessary dungeon resources. Therefore, in comparison, the resources allocated to the Prodigy Island at Longyuan Magic Academy will undoubtedly be more abundant and of higher quality than those at Huaxia Magic Academy or Hongmeng Magic Academy. He was speaking the truth. Since none of the 3 major magic academies train underachievers, the stronger a freshman's class potential and the more they can turn the tide of battle, the more they benefit from resource allocation and level up rapidly. Someone like Kurson, even if she has awakened to a support class, is destined to be fought over by the 3 major magic academies because it's an S-rank support class. Barring any surprises, all three major magic academies would undoubtedly offer generous terms such as pouring all available resources into her training or promising to help her reach a certain level. But Curson wasn't short on resources, and the world before level 50 was a completely different one from the world after. Once you reached level 50, leveling up became extremely difficult, which is why the three major magic academies typically offered guarantees that students would reach at least level 50 before graduation. The problem is that, under Chairman Chen's guidance, Curson is already nearing level 50 even before the semester has started. So unless the three major magic academies offer her even more enticing benefits, it won't make much difference which one she joins. Now that she heard Jiang's explanation and learned that his first choice was Longyuan Magic Academy, she immediately said, "Then I'll make Longyuan my first choice too. That way, when my gear runs out of durability, I can just ask you since we'll be at the same school to repair it. And if you ever suffer an injury that healing potions can't fully cure, you can come straight to me for treatment." This time, Jiang didn't fall into one of life's three great illusions: she likes me. Jiang asked, "So, are you signing up for the National Freshman Combat Tournament?" Curson replied eagerly, "Even though I'm a support class and don't have skills suited for combat, I am, after all, number 1 on the freshman level rankings. So I think if I sign up, I'll definitely dominate with my level and easily make it into the top 100. Jiang wasn't so sure. Everyone else has leveled up by grinding their asses off, but you've been carried all the way by Tongtian. So if it comes down to a real fight where you have to go all out, even at level 47, you probably couldn't beat someone in their 30s. You might just end up getting mocked as a useless pretty face." Curson snorted. "Anyone who dares laugh at me, I'll write their name down in my little notebook. They can forget about me ever healing them for the rest of their lives." Jiang. "Good thing I don't need healing, I'll just respawn with full health when I die." Jiang waved his hand. "I'm not arguing with you. I'm heading to the University City to sign up for the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament. Wait for me, I'm coming too." Curson hurried to catch up, and the two of them passed through the teleportation point at Awakening Square, teleporting together to Dungeon University Town. After registering, Jiang planned to head to Poison Dragon Valley, venturing deep into its center to see if he could find a poison dragon egg or capture a poison dragon hatchling, then ask Ma Qiuxia for help binding it as a magical beast battle pet. Ever since Curson had successfully healed Chairman Chen's right arm the previous week, Chairman Chen had stopped taking her along to level up. Plus, her brother and Uncle Lin were on a mission to escort a merchant caravan these past few days. So, after bumping into Jiang at the Nanrong dungeon station that morning, she latched onto him. "Are you heading out to grind monsters in the wild to level up? Can I come with you?" She followed Jiang around, all excited. Jiang didn't beat around the bush. "I'm planning to head deep into the heart of Poison Dragon Valley to see if I can find a poison dragon egg or capture a young poison dragon that can't fly yet, then contract it as a magical beast battle pet. So I don't recommend you come along on this adventure. I don't want you to get killed if we run into a level 40 or 50 poison dragon. If you're going deep into the heart of Poison Dragon Valley, then you need me even more. I can heal you, purge toxins, cast blessings on you, and even grant you angelic protection." Curson chattered on. "Anyway, it'll be extremely dangerous for you to face a level 40 or 50 poison dragon alone, but with me supporting you, who knows? We might even be able to take down a level 40 or 50 poison dragon despite the level difference." Seeing that Curson was so insistent, Jiang had no choice but to let her tag along, though he was also curious about just how effective her support skills really were. "By the way, the insect immunity skill you cast on me last time seems to be about to expire. Could you cast it on me again today?" The last time Jiang cast the immunity to insect pests skill on Curson and her brother, he was level 26, so the effect could only last 26 days. By his calculations, it was indeed about to expire. Jiang had no choice but to cast immunity to insect pests on her again. This time, the skill's effect would last 43 days. That's right, Jiang has now reached level 43, making him the second player on the newcomer level ranking to break the 40 level mark, after Curson. However, on the newcomer level ranking, Jiang's level is displayed as 41. If anyone were to use the magic eye to check his level, they would also see 41. This is a type of illusionary ability unlocked when the Tinker class breaks the 40 level mark and gains new skills. After breaking through level 40, Jiang unlocked 2 new talents. These are the Bountiful Harvest skill, provided by the Farmer class, which quadruples crop yields, and the Modify skill, provided by the Tinker class. The Modify skill allows him to alter the form of equipment items at will. For example, by casting the skill, he can instantly transform a sword into a knife or into other weapon forms. However, with the Modify skill at his disposal, Jiang can modify the Modify skill into alter, rewrite, and so on. After some experimentation, the Modify skill as alter version worked much like the original Modify skill, both could change an item as form. However, when Modify was transformed into rewrite, Jiang discovered that this skill could actually tamper with the level and attributes of himself or his equipment. But compared to the Modify skill, which could rewrite fate with a single word, the rewrite skill, which allowed for arbitrary modification of attribute values, served only as a smokescreen. For example, he could rewrite an item's level, changing a level 30 piece of equipment to level 40, but even after it's been rewritten to level 40, its stats would still be those of a level 30 item. Therefore, this is a scam skill. So while Jiang appears to be level 41 to the outside world, he is actually broken through to level 43, but since he doesn't mention it, no one would ever discover that he can rewrite levels. Over the past few days, he has used this skill to rake in a fortune on the dungeon black market. He specifically buys low-level mana cores at bargain prices, then rewrites their levels, for instance, turning a level 20 mana core into a level 31. The price more than doubles, yet the mana core's skill effects remain at level 20. But since Jiang doesn't say anything, those suckers can't spot the problem. Even if they feel the item doesn't match the description, they'll just assume the equipment isn't compatible with the mana core. They never suspect Jiang of selling fakes. So over time, Jiang had come to realize a truth. Money lost can be earned back, but once you lose your conscience, you really do make even more. Now, every piece of his level 40 gear was earned with his conscience. And this level 40 storage ring he wore as a necklace around his neck that, too, was earned with his conscience over the past couple of days. Of course, he has also rewritten the level and stats of this full set of level 40 divine gear, so to others, he looks like a broke-ass level 41 still wearing level 20 or 30 gear, who can only afford a level 4 storage ring. But if anyone were to inspect this level 4 storage ring, they'd be shocked to discover that this damn level 4 ring actually has more storage space than a level 41. Likewise, if someone were to snatch his ordinary gear and put it on, they'd find the stat bonuses were so absurdly high it looked like a glitch. How could such trashy level 20-30 gear have stats comparable to level 40-50 divine gear? That's the magic of the Modify skill. Unfortunately, while Modify can downgrade a level 40 item to a level 4, it can only upgrade it by a maximum of 10 levels. Otherwise, if Jiang could modify a level 90 mana core, it would definitely cause a sensation throughout the entire dungeon. They teleported to Poison Dragon Valley. Kurson took a high-grade antidote pill and handed one to Jiang as well. Jiang took it, pretended to eat it, but actually slipped it into a storage ring that appeared to be level 10 but was actually level 30. He now wore a level 30 storage ring on his right hand and a level 40 storage ring as a necklace. A total big spender. Stay close. Leaving the teleportation tower, Jiang quickly dashed into Poison Dragon Valley. Kurson stayed right behind him. Her level was 4 higher than Jiang's, and she wore level 45 boots with maxed out stats fused with a level 40 Gale mana core, so her speed was on par with Jiang's. When it came to spending money on the game, Jiang was still no match for Kurson, the little rich girl. Racing through Poison Dragon Valley, it wasn't long before Jiang and Kurson reached the central area. Is this the Poison Dragon Pool? Kurson stopped in her tracks, staring at the dark green pool bubbling with poisonous fumes. Her body shuddered involuntarily. It was said that the water in the Poison Dragon Pool was not only highly toxic but also possessed a corrosiveness comparable to concentrated sulfuric acid. If one were to accidentally fall into the Poison Dragon Pool, it was said that within 3 seconds, their flesh and skin would be completely corroded away, and in less than 10 seconds, their entire body would be reduced to nothing but dust, becoming a part of the pool itself. Kurson looked around and said, "I don't see any signs of the poison dragons. Could it be that all the poison dragons here have been killed by high-level hunters?" Jiang stared at the bottom of the poison dragon pool and said, "There are 2 faint mana fluctuations at the bottom of the poison dragon pool. If I'm not mistaken, there are at least 2 poison dragons hibernating down there." Curson hadn't expected Jiang to be able to sense 2 mana fluctuations at the bottom of the poison dragon pool. She exclaimed in astonishment, "How did you do that? Why can't I sense anything?" Jiang replied calmly, "I have an innate full mana constitution, so I'm naturally very sensitive to mana fluctuations. Since your innate mana is only 94%, it's perfectly normal that you can't sense anything." Curson: "So what if you have full innate mana?" She pouted and asked, her voice tinged with envy, "So what do we do? Are we going to wake them up and lure them out?" Jiang thought for a moment and said, "Besides the Holy Light skill, do you have any other skills that can purify?" Curson replied, "There is an annihilation skill that can nullify any negative effects caused by dark magic." The Death Curson chairman Shen's right arm was cured by combining the Holy Light skill with annihilation. Jiang said, "My farmer class has a skill called land improvement that can alter the environment of a field. In a moment, you'll use the annihilation skill in coordination with it to see if we can purify the poison dragon pond and turn it into an ordinary pond." "Alright, I'll get started." Curson immediately cast the annihilation skill, continuously channeling mana into the poison dragon pond to sustain the spell's effect. Meanwhile, Jiang repeatedly cast the modified land improvement skill, directly transforming the poison dragon pond, which was filled with deadly toxins and corrosive acids, into a purified body of water. As mana was consumed at a frantic rate, Jiang and Curson had no choice but to keep drinking mana potions to replenish their mana while maintaining the continuous output of their skills. On the surface of the poison dragon pool, which was larger than a soccer field, the dark green water seemed to have cleared up slightly. The bubbles surging from the surface like boiling water were no longer as frequent, and even the wispy toxic smoke rising from it gradually died down. "It looks like it's actually working." Excited, Curson downed another bottle of high-grade mana potion, replenishing 5,000 points of mana. If it didn't work, could it really be called heaven and earth refinement? Of course, Jiang had to keep a low profile, so he let Curson believe this was all her doing. 10 minutes passed. The dark green water in the poison dragon pool had become somewhat pure and translucent, with almost no corrosive bubbles or toxic fumes visible on the surface. Just then, one of the poison dragons hiding in the pool and in a state of hibernation suddenly sensed something was wrong. It snapped its eyes open, sending ripples across the water. "Watch out, the poison dragon has woken up." The calm waters suddenly rippled, and immediately afterward, a massive bubble rose from the bottom, like the shockwave from an exploding shell. "Mana is pretty strong. Maybe the venom dragon hiding in there really is over level 50. As the words fell, a venom dragon over 40 meters long, with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters, its body a deep green covered in irregular black spots, resembling a western evil dragon, shot out from the bottom of the pool with a whoosh. Water splashed everywhere. The massive venom dragon hovered above the water, its emerald eyes glaring furiously at Jiang and his companion on the shore. With every flap of its wings, a gale swept past, churning the water into raging waves. The wind made Jiang's magical armor flutter in the breeze. It also caused Curson's long, straight black hair to dance in the wind. Monster, Venomous Dragon. Level, 51. Health, 6,400. Mana, 5,900. Attack, 3,220. Defense, 2,760. Speed, 1840. Magic resistance, 3,650. Spirit, 510. As she scanned the poison dragoness stats through the magic eye, Curson couldn't help but gasp. Should we run? Apart from its spirit stat, which was roughly on par with theirs, every other attribute of this poison dragon was several times higher than theirs. Its health was even more than 10 times greater. Curson had originally thought that by teaming up with Jiang, they might be able to take down a level 40 or 50 poison dragon even if it was a higher level target. Now it seemed she had slightly overestimated herself and underestimated the level 51 poison dragon. Before reaching level 50, every time a monster levels up, its health and mana increase by 100 points, while other attributes increase by 10, 20, or even several dozen points, depending on the monster's species and strength. For humans, however, before level 50, aside from mana which increases by 100 points per level, all other attributes, including health, only increase by 10 points. But once they reach level 50, humans undergo a complete transformation. Every level grants a 100-point boost to all attributes. Similarly, once monsters reach level 50, their attributes also undergo a qualitative leap with each level. The most notable change is that after level 50, a beast's health increases by 1000 with each level up, while other attributes increase by 100 points per level just like humans after level 50. Consequently, at the same level, beasts surpass humans by several times in all attributes except mana and willpower. However, humans can utilize the corpses of beasts, mana cores, and metal materials to craft powerful equipment, thereby narrowing the gap in stats between the two. Jiang is currently level 43, with only 550 health, less than 1/10 of what this poison dragon possesses. His attack is only 548, but the level 40 Holy Sword he wields grants him an additional 800 attack. Furthermore, this Holy Sword is fused with a level 40 Storm mana core. If Jiang modifies it to critical strike, he has a 40% chance to trigger double critical damage in melee combat. By this calculation, if he triggers critical strike, he can definitely break through this poison dragon's defenses. Support me. Jiang said, my sword is fused with a critical strike mana core, I have a chance to break through its defenses. Seeing that Jiang had no intention of fleeing, Kurson immediately cast her skill. Blessing. Casting this skill grants up to 4 blessing, targets a 40% boost to all stats and immunity to all negative effects, lasting 7 minutes with a 60-minute cooldown. She unlocked this blessing skill when she reached level 10. At that time, the effect granted a 10% boost to all attributes for 10 minutes. However, as her level increased, every 10 levels, the blessing skill's all attribute boost would increase by 10%, and single target blessing would upgrade to multi-target blessing, though the duration would decrease by 1 minute. In other words, once she reaches level 50, her blessing skill can grant up to 5 players a 50% boost to all stats simultaneously, lasting for 6 minutes. By extension, if she ever manages to reach level 90, this skill will grant 9 players a 90% boost to all stats, lasting for 2 minutes. Just thinking about it is terrifying. This is why, in team battles, the healer must be taken out first, especially a monstrously powerful S-rank healer like Kurson. Feeling the 40% boost to all stats, Jiang suddenly felt his blood boil. With 548 base attack, plus 800 attack from the Holy Sword, and the 40% boost, Jiang's attack power now reached a staggering 1887. If he triggers a double critical hit, a single swing of his sword could deal 3774 damage to the poison dragon. No sooner said than done. Just as Kurson was casting the Yi Blessing skill on both Jiang and herself, the poison dragon sensed the mana fluctuations from Kurson's spell and immediately retaliated, launching a preemptive attack. Venom Blast. Put. Put. The Venom Dragon fired 2 consecutive Venom Blasts filled with potent poison and corrosive effects at Jiang and Kurson. A venomous sphere over 2 meters in diameter hurtled toward Jiang and Kurson like a massive cannonball. Kurson's casting animation was just a fraction longer than the Venom Dragon's. By the time she finished casting her spell, the Venom Dragon's Venom Blast had already been fired. The moment Jiang sensed the Venom Dragon gathering mana to cast a spell, he had already anticipated the attack and wrapped his arms around Kurson to dodge. Splash! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 2 massive, venom bombs struck the ground, instantly corroding the weeds and dead leaves. The splashing droplets landed on nearby tree trunks, rapidly corroding the bark and releasing wisp after wisp of toxic smoke. Kurson was held sideways by Jiang, who had one arm around her waist. Her line of sight was limited to Jiang's feet in the ground, and she silently grumbled to herself about how Jiang, that straight as an arrow guy, couldn't even do a proper princess carry. The next second, Jiang let go. Caught off guard, she went into free fall and landed face first on the ground. Pft, pft, pft. Kurson scrambled to her feet, spitting out a withered leaf stuck in her mouth. Just as she was about to curse and rant, Jiang suddenly reached out with his right hand. Like someone picking up a kitten, he grabbed the collar at the back of her neck and, with a whoosh, flung her several meters away. In the next instant, the poison dragon swept past where they had been standing. Its massive, powerful claws dug 3 deep trenches into the ground like an excavator. Jiang casually tossed Kurson onto his back and said, "I'm carrying you so you don't get accidentally killed. If that happens, you'll drag me down. Your dad will misunderstand, and I'll end up with a bounty on my head from the Hercules Guild." Kurson. So this is why you treat me like a treasure but not like a human? Kurson desperately wanted to voice her complaints, but she immediately shut her mouth and lay across Jiang's back, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and hooking her legs firmly around his waist to keep from falling off. She had realized that the poison dragon was moving too fast for her to dodge. Jiang, however, seemed able to sense the mana fluctuations within the dragon's body, anticipate its next move, and dodge in advance. With that in mind, she lay on Jiang's back and silently channeled her mana, casting 2 skills on him. Holy Shield, Angelic Guardian. Kurson cast 2 skills in quick succession while clinging to Jiang. Holy Shield formed a transparent shield of holy light on Jiang's body, which not only blocked some attacks but also restored stamina and healed injuries. Although Holy Shield couldn't withstand the poison dragoness attacks entirely, it could still help absorb some damage. Anyway, Holy Shield had no cooldown, so she could cast it repeatedly or continuously channel mana to extend its duration. As for Angelic Guardian, it was a talent she unlocked after reaching level 40. When cast, it could protect up to 4 targets simultaneously. One after another, angelic auras suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Jiang and Kurson's heads. Dispels all negative effects, grants 4 layers of the Angelic Guardian aura, and reduces damage taken by 40% for 4 minutes. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Feeling the power of Kurson's divine support, Jiang felt like he not only activated a cheat code but also downed a bunch of performance-enhancing drugs. No need to spend a fortune on in-game purchases. It felt like he could take down this level 51 toxic dragon right now. Jiang dodged another Venom projectile, fired by the toxic dragon, closed the distance between them, and prepared to counterattack. Modify. Swap the Storm Mana Core for a Critical Mana Core. Hold on tight, I'm going on the offensive. As Jiang warned Kurson, he had already closed the distance to less than 30 meters from the Venom Dragon. Venom Dragon Breath. The Venom Dragon suddenly shook its head, spewing a massive cloud of dark green poisonous gas. Worried that her antidote pills might not counteract the dragon's venom, Kurson quickly cast the Holy Light skill to envelop both herself and Jiang. Now that she had used all her skills, she had nothing left to support Jiang. Her task was complete. Now it was all up to Jiang. Blink. Jiang's level 40 boots were fused with that level 25 Blink Mana Core. As the skill activated, Jiang blinked 20 meters away, appearing on the poison dragon's back. Kurson hadn't closed her eyes, let alone blinked, so the sudden teleportation left her completely dumbfounded. You've got some nerve, Jiang. Where did you get such awesome boots? They actually have the Blink Mana Core skill. Jiang gripped his sword with both hands and swung it fiercely at the right wing where it connected to the poison dragon's spine. Slash. The first strike didn't trigger a critical hit, but it still left a wound neither too deep nor too shallow on the poison dragon's right scapula. Before the poison dragon could react and shake him off, Jiang mustered all his strength and swung the sword a second time. Critical hit. Rip. This strike, dealing double critical damage, carved a gruesome gash directly into the scapula of the Venom Dragon's right wing. One more blow, and Jiang would have severed the entire wing clean off. The intense pain caused the Venom Dragon to violently flap its wings, flinging Jiang off its back. But the right wing, connected to the scapula, had already been cleaved in half by Jiang, causing the Venom Dragon, which had been about to take flight, to suddenly lose its balance and plummet to the ground as if weightless. Jiang, you're amazing. Kurson's excited voice rang in his ears, but Jiang just found her annoying. Plus, she was clinging to him so tightly that she was choking him, making it hard to breathe. Not to mention her legs were wrapped around him so tightly, and her breasts were pressing against him so firmly. Sure enough, women only slow me down when I'm swinging my sword. Jiang pressed his advantage. Now that the venomous dragon couldn't fly, he rushed over to cripple its legs as well. That way, it couldn't fly or run, it would be forced to wear itself out until it died. Critical hit. With a 40% critical hit rate, this strike left a gash deep into the bone at the venomous dragon's right knee joint. Blink. Having landed the strike, Jiang blinked, dodging the venomous dragon's lunging bite and its blood-stained maw filled with fangs. He moved like a ghost with every blink. He left a sword wound, some deep, some shallow, on the dragon's body. Moreover, every sword strike he unleashed now targeted only the venom dragon's legs. With half a wing already crippled and both legs now disabled, the venom dragon would be left lying helpless on the ground, at his mercy. At that moment, Kurson released her grip on Jiang's arms and legs, saying, "I can get down and help now." With the venom dragon already half crippled, Kurson no longer had to worry about its speed making it difficult to dodge. She pulled a level 30 magic staff from her storage ring and cast a spell infused with a level 30 spider web spray mana core at the venom dragon. Jiang had actually sold her this mana core. Who would have thought that even at level 47, she still couldn't bring herself to discard this level 30 piece of equipment. Under Kurson's spell, the spider web spray mana core within the magic staff unleashed a spider web over 10 meters in diameter, enveloping the venom dragon's head. The level 30 spider web spray proved quite troublesome when it enveloped the poison dragon's head, but the dragon could cast Venom Bolt to directly corrode the web attempting to bind it. However, its mana was limited, while Kurson's mana was practically infinite. Kurson paid no heed to mana consumption, constantly casting spider web spray to disrupt and control the venom dragon while taking potions to restore her mana. Taking advantage of the venom dragon's distraction, Jiang blinked onto its back once more and landed a critical hit with his sword, cleanly severing the venom dragon's entire right wing. Roar! A piercing, agonized scream echoed through the air, startling the other female dragon who had been slumbering at the bottom of the venom dragon pool into sudden awakening as she burst through the water's surface. Level 46, this female dragon was significantly weaker than the male. Just as Jiang was about to warn Kurson to be careful, he was stunned to see the female dragon glance at the critically wounded male lying on the ground, then take to the skies as if flying straight away. Jiang. Kurson. Male and female dragons of the same pond, when disaster strikes, each flies off on their own? Poor dragon, you'd better stay single in your next life. A female dragon will only slow down your leveling speed. Jiang said with a veiled dig, but the holy sword in his hand showed no mercy. He slashed again and again at the venomous dragon's long neck, finally beheading it. Killed one level 51 venomous dragon, plus 3060 EXP. Ding! You have leveled up. The moment he broke through to level 44, Jiang secretly cast the rewrite skill, reverting himself back to level 41 to maintain a low profile and make it easier to ambush others later. Kurson looked disappointed. What a shame. Even with a 20% drop rate, it didn't drop a mana core. Below level 30, the drop rate for a mana core is only 1% between levels 30 and 50, it's 10%, and from levels 50 to 60, it's 20%. By extension, after level 50, the probability of a monster dropping a mana core increases by 10% for every 10 levels gained. Jiang felt it was a shame too, otherwise, a level 51 mana core even with average talents could fetch several million gold. Wait for me on shore. I'm diving down to see if there are any poison dragon eggs. Jiang immediately started taking off his clothes and stuffing them into his storage ring. Kurson was completely dumbfounded. You just casually stripped down completely like that? Not even keeping your underwear on? Do you not consider me an outsider? Or do you not even see me as a woman? It's so jarring to look at. Kurson quickly turned her head away. But the image of Jiang's completely naked back lingered in her mind. Come to think of it, his butt is actually pretty perky. And pretty fair skin too. Thanks to the synergy between Jiang's heaven and earth refinement skill and Kurson's annihilation skill, the toxicity and corrosiveness of the poison dragon pool's waters had been significantly refined and purified. However, when Jiang jumped into the pool, he still felt a distinct burning sensation on his skin, indicating that the water still possessed considerable toxicity and corrosiveness. Precisely because he could tell, he stripped off all his clothes to prevent them from being severely corroded. As for Kurson seeing him naked, What was a grown man like him to be afraid of? Besides, Curson only saw his back, he didn't give her a peek at the front, lest she be so dazzled she couldn't walk straight. Deep breath. Jiang plunged into the pool and swiftly dove toward the bottom. Pulling a fire attribute magic stone from his storage ring, one that glowed with a fiery light when infused with mana, Jiang held his breath and quickly explored the bottom of the pool. Then he discovered a stone nest built from magic stones of various sizes. Wow! Were these magic stones the poison dragon had dragged in from elsewhere? He struck gold. He really hit the jackpot. Especially since this nest, only 3 or 4 meters in diameter, contained 2 venom dragon eggs, each about the size of a basketball but shaped like an ellipsoid. Jiang had truly struck gold. He'd slain a level 51 venom dragon, found 2 venom dragon eggs, and picked up a pile of magic stones for free. This luck is like walking down the street, suddenly picking up a scratch-off ticket, and then scratching it to discover you've won a jackpot worth tens of millions. After taking out the 2 venom dragon eggs and placing them next to the nest, Jiang quickly gathered the magic stones of various sizes that had been piled up to form the incubation nest. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. All 5 colors of the 5 elements magic stones were now complete. I wonder where that venom dragon even found these stones. Metal attribute magic stones are incredibly hard, making them ideal for forging weapons. They enhance a weapon's mana affinity and boost enchantment effects. Wood attribute magic stones are rich in vitality and are often used to craft furniture and accessories. They're the health supplements that the wealthy love to bid up and snap up. Water attribute magic stones nourish all things, fusing them with any equipment yields excellent results. Chairman Luo's surveillance clone, a magic crystal ball cast with a wide net, was forged from water attribute magic stones. Fire attribute magic stones radiate warmth and light. They're commonly used for daily lighting and heating, as well as for crafting fire attribute equipment. Earth attribute magic stones embody the spirit of the earth and are essential materials for constructing teleportation arrays. Jiang hurried to collect all the magic stones. Finally, she stowed the fire attribute magic stone, which she'd been using for light, back into her storage ring. Clutching a poisonous dragon egg in each arm, she swam swiftly back to the surface. On the shore of the poisonous dragon pool, Curson was feeling anxious and worried. It had been over 3 minutes since Jiang had dived in. Now, the surface of the pool was eerily still, and she began to wonder if Jiang had already perished beneath the water. What if the water below was highly toxic and corrosive, and Jiang had been corroded down to nothing? She couldn't swim and had no way of diving down to investigate, so she could only stand on the shore worrying and imagining countless ways Jiang might have met his end underwater. Just then, bubbles began rising from the center of the poison dragon pool, and Curson's mind once again ran wild with scenarios. Are these bubbles caused by Jiang's decomposing body? Or did Jiang run out of breath, suffocate underwater, and start gurgling? Or maybe Jiang let out a series of farts underwater? Just as she was wavering, about to call for help to fish Jiang out, Jiang finally swam up and broke the surface. I thought you'd died down there. Curson called out from the shore, breathing a sigh of relief. Jiang was gasping for air. He greedily gulped down the fresh air. Just then, Curson spotted the 2 eggs on Jiang's body and exclaimed in shock, "There are actually 2 poison dragon eggs down there?" She was puzzled. Wouldn't the venomous dragon eggs rot in the water? Could they even hatch in this pool filled with such toxic and corrosive water? As Jiang swam toward the shore, he replied, "I've got 2 more down there. If you want to see them, you don't have to turn around." Curson instantly got the hint and quickly turned away, silently cursing him under her breath for being so shameless. Yet, her mind couldn't help but drift back to the image of Jiang's meticulous, firm, and fair-skinned back. He is seducing me. Once on shore, Jiang carefully placed the 2 venom dragon eggs on the ground, then took a towel from his storage ring to wipe the water from his hair and body. Are you done yet?" Curson couldn't wait to walk over and take a look at the 2 venom dragon eggs. Without the Beast Tamer class, she could only contract a single magical beast with the help of a Beast Tamer. That's why she wanted Jiang to sell her one of the eggs so that when the venom dragon hatched, she could contract it as her own magical beast battle pet. "You can turn around now." Jiang had already pulled up his pants. Kirsten turned to face him, taking in his well-defined muscles and sexy six-pack. She had to admit that Jiang's looks and physique were truly top-notch. Auntie just loves this kind of young hunk who has just turned 18. If Auntie were here, wouldn't she be completely mesmerized by this Jiang? Good thing I have no interest in men leveling up as naturally faster this way. Kirsten ignored Jiang's sexy abs and walked straight over to examine the 2 poison dragon eggs on the ground, their surfaces a deep green speckled with black spots. Jiang, can you sell me one of these venom dragon eggs? I want to contract a venom dragon to a magical beast that can travel by land, sea, and air. Jiang replied, I was actually planning to give you one, but since you brought up money, I'll sell it to you at a friend's price of 5 million. Kirsten. I shouldn't have jumped the gun. But 5 million isn't that expensive. As long as a venom dragon egg isn't rotten or dead, any rich guy would be willing to shell out tens of millions to snap it up. Considering how broke Jiang was, Kirsten simply agreed, deal. I'll go ask my dad for some gold coins as soon as I get back, and I'll give you 5 million. Jiang had just been joking, but he didn't expect Kirsten to actually be willing to shell out that kind of money. He started wondering again if Kirsten liked him and wanted to keep him as her sugar baby? Otherwise, why would the heiress of the prestigious Hercules Guild, instead of teaming up with those S-rank young prodigies or A-rank sycophants, be clinging to him, a worthless F-rank loser? A woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Unable to fathom Kirsten's thoughts, Jiang could only say, I was just joking. Without your support and coordination, I never could have taken down that poison dragon so easily, nor retrieved those 2 poison dragon eggs. So, both in fairness and logic, I should give you one. But I need to hatch them first. I'll pick one for myself, and then I'll give the other one to you. Sounds good. Kirsten happily agreed. Since the venomous dragon eggs were living beings, they couldn't be forcibly stored in a storage ring unless they entered of their own accord. Therefore, Jiang had no choice but to take out his backpack, place the 2 eggs inside, and sling it over his shoulder. After storing the venomous dragon's corpse in his storage ring, Jiang and Kirsten left the venomous dragon valley together. Now that I have the venom dragon eggs, I can use the modified, grafting of all things, skill to conduct experiments and hybridize them into an even more powerful mutant venom dragon. After leaving Venom Dragon Valley, Jiang found an excuse to ditch Kirsten. First, he headed to the dungeon black market to sell the level 51 venom dragon carcass, then browsed the magical beast pet shops there. The grafting of all things skill, derived from the modified plant grafting, allows for the grafting of not only plants but also animals. By casting the skill on 2 targets of different species, a grafted hybrid can be created that possesses the superior genes and innate talents of both. Dragons are a relatively rare race among magical beasts regardless of their type. They are more powerful than the vast majority of other magical beasts. Jiang had been hesitant to use the universal grafting skill to create powerful hybrid magical beasts because, up until now, he hadn't been able to find a magical beast that could both fly and possess either formidable combat power or support capabilities. The venom dragon, however, had always been the species he wanted to use for his grafting experiments. Since venom dragons can live in water, sprint across land, and soar through the skies, they are a type of magical beast that many people wish to contract. The reason Poison Dragon Valley is now little more than a name, with poison dragons hard to find, is that high-level hunters have long since hunted the valley to extinction. The poison dragons that once ruled the valley have either been killed or have become people as contracted magical beast battle pets. Fortunately, 2 venom dragons were still hiding in the venom dragon pool. Although the level 46 female dragon flew away when she sensed danger, she left Jiang with 2 venom dragon eggs, fulfilling his wish to use them for hybrid experiments and contract them as magical beast battle pets. After browsing the magical beast pet shop, Jiang didn't find any magical beast cubs he wanted to buy for his hybrid experiments. He simply asked, "Owner, do you sell any magnetic beasts here?" The shopkeeper replied, "Magnetic beasts are ugly and a nuisance. Aside from killing them to loot the teleportation, mana core, which is their only real value, who would buy one as a pet?" Although this was cruel to the magna beasts, it was an undeniable fact. precisely because the mana cores dropped by magnabeasts almost always contain the teleport skill, making them the primary material for crafting mage communicators. Magnabeasts were being hunted to the brink of extinction. Consequently, Jiang hadn't encountered a single magnabeast while grinding monsters in the wild lately, nor had he come across any black bats, which suffered a similarly tragic fate. "So do you know where I can buy a magnabeast?" Jiang asked. The shopkeeper replied, "Apart from specialized breeding associations and guilds, regular pet shops would never sell magnabeasts." "Wait a minute. I know where I can get a magnetic beast." John was so fixated on the magnetic beast because its first talent is teleportation. If he successfully grafts a poison dragon egg onto a magnetic beast, once it gains the teleportation skill, he can directly modify it into teleport, allowing him to teleport anytime, anywhere. Jiang stopped beside an iron cage, looking at the feline magical beast that lay limp on the ground, seemingly dead, and asked, "How much is this soft magic cat?" 200,000. The soft magic cat's first talent is usually soften, which can make itself or the target of the spell go completely limp. If grafting could grant the soften skill, then Jiang could modify this skill into strengthen, petrify, harden, melt, evolve, and so on. After purchasing this soft magic cat cub, which was born at level 1, Jiang spent quite some effort convincing it to stop resisting and willingly enter the space of his storage ring. Leaving the pet shop, Jiang headed straight for the headquarters of the Wolf Fawn Guild, one of the 3 major guilds. The Wolf Fawn Guild operates a large magical beast breeding base on the outskirts of Hunteress City, which includes a magnetic beast breeding facility. However, unlike creatures such as the battering rabbit or wild boar, which can give birth to over a dozen offspring per litter and reproduce several times a year, magnetic beasts do not breed as efficiently, making the operation less than ideal. In the end, after much haggling, Jiang managed to purchase a level 1 magnetic beast cub for 500,000 yuan. The creature was bumpy and pitted, resembling a miniature moon with 4 stubby legs. It was completely hairless, except for a single tuft of hair on top of its head. This single strand of hair served as their antenna. Once it made contact with another creature, it could record their signal, allowing them to communicate over long distances no matter how far apart they were, using their innate transmission talent. After purchasing the magnetic beast, Jiang left the dungeon immediately and headed home to conduct his experiment. Junior high school hadn't let out yet, and his younger sister hadn't returned from school. Jiang took 2 poison dragon eggs out of his backpack and placed them on the bed, then retrieved the level 1 magnetic beast hatchling. He placed one hand on the poison dragon eggs and the other on the magnetic beast. Graft all things. As he cast the skill, the magnetic beast's body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if something were being drawn out of it. Under normal circumstances, grafting 2 plants together would produce a seed containing the genetic material of both plants. When grafting 2 magical beasts, however, a magical beast egg would be created. But since Jiang was grafting an egg onto a living magical beast, the magnetic beast's genetic traits would be directly fused into the venom dragon egg. The surface of the venom dragon egg appears unchanged, but the grafting ritual is complete. I hope it acquires the magnetic beast's teleportation talent. Immediately afterward, Jiang grafted the soft magic cat's genes into the venom dragon egg as well. With 2 venom dragon eggs, as long as one successfully grafts the magnetic beast's genes and a tuft of hair sprouts from its head, the experiment will be a success. Even if the teleportation talent doesn't unlock right away, there is a high probability it will unlock as it levels up. Now all that remained was to wait for the venom dragon eggs to hatch successfully. Jiang took out a fire attribute magic stone, built a warm incubation nest on the bed, and placed the 2 venom dragon eggs inside. Venom dragons are amphibious and aerial magical beasts. They can hatch in water or on land. If humans hadn't hunted them to the brink of extinction, those 2 venom dragons wouldn't have had to retreat to the bottom of the venom dragon pool to hibernate and incubate their eggs. Of course, if it weren't for the dungeon invasion and the monster's brutal slaughter of countless humans wouldn't have launched a counterattack against the dungeon as hunters, frantically hunting monsters to level up and grow stronger. 3 days later. Shining a light on the poison dragon eggs revealed the outlines of baby poison dragons inside, indicating they would hatch very soon. On this very day, the first round of elimination matches for the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament had already begun. With as many as 4 to 5 million participants, the first dozen or so matches were held across multiple high schools. Students registered for the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament were randomly assigned match slots via computer, then paired for local showdowns. The final 100 winners from the winners bracket and the 100 survivors from the losers bracket would enter the Dungeon University City to compete for a spot on the top 100 freshman rankings and determine the champion. As fate would have it, Jiang never expected that in his fourth same city match after his rebirth, his opponent would be Yang, whom he hadn't seen in ages. Ever since that day at Awakening Square when Yang was publicly shamed in front of so many people, Jiang hadn't seen him. He assumed Yang had rushed off to hunt and level up to surpass him, only to be killed by a monster. Little did he know they'd cross paths again in the fourth round of the National Freshman Tournament's local PvP match. They were actually matched against each other. Before his rebirth, Yang hadn't leveled up nearly as fast as he was now, and when they signed up for the National Freshman Tournament, they hadn't been matched together. Now, with Jiang's rebirth, everything had changed. Spurred on by Jiang, Yang had actually reached level 36 before the semester even started. This is going to be a show. Those high school classmates, who had also come to participate in the tournament, immediately wore expressions of eager anticipation. It's been over a week since Jiang broke through to level 40, and he has only gained one level since then. That proves his awakened class is still too weak. As his level gets higher, his leveling speed will only slow down sooner or later. Yang will overtake him. Yang's leveling speed isn't slow either. I heard he has a relative who is a leader in the Huya Guild, so after joining the guild, he has been arranged by his relative to reach level 36 in this short time. Jiang is 5 levels higher than Yang, which means his stats are at most 50 points higher. But Yang has the Rage skill, which grants a 30% stat boost. Meanwhile, even if Jiang's 2 useless classes combined have 10 skills, not a single one actually boosts his combat power. So he probably won't stand a chance against Yang. That's hard to say. Have you forgotten that when Jiang was level 30, he took the Hunter certification exam, then instantly wiped out a pack of level 20 wolves and killed a level 30 magical boar in under 3 minutes? That's because he studied the weak points of both whirlwind wolves and magic boars to death. If it were a rare monster, do you think he'd still be able to kill it? Just wait and see the show. But I also don't think Jiang stands a chance against Yang. After all, Yang has 4 skills that boost his combat power, while Jiang has none, so his overall strength is definitely going to crush Jiang's. Just as they were gossiping and debating, the referee had already finished inspecting Jiang and Yang's equipment. Duels do not allow participants to secretly wear high-level gear. They are only permitted to wear the standard level 10 equipment sets provided by the game. This is to prevent wealthy players from using superior gear to overwhelm less fortunate ones, thereby ensuring the fairness of the duel. Jiang and Yang both donned the level 10 equipment provided by the game. Upon learning that his opponent was Yang, Jiang deliberately chose a greatsword. Knowing that Yang favored greatswords, he planned to strike a fatal blow by using Yang's own specialty, the very weapon he was most skilled with, to cut him down. Seeing this, Yang laughed. What kind of player are you to even try to imitate my greatsword style? Do you have the Berserk skill that boosts your burst damage by 30%? Do you have the Block skill to deflect 50% of incoming damage? Do you have the Charge skill to boost your movement speed? Do you have the Bloodthirsty Rage skill to stage a comeback when wounded? You're a joke. You've awakened 2 useless classes, so what if you're 5 levels higher than me? A loser is a loser. Even at a higher level, you're still a loser. The humiliation of the past today, I'll make you pay back 100-fold. Watch me crush you to death. 3, 2, 1. Go! At the referee's signal, Jiang struck first. Level 10 common leather boots only add 50 speed, but Jiang isn't the level 41 shown on his profile. He is actually level 45. Although he'd been busy conducting grafting experiments on poison dragon eggs these past 3 days, neglecting his leveling in the process, he'd still effortlessly broken through to level 45. So, at level 45 with a base speed stat of 552, plus the 50 speed from the level 10 boots, his current speed was a whopping 602. As the saying goes, in the world of martial arts, speed is the ultimate weapon. Unfortunately, speed is a weak point for the Berserker class. Although the Rage skill can boost stats by 30%, and the Charge skill can increase movement speed by 50%, in Jiang's eyes, even that amount of speed was negligible. Seeing Jiang charge toward him in a flash, Yang was stunned by his speed and hurriedly raised his greatsword to cast the blue block, skill in defense. Clang! Jiang swung his two-handed sword down at Yang's head. Even though the blue block skill negated 50% of the damage, Yang was still knocked back 2 steps by the force of Jiang's heavy blow. Holy shit! That's fast. Higher levels do have their advantages. Jiang's speed is at least 50 points higher than Yang's. That's like wearing a pair of level 10 racing shoes. Jiang is as fierce as ever, but his awakened class is just too weak. If he can't land a single hit, Yang will cast the Rage skill next, and he'll have a hard time defending against it. Just as they said, the moment Yang blocked Jiang's sword strike, he immediately cast the Rage skill. At the same time, Jiang swung his sword down at him again. But this time, Yang blocked it with sheer brute force and didn't get knocked back. Is that all you've got? He sneered. But the next second, his smile vanished. Because Jiang's right foot slammed into his groin. Instantly, Yang collapsed to his knees in agony, and the boys watching from the stands winced in sympathy. Jiang is way too underhanded. If I get matched against him next, I'll have to watch out for his dirty tricks. I'm not surprised at all that Jiang plays dirty. Back when he broke through level 30 and took the Hunter certification exam, he used exactly these kinds of dirty tricks, stabbing the boar's eyes in but to brutally kill that level 30 wild boar. Ouch, I can't even imagine how excruciating it would be if I took that kick from him. Watching Yang collapse to his knees in agony, drop his sword, and curl up in pain with both hands clutching his groin, Jiang immediately responded with a sneer of contempt. Is that all you've got? Oh wait, you're no good either. Even with your awakened rank, Berserker, class, you're still useless. You fucking. Yang had planned everything down to the last detail, but he never expected Jiang to pull a dirty trick. The referee silently counted down. Yang remained on the ground for 3 seconds without getting up, so the referee immediately declared, the winner is Jiang. Jiang said listlessly, is that it? I haven't even gone all out yet. This doesn't count. Yang, furious and humiliated, scrambled to his feet in a fit of rage only to pull on his ruptured testicles and intestines, causing him to collapse back to the ground in agony. Seeing this, the referee shouted, medical staff. He is probably in bad shape, hurry up and cast a healing spell on him. Instantly, a wave of laughter erupted from the audience. Yang's face turned beet red as he gritted his teeth. Jiang, you better just wait. This was just an accident. Once I make it back through the elimination rounds, you'd better pray you don't get matched with me again, otherwise, I'll beat the shit out of you. Arg. That's hilarious. I thought you two were going to have a real battle. But that god-tier kick of yours sealed the victory right there. Wang Qingfeng was watching from the sidelines. He'd actually been worried that Jiang wouldn't be a match for Yang and would end up getting humiliated. Jiang said listlessly, I didn't expect him to be unable to withstand even a single kick from me. I was actually planning to use his specialty, the heavy sword, to crush him. Wang Qingfeng rolled his eyes. If that kick had been aimed at me, I wouldn't have been able to withstand it either. With that, Wang Qingfeng made a preemptive declaration, if we end up matched against each other next, you can't pull any dirty tricks like that. Jiang shrugged, I can only say I'll try my best. After all, sometimes these reflexive combat instincts are impossible to control. Perhaps having witnessed Jiang's fighting style firsthand, the subsequent matches on nearby stages frequently saw competitors suffering devastating injuries. So much so that the contestants who entered the ring later were on high alert, wondering if their opponents would copy Jiang's dirty tricks, which ended up throwing the entire tone of the competition off course. Meanwhile, the culprit, Jiang, had already gone home after his match. The poison dragon egg was about to hatch. It would likely break open either today or tomorrow. Upon returning home, his younger sister immediately said, "Brother, the baby dragon seems to be coming out. It just pecked at the shell a few times." Jiang went to his room to check and saw that the shell was still intact. He really wanted to just break it open himself. However, to be on the safe side, he decided not to interfere with the venomous dragon hatchling's emergence, lest he accidentally injure it and cause a defect. Just then, Jiang's mage communicator vibrated. Curson had sent him a mage message. "Jiang, did you advance to the next round of the tournament? Has the dragon hatchling hatched yet?" Jiang was as terse as ever, replying with a brief yet impactful voice message, "I advanced." "It hasn't hatched yet." Curson sent another voice message, sounding delighted, "I just advanced too. My opponent was so weak they couldn't even beat a support like me. You're level 48. If you can't even beat a level 20 or 30 freshman, then you're really useless." Evening. The dragon hatchling finally began to break out of its shell. As a small hole was pecked into the shell, the already ravenous poison dragon hatchling began frantically gnawing at the shell. The little creature's skin was very delicate. Its emerald green skin was almost transparent, and its internal organs and bones were clearly visible. Just then, the other baby dragon also began struggling to break free from its shell. After devouring most of their eggshells, their bodies were replenished with energy, and their flesh and skin gradually darkened from their original translucence. Finally, they opened their eyes. Like many earth animals, magical beasts regard the first creature they see upon hatching whichever is standing by their side as their parent. Consequently, the two dragon cubs instinctively took the Jiang siblings as their parents, chirping and squeaking at them. Jiang immediately scanned them with his magic eye. Monster, Venom Dragon Cat. Level 1. Talent, Soften. Jiang. What the hell is a dragon cat? This is a perfect fusion of the soft magic cat's genetic traits. The magic magnet beast species is probably too low level, so during the fusion process, it couldn't overpower the genes of the venom dragon and the soft magic cat. I was just too greedy. I wanted to fuse both the magic magnet beast's and the soft magic cat's genetic traits. Plant grafting can yield genes from multiple plants, but with magical beasts, it's extremely rare to achieve a perfect fusion of more than two different species' genes. The other dragon cub, Jiang, didn't notice a tuft of hair growing on his head, most likely because it had rejected the magnetic beast's genes and perfectly fused with the soft magic cat's genes. But when he scanned it with his magic eye, he realized he'd completely misjudged the situation. Beast, Venom Mag Dragon. Level 1. Talent, Teleportation. Neither of them had perfectly fused the genes of all three magical beasts, but one had perfectly fused the genes of the soft magic cat, while the other had perfectly fused the genes of the magnetic beast. Jiang then noticed that although the Venom Mag Dragon didn't have antennae-like tufts growing on its head, there was a slightly raised, barely noticeable white spot. It looked like a dragon horn that could grow longer? Jiang made up his mind. He would contract with this Venom Mag Dragon and give the Venom Dragon Cat to Curson. Yao, go cut up some meat strips and see if they'll eat meat now. While his sister was cutting the meat strips, Jiang began casting the Modify skill to modify the two dragon cubs' talents. Teleport, Modify, Teleport. Soften, Modify, Weaken. As a support character, Curson's Weaken skill can reduce enemy strength. Once the baby dragons level up, their synergy with Curson as a healer will be incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, the Modify skill cannot alter a creature's race. It's not like modifying equipment names. You can't change a monster's racial designation. Otherwise, combined with the Graft All Things skill, you could create a bunch of divine beasts in no time. The dragon cubs have hatched. Should we go sign the contract now? Jiang sent Curson a voice message. Go. Curson immediately replied, "Where are you going to sign the contract?" Jiang answered, "The Hunter Association." "I'll bring my sister along. Meet me at the entrance." His sister cut up some strips of meat, and the two dragon cubs devoured them voraciously. Even though they'd just been born, they already had sharp teeth and were ready to chow down on meat. In a bit, I'm going into the dungeon with a friend to contract the dragon cubs. The girl who sent me that mage voice message earlier. Her dad is the guild master of the Hercules Guild, and he can take you into the dungeon to have a look. Want to come with us? Her sister hadn't reached the age of awakening yet, so she had no level, which meant she was below the level of a magical beast and couldn't form a contract. Otherwise, Jiang had planned to have his sister contract the soft magic cat currently sleeping in his storage ring, so she'd have some company. Upon learning they could enter the dungeon, her sister was thrilled. She immediately went to change her clothes, then put on her socks and shoes. She didn't know her brother's level had already surpassed 40, nor did she know he'd earned his hunter's license, allowing him to bring family members into the dungeon at will. Otherwise, while she'd be shocked, she'd only worry even more. A moment later. At the entrance to the non-roam dungeon station. Jiang and his sister waited for several minutes before Kurson finally arrived, having rushed over from her hometown in the neighboring city. So you're Yao? Nice to meet you. Here's a gift for you. Yao hadn't expected the girl who often sent voice messages to her brother's magic communicator to be so beautiful. According to her brother, she was the daughter of the renowned Hercules Guild? She took the box, opened it, and found an ice crystal bracelet inside. This is a 0.5 level magical communicator in the form of a bracelet. It supports cross-realm video calls. As long as a person's innate mana exceeds 50%, they can use it even without an awakening. Jiang had been thinking about buying his sister a magical communicator after her summer vacation, but he never expected Kurson to be so generous. She'd given her a magical communicator worth millions the moment they met. This is far too expensive. While Yao was overwhelmed by the unexpected generosity, she couldn't help but glance at her brother, and a terrifying suspicion began to take root in her mind. Could it be that because his awakened class was so weak, he'd given up on working hard and started taking shortcuts living off others? It seems I've guessed right. No wonder my brother already has such an expensive storage ring and a magic communicator. No wonder my future sister-in-law gave him a magical communicator worth millions, one that even supports video calls on our very first meeting. Yao didn't feel the least bit ashamed that her brother had resigned himself to his fate, given up on his efforts, and started taking shortcuts to live off a sugar mama. Especially after discovering that the rich woman supporting him was so young and beautiful, she found herself even more supportive of his choice. After all, living off a rich, beautiful woman isn't shameful, it's actually pretty sweet. As long as she isn't some old, ugly, flashy rich lady, Yao wouldn't object to her brother taking the easy way out. Besides, the young heiress her brother had hooked up with came from a powerful background. She was the daughter of the renowned Hercules Guild. With someone watching his back in the dungeon, his safety would be guaranteed, and she wouldn't have to spend her days in constant fear that he'd end up like their parents, killed by monsters with not even a body to recover. Take it. The gift is a bit pricey, but to her, it's practically nothing. Just consider it her way of thanking you for helping take care of the dragon hatchling these past few days. Jiang naturally didn't stand on ceremony with Kurson, mainly because these magical communicators, which even ordinary people without an awakening could use, were often in such high demand that they were practically impossible to find on the market. Any high-level hunter who has earned enough money hunting monsters in the dungeon would, after buying gear and potions, save the rest to buy a magical communicator for their family. And this type of communicator specifically downgraded from level 1 to half level so that ordinary people with a mana affinity over 50% could use it was always in high demand. It was precisely because Kurson had considered this that, in return for Jiang's offer to give her a poison dragon egg, she went out of her way to pull some strings and reserve this magical communicator for Jiang's sister. However, they had no idea that their sister, Yao, had misunderstood the purely ordinary friendship between them. Thank you. Yao had intended to say, "Thank you, sister-in-law," but upon second thought, she decided to pretend she hadn't noticed, so as not to embarrass her brother. Jiang, where is the little dragon? Kurson asked happily. Jiang replied, "It's asleep in my backpack." Let me see. Kurson couldn't wait to walk behind Jiang, unzip the backpack, and then saw two dragon hatchlings huddled together, each about the size of 2 palms. Huh? Why do they look and seem to be different colors? And why does this one seem to have grown some fuzz? Kurson hadn't used her magic eye to inspect them, so she didn't realize these were 2 hybrid venom dragons that had fused with the genes of other magical beasts. Jiang said, just use your magic eye to check, and you'll see these two venom dragons are hybrids. Kirsten channeled her mana into her eyes, scanned the venom dragon cat, and immediately received its monster species and level attributes. Monster, Venom Dragon Cat. Level 1. Monster, Venom Mag Dragon. Level 1. Jiang's magic eye could function just like a detection device, revealing all information about a monster. However, Kirsten's magic eye, like those of other awakened ones, could only reveal a monster's species, level, and basic attributes. It couldn't detect the full details of a monster's skills. In addition to Jiang's magic eye possessing the cheat-like ability to see through everything, President Luo, an S-rank awakener of the Celestial Inspector class, also possesses a pair of magic eyes capable of monitoring everything. However, when facing Jiang, Chairman Luo could only see his class and level. He couldn't view his attribute data or skill details. This is why, when Chairman Luo first met Jiang before his rebirth, he asked in confusion, "Why can I clearly observe everyone else's class information, yet with you, I can only see your class and level, not your skill descriptions?" When Kirsten realized these two baby poison dragons were hybrids, it suddenly clicked. No wonder the female dragon flew off without looking back when she saw us hunting the male dragon. So she is a two-timer, a cheating dragon who has been playing the field. 6. You actually managed to spin that one. Jiang seized the opportunity to cast the female dragon in a negative light. It must be exactly as you think. Otherwise, two venom dragons of the same species couldn't possibly produce a hybrid of a different race. Kirsten silently scorned the unfaithful female dragon and asked, "So which venom dragon cub are you planning to contract?" Jiang replied, "I'll take the venom mag dragon." Kirsten zipped up her jacket and said, "Once you've made your choice, you can't go back on it. The venom dragon cat will definitely look cuter when it grows a fluffy coat, whereas the venom mag dragon has smooth skin covered in spots like a hairless Dalmatian and will surely be ugly when it grows up." Girls love beauty. Even when it comes to contract beasts, they want ones that are both good looking and powerful. This venom dragon cat perfectly fits her criteria. She presented her ID and teleported to the Awakening Plaza at the non-roam dungeon station. It was already dark, and the giant magic crystal sphere hovering above the Awakening Plaza was broadcasting the evening news about the dungeon. The streetlights around the square, crafted from fire attribute magic stones, emitted a dazzling glow, illuminating the area as brightly as daylight. It was Yao's first time entering a dungeon, and she looked around with the curiosity of a child. The massive magic crystal sphere hovering above the square left her in awe. "Brother, how can this huge crystal sphere float motionless in the air?" Jiang explained, the various magic crystal balls floating in the air within the dungeon were all created by Chairman Luo of the National Hunter Association. Because they incorporate special magical skills, they can hover in the air. The large crystal ball is the mother ball, and the smaller ones are the daughter balls. These daughter balls monitor and record events across the land, then relay the information back to the mother ball, much like a magical version of the internet. Yao understood. This core knowledge about the dungeon is typically only covered in high school, so as a middle school student, she knew nothing about many of the novel things she saw inside. Right now, the mother sphere in the Awakening Plaza was broadcasting dungeon news updates, so it wasn't displaying the real-time rankings of new recruits like it did during the day. Otherwise, if Yao had discovered that Kirsten was in first place and her brother was in second, she would have been so shocked she wouldn't have been able to close her mouth. Before arriving, Kirsten had already contacted Ma Qiuxia through Chairman Chen, so Ma Qiuxia was already waiting for them inside. Last time, when Jiang applied for his hunter certification, he killed her level 20 Wolf King. Not long after, she recontracted a level 20 Whirlwind Wolf. This was her job. Even though she was now level 45 and could contract up to level 45 beasts, as one of the examiners for the hunter certification exam, she was restricted to contracting only one level 20 Whirlwind Wolf and 4 level 15 Whirlwind Wolves before leaving her post, in accordance with the requirements of her role. She looked at Jiang and the others and asked curiously, "What kind of beasts are you planning to contract?" Jiang took off his backpack, and Kirsten was the first to pull out the venom dragon cat. The little creature woke up and, upon seeing her, showed some resistance, opening its mouth to bite. However, even with its sharp teeth and claws, a level 1 dragon cub couldn't break through the flesh and bone defense of level 48 Kirsten. With a glance from her magic eye, Machoshia saw the beastess racial information and immediately wore a look of envy and jealousy. It sure is great to be a dog owner. This was clearly a newly hatched dragon cub. Although she never heard of the venom dragon cat species and didn't know what skills it possessed, any dragon-type beast was bound to be formidable. Besides, the word venom in its name suggested it was distantly related to the venom dragons that had been exterminated in Venom Dragon Valley. As everyone knows, the lower a magical beast's level when a contract is formed, the higher its affinity and obedience will be. Therefore, magical beast cubs contracted from birth would generally treat their masters as parents and be exceptionally obedient. However, raising a magical beast from infancy requires a massive investment of money and effort, so people generally try to contract higher-level magical beasts instead. After all, magical beasts bound by a master-servant contract are forbidden from harming their masters. Even if they're not very obedient or don't listen well, people can always find ways to train them over time. Immediately afterward, when Yao helped her brother carry out another venom mag dragon, the envy and jealousy in Machoshia's eyes intensified sharply. Another one? And it's a different species? Venom dragon cat? Venom mag dragon? Where did you buy these two dragon cubs? Why are they all dragon species I've never heard of? The dungeon was vast, and humans had explored less than 50% of it so far. Not to mention that new dungeon planes invaded periodically. Therefore, even though this was Machoshia's first time seeing such unfamiliar magical beast species, she was merely curious. It never occurred to her that these were artificially hybridized, and moreover, created through skill-based crafting. Curson didn't hide anything and said directly, "We didn't buy them. We found these two eggs in Poison Dragon Valley, and when we hatched them, we discovered they were actually a hybrid of different poison dragon species. No wonder this venom mag dragon looks so much like a poison dragon. I never expected to find poison dragon eggs in Poison Dragon Valley. I thought all the poison dragons there had been hunted and killed by hunters." While envying them, Machoshia cast the contract skill one after another to help Jiang and Curson complete their beast contracts. She was currently level 45, while Jiang appeared to be level 41 but had actually already broken through to level 45. Therefore, since they were the same level, Machoshia was able to complete Jiang's contract with a single skill cast. Curson, however, was currently at level 48, 3 levels higher than Machoshia, so the contract success rate was reduced by 30%. The first attempt failed, but the contract was successfully established on the second try. As the contract was completed, a subtle, almost maternal bond instantly formed between Jiang and Curson's spiritual seas and the beast pet. They could sense the beast pet's various emotional reactions and mental states in real time. This left Curson rather speechless. She looked down at the venom dragon cat struggling in her arms and biting her fingers and arms, complaining, "Jiang, it's cursing at me." Jiang teased, "I guess when it opened its eyes at birth, it saw me and my sister, so it only recognizes us. But you took it away the first time you met, so it sees you as the bad guy." Curson complained, "It's all your fault for not calling me over to witness their birth. If I had been there, it would have seen me as its mother and wouldn't be resisting me or cursing at me now." Machoshia said, "Don't worry about it. Newborn magical beast cubs don't have any memories. In a few days, it'll forget Jiang's scent and get used to yours. Soon enough, it'll treat you like its master and its own mother." "Oh, okay." Curson was relieved. While rubbing the little dragon cat that was still gnawing on her arm, she asked, "Jiang, how do you plan to level up the dragon babies?" Jiang said, "I'll raise them for a few days first. Once they can walk and their teeth and claws have fully grown in, I'll take them to farm the starter zone and get them to level 20 as fast as possible." Curson said excitedly, "Okay, then remember to call me when the time comes. We'll level up the little dragons together in the starter zone. Once the little dragons have leveled up in the starter zone and reached level 20, 1T they be as big as a car? 1T we be able to ride them into the sky by then? Just thinking about it gets me so excited." Machoshia looked at Curson's expression, which was practically overflowing with maternal love, and really wanted to quip, "Why don't you two just get married right here and have a couple of kids?" Yao looked at his future sister-in-law radiating maternal warmth and thought she'd make a devoted wife and mother. It seemed like his brother had struck gold. He was really lucky to have found someone like her. But the poor guy and rich girl pairing is always fraught with hardship in those soap operas. Who knows, maybe his brother would face opposition from his future sister-in-law's family. Then, his brother might toss out a line like, "What goes around comes around." Don't look down on a poor young man, rediscover his original aspirations, and start working hard all over again. In the blink of an eye, Yao had imagined a whole bunch of melodramatic plot twists, and suddenly felt deeply worried about her brother's future. Taking advantage of this being her first time entering the dungeon, Jiang took his sister on a tour of Hunter's City, where they ate, drank, and had fun amidst the bustling and exotic atmosphere. Kirsten tagged along as well. Finally, after she'd eaten her fill, drunk her fill, and grown tired from all the walking, they left the dungeon and hurried home. Tomorrow morning, Jiang and Kirsten had a match to compete in. Normally, winning 16 consecutive matches would secure a spot in the national top 100 of the winners bracket. Meanwhile, the freshmen in the losers bracket would continue competing to determine the national top 100 of the losers bracket. Finally, the national top 100 from both the winners and losers brackets would head to Dungeon University City for the finals, vying for a spot on the freshman top 100 list and a place on Prodigy Island at the three great magic academies. As he advanced through the rounds, the opponents Jiang faced grew increasingly powerful, though most were still in their early 30s. To Jiang, many of them didn't even measure up to Yang in overall strength. However, Jiang knew Yang's capabilities all too well. Consequently, before Yang could even showcase the full might of his level 36 Berserker class, he was eliminated by Jiang's cursed knee strike. As he continued his winning streak, Jiang began to gain fame in Nanrong City. Have you guys been following this year's National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament? I went to watch it live over the weekend. This year's freshmen are incredible. So many of them have broken through level 30 in less than a month since their awakening. I went to watch too. The most impressive thing is that one senior who awakened in F-class profession actually broke through to level 42. Apparently, he is also this year's top student in both academics and martial arts at First High School. In every match, he didn't use a single skill. He relied purely on combat experience and martial arts skills to completely dominate all the freshmen who had awakened combat class professions. You're talking about Jiang, right? My sister is in the same class as him. Apparently, he didn't just awaken one F-class class, he awakened two, Tinker and Farmer. The craziest part is that he awakened two useless classes, yet he went on to break 3 solo speedrun records in the starter zone in a row. No one has broken those records yet. Listening to the gossip among his classmates before morning reading, Yao was completely dumbfounded. Man, you're a total stranger to me. As the saying goes, gold will eventually run out. Over the past week, Jiang's performance in the National Freshman Tournament has been nothing short of dazzling. In nearly every match, he crushed his opponents with overwhelming power and swiftly advanced to the next round. Most importantly, he hadn't used a single talent in any of his matches. After all, in everyone else's eyes, he had awakened 2 worthless F-rank classes unable to provide combat power or support, so there was naturally no need for him to use skills in the ring. Precisely because of this, Jiang had become the most talked about figure in this tournament, aside from the 3 freshmen who had awakened S-rank classes. So word of his feat beating the starter zone on speedrun mode the very day he awoke and consecutively breaking 3 solo speedrun records began to spread like wildfire, making its way through every middle school and high school in Nanrong City. Let me tell you, the most impressive thing about Jiang isn't even that he broke the record for speedrunning the starter zone. It's that he applied for his Hunter's license right after hitting level 30, and in his very first exam, he instantly took down 4 level 15 whirlwind wolves all with a single, fatal strike, scaring the level 20 Wolf King so much he was trembling in fear. Then, during the second test, a one-on-one fight against a level 30 magic boar, he took it down in just 2.5 minutes. It was even streamed live. Lots of people saw it in Awakening Square. Everyone is saying he is the second Hui Yuanwu, maybe even better than Hui Yuanwu in his prime. This can't be true, can it? He has not even a combat class. How could he possibly defeat a level 30 magical boar in a one-on-one fight right after hitting level 30? It sounded totally fake to me too at first. But my sister is in the same class as him, and since he is applying for the hunter certification, his combat assessment was recorded and played on a loop at Awakening Square for a whole week. Speaking of which, didn't a lot of people in this year's National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament break the code of honor by deliberately ambushing their opponents from below, rendering their fortresses useless? Those are all dirty tricks they learned from Jiang. At the time, Jiang took only 2.5 minutes to kill a level 30 magical boar, and he used those dirty tricks. Since the boar's defense was too strong for him to break through and deal critical damage, he targeted its weak spot. Right at the start, he stabbed the boar in the eye with his sword, then grabbed its tail and shoved the blade right up its ass. In the end, the boar's anus split open, and he literally ripped it open from the inside, killing the beast. Holy shit! Just hearing you describe it makes my butt clench. Listening to her classmates ramble on about her brother's gossip and battle exploits, Yao didn't feel proud. Instead, she felt worried and scared. She had thought her brother had given up on his efforts and was planning to take the easy way out by hooking up with a rich woman, but now, hearing her classmates' stories, she realized her brother was still the same young man who wasn't afraid of hardship and refused to admit defeat. Not a single bit had changed. She finally made it through the morning classes. Yao secretly sent her brother a voice message using the magic communication bracelet on her left wrist. "Bro, are you home?" Soon, Jiang replied with a voice message, "At the Sports Plaza." What's up? The elimination rounds of the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament had reached their final stage, and Jiang was at the city's Sports Plaza, preparing for his upcoming match. Yao replied that everything was fine, brushed it off with a few casual words, and then immediately hailed a taxi to rush over. The Sports Plaza was packed with people. In addition to the awakened freshmen competing today, there were also many onlookers who had come specifically to watch the spectacle. The nearby roads were completely gridlocked. Yao took a taxi to the vicinity, then jogged the rest of the way, finally arriving at the Sports Plaza. The massive square screen was divided into 9 separate panels, simultaneously broadcasting live matches from 9 different arenas. Yao finally managed to squeeze her way to the front row and scan the contestants' waiting area for her brother. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. She wanted to see for herself if her brother was really level 42 and if he was as impressive as her classmates claimed. Just then, someone nearby remarked, in another 2 or 3 matches, that Jiang guy should be up. He's really popular right now. Everyone says he'll be the next Hui Yuanwu. Apparently, Chairman Chen of the Nanrong City Hunter Association has high hopes for him, saying he has the potential to surpass Hui Yuanwu and become the first F-rank professional to break through level 80 as an awakener. I watched one of his matches yesterday. Even though he had the level advantage, his opponent was boosted by combat skills. In the end, the opponent couldn't even last a minute against him and was forced to concede after being severely beaten. I just checked today's match schedule. His opponent today is Wu Jian, an awakened B-class martial artist. Even though Wu Jian is only level 33, he has extensive ring experience and frequently competes in boxing matches in the dungeon, so I think Jiang will most likely be sent to the losers bracket this time. Let's go. Rounds 5 and 6 have wrapped up, so Jiang and Wu Jian should be coming out next. Hearing this, Yao hurried to catch up with the 2 boys, squeezing her way to the front row of the spectator area at ring 6. Sure enough, she saw her brother step onto ring 6. The boy beside her immediately remarked, "Wow, this Jiang really doesn't take his opponents seriously." After finding out his opponent's class is brawler, he actually chose boxing gloves as his weapon. He is seriously cocky. Anyone who didn't know better would think he awakened an S-rank class. That's the only reason he looked down on his opponent like this. Wu Jian, a boy who had awakened the B-rank brawler class, felt deeply insulted when he saw that Jiang hadn't chosen any other weapon but had instead selected the same level 10 boxing gloves as him. He sneered, "Did Liang Jingru give you the courage? You actually dare to choose boxing gloves to go toe-to-toe with me?" As Jiang slipped on his gloves, he said, "My level is significantly higher than yours. If I'd chosen another weapon, one with a longer reach to counter your shorter arms, I'm afraid you wouldn't have accepted defeat gracefully." Ha! Wu Jian sneered coldly. "Since you look down on me so much, I'll teach you a lesson with my fists." With the hostess signal, the match between Jiang and Wu Jian officially began. In truth, Jiang had no intention of underestimating Wu Jian. To others, he appeared to be level 42, but this was a ruse. He had used the rewrite skill to lower his level and play the underdog. In reality, he was already level 46, a full 13 levels higher than Wu Jian. Not wanting to take too much advantage of the situation, he decided to engage Wu Jian in a no-holds-barred fistfight. Lunge. The moment the match was declared open, Wu Jian immediately unleashed two skills. His entire body shot forward like an arrow, whizzing right in front of Jiang so fast that the audience below could barely keep up with his movements. Punching charge. In the next instant, Wu Jian's right fist, as fast as a bullet, slammed straight toward Jiang's face. Jiang casually turned his head to the side while unleashing a full-power right hook. The next instant, a scene that stunned the entire arena unfolded. Despite the boost from his two skills, Wu Jian's bullet-like lunge punch was actually dodged by Jiang simply by turning his head. Even more shocking was that Jiang's sudden right hook landed squarely on Wu Jian's left cheek. One-punch KO. Watching Wu Jian get knocked flying by Jiang's punch and crash unconscious onto the ring, the audience below was completely dumbfounded. Can someone tell me what just happened in Ring 6? How did the match suddenly end right after it started? I'm completely dumbfounded. Wu Jian timed his lunge skill perfectly. It was so fast I could barely keep up with it, and yet, with a punch that fierce, Jiang just turned his head and dodged it? And then he got punched right in the face by Jiang and was knocked out instantly? Even the referee was stunned. Seeing Wu Jian fall stiffly to the ground, motionless, he noticed that Wu Jian's face was severely disfigured, with blood and fluid gushing from his left eye. It looked as though Jiang's punch had shattered his eyeball. The referee immediately called for medical staff to use their skills to perform emergency treatment. Who could have imagined that Jiang, who had awakened a useless class, would go toe-to-toe with Wu Jian, who had awakened the martial artist class, only to have Wu Jian knocked out with a single punch? The key point is that Wu Jian had unleashed the most powerful combo in his martial artist class at that very moment. He timed his move perfectly, activating the lunge skill to instantly spring forward and close the distance to Jiang, then unleashed the punch rush skill to accelerate his punch, aiming to catch Jiang completely off guard. His fist was aimed squarely at Jiang's face. This showed he intended to land a headshot KO on Jiang and win the match. However, he had underestimated Jiang's reaction speed. Under the full force of his all-out attack, not only was he unable to dodge Jiang's well-timed right hook, but his own excessive speed also amplified the damage from the punch that landed squarely on his face. A level 42 medic standing by the ring, equipped with healing skills, immediately cast a healing spell on Wu Jian from a distance. Seeing this, a medic from the adjacent area quickly jumped onto the ring, walked over to Wu Jian, and, with both hands raised toward his head, cast a healing spell at close range. Seeing this, Jiang didn't wait for the referee's decision. He took off his gloves while raising his right hand, using his thumb to wipe away the blood oozing from a small cut on his left cheekbone, a scratch left by the punch attack. Looking down at the blood on his fingertip, Jiang casually showed off, level 33, a pushover. The audience. He might be arrogant, but he certainly had the credentials to back it up. No wonder he didn't choose any other weapon. He said picking anything else would be like a long-range fighter taking on a close-range fighter, which would be too much of an advantage over Wu Jian. Now it seemed Jiang had been telling the truth all along. If he'd chosen a sword or a knife, Wu Jian probably wouldn't have even managed to graze Jiang's face before getting decapitated. All one could say was, "This Jiang is seriously over the top." It was as if he anticipated Wu Jian's attack. He turned his head to dodge a jab as fast as a bullet, then simultaneously threw a right hook that landed squarely on Wu Jian's face. If either of those movements had been even a fraction slower, he'd be the one getting knocked out. That's why he's so over the top. It's like he planned this with Wu Jian in advance. Doesn't this set a record for the fastest KO? A one-punch knockout right at the start. The whole thing felt like it took barely a second. Without a doubt, this is absolutely the fastest ending match in the history of the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament. Down in the audience, watching her brother instantly take down a level 33 martial artist, Awakener, Yao's head was spinning. She truly hadn't expected that in just 1 month since his awakening, her brother had already reached level 42? She never imagined that even after awakening 2 F rank classes with virtually no combat power, he could still be this strong? And precisely because he was so absurdly powerful, she couldn't fathom just how much effort he must have put in over the past month. Such strength was undoubtedly earned through countless hours of blood, sweat, and countless life or death battles. It certainly wasn't something he could have achieved just by hooking up with a rich woman. On the stage. After 2 level 40+ medics cast healing spells, Wu Jian's mangled face with his eyes bulging from their sockets gradually returned to normal. At the same time, he regained consciousness. His gaze was vacant, and he squinted his left eye, which still throbbed with a dull ache as he looked up at the azure sky. In that moment, he suddenly recalled a fable from his elementary school days and felt he resembled the frog in the well. It turned out that Jiang hadn't chosen to engage him in close quarters combat with boxing gloves because he underestimated him. It turned out Jiang wasn't being arrogant, nor had he drawn courage from Fish Leon. He was truly just like Hui Yuanwu, relying on his own formidable strength to bridge the combat gap between classes, and even surpassing many combat class professions. Ha! Wu Jian gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Thinking back to his earlier boast about teaching Jiang a lesson with his fists, he suddenly felt like nothing more than a clown. In the crowd, Yang, wearing a mask and a hat, suddenly felt a sense of relief. Ever since that match where the unscrupulous Jiang had kicked him in the groin, causing him to lose, he'd become the fastest loser in this year's freshman tournament. He'd even been made a laughingstock by the referee's remark, "He is probably in bad shape, quick, cast a healing spell on him," which was why he now had to wear a mask and a hat whenever he went out. Otherwise, some idiot would always call him broken balls, making him so furious he wanted to kill someone. But from now on, this Wu Jian would take his place, becoming the new generation of clown everyone would mock. The match ended. Jiang left the sports plaza immediately. He had made plans with Curson to take Venom Mag Dragon into the starter zone to level up right after the match this noon. Venom Mag Dragon is the name Jiang gave it, because the little guy's skin has been getting harder by the day. It feels like a chunk of iron to the touch. Curson, on the other hand, had named Venom Dragon Cat because it perfectly fused the genes of a soft magic cat. The entire dragon was soft and adorable, and felt incredibly comfortable to pet. On the way to the Nanrong dungeon station, Jiang sent her sister a magical voice message, "I'm taking Venom Mag Dragon into the dungeon to level up. I might be back late, so don't wait for me for dinner." The magical communication bracelet vibrated, but Yao didn't check it right away. She couldn't let anyone know that this crystal bracelet was a magician's communicator worth millions, one that was virtually impossible to find on the market, or it would surely bring trouble her way. Walking back to school, she waited until she was alone before listening to the magician's voice message her brother had sent. After a moment of silence, Yao finally replied to her brother, "Stay safe." She had a lot she wanted to say, but she held back the words just as they reached her lips. She knew her brother had kept these things from her to spare her worry, so after much deliberation, she decided to pretend she knew nothing. Nanrong Dungeon Station. Curson had finished her match that morning and had successfully advanced to the next round. Holding Venom Dragon Cat in her arms, she waved happily, "Jiang, hurry up. I've been waiting for you forever." Entering the familiar starter zone and seeing the battering rabbits near and far, Jiang felt a pang of emotion. This was the starting point of their dreams, the path they took to level up after awakening their professions. Jiang had walked this starting point of the leveling path twice. The first time, he couldn't recall exactly how long it took him to leave the starting station of the starter zone and head to the next stop. But he remembered all too clearly the speedrun record he set when he entered here for the second time after his rebirth. 36 minutes and 8 seconds. The dragon race is a very rare and powerful magical beast race within the dungeon. At the same level 1, the innate stats of these two Venom Mag Dragons completely outclassed the battering rabbit in every aspect. Jiang and Curson took to the field themselves, demonstrating how to hunt the battering rabbit with their bare hands, and then left the Venom Mag Dragon and Venom Dragon Cat to fend for themselves. At this point, Venom Mag Dragon and Venom Dragon Cat were still dragon cubs less than 100 hours old. Aside from being able to run and jump and having claws as sharp as an eagle's, they didn't yet have the strength to flap their wings and fly. Unless they were swarmed by a pack of battering rabbits, they would never lose in a one-on-one fight against a level 1 battering rabbit. "Come on, Venom Dragon Cat, don't be a wimp. Look at Venom Mag Dragon, he has already successfully hunted down a rabbit. Curson encouraged the somewhat timid Venom Dragon Cat. If she'd known, she never would have named it Venom Dragon Cat. Now the dragon lives up to its name, being so timid and cowardly. Unlike Venom Mag Dragon, who is as tough as a stud, howling as he chases down and kills battering rabbits. Watching Venom Mag Dragon about to kill his 10th battering rabbit and level up to level 2, Curson was genuinely anxious. Venom Dragon Cat, pull yourself together. Otherwise, Jiang and Venom Mag Dragon will laugh at us. Perhaps the Venom Dragon Cat understood the message Curson was trying to convey, because the little guy immediately unleashed a talent he'd been born with, but one that Jiang had already modified. Weaken. A blue and white beam of magic suddenly shot out from above Venom Dragon Cat's head, shining like a spotlight on the battering rabbit that had turned to chase it. In an instant, the battering rabbit, which had been charging toward it with the Y-charge skill, seemed to have a problem with its body. It suddenly twisted its ankle, skidded to a halt, and somersaulted several times before rolling right in front of it. Thud! The Venom Dragon Cat quickly raised its claws to pin the reckless battering rabbit to the ground, its sharp dragon claws piercing the rabbit's skin. Curson immediately cheered with excitement. That's it. The Venom Dragon Cat is amazing. Well done. Immediately, she happily shared with Jiang, Jiang, did you see that? Venom Dragon Cat just used a skill. It looks like a debuff. This battering rabbit's stats were actually cut in half. Jiang nodded, I saw it. That skill is pretty powerful. Combined with your support, it's practically unbeatable. Venom Dragon Cat's original first talent was the soft magic Cat's soften, which could make either itself or the target's body go limp. This was a skill the soft magic cat often used to feign death, and during the soften process, it could also reflect 50% of physical damage. However, after being modified by Jiang into weaken, it immediately became a powerful support skill. Curson ordered, Venom Dragon Cat, cast that skill on me. Ha! Under the rules of the contract, a magical beast cannot harm its master unless the master is suicidal. It's fine, I just want to see exactly how your skill works. Hurry up! Curson urged. Venom Dragon Cat had no choice but to cast the skill again. The weaken aura instantly enveloped Curson. Feeling her body suddenly grow weak in every way, Curson looked at her stats panel and excitedly exclaimed, Venom Dragon Cat, this weaken skill actually has no level restriction, it even weakened me. And the debuff is even stronger than other beasts. Other beasts start by weakening stats by at most 10%, but Venom Dragon Cat starts by weakening them by 50% right off the bat. It's just that the duration is so short, only 1 second. I wonder if upgrading it will increase the duration. Jiang said, that's already impressive. For high-level beasts or awakened ones, a single second can turn the tide of battle at a critical moment. Besides, the Venom Dragon Cat's skill has no cooldown, it can cast it again immediately after finishing one. In other words, as long as it has enough mana, the Venom Dragon Cat can theoretically keep casting the weaken skill non-stop. Curson nodded, smiling, Venom Dragon Cat, don't worry about mana consumption. Just go ahead and use the weaken skill to hunt. If you run out of mana, just come back, we've got plenty of mana potions. As she spoke, Curson asked curiously, by the way, what is Venom Mag Dragon's first talent? I haven't seen it use any skills yet. Jiang replied, Venom Mag Dragon's first talent is infection. When it comes into contact with a target, it can transfer the toxins from its body to the target, poisoning it. He wasn't exactly lying to Curson, since the Venom Mag Dragon's first talent had already been modified to infection. Originally, the Venom Mag Dragon's first talent was the Magnetic Beast's transmission, which allowed it to transmit information anytime, anywhere to a target that had recorded the signal, using the ubiquitous mana molecules. Then Jiang changed it to teleport, expanding the skill's range to a 100-meter radius. As long as a location had been marked by the skill, precise teleportation could be performed at any time. Currently, the Venom Mag Dragon is still low level at level 1, it can only teleport freely within a 100-meter radius. After testing it, Jiang changed the Venom Mag Dragon's teleport skill to contagion. After all, he wouldn't want to reveal a skill that allowed him to teleport anytime, anywhere. Once Venom Mag Dragon's level increased and its teleportation range expanded, he would use it to cast a wide net, marking teleportation points at home so he could return at any time. He would also mark teleportation points at various locations within dungeons, and even in enemy camps abroad. By then, he wouldn't need to use the Hunter Association's teleportation channels to travel to other dungeon planes, thus avoiding having his movements constantly exposed to Chairman Luo's surveillance. To be honest, Jiang is quite wary of Chairman Luo, that voyeur. He always feels that the guy is creepy, as if wherever he goes, he might be stared at intently by his clones, leaving him with absolutely no privacy. This was the main reason he wanted to graft the magnetic beast onto the poison dragon egg to modify and acquire the teleportation skill. As for why he didn't simply contract the magnetic beast, it was mainly because the magnetic beast was too weak. Even if he poured all his efforts into training it, it would be difficult to cultivate it into a high-level magical beast, which meant he wouldn't be able to increase the teleportation distance. Additionally, while a modified magnetic beast-type mana core can also teleport, a single teleport mana core can only mark one starting point and one destination. It functions like a teleportation tower, fixed and stationary, unlike a beast, which can freely cast the skill to mark multiple teleportation locations. Curson said enviously, "It can, in fact, with poison just by touching it? That Venom Mag Dragon skill is way too powerful. Against beasts with low magic resistance and poor toxin immunity, wouldn't they be poisoned to death in a matter of minutes?" Jiang replied, "I haven't tried it, but at the same level, lower tier beasts probably can't withstand its venom. Still, I prefer it not to use the skill if it can help it, so it doesn't become overly reliant on it and end up with poor close quarters combat skills." Curson thought Jiang made a good point, so she immediately had Venom Dragon Cat learn Venom Mag Dragon but without using the skill and hunt the battering rabbit on its own merits. Venom Dragon Cat? Didn't you just tell me to use skills freely and not worry about mana consumption? Didn't you say the one thing we're never short of is mana potions? Forget it, I'm tired. I'm giving up. Venom Dragon Cat flopped down on the ground, as if it had turned into a pile of sludge. Curson. Jiang, the kid's rebelling and giving up. You better step in and handle it. Jiang, Venom Dragon Cat is all yours. I'll take Venom Mag Dragon to the Whirlwind Wolf Grasslands to level up first. It was Curson's first time playing Mom, and she simply couldn't handle the timid, spineless, rebellious Venom Dragon Cat. Jiang rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, "A mother's love spoils a dragon." Thinking that Venom Dragon Cat was, after all, a creature he'd watched grow from birth, Jiang had no choice but to step into the role of the strict father and help Curson thoroughly discipline the little rascal, who hadn't even grown a full set of fur yet but had already learned to rebel and give up. And so, under Jiang's brutal training, Venom Dragon Cat endured scoldings and beatings while grudgingly hunting down 100 battering rabbits, finally reaching level 5. Carrying the little guy to their next stop, the starter zone Whirlwind Wolf Grasslands, Jiang casually tossed the Venom Dragon Cat, now over a meter long, after breaking through level 5 at his feet. Instantly, the Venom Dragon Cat dashed toward Curson, then clung to her leg, whimpering and crying. "Jiang, what did you do to the Venom Dragon Cat? Look at its snot and tears streaming down its face. It's so upset." Jiang watched the Venom Mag Dragon taking on a pack of wolves single-handedly as he walked over and said, "Kids are rebellious and disobedient. A good beating is all it takes. If one beating doesn't work, then another one. So when it wouldn't go after the battering rabbit, I beat it, and then it took it upon itself to hunt down the battering rabbit and immediately broke through to level 5. Curson. No wonder Venom Dragon Cat is so sad and upset." She rubbed Venom Dragon Cat's fluffy dragon head and comforted it. There, don't cry. Jiang beat you for your own good. If you don't hunt and level up properly, you'll be too weak and get killed and eaten by other magical beasts. Look at Venom Mag Dragon, how self-motivated and hard-working it is. You need to learn from it and become a brave, powerful little dragon, okay?" Jiang started threatening it again. "I'm counting to 3. If you don't hurry over there to hunt, I'll keep beating you. 3. Mom, look at him." Venom Dragon Cat whimpered, looking at Curson with teary eyes, but Curson turned her head away, pretending not to see its pitiful, aggrieved expression. 2. The countdown to a beating continued. Not wanting to get beaten, Venom Dragon Cat had no choice but to run over, crying, to learn how Venom Mag Dragon hunted whirlwind wolves. Soon, Venom Mag Dragon broke through level 10 and cleared the whirlwind wolf grasslands in less than an hour. Envious of the Venom Mag Dragon's discipline and strength, Curson left the Venom Dragon Cat with Jiang to train, then took the Venom Mag Dragon to the Boar Forest to level up. Half an hour later, the useless Venom Dragon Cat finally broke through level 10 and unlocked a new talent. Warcraft, Venom Dragon Cat. Level 10. Skills, Weaken, Soft Poison Bolt New. It's actually the Venom Bolt skill from the mutated Venom Dragon hybrid. Compared to the Venom Bolt skill of the Warcraft Venom Dragon, this Soft Poison Bolt skill adds an additional toxin effect that renders enemies limp and powerless. Jiang thought to himself, if I change just one character in Soft Venom Bolt, what kind of skill could it become? I can only select one character to modify once chosen, I can't alter the text in other positions. Soft X Bolt. X Venom Bolt. I'll go with changing the first character. Changing the first character offers more options and greater flexibility for modifying the skill. Modify. Taking advantage of the fact that Curson still didn't know what skill the Venom Dragon Cat had unlocked upon reaching level 10, Jiang immediately cast the Modify skill, transforming the Venom Dragon Cat's Soft Poison Bomb skill into Fire Poison Bomb. Skill, Fire Poison Bomb. Cost, 200 mana. Description, casts a fireball containing intense heat and potent poison. Here, I'll give you a chance to get back at me. Use that newly unlocked skill on me. As soon as Jiang finished speaking, the Venom Dragon Cat, which had been itching to get revenge, immediately unleashed Fire Poison Bomb on him. The Venom Dragon Cat opened its massive jaws, lined with 2 rows of sharp fangs, and swiftly fired a Fire Poison Bomb the size of a basketball at Jiang. Jiang caught it directly with his right hand, and the Fire Poison Bomb quickly disintegrated upon impact. The skill S power isn't half bad. A level 10 Fire Poison Bomb actually caused such a noticeable burning sensation on me, a level 46 character. Jiang looked at his palm, which was slightly reddened as if burned, feeling the corrosive, searing pain, and continued, and this is with my body immune to poison. If I weren't immune, I'd be suffering from toxic corrosion. It's clear that dragon-type magical beasts are pretty brutal. The magical damage from skills like this is far higher than that of ordinary magical beasts. Let us go. I'll take you to find your mom. Heading to Boar Forest. Jiang found Curson. The Venom Mag Dragon had already reached level 13. The skill it unlocked upon breaking through level 10 was Venom Bolt, perfectly inheriting this talent from the Venom Dragon. Alright, the Venom Dragon Cat is pretty much trained up. It unlocked the Fire Venom Bolt skill when it broke through level 10. I tried it out myself. The magical damage is pretty strong. My palm still feels a bit of a stinging, burning sensation. Curson exclaimed in surprise, so does that mean the Venom Dragon Cat has Fire Dragon genetic traits? Jiang replied, it could also be a Fire Cat. Right, it's Beast Race's Venom Dragon Cat, so this skill similar to Venom Bolt might have mutated into Fire Venom Bolt because of fire attribute feline beast genes in its body. Curson said, casting a Holy Light spell on Jiang's palm to purify and heal it. Evening. The Venom Mag Dragon and Venom Dragon Cat finally speed ran through the starter zone and reached level 20. Dragon-type beasts are truly formidable. After breaking through to level 20, these 2 little ones born just 4 days ago had already evolved into massive creatures. They stood over 2 meters tall, and measured from head to tail, their length exceeded 5 meters. They were now large enough to serve as mounts for travel. But they haven't learned to fly yet. Next, we can find an open area to teach them. Once they're proficient, they'll be able to ride the dragons through the skies. Let us go. We should head out and pay the starter zone fees first. Bringing magical beasts into the starter zone to level up incurs a fee, especially since they've consumed quite a few beasts during their leveling. Still, for them, a fee of a few 100,000 was easily manageable. Curson, being flush with cash, covered it outright. Jiang said, once they learn to fly, we'll have to go to the Hunter Association to get a flying license for the pets. Otherwise, if we fly without a license after leaving the dungeon, we'll get fined. Curson said, as their levels rise and they grow bigger, they'll need to eat a lot of meat every day. Plus, to make it easier to carry them around, we'll have to buy storage rings with more space to keep them in. When you add it all up, raising a beast pet is pretty expensive. That's why a poor guy like me has to hunt monsters like crazy to make money, otherwise, I couldn't possibly afford these money guzzlers. After saying that, Jiang made up an excuse about going to hunt magical beasts for money and bid farewell to Curson, who was getting ready to go home. Teleport to Venom Dragon Valley. Jiang entered the forest and released the Venom Mag Dragon from his storage ring. Modify. Jiang immediately cast the Modify skill, modifying the Venom Mag Dragon's infection skill into teleport. Venom Mag Dragon, mark a teleportation point here. With the skill changing again, the Venom Mag Dragon was completely baffled, unable to understand why its first skill kept changing. But it still did as Jiang said, casting the teleport skill at this spot in the Poison Dragon Valley forest to mark a teleportation point. Jiang asked, how about it? Can you sense the teleportation point marked at home from here? Venom Mag Dragon shook its head. Currently, the only teleportation point within range was the one it had just marked. The one marked at home was clearly out of range, so it couldn't be sensed, and naturally, it was impossible to teleport back from here. Jiang couldn't help but sigh, this dungeon really is too huge. After Venom Mag Dragon's teleport skill broke through level 20, its teleportation range had been upgraded to a radius of 1,000 li. In other words, within a radius of 1,000 kilometers centered on Venom Mag Dragon, it could teleport to any marked teleportation point at will. What does 1,000 kilometers mean? To give an example, the straight line distance from the capital's outer ring to Magic City is exactly 1,000 kilometers. So, if Venom Mag Dragon marked teleportation points at both locations, it could teleport directly from the capital to Magic City. Right now, the teleportation radar in Venom Mag Dragon's mind couldn't scan or detect a teleportation point back home, meaning the straight line distance between the two locations exceeded 1,000 kilometers. Jiang could only say, Venom Mag Dragon, I'll take you out for a spin later. When I tap your head, you'll mark a teleportation point right where you are. Remember, just mark a teleportation point, don't suddenly teleport somewhere else. Got it? Although Venom Mag Dragon didn't know what Jiang was up to, it obediently nodded. So Jiang cast the Disguise skill on it, transforming it into a level 15 Whirlwind Wolf. Immediately after, Jiang cast the Disguise skill on himself, transforming into the likeness of the level 36 Wild Bandit he had killed, even mimicking the clothing the victim had been wearing at the time. Don't panic. This is a disguise skill. Once 46 minutes have passed, we'll return to our original forms. For now, go into the storage ring and wait there for a while. So, having just entered Venom Dragon Valley, Jiang immediately left the valley in someone else's identity and returned to the Awakening Plaza in Nanrong Dungeon. Under the gaze of many, he rode Venom Mag Dragon all the way to the outskirts of the starter zone at the Nanrong Dungeon Station. Jiang patted Venom Mag Dragon on the head to give a signal, and Venom Mag Dragon immediately cast a skill, marking the coordinates of a new teleportation point right where they stood. Next, Jiang went to the National Hunter Association headquarters, then left Hunter's City and entered the forest on the western outskirts, where he had Venom Mag Dragon mark another teleportation point. In this way, within 40 minutes, the man and the dragon marked 4 teleportation points each less than 1,000 kilometers apart and capable of being linked together in an area devoid of people and free from crystal ball surveillance. Finally, before the camouflage skill expired, he used these teleportation coordinates spaced hundreds of kilometers apart and capable of being linked to teleport back to the Poison Dragon Valley forest without a trace. Good work. I'll treat you to a pork leg when we get back tonight. Jiang modified Venom Mag Dragon's teleport skill back to Contagion to prevent Venom Mag Dragon from suddenly casting teleport on a whim without his orders, which could draw unwanted attention. As night fell, Jiang recalled Venom Mag Dragon into his storage ring, then left the Poison Dragon Valley forest and headed toward the teleportation tower. Looking at the magical crystal ball atop the teleportation tower surveying the surroundings, Jiang couldn't shake a sense of unease as if he'd done something wrong and suddenly realized there really was a higher power watching over him. But now that he has the Venom Mag Dragon, he can use its teleport skill to slip past Chairman Luo's surveillance and teleport directly to any dungeon plane he wants in areas where Chairman Luo can't monitor him. This way, he won't have to be monitored in real time by Chairman Luo's crystal balls every time he teleports to another dungeon plane, leaving his every move within the dungeon under his constant surveillance. Perhaps it was because he'd blown up his modify skill before his rebirth, lost his freedom, and been controlled by Chairman Luo's surveillance clones. Jiang now felt a chill run down his spine just looking at these crystal balls, as if Chairman Luo were watching him 24/7 from the mother ball. Leaving the Nanrong dungeon station, Jiang returned home. His younger sister immediately asked, "Bro, what about Venom Mag Dragon? How many levels did it level up today?" Jiang answered honestly, "It speed ran through 3 starter zones in just one afternoon and is already at level 20. Yao was surprised, but she asked deliberately, "What about you? What level are you now?" Jiang decided to exaggerate his level to throw her off. "This might shock you, but your big brother here is already level 42. Yao had thought her brother would try to hide it, but she never expected him to come clean. She thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I went to the sports plaza today and saw your match." Jiang smiled. "Well, you saw it yourself. Even though I'm an F rank class, my strength is no worse than those S rank or A rank guys, so you can rest assured." Yao asked, "Did you sign up for the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament to make it into the top 100 and join Prodigy Island at one of the 3 major magic academies?" "Yeah, I was actually planning to tell you after I made it through, so you wouldn't worry for nothing." As he spoke, Jiang changed the subject. "Alright, enough about that. I'm going to let Venom Mag Dragon out. It's now as big as a sedan, and once it levels up another dozen or so times, it won't even fit in our living room." As he spoke, Jiang released the Venom Mag Dragon, and Yao was instantly startled. After just a short while apart, the little guy had suddenly turned into a giant. In contrast, she had become the little one in the Venom Mag Dragon's eyes. The Venom Mag Dragon still recognized her. It immediately lowered its big, adorably ugly head now topped with a sharp, single horn and gently nuzzled Yao. Yao stroked its head, looking at the Venom Mag Dragon that had grown so large in an instant, and asked, "Now that the Venom Mag Dragon is this big, how much food does it need to eat every day? A pet this big, what kind of family could possibly afford to keep it?" Jiang chuckled, "Don't worry. Money is the easiest thing to earn in the dungeon. Besides, the dungeon has no shortage of all kinds of low-level magical beasts, so we won't have to spend money on food. Plus, the Venom Mag Dragon is incredibly powerful, who knows, it might even help me earn a fortune by hunting." Late at night, while his sister was fast asleep, Jiang released the Venom Mag Dragon, which had been sleeping inside his storage ring, and then cast the Disguise skill, transforming the Venom Mag Dragon into a smaller, level 10 wild boar. He, in turn, disguised himself as an ordinary level 27 passerby. Finally, he used the Modify skill to change the Venom Mag Dragon's Contagion skill back to Teleport and ordered, cast the Teleport skill and head to Coordinates 3. As the mana fluctuations in the air suddenly surged violently, Jiang disguised as a level 27 passerby and riding the Venom Mag Dragon, which was disguised as a level 10 wild boar, instantly teleported from the hall of his home to the outskirts of the forest near the starter zone at the Nanrong dungeon station. This was the 3rd teleportation point marked by the Venom Mag Dragon. The hall of his home was the first teleportation point marked by the Venom Mag Dragon, while the second was the Poison Dragon Valley Forest. Currently, the Venom Mag Dragon was only level 20, meaning it could mark a maximum of 20 teleportation points. Additionally, it could only sense and teleport to coordinates within a 1,000-kilometer radius centered on itself. Jiang then ordered, "Teleport to Coordinate 4. Coordinate 4 is located in the forest on the western outskirts of Hunter S City." As Venom Mag Dragon cast the teleport skill once more, they instantly traversed 800 kilometers, teleporting from the Nanrong dungeon station to Hunter S City at the Kyoto dungeon station. Next, teleport to Coordinate 5. Teleport Coordinate 5 was the forest west of Hunter S town, at least 800 or 900 kilometers from Hunter S City. Gazing at the deep, silent monster forest under the cover of night, Jiang excitedly leaped down from the Venom Mag Dragon. Having a magical beast battle pet that can teleport anytime, anywhere is just so convenient. Let us go, we're heading in to hunt and level up. Although the darkness significantly hindered human vision, for Jiang, who was born with full mana, as long as there were monsters nearby, he could pinpoint their locations through the mana fluctuations within their bodies. Therefore, it didn't matter that he couldn't see clearly or far in the dark. After all, monsters in the 20s and 30s weren't a threat to him. After more than 4 hours of fierce combat, under Jiang's lead, Venom Mag Dragon had hunted down numerous level 20-30 beasts, leveling up from 20 to 26. Alright, time to head back. If I bring you in tomorrow, you'll break through to level 30. Jiang cast the disguise skill once more, transforming into the appearance of a level 27 passerby. His actual level was now 46, so the duration of the disguise skill had increased to 46 minutes. However, casting the skill carries a 100-minute cooldown. This means that after the 46 minutes are up, he'll have to wait another 54 minutes before he can cast disguise on himself again. During this time, though, he can cast disguise on other targets. Once they've been disguised, they too cannot cast disguise again for the duration of the 100-minute cooldown. Teleporting non-stop. Soon, disguised as a wild boar, a Venom Mag Dragon of moderate size carried Jiang through multiple teleportation coordinates before teleporting back to the hall of his home. After stowing the Venom Mag Dragon in his storage ring to rest, Jiang voluntarily dispelled the disguise skill and tiptoed back to his room to sleep. Bro, I'm off to school. Junior high school wouldn't be out for summer break for another 2 days, so his younger sister had left early in the morning for school. Jiang slept straight through until noon, then fed the young magnetic beast he was raising in a cage. In the future, he would need to use it to crossbreed with other beasts, creating a beast for his sister that also possessed the magnetic beast's genetic talent, one capable of modifying the transmission skill into teleportation. As for the soft magic cat, Jiang sold it off immediately after using it. For one thing, he had no interest in raising this kind of magical beast as a pet. For another, non-contracted magical beasts are generally impossible to tame. Keeping one at home as a pet would be like raising a tiger to cause trouble, posing a threat to his younger sister's safety. After all, even the weakest level 1 feline magical beast is no match for an ordinary child, not to mention that the soft magic cat possesses a soften skill capable of rendering an ordinary person completely limp and powerless. However, there was no need to worry about the magnetic magic beast cubs, which sit at the bottom of the magical beast food chain. Especially since they are herbivores, even a kindergarten child could easily pin a level 1 magnetic magic beast to the ground and run it over. After feeding the magnetic beast a few vegetable leaves, Jiang headed out for lunch. He still had to go to the sports plaza for a match this afternoon. I wonder if he'd be matched with a stronger opponent this time. 2 p.m. Contestant waiting area. Looking at the matchmaking list, Wang Qingfeng said regretfully, "What a shame. The local PK tournament is already in its final stages, and yet we still haven't been matched together." Jiang replied, "No need to rush. As long as you keep advancing, we'll definitely be matched up in the end. But you're only level 35, one level lower than Yang, so you'd have little chance against me." Wang Qingfeng retorted, "Yang signed a contract to join the guild, which is why he is leveling up so fast under their guidance. Plus, don't forget that I've awakened as a knight. I have both defensive and offensive skills. So even if you're 7 levels higher than me, you won't have the upper hand." 7 levels? Excuse me. I'm actually 11 levels higher than you. It's almost my turn. I'm going to pick out a weapon. Jiang walked toward the weapon wall, and Wang Qingfeng followed, asking curiously, "Your opponent this time is an archer, class ELL, definitely choose a bow. You can't possibly pick a bow too and go head to head with him, can you?" "If I chose a bow, that would be so reckless I wouldn't even be treating my opponent like a human." Jiang thought for a moment, then picked out a level 10 red plumed spear. Wang Qingfeng was puzzled and suggested, "I think you'd be better off choosing a sword or a knife. With quick reflexes, you can at least knock the arrows away and avoid getting hit. But you've got to be careful. So far, he has only revealed 3 skills: the penetration, skill that boosts attack power and can even pierce through shields, the true shot, skill for precise shooting, and the multi-arrow, skill for rapid fire shots. Jiang replied calmly, "Don't worry. The arena is this small. As long as he doesn't kill me with a single arrow right at the start, he has no chance of winning." As for the opponent's 4th skill, which hadn't been revealed yet, Jiang had already detected it with his magic eye. Lock on. The true shot skill delivers a precise hit when the target isn't moving much, while headlock locks onto the target's head and tracks the shot. During headlock, unless the skill's magic on the arrow is blocked or disrupted, no matter how the target dodges, they'll eventually be hit in the head. Wang Qingfeng offered a friendly warning. In the last match, his opponent was shot to pieces like a hedgehog. One arrow hit the heart, and the healer barely managed to save him. "You'd better pick a shield." Jiang shook his head. "Offense is the best defense. Once you pick a shield, you'll only slow yourself down and become a sitting duck. So to take on an archer, you have to close the distance immediately, otherwise, he'll just wear you down until you're dead." Wang Qingfeng understood the logic, "But you don't have any defensive skills, nor any offensive or movement speed boosts. I'm afraid that without a shield to block, you won't even make it close enough before you're turned into a hedgehog yourself. Then you're seriously underestimating me." Jiang, shouldering his red-plumed spear, slowly stepped out of the contestants' waiting area and said, "Watch this. I'll show you how to take down these archers in an instant on the stage." Stage 9. Jiang vs. Zhang Zihao. As the announcer on the screen displayed the match details for this pairing, a crowd of onlookers began surging toward Stage 9. Jiang is in trouble this time. Although he is level 42, 5 levels higher than Zhang Zihao, he has awakened a useless class. Unlike Zhang Zihao, who, despite being a B-rank archer, can easily dominate A-rank melee classes. Jiang may not be a melee class, but he advanced thanks to his formidable close combat skills. Unfortunately, his opponent this time is Zhang Zihao, who has a natural counter to him. He is bound to be eliminated here. There is simply no way for a melee-focused player to beat someone like Zhang Zihao. He starts with a 3-arrow barrage to lock down his opponent's movement, then pulls back to unleash a barrage of skills and arrows. There is simply no chance to close the gap. Look, Jiang didn't even equip a shield. That means he has given up the fight. He knows that at this level, a shield can't block Zhang Zihao's pierce skill, so he is definitely going to lose this time. On the 30-meter diameter arena, Jiang and Zhang Zihao stood face to face, 10 meters apart. For players in their 30s and 40s with speed stats exceeding 400, closing a 10-meter gap takes just a blink of an eye. Zhang Zihao held a bow in his left hand and 3 arrows in his right. His mana surged restlessly as he waited for the referee's signal, ready to draw his bow and fire instantly, denying Jiang any chance to close the distance. 3, 2, 1. Go! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhang Zihao instantly drew his bow and fired 3 arrows using the multi-arrow skill, denying Jiang the chance to charge in. At the same time, he leaped backward to create distance between them. Thud! Sure enough, Jiang charged straight at him and, caught off guard, was struck in the chest by the middle arrow. He fell for it that easily? Looks like he is not all that after all. Just as Zhang Zihao thought this, he noticed that the moment Jiang was struck by the arrow, he had actually hurled the red-plumed spear he was holding at Zhang Zihao as he leaped backward. Whoosh! Although the spear's speed was nowhere near that of Zhang Zihao's arrows, Jiang's unpredictable move still disrupted Zhang Zihao's planned follow-up volley. Since Jiang had thrown the spear the instant Zhang Zihao leaped backward and was mid-air, Zhang Zihao had no way to dodge it in mid-air. He could only swing his bow to knock the spear away as it flew toward him. As a result, he was unable to press his advantage and fire another arrow. Meanwhile, Jiang, who had been struck by an arrow right in the center of his chest, seemed to feel no pain at all as he swiftly closed the distance between them. In an instant, Zhang Zihao panicked. Because Jiang was moving so fast, Jiang had been delayed by the red-plumed spear Jiang had thrown at him. He'd been forced to swing his bow to knock it away, but the moment he did, Jiang had already charged right up to him. Most terrifying of all, Jiang gripped the shaft with his right hand and, without batting an eye, forcefully yanked the barbed arrow still lodged in his chest right out. The next second. Thud. Jiang, still clutching the arrow, thrust it straight toward Zhang Zihao's throat. The arrowhead, coated in his own blood in shreds of flesh torn by the barbs, pierced deep into Zhang Zihao's throat. Ha! Zhang Zihao, who spent his days shooting arrows, never imagined that one day he would be impaled through the throat by one of his own arrows. Staring at Jiang, who stood mere inches away with an icy expression and piercing gaze, Zhang Zihao felt a wave of fear unlike anything he had ever experienced before. He feared Jiang, but even more, he feared the pain and death. The excruciating pain in his throat contorted his face, and the blood spurting from his throat choked his airways, leaving him gasping for breath. Thud. He dropped the bow and arrow to the ground, signaling his surrender. The referee quickly announced, "Jiang wins. Medical staff, attend to the injured." Only then did Jiang release his right hand from the arrow shaft, remarking calmly, "The three-pronged barbed design is quite ingenious. Pulling it out forcefully is a rather sharp sensation. You'll get to experience it soon." With that, Jiang turned and walked off the stage. The onlookers were all left speechless. The entire match had lasted no more than 2 or 3 seconds. Wang Qingfeng was dumbfounded. No wonder Jiang had chosen a red-plumed spear over a sword or knife. It turned out he planned from the very beginning to take Zhang Zihao's arrowhead on, then hurl the spear the instant Zhang Zihao leaped backward to create distance, forcing him to swing his bow in defense. It all happened in the blink of an eye. In that split second, Jiang was already upon Zhang Zihao. What sent chills down Wang Qingfeng's spine was that Jiang had actually yanked the arrow with its three-pronged barbed tip out of his own chest, then turned the tables on his opponent, driving it straight into Zhang Zihao's throat. Whoa! This guy is still as reckless as ever, willing to risk his life for victory. Wang Qingfeng couldn't help but recall the terror he felt when Jiang dominated him in the martial arts finals during their freshman year. The onlookers around them all whistled in admiration, unable to hide their respect. Jiang just taught all the close combat fighters a lesson. Who would have thought he'd used this method to defeat Zhang Zihao? No wonder he didn't bring a shield and specifically chose a red-plumed spear. It turns out he'd already planned how to defeat Zhang Zihao. It gave me chills. When he yanked the arrowhead out, it tore strips of flesh right off, yet he didn't even blink. Zhang Zihao really picked a fight with the wrong guy this time. If the contestants he beat earlier were here, they'd be over the moon finally getting to see Zhang Zihao writhing in agony from those three-pronged barbed arrows. On stage, the healer warned, "Bear with it, I need to pull the arrow out first before I can treat you." Thud. As the arrowhead was slowly pulled out, Zhang Zihao passed out from the pain. The healer looked at the arrowhead, which had even hooked through his windpipe, and felt a chill run down his spine. But this was simply Zhang Zihao reaping what he had sown. Who told him to go and craft such a cruel barbed arrowhead? On the stage, the referee suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Jiang, don't you need treatment?" I forgot." Jiang, who had already stepped off the stage, walked back up. Referee. Crowd. How could he forget something like that? Don't you feel any pain? Of course Jiang felt pain, but having come back from the dead so many times, he had long since grown accustomed to all manner of excruciating pain and gruesome deaths. Therefore, pain of this magnitude felt no different to him than an ant bite. After receiving the healing skill and having his chest wound treated, Jiang offered a quick thank you and stepped off the stage once more. In the blink of an eye, it was July 10th. The National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament had reached its final winners bracket qualifying match. The winner of this match would advance as one of the top 100 in the winners bracket, while the loser would enter the losers bracket. The top 100 from the losers bracket would then join the winners bracket to determine the final top 100 freshman ranking. Interestingly, in this final qualifying match for the national top 200, Jiang was matched against none other than Curson. I'm screwed. Why did I have to get matched with that freak Jiang at the very last moment? I finally made it into the national top 200, and if I just win this match, I can enter the winners bracket top 100. Then I'll face off against the losers bracket top 100, just one more win, and I'll make it onto the freshman top 100 list. And yet, the random matchmaking had to pick Jiang. Curson was devastated. Her winning streak up to this point had been entirely due to her level advantage. Most players were in the 20s or 30s, and the highest level opponent she faced so far was only level 36. But she was now level 49. Just one step away from level 50. And yet, right at this moment, she got matched with Jiang. It was precisely because she knew exactly how strong Jiang was that she felt so hopeless and frustrated. Jiang's level is currently displayed as 42. Although she appears to be a full 7 levels higher than him, she doesn't believe she stands a chance against him. However, the other players don't see it that way. A level 42 Jiang facing a level 49 Curson, there is no way Jiang can win this time, right? Even if Jiang has exceptional combat talent and the potential of a Hui Yuanwu, the class he awakened is just too weak. On the other hand, Curson, though she has an S-rank support class, can not only boost stats but also heal, and she even has a holy shield that nullifies damage. I just can't imagine how Jiang could possibly beat her. That's exactly how I lost to Curson. Her S-rank, Holy Angel, class is way too OP. She keeps her Holy Light skill active, healing instantly whenever she takes damage, and she has got the Holy Shield skill to block tons of damage too. What's worst is she has a skill that boosts all stats by 40%, making her support class even stronger than a warrior. Jiang is probably going to lose to Curson this time. Unless he can one-shot her right at the start and knock her out, Curson will just fight him while her healing skills are active. He won't stand a chance against her. Curson, go for it. This Jiang is way inferior to you in both class and level. I'm sure you can beat him. You don't know shit. Jiang is a freak who can even take down a level 51 Venom Mag Dragon. My brother is in his 50s, and even with me supporting him, he might not be able to kill that Venom Mag Dragon. Curson couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the boy beside her, a classmate who also made it into the national top 200 and silently scanned the area, searching for Jiang's figure, hoping he'd go easy on her later and not let her lose too badly. Unfortunately, Jiang wasn't in the player's rest area over here. The only thing offering Curson any consolation was that Jiang had been busy leveling up Venom Mag Dragon these past few days, so his own level hadn't gone up. He was still stuck at level 42. As a result, he slipped to third place on the freshman rankings, overtaken by that Sunshine Bean. Little did she know, however, that Jiang's level 42 was a ruse. His true level had already reached 47, just 2 levels behind her. As one match after another concluded, the moment everyone had been waiting for finally arrived, the first ever match in the history of the National Freshman Tournament between an F-class professional and an S-class professional. Although Curson, an S-rank professional, was a support type, Holy Angel, Jiang's classes were the F-rank, Tinker, and Farmer, classes that were far inferior even to support roles. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Moreover, Curson's level was as high as 49, while Jiang's publicly listed level was only 42. On the stage. Both players stepped onto the stage simultaneously. Curson chose a longsword as her weapon, and Jiang also chose a longsword. He looked at Curson, who was clearly nervous, and said, "In my eyes, whether the enemy is male or female, I'll kill them without mercy. So you'd better be mentally prepared. I won't hold back from here on out. After all, on the battlefield, neither enemies nor monsters will go easy on you just because you're a girl. On the contrary, S-rank support classes like yours are often the enemy's top priority targets." Curson bit her lower lip lightly. She knew Jiang was lecturing her, explaining the brutality of the battlefield. She also knew that once a team fight began, enemies would always try to take out the support first. Therefore, facing Jiang, a man of steel, she could only force a smile and say, "You better be mentally prepared too. I won't go easy on you just because we know each other." Seeing that both were ready, the referee counted down from 3 and announced the start of the match. In an instant, Jiang shot forward. At the same moment, Curson cast the Holy Shield skill, enveloping herself in a layer of holy light. Clang! Jiang swung his sword down, and Curson hurriedly raised her sword to block. Sparks flew. The immense force sent a sharp pain shooting through the web of Curson's right hand, and she stumbled back 2 steps. Blessing! She quickly cast her second skill on herself, granting a 40% boost to all stats for 7 minutes. Clang! Jiang swung his sword down again, and Kurson could only block once more. But with her stats boosted by 40%, blocking wasn't as taxing this time, and the pain in her palm had subsided. The next instant, Jiang kicked her in the stomach, sending her stumbling backward several steps. That hurts. Kurson frowned. Even though Holy Shield had absorbed some of the damage, Jiang's kick still left her stomach throbbing. She didn't even have time to rub her stomach before Jiang's figure had already charged right in front of her. So fast. I'm clearly higher level than him, and I have a 40% stat boost, so why am I completely helpless, constantly on the defensive? Kurson frantically parried Jiang's relentless onslaught, finding a moment to cast another, Angel's Guardian, skill, wrapping herself in 4 layers of protection to boost her defense. But the moment she cast the spell, Jiang lunged with his sword, piercing through both the Holy Shield and Angelic Guard to wound her just below her fair neck. Kurson's face paled, and she took a step back just as Jiang flipped his sword, preparing to slash across her throat. Watching the cold glint of the sword tip flash past her chin, Kurson's heart skipped a beat. He almost slit my throat and killed me with a single strike. Kurson cast the Holy Light skill with her left hand, accelerating the healing of the wound below her neck. Jiang couldn't help but quip, "Your footwork is a mess, and your swordplay is clumsy and stiff. You actually managed to win enough matches to make it into the national top 200? I have no idea just how terrible the opponents you faced before were." He wasn't holding back, continuing to press his attack, leaving Kurson scrambling to fend off his relentless assault. No sooner had the wound below her neck healed than multiple sword cuts of varying depths appeared elsewhere on her body. You've got nothing but level and stat advantages, but absolutely no combat experience or skill. You're too weak, I'm done playing with you. Jiang dominated the entire match, cornering her at the edge of the stage. He delivered another kick to Kurson's abdomen, catching her off guard and sending her flying off the stage. Jiang wins. The referee looked at Kurson, who had been kicked off the stage, with deep sympathy. But when the young lady from the Hercules Guild climbed back up from the ground, she sat down, hugged her knees, and buried her face in her hands, bursting into tears. The reporters rushed to take photos. Breaking news! Breaking news! An S-class professional and level 49 heiress of the Hercules Guild was reduced to tears by Jiang, an F-class professional who was only level 42. Jiang may have won on paper, but in reality, he lost miserably. I bet he had no idea Kurson was the daughter of the Hercules Guild's leader. Otherwise, even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare treat her like that. This guy is ruthless. He dominated Kurson the whole time, kicking her in the stomach twice in a row. That final kick was so hard it sent her flying 4 or 5 meters, crashing off the stage in a heap. Jiang looked at Kurson, whom he reduced to tears, and felt a bit embarrassed. He'd gotten carried away just now and hadn't consciously controlled his strength. That final kick had indeed been a bit too brutal. Jiang jumped down from the ring, walked over to Kurson, cleared his throat, and said, "Why are you crying now? Didn't we agree before the match that we wouldn't hold back?" Kurson looked up, glaring at Jiang with reddened eyes as tears streamed down her face. "You think I'm crying because I lost or because it hurts?" "No. I'm crying because that kick of yours made me shit my pants. I can't go on living. Jiang, just kill me. I'll never be able to show my face in public again anyway." At that moment, Jiang seemed to catch a whiff of something. Holy shit! That sour, foul smell. No way? Kurson, did I really kick her so hard she shit herself? If that is the case, I'm totally screwed. If Kurson becomes a social pariah and decides she can't go on living, I'm not going to live either. Her dad is the guild master of the Hercules Guild. I'm still so weak right now. If I piss off a giant like that, I'll be dead in a heartbeat. You blockhead, come up with a solution fast. Kurson can't be socially humiliated. Everything has gone so smoothly since I reincarnated, I can't die either. Got it. Crying won't solve anything. Instead of wasting time crying here, let us go fight monsters and train so you can get stronger. Come on, I'll take you to a dungeon to train, so you won't get crushed by everyone else in the losers bracket top 100 tournament except me. As he spoke, Jiang had no choice but to summon the Venom Mag Dragon right in front of everyone. The Venom Mag Dragon was now level 32 and over 10 meters long, so its sudden appearance startled both the referee and the surrounding spectators. However, if anyone were to scan it with a magic eye, they'd discover that Venom Mag Dragon was actually only level 24. Jiang had lowered its level by 8. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Jiang picked Curson right up and whispered, "Don't worry. Once you're on Venom Mag Dragon, even if you drop a turd, Venom Mag Dragon will catch it for you." Curson. Put me down, I'd rather die. Venom Mag Dragon, lie down. Jiang took the opportunity to jump up, sitting on the Venom Mag Dragon while still holding Curson, then whispered into its ear, "Take a pee before we fly. Aren't you not supposed to relieve yourself in public?" Though puzzled, Venom Mag Dragon had been cooped up in the storage ring for ages and was indeed desperate to pee, so it let out a stream right there. The next second, Jiang frantically patted the dragon's back, shouting, "Holy shit! Venom Mag Dragon, why are you peeing in public again? Venom Mag Dragon? Didn't you tell me to pee?" Venom Mag Dragon quickly stopped urinating, turned its head, and whimpered, asking if it should keep going. Sorry, this beast pet had been holding it in for too long in the storage ring. Luckily, it wasn't much. I'm truly sorry for disturbing everyone. Jiang patted Venom Mag Dragon on the back and ordered, "Take off." Venom Mag Dragon pushed off with its legs, then flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The stone floor outside the arena was left dented and cracked from the impact. The referee and the event staff maintaining order were still dumbfounded. After all, dragon-type beasts were extremely rare. They never imagined that Jiang had actually contracted a dragon-type beast, and upon scanning it with their magic eyes, they discovered it was a species they'd never even heard of. Venom Mag Dragon, level 24. Jiang has actually contracted such a powerful beast. I'm so jealous. I'd love to contract a flying dragon-type magical beast too, but ever since the Venom Dragons in Venom Dragon Valley were wiped out, I can't find any Venom Dragon eggs or hatchlings to contract anymore. His Venom Mag Dragon bears some resemblance to a Venom Dragon. It must be a hybrid between a Venom Dragon and another magical beast. I wonder if its skills are any good. In the air. Jiang guided the Venom Mag Dragon as it flew toward Curson's home. To save your reputation and spare you from public humiliation, I've actually shown off everything I own that's worth anything. I bet a lot of wild bandits are going to be after me now. It wasn't like I told you to show it off. Curson said, her face flushed crimson. Although she avoided a public humiliation, the fact that Jiang had seen her get kicked so hard she nearly shat herself made her feel so mortified she had the urge to jump right off the Venom Mag Dragon and end it all. It's all your fault. Sitting in front of Jiang, Curson said indignantly, "You had plenty of ways to beat me, but you deliberately kicked me off the stage and right in the stomach, no less." Jiang replied sincerely, "That's why I realized my mistake. To make amends, I had to release the Venom Mag Dragon, and while I was at it, I had to take a leak to cover up the mess you left behind." Don't even go there. Curson felt like jumping off Venom Mag Dragon and just ending it all. Jiang cleared his throat and tried to soothe her. Lighten up. If I told you I've even eaten a magical beast's poop, you'd realize this experience is nothing compared to that. Shocked yet curious, Curson asked, "How did you eat it?" Could I tell her that I'd once been swallowed by a high-level magical beast, revived inside it multiple times without killing the beast, and was finally flushed out? Jiang had no choice but to make up a story. Have you ever seen a pile of magical beast poop bigger than a person? I was knocked flying while hunting a magical beast and landed right in a pile of poop that big. That is so gross. Curson felt queasy just thinking about it. Jiang seized the moment to say, "So getting kicked out of the dung by me is nothing compared to me falling into it with you. Didn't you see me sitting right behind you, pressed up against you? Don't you think I'm disgusted by you? How dare you say that?" Curson was both embarrassed and furious. Alright, let us not talk about that. Let us talk about what's worrying me the most right now. Jiang said earnestly, "First of all, I'm doing this because you helped me before and gave my little sister a magcom. Actually, I'm not worried that revealing the existence of my storage ring and the Venom Mag Dragon will attract the attention of wild bandits, but I am worried that wild bandits or criminals will target my little sister. You know, my parents died on the front lines years ago defending against the monster invasion. My sister is my only remaining family, so I can disregard my own safety, but I must ensure hers. Dungeon University is about to start its semester early. Whether I bring my sister into dungeon life or leave her in Nanrong City, I want to be able to protect her forever. So I need to find a way to settle her down. You're well-traveled and come from a prominent family. Do you have any suggestions? Kirsten glanced down at the necklace nestled in the hollow of her chest and decided to share this secret known only to her family with Jiang. Have you ever heard of a magical beast called the Yin-Yang beast? Yin-Yang beasts? Never heard of them. What kind of magical beasts are they? Jiang had encountered many magical beasts before his rebirth, but this was the first time he'd heard of creatures called Yin-Yang beasts. Kirsten pulled out the pendant from the necklace she wore around her neck, which was hidden against her chest, and held it up to the side of her neck so Jiang, sitting behind her, could see it. This is one of the mana cores obtained from hunting Yin-Yang beasts. Yin-Yang beasts is a collective term for yin and yang magical beasts, one female and one male. They possess a combined skill that allows them to swap positions no matter how far apart they are. They can instantly switch places with each other. Therefore, when the yang magical beast is hunting outside, once it's had its fill, it uses this combined skill to swap places with the yin magical beast, allowing the yin magical beast to share in the feast. Similarly, if the yin demon beast, which is of a lower level and not adept at combat, faces danger, the yang demon beast will sense it and use the yin-yang swap skill to switch places with the yin demon beast, thereby protecting it. Jiang listened in astonishment as Kirsten spoke, his demonic eyes fixed on the pendant Kirsten had pulled from her chest to show him. It was set with a jet-black mana core about the size of a pinky fingernail. Equipment: Yin Mana Core Necklace. Level: None. Description: a mana core fused with the bond of a Yin beast. If the corresponding Yang beast's bond mana core exists, the Yin-Yang swap talent can be cast regardless of distance. Jiang reached out in surprise to touch the pendant's mana core, which still retained the warmth of Kirsten's chest. He hadn't expected such a magical beast to exist in the dungeon. No wonder Jiang had kindly warned Kirsten back then to keep a low profile, lest her display of wealth attract the attention of wild bandits. Yet she hadn't seemed the least bit worried, saying she wasn't afraid and had a backup plan. Now it seemed her backup plan was this mana core equipment capable of yin-yang inversion with no level or distance restrictions. Jiang silently thanked his lucky stars that he hadn't gone all out against Kirsten during the earlier duel. Otherwise, if the other person wearing the Yang Mana Core necklace, who shares a bond with Kirsten, had suddenly swapped places with her, wouldn't he have been in big trouble? If he wasn't mistaken, the person wearing the Yang Mana Core necklace, and forming a yin-yang swap bond with Kirsten, was undoubtedly her father, the guild master of the Hercules Guild, an S-rank alchemist, and a level 84 powerhouse, one level higher than Chairman Chen of the Nanrong City Hunter Association. Jiang is only level 47 right now. Facing such a being, he'd have to change his resurrection skill to rebirth, otherwise, no matter how many lives he had, it wouldn't be enough to survive a single hit. If the opponent realized he could revive after dying, they'd have plenty of ways to make him wish he were dead. Jiang was deeply shaken and hurriedly asked, "If I understand you correctly, if the Yin Demon Beast drops a crystal core but the Yang Demon Beast doesn't, then wouldn't that single Yin Demon Beast crystal core be useless?" Kirsten nodded. Exactly. Yin-Yang beasts are born as a pair. Unless you're incredibly lucky and both drop crystal nuclei containing the Yin-Yang inversion talent, the probability is minuscule. So far, my father has only managed to collect 2 sets. Jiang asked, "Where are Yin-Yang beasts found?" Kirsten shook her head. "I don't know. Because the Yin-Yang beast's innate combo skill is so powerful, my dad hasn't revealed it to anyone. But I know he often travels to the western demon continent. The Yin-Yang beasts were probably discovered in some unexplored region there." "Is your dad home?" Jiang asked. Kirsten replied, "He should be in Hunter City right now." Jiang immediately said, "Take me to see your dad. Take me home first." Kurson still had poop in her pocket, so Jiang had no choice but to follow the direction she pointed and ordered the Venom Mag Dragon to fly toward Kurson's home in the bay of the neighboring city. Feeling the Venom Mag Dragon fly so fast and so steadily, and thinking about how that useless Venom Dragon Cat was actually afraid of heights and still hadn't learned to fly freely, Kurson felt a sense of frustration at not being able to get the best out of him. Feeling 3 fairly potent streams of mana descending from the sky, Uncle Lin immediately stepped out of the estate villa. He was the Kurson family's butler. Since Kurson's father had saved his life and helped him level up rapidly, he was about to break through to level 70. He had now become Kurson's guardian, tasked with guiding her to level 50. "Uncle Lin, it's me." Kurson watched as Uncle Lin suddenly darted out of the house, his right hand instantly pulling a greatsword from his storage ring, and hurriedly called out. Only then did Uncle Lin sheath his knife. He looked at the Venom Mag Dragon descending from the sky and landing at the estate gate, with Kurson and Jiang perched on its back, and smiled. "I thought a magical beast had invaded." He then turned his gaze to Jiang and the Venom Mag Dragon. "So this is another Venom Dragon Cat? It looks uglier than the Venom Dragon Cat, but it's clearly far superior to that useless Venom Dragon Cat when it comes to travel and combat." Kurson slid down from the Venom Mag Dragon's back along its wing, then hurried off to take a shower and change her clothes. Uncle Lin sniffed the air and asked in confusion, "Why does it smell so sour and foul?" Kurson. Jiang had no choice but to cover for her. "What you're smelling is probably the stench of the Venom Mag Dragon's urine. Maybe I've been around the Venom Mag Dragon for so long that I've gotten used to the smell." Uncle Lin didn't seem suspicious and asked, "I heard you also made it into the national top 200. Is today's match over? Did you advance to the top 100 in the winners bracket?" Jiang nodded. "I did." Uncle Lin asked again, "What about our young lady?" Jiang replied, "She didn't make it." Uncle Lin said in surprise, "Did she just have terrible luck and get matched against an S-class rookie?" Jiang, "Not at all. Her opponent was an F-class rookie." Uncle Lin, "Then how did she still lose?" Jiang, "Because that F-rank freshman was me." Uncle Lin. "That explains it." Uncle Lin asked curiously, "How did you defeat the young lady?" Logically speaking, even if she doesn't have as much combat experience as you, with her stat boosts and defensive skills, her stats should easily outclass yours. And since you don't have any skills suitable for actual combat, you shouldn't have been able to win, right? Jiang answered honestly, her footwork was terrible, and her combat and sword techniques were no good either. She was full of weaknesses. She had nothing but her level and stat advantages. Faced with my fierce assault, she could only defend herself. I stabbed and slashed her all over, and finally cornered her at the edge of the stage and kicked her off. Uncle Lin. "Good lad. Come on, let me see just how impressive your footwork and combat swordsmanship really are." Jiang. "You're a level 69 combat class. Do you really think it's fair to bully a level 42 kid like me, especially since my awakened class is practically useless?" Uncle Lin said, "I'll take off all my gear and fight you without skills or weapons. Even if you're fully kitted out in level 40 gear, our stats 1 differ by much, you'll still be able to hurt me." After level 50, every level up grants a 100-point boost to all stats. Jiang used his magic eye to check Uncle Lin's stats in his bare-bones state. Health 2710, Attack 2530, Speed 2460, Defense 2630. His current true level was 47. His health, attack, defense, and speed were all in the high hundreds, and with the bonuses from his level 40 gear, they could be boosted to over 1,000. His base attack of 588, combined with the 800 attack from the level 40 Demon King's sword, totaled 1,388 points. The critical strike, mana core fused into the Demon King's sword, provided a 40% chance for double critical damage, which would be enough to break through his defense. The conclusion is clear. Unarmored Uncle Lin is a kill. Little Uncle Lin, you're nothing special. Back when I was level 43, I could slay a level 51 poison dragon with higher health, defense, and attack than you. Now that I'm level 47, even without Kurson's blessing boosting my stats by 40%, I can still kill you. Jiang also wanted to spar with an awakened warrior, a main combat class with over 20 levels more experience and immense combat expertise, to see just how great the gap between them really was. Therefore, he accepted the challenge. He took a set of level 40 gear from his storage ring and put it on, then, gripping the Demon King's sword, said, "Blades have no eyes. If I accidentally inflict serious injury on you, please don't let your pride get the better of you and take advantage of a junior by switching to better gear. Not a chance. Go ahead and give it your all." Lin Bo didn't believe Jiang could seriously injure him, because in his eyes, Jiang was only level 42. His base attack power was at most 500 or 600, and even with top-tier level 40 gear, his attack power could barely reach 1,000 or 1,300 at most. His physical defense, however, stood at a staggering 2,630 points. Unless Jiang attacked his eyes or, in a completely unsportsmanlike move, targeted the weakest spot on his body, Jiang would struggle to break through his physical defense even if he just stood there letting Jiang swing away. Not to mention his speed was over 2,000. Therefore, even if he were completely unarmored, he could easily beat Jiang to a pulp and teach him a lesson to vent the young lady's anger. "Let us go, we'll fight by the sea." Uncle Lin strode forward, barefoot and dressed in plain clothes, leading Jiang to the shore. This stretch of coastline belonged to the Curson family. There were no other developments nearby, so the beach was deserted. They could spar to their heart's content. "Don't blink now, my speed is much faster than yours." Uncle Lin stretched his limbs. "Ready? Bring it on," Jiang said nonchalantly. "Fast? Faster than my blink?" Just as Uncle Lin charged forward like a cannonball, kicking up clouds of sand behind him, Jiang's figure suddenly vanished right before his eyes. "What the hell? Blink? Does this kid Shu actually have that skill?" To the right. Uncle Lin sensed the mana fluctuations as Jiang suddenly teleported to his right, and quickly raised his right hand to block Jiang's slashing sword. Critical hit. Thud. In its heavy sword form, the Demon King's sword triggering a double critical hit sliced straight through Lin Bo's physical defenses, leaving a wound on his right forearm that cut deep into the bone. A critical hit skill? Nice move, kid. I almost bit the dust there. I didn't expect his gear to be this good. If my reaction had been a split second slower and I hadn't blocked that strike, that blow would have landed on my neck and I'd have had no choice but to admit defeat and take my medicine. He has got some skills. Watching Jiang land a successful strike and blink away once more, Lin Bo no longer underestimated this kid, who in his eyes was merely a level 42 rookie. Teleportation plus critical hits, looks like I'll have to take this seriously. Lin Bo launched another offensive, charging toward Jiang. His speed was 1 or 2 times that of Jiang's. If Jiang didn't use the blink skill fused with his boots, he'd have to concentrate fully and anticipate Lin Bo's movements by sensing the mana fluctuations emanating from him. Otherwise, a single punch or kick would deal him a severe blow. The sand slightly slows him down. I can react in time, I don't need blink to dodge. Jiang focused his attention, watching Lin Bo charge toward him like a cannonball. A right roundhouse kick aimed at my midsection. Jiang instantly ducked and leaned backward. This kid didn't even use blink to dodge? Whoa, what lightning-fast reflexes. He actually saw my sweeping kick coming and ducked early to avoid it. At the same time, Jiang swung the Demon King's sword in his right hand upward with a sudden, fierce strike. Holy shit! This kid's playing dirty. Lin Bo's butt tightened, and his guts clenched. Jiang's Demon King's sword, swung from below, struck unexpectedly between Lin Bo's legs. Unfortunately, it didn't trigger a critical hit. Lin Bo, who had sidestepped Jiang's right roundhouse kick by ducking, silently breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it didn't trigger a critical hit. This kid is terrifying. Lin Bo couldn't help but recall the process of Jiang passing his combat assessment when he applied for his hunter's license, stabbing the wild boar in the eye, stabbing it in the rear, and finally brutally killing it. He'd come so close to being ambushed and killed by Jiang just like that wild boar. This kid has no honor in combat. I can't expose any more vulnerabilities, otherwise, if he lands a critical hit and cripples me, he'll ruin my lifelong reputation. Very well, I'm going all out now. Uncle Lin's mouth twitched, and he decided to teach Jiang a proper lesson with his fists. Just as he lunged at Jiang, Jiang suddenly kicked up a cloud of sand in front of him. Uncle Lin closed his eyes, and Jiang used the opportunity to blink again. I knew you'd teleport for a sneak attack. Lin Bo's right arm swept violently toward Jiang, who had teleported to his right. However, Jiang, who should have been on his right, suddenly teleported to his left. Mistake. He can actually teleport multiple times in a row. Thwack. This time, Jiang finally slashed Lin Bo's neck and successfully triggered a critical hit. You've been kind to me. Jiang sheathed his sword, watching as blood gushed from Lin Bo's neck like a fountain, knowing he had won the sparring match. Good kid, I underestimated you. Lin Bo, enduring excruciating pain, quickly clutched the wound on his neck where blood was spurting wildly, then used his other hand to pull a bottle of high-grade healing potion from his storage ring and downed it. Jiang returned the Demon King's sword to his storage ring and said modestly, I was just lucky. I won because of my equipment and skills. If we fought again, and you knew my gear, it would be hard for me to catch you off guard and deal such a heavy blow. Just then, Kurson, who had sensed the clash of two streams of mana while bathing, quickly dried off, got dressed, and stepped out. The household servants were all gathered at the door, watching the battle between Uncle Lin and Jiang. While the Venom Dragon played in the seawater, it also kept a close eye on their duel. As soon as Kurson ran out of the house, she saw Uncle Lin get slashed across the neck by Jiang's sword, causing him to bleed profusely. She was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. Could it be that Jiang was actually capable of breaking through even Uncle Lin's defenses and inflicting such severe damage at level 69? No wonder he had me on the defensive. I didn't stand a chance. Uncle Lin, you're no good either. It's one thing for me, at level 49, to lose to Jiang at level 42, but you lost to at level 69? Kurson ran over in her slippers. Seeing the blood spattered on the sand, she felt a sudden sense of relief. Jiang's reflexes are lightning fast, and his strikes are ruthlessly brutal. I let my guard down for a moment and couldn't block it. Uncle Lin gave a bitter, ashamed smile. He originally intended to avenge the young lady and teach Jiang a lesson, but in the end, he hadn't even managed to touch a single hair on Jiang's head. Instead, he'd been slashed in two places, and finally, that sword had sliced into his neck, severing his carotid artery. Jiang offered him a way out. I only managed to win that sneak attack by luck, thanks to the blink skill on these shoes, and the critical hit skill triggered double damage. Otherwise, even if Uncle Lin had stood there letting me strike, I wouldn't have been able to hurt him. My brother, fully equipped at level 53, couldn't beat Uncle Lin even when he was unarmored. You're even stronger than my brother. Kurson said enviously and admiringly, then informed Uncle Lin, by the way, Jiang has something he wants to discuss with my dad. I'm going with him to Hunter's City right now. Venom Dragon. Jiang called out, and the Venom Dragon, which had been playing in the sea, quickly flew over. Kurson let Jiang sit in front, while she sat in the back. Then, as the Venom Dragon flew along the coast toward the Nanlong dungeon station, she secretly pulled the underwear and pants she'd taken off and stuffed into a trash bag out of her storage ring and tossed them overboard. Which led the housekeeper to suddenly look puzzled. Miss, why did you only change your top this time when you took a bath? Hunter's City, Hercules Guild headquarters. Before his rebirth, Jiang hadn't had much contact with Yali Kurson's father, so they weren't very close. However, Jiang was well informed about Yali's professional background. It could be said that aside from Guildmaster Luo, the all-seeing, all-knowing voyeur who kept tabs on the entire world, Jiang was undoubtedly the person in this world who understood Yali's true capabilities best. Jiang could see every one of his talents crystal clear. Among them, the skill Jiang envied most in Yali was equivalent exchange. This was a skill Yali unlocked upon reaching level 50, and it was precisely this skill that allowed him to become a dominant force in the dungeon. By leveraging equivalent exchange, he rapidly built his fortune and established the renowned Hercules Guild. As long as one prepares items of equal quality and value, casting the equivalent exchange skill allows them to exchange them for a synthesized item of equal quality and value. It was precisely through this skill that he directly synthesized various potions from herbs, thereby putting countless alchemists out of business and benefiting countless awakened ones. Take dragon blood grass, for example. Whether it's 100 or 10,000 stalks, he only needs to cast a single skill to synthesize them into high-grade healing potions of equal quality and value. So as long as he had enough raw materials, he could easily mass-produce all kinds of potions, single-handedly driving down their prices. If my dad finds out I told you the secret of the yin-yang beasts, he'll definitely be upset. But don't worry, he might think about killing you to silence you, but as long as I threaten to kill myself, he won't do anything to you. Before entering the Hercules Guild headquarters, Curson gave Jiang a reassuring word. Jiang could understand this. After all, if he were in her shoes, and someone discovered the secret that could save his sister's life, he would kill everyone who knew it, then melt their bodies so they wouldn't even have the chance to become skeletal undead summoned by a necromancer. Your father's profession is alchemist. I've heard he has a talent called equivalent exchange. As long as I provide your father with sufficient value, he won't be able to do anything to me. Before coming here, Jiang had already figured out how to deal with Yao Li. Storing the Venom Mag Dragon in his storage ring, Jiang followed Curson into the Hercules Guild building and headed toward the Guild Master's office. Earlier, Curson had sent her father a voice message via mage communication. Now he had teleported back from elsewhere and was waiting for her in his office. Dad. Curson didn't knock, she simply pushed the door open and walked in. Yao Li's office was spacious. He was leisurely sipping tea as he asked, "So? Did you make it into the top 100 in today's tournament?" As he spoke, Yao Li shot a hostile glance at the blonde-haired kid who had followed his daughter in. Curson pouted, sounding unhappy. "I got matched up against Jiang, and I lost to him." Yao Li narrowed his eyes, his demonic gaze scanning Jiang's level information. Reaching level 42 in just 1 month, and with 2 F-rank trash classes to boot unless he had a powerhouse guiding his leveling, this kid's leveling speed was downright absurd. Curson continued, "Oh, and by the way, Uncle Lin just sparred with him, and Uncle Lin didn't even touch a single hair on his head before he got his neck sliced open, blood sprayed several meters." Yao Li's unfriendly gaze finally softened with a hint of surprise. "Is that for real? He is only level 42, how could he possibly hurt Uncle Lin, who is level 69? Jiang interjected, "Uncle Lin wasn't wearing any gear. I was fully kitted out in level 40 gear, my greatsword fused with a level 40, critical strike, mana core, giving me a 40% chance for double critical damage. Plus, my boots are fused with a level 25, blink, mana core, letting me blink within a 25-meter radius. That's how I managed to beat Uncle Lin by the skin of my teeth." Yao Li finally understood. He looked at his daughter and asked, "Did you bring him here to see me for a reason? Don't tell me he is your boyfriend. My heart is too weak, I can't handle a shock that big." But what his daughter said next gave him an even bigger shock. "I told him the secret of the yin-yang beast, and I also told him about the yin-yang inversion, mana core too." Instantly, Jiang felt a wave of murderous mana wash over him like a tidal surge. "Dad, calm down." Curson immediately spread her arms to shield Jiang, saying, "I was the one who told him the secret. If you want to kill him to silence him, then kill me first." "You. Daughters grow up and leave home," Yao Li glared with eyes filled with murderous intent and resentment. Jiang pushed Curson aside and said calmly, "Chairman Yao, I understand your impulse to kill to silence him. If I were in your shoes, and someone discovered the means of survival I'd specifically set aside for my younger sister, I'd want to kill them to silence them too. I was also worried about leaving my sister home alone while I go to the dungeon for school, so I asked Curson if there was any way to ensure her safety. That's when she revealed the secret of the yin-yang beast." Yao Li's furrowed brows relaxed slightly, but her tone remained icy. "So you want me to tell you where to hunt the yin-yang beast, is that it?" Jiang said, "I know you have a talent called equivalent exchange, so I'm willing to trade this intelligence with you on equal terms." Yao Li snorted derisively. "You're just a level 42 kid with an F-rank awakened class, what value could you possibly have to me?" Jiang replied, "I have full innate mana. My awakened farmer class has effects far superior to the standard farmer class. I can improve farmland and increase the mana purity of the surrounding fields. Additionally, my bountiful harvest skill doubles the yield every 10 levels. It can now quadruple the yield. Oh, and my immunity to pests skill isn't just for plants. I can cast it on people too. I've already used it on Kirsten and her brother before. Hearing this, a flicker of intensity flashed in Yao Li's eyes. This kid's land improvement skill can actually increase mana purity? And he is level 42, which means his bountiful harvest skill can quadruple the yield? Jiang continued, if these skills aren't enough to trade for information on the Yin Yang beast, my Tinker class also has a skill that allows me to disassemble equipment without causing any damage. Finally, Yao Li's expression changed. Are you sure you can dismantle equipment without damage? Meaning that extracting the mana core from the equipment won't cause it to break or degrade? I'm certain. Jiang nodded. But I'm only level 42 right now, so I can only dismantle equipment up to level 51. I can't dismantle anything more than 10 levels above me. Immediately after, Jiang tempted Yao Li with a criminal scheme. If you're bold enough, we can target the teleportation towers built by foreigners, those no higher than level 50. My disassembly skill can bypass their anti-tampering mechanisms and directly disassemble the teleportation mana cores inside those towers without causing any damage. Then, once the Hercules Guild has enough teleport mana cores, we won't have to rely on or be held hostage by the teleport towers built by the Hunter Association anymore. Finally, Yao Li was tempted. Yao Li took out a level 45 long-handled broadsword from his storage ring. This blade is fused with a level 45 explosive flame mana core. If you can dismantle it without causing any damage, I'll tell you the location of the Yin Yang beast. Jiang placed his right hand on the blade, channeled mana into it, and then cast the dismantle skill on the explosive flame mana core fused within the blade. A fiery red, thumb-sized mana core was perfectly extracted under the guidance of mana laws. Yao Li quickly reached out to catch it, then channeled mana into his eyes, using his magic eye to scan the mana core's level information. Level 45. This kid can actually extract a mana core from equipment without any degradation. Under normal circumstances, craft-based classes suffer some level loss when dismantling equipment. A level 45 mana core extracted by an awakened artisan might end up at only around level 30. That was precisely why, even though he was now level 84, he was still wearing level 60-70 gear. Since the level 60-70 mana cores fused into this gear were relatively powerful, he couldn't upgrade to level 80 gear, which had higher base stats but lacked the powerful mana core skills, without obtaining higher level, more powerful mana cores. But if Jiang could help him safely dismantle these level 60-70 mana cores, he could fuse them into gear above level 80. That way, he could retain the mana core's level-based skills while significantly boosting the gear's base stats. It's just a shame. Jiang is only level 42. Who knows how long it will take for him to break through to level 60. Still, he was genuinely tempted by Jiang's proposal to non-destructively dismantle a foreign teleportation tower and steal the teleportation mana core inside. After all, these teleportation towers built by foreigners aren't under Chairman Luo's crystal ball's real-time surveillance. If Jiang could really bypass their anti-disassembly mechanisms and safely dismantle the teleportation mana cores fused into the teleportation towers, he'd be more than willing to take Jiang on that adventure. He exclaimed excitedly, if you can safely dismantle the teleportation mana cores inside the teleportation towers, does that mean you can also safely extract the magic stones used to build them? Jiang nodded. As long as the level isn't more than 10 levels higher than mine, I can safely dismantle the materials of any equipment item. Awesome! Yao Li exclaimed excitedly, it seems having full innate mana does have its advantages. Others may awaken the same class and skills as you, but the results aren't nearly as dominant as yours. Jiang asked, so can you tell me where to hunt Yin Yang beasts now? Yao Li prefaced his answer, although Yin Yang beasts are generally low level and not hard to hunt, it's no easy feat to hunt them in pairs and ensure both drop mana cores. I've hunted at least 1,000 pairs of Yin Yang beasts over the past 6 months, but I've only managed to successfully obtain 2 sets of Yin Yang inversion mana cores. Plus, to hunt them, you'll need equipment with the tracking skill. Otherwise, once you kill one, you'll have no idea where the other one is. Where is it? Jiang wanted to know nothing else at that moment. Yali finished the hot tea in his cup and gave the golden-toed teapot on the coffee table a firm twist. Immediately, the wall behind him slowly slid open, revealing a heavy metal door. He flipped his right hand, and a key from his storage ring appeared in his palm. Witnessing this, Kirsten was stunned. She clearly hadn't expected there to be a secret room in her father's office. "Follow me." Yali stepped inside. Only when Jiang and Kirsten reached the doorway did they realize the secret room actually contained a teleportation platform. Closing the door to the secret room, Yali spoke, "This teleportation platform leads to an island teeming with yin-yang beasts. I call it Yin-Yang Island. You must not reveal anything about this teleportation platform in my secret room, or anything regarding Yin-Yang Island." Kirsten pouted and explained, "I only mentioned it to Jiang. I haven't told anyone else." Jiang replied, "Don't worry, I won't let it out." Yali stepped onto the teleportation platform, which was constructed from multiple blocks of earth magic stone. The magic stones served to amplify the mana laws, thereby increasing the teleportation range. Otherwise, a low-level teleportation crystal core would be utterly incapable of supporting long-distance teleportation spanning thousands of kilometers. Yali continued, "The Hunter Association prohibits anyone from constructing teleportation points within the country or in the dungeon territories under their jurisdiction. If this teleportation point is exposed, it will cause a lot of trouble." Jiang followed him onto the teleportation platform and said, "Although the Hunter Association's ban is ostensibly for safety reasons, all teleportation points within the country are under Chairman Luo's surveillance. Every teleportation movement is monitored in real time. Any powerful individual would find that unsettling. If I had multiple teleportation mana cores, I'd secretly build my own teleportation points too, so I could teleport freely and come and go from the dungeon as I pleased." Yao Li agreed, "Exactly. That's why many powerful individuals rarely use the teleportation towers built by the Hunter Association to avoid exposing their whereabouts. Although we aren't worried that Chairman Luo would betray us, we still have to be on guard against the possibility that some of the staff monitoring the feeds might have been bribed by foreign powerhouses, thereby exposing our exact teleportation routes. That's why the 3 great guilds and the 10 great merchants guilds all, to some extent, keep things hidden from the Hunter Association and secretly build their own teleportation platforms." Having said that, Yali channeled his mana and initiated the teleportation. In an instant, the 3 of them were transported to an island with an exceptionally bizarre and extreme environment. One half was lush and green, warm as summer. The other half was desolate and lifeless, cold and gloomy as winter. Do you see? This is why I call it Yin-Yang Island. Viewed from above, this island resembles a man-made Yin-Yang Bagua diagram, brimming with mystery and the unknown. Jiang asked curiously, "Where exactly is this island located? If it weren't so well hidden, it stands to reason that other powerful figures or even Chairman Luo would have discovered it long ago." Yali didn't hide anything. "It's deep within the blood sea of the western demon continent. I suspect this island and the entire sea region of the western demon continent only appeared half a year ago. That's why, aside from me, no one else has discovered Yin-Yang Island yet. I was just on a whim, wanting to see where the edge of the western demon continent's plane lay, so I rode my flying dragon deep into the blood sea, and that's how I discovered this mysterious island. I'll go check it out from above." Jiang summoned the Venom dragon from his storage ring and leaped onto its back. Kirsten followed suit and jumped up as well. Yali thought for a moment, then, not bothering to summon his own flying dragon pet, hopped onto the Venom dragon's back as well. Venom dragon, fly higher. As the Venom dragon soared above Yin-Yang Island, Jiang took in the island as full view. It truly resembled a man-made Yin-Yang Bagua Island. Yali said, "I suspect this is a massive, mysterious magical array. So I was thinking that one day, after we've wiped out every Yin-Yang beast on the island, if no one still discovers it, we'll find a way to destroy and sink the island." Jiang felt an inexplicable sense of unease and muttered, "The dungeon plane is like a jigsaw puzzle, with pieces teleported here one by one from another world. This Yin-Yang Bagua Island certainly wasn't formed naturally. Perhaps we can find traces of an alien civilization within it. I've already considered everything you've thought of, but unfortunately, aside from signs of human construction, there are no other traces of an alien civilization on this island. However, the yin-yang beasts unique to this island appear to me as though they've been raised here in captivity. This yin-yang Bagua island seems to have been built specifically for breeding yin-yang beasts, much like the Hunter Association's starter zone breeding bases designed for mass-producing low-level magical beasts. Yao Li's speculation was well-reasoned. Jiang thought the same thing. There must be other powerful civilizations behind the dungeon invasion. It couldn't possibly be a simple world inhabited solely by magical beasts. Before his rebirth, Jiang had never even heard of Yin-Yang Island or the Yin-Yang beasts. This suggests that it is highly likely Yao Li slaughtered every Yin-Yang beast on the island and then destroyed the entire island, resulting in no one other than Yao Li ever discovering this mysterious island hidden deep within the Blood Sea. Venom Mag Dragon, descend. Jiang patted Venom Mag Dragon on the back and landed back on the teleportation platform in the center of Yin-Yang Island. He asked curiously, "Are there no monsters above level 20 on this island?" Teleportation platforms built by the Hunter Association are always protected by defense towers to prevent high-level monsters from using them to invade. The fact that Yao Li built this level 20 teleportation platform at the center of Yin-Yang Island without installing defensive measures to prevent monsters from teleporting into his office's secret chamber suggests he wasn't concerned about monsters above level 20 who could use this platform suddenly teleporting into his secret chamber. He explained, apart from a few low-level monsters, the vast majority on Yin-Yang Island are Yin-Yang beasts. Yin-Yang beasts are quite interesting. Yang beasts possess a talent called Nourish Yin, Supplement Yang, a skill that allows them to drain all the level experience from Yin beasts. Therefore, even if a Yin beast starts at level 1, it will quickly have its level experience drained by its natural counterpart, the Yang beast, reducing it to level 0. Consequently, when hunting a pair of Yin-Yang beasts, if you're lucky, you might obtain 2 Yin-Yang swap mana cores. Even an unawakened ordinary person could equip the Yin Beast's Yin-Yang swap mana core and activate the position swapping skill effect. Jiang, surprised, asked, "But if we loot a Nourish Yin, replenish Yang mana core and craft it into equipment, could it absorb the opponent's experience and level just like a Yang beast?" Yao Li knew Jiang would ask this and shook her head. No, there is still a difference between equipment skills and the innate talents of beasts. I tried using the equivalent exchange skill to combine the Nourish Yin and tonify Yang mana core with other materials to craft several different types of equipment, but the skill effects only allowed for absorbing mana and only from the opposite gender. Jiang wanted Yao Li to explain in detail how it absorbed the mana of the opposite gender, but considering Kurson was nearby, he decided not to pry further. He looked around and, seeing no Yin-Yang beasts for the moment, continued, "Have you nearly wiped out all the Yin-Yang beasts on this island?" "Why haven't I seen a single one in the central area?" Yao Li replied, "I had my magical beast companion leave plenty of urine and feces in this area, so the magical beasts on the island all know this is the territory of a level 56 magical beast and dare not approach. Right now, the total number of Yin-Yang beasts on this island should be around 3,000 or 4,000 pairs. At first, without fully understanding them, I needlessly killed several hundred, which meant that even when I looted Thea, Yin-Yang swap, mana core, I still wouldn't know where its natural mate was. So when you hunt, you must target the females, the Yin beasts, and use the tracking skill to lock onto them first. That way, when a Yin beast encounters danger, the Yang beast will immediately swap places with it, allowing you to hunt them down in pairs." After saying this, Yao Li took a level 30 green hat from his storage ring and handed it to Jiang. "Since you've discovered the secret here, you'll be the ones to hunt down the remaining Yin-Yang beasts. After all, the highest level young demon beast on this island is only in the 20s. As long as you're careful, you'll be fine. But there is one thing I must warn you about: the Blood Sea is vast and treacherous. It's home to all manner of unknown demon beasts, and the mysterious sea mist that shrouds the waters, along with the mirage-like illusions, are mostly created by the abilities of sea demon beasts. You must never venture out to sea out of curiosity or you'll die without even knowing how." Jiang took the green helmet, which looked as if it were made of bronze, and put it on. His mental power immediately increased by 600 points. The level 30 tracking mana core embedded within the helmet allowed him to lock onto a target's mental energy by casting the skill. Kurson asked, "What about me?" "Dad, you didn't give me any equipment with the tracking skill. How am I supposed to track and hunt?" The tracking skill of this bronze helmet consumes a lot of mental energy, and we haven't yet developed a potion that can restore it. So you two can take turns wearing it and working together. As the guild master of the Hercules Guild, Yao Li had quite a lot on his plate day to day. If it weren't for the fact that only 2 sets of Yin Yang inversion mana cores had dropped at the start, and the number of Yin Yang beasts on the island was already low, he would have wiped them all out long ago and destroyed the entire island. Consequently, he gave the Yin Yang beasts half a year to breed, intending to find time in a few days to come in and wipe them all out. But just when things were coming to a head, his daughter went and told Jiang the secret about the Yin Yang beasts. With that in mind, he decided to simply have his daughter and this Jiang take charge of clearing the island of Yin Yang beasts. By the way, although your brother also has the Yin Yang inversion mana core necklace, I haven't told him about the Yin Yang beasts or Yin Yang island. He also doesn't know there's a secret teleportation platform in my office. So when you get back, don't tell your brother lest he, like you, can't keep his mouth shut and blab all my secrets. Oh. Kirsten didn't dare look at her father, she just mumbled a reply with her head turned away and her lips pouting. And don't tell Uncle Lin either. Yao Li said sternly, although he is completely loyal to me, one must always be on guard against others. Just remember that. Got it. Dad, you better get back now. If someone notices you're not in your office, they might just discover your secret room. Kirsten urged him. Yao Li's eyes were filled with exasperation. His daughter clearly still hadn't grasped his hint that she shouldn't trust anyone easily, especially that blonde-haired brat named Jiang. He gave one final warning, remember, under no circumstances go out to sea. And don't go swimming in the ocean either. Kirsten said impatiently, relax, relax. We're about to start hunting Yin Yang beasts. You should go already. Yao Li gave Jiang a warning glare and said, and you, kid, listen up. Unless you surpass Wei Yuan Wuan level before you graduate from college, don't even think about making a move on my daughter for the rest of your life. With that, he teleported away, leaving a bewildered Jiang and a blushing Kirsten standing there, flustered in the wind. Your dad seems to have misunderstood. Jiang, with his typical cluelessness, said, I beat the crap out of you, but in his eyes, it turned into me having a crush on you? Kirsten. Jiang, go eat shit. Kirsten shot him a disgusted glare, pulled the now level 25 Venom Dragon cat out of her storage ring, mounted it, and said, Venom Mag Dragon, let us go. I'm not playing with him. Jiang couldn't have asked for more. Venom Mag Dragon, go ahead. You'd only scare the Yin beasts away if you followed me anyway. As soon as Jiang finished speaking, he dashed into the Yin Island area, a desolate, lifeless wasteland where trees and wild grasses had withered. He suspected the Yin beasts were most likely hiding in this peninsula territory. Watching Jiang vanish swiftly into the lifeless, eerie, and chilling jungle, Kirsten muttered irritably, what kind of person is that? Just leaving me behind like that? It was infuriating. Venom Mag Dragon, don't worry about him. Let us go to the beach and teach Venom Dragon Cat how to fly. Soon, Jiang finally spotted his target. Monster, Shadow Beast. Level 0. Jiang immediately activated the tracking skill contained within his level 30 bronze helmet. As 400 mana points were consumed, Jiang's mental energy shot out of his mind like a thin thread, instantly latching onto a shadow beast ahead. His mental energy continued to drain bit by bit. Jiang swiftly charged toward the shadow beast, fox-like in shape, yet possessing 3 eyes and a body entirely covered in jet black fur. It was 2 or 3 times the size of a fox, and its jet black fur shimmered with a multicolored, dark luster. As it watched Jiang charge toward it at terrifying speed, the vertical pupil in the shadow beast's center suddenly emitted a chilling aura of mana. Then, Jiang felt a flash before his eyes, and the dark, iridescent shadow beast before him was suddenly replaced by a snow-white, towering, 3-eyed beast resembling a white fox. Beast, Yang Beast. Level 13. The very next second, the young demon beast, which had just appeared, was instantly struck through the throat by Jiang's sword and collapsed to the ground. Killed level 13 young demon beast, experience +0. The monster's level is far below your own, no experience can be gained. No mana core dropped either. Jiang immediately severed the mental link with the Yin Demon Beast's tracking, because if the Yang Demon Beast couldn't drop a mana core from Yin Yang swap, there would be no point in hunting the Yin Beast. For beasts below level 30, the drop rate for mana cores is only 1%, but Jiang was quite lucky. He only had to kill a little over 30 Yang beasts before the first mana core dropped. Item: Yang Beast Mana Core. Level 11. Talent: Yin Yang Inversion Yang. Jiang looked at the word Yang in parentheses, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps I don't need to hunt the same pair of Yin Yang beasts. The modify skill allows me to change a single character. If I change the Yang in parentheses to Yin, it should sever the bond between them immediately. In that case, if a mana core freed from the bond's restriction can have the bond regenerated through human intervention, then I'll just ask Yaoli for those mana cores that can't form a bond and use modify on them. I'll go back later and ask him for some mana cores to try this out. For now, let us go hunt down that other Yin Demon Beast. Guided by the psychic energy of the tracking skill, Jiang quickly located the Yin Demon Beast that had been lured away. Unfortunately, it didn't drop a mana core. Seeing that his psychic energy was nearly depleted and he could no longer sustain the tracking skill, Jiang had no choice but to go find Curson. On the island's beach, Curson was still encouraging the Venom Dragon Cat to learn how to fly. Jiang emerged from the island's forest and looked out at the blood-red sea, feeling a sense of eerie dread. Curson, it's your turn. My mental energy is completely depleted. Jiang took off the green hat and handed it to Curson. How did it go? Did you get anything? Curson asked. Jiang replied, I killed over 100 young demons and only got one mana core, and the other Yin demon hasn't dropped a mana core yet. You're just unlucky. Watch me. Curson put on the green hat, instantly feeling energized, and said, the Venom Dragon Cat is such a wimp. Help me train it to fly, and I'll be right back. Yaoli had said that the strongest beasts on the island were Yang magic beasts, none of which were higher than level 20-something, so Jiang wasn't worried about Curson going in to hunt alone. Besides, Curson had the Yin Yang swap mana core necklace, which allowed her to swap places with her dad in times of danger. However, an hour later, Curson emerged, looking dejected. Her haul was the same as Jiang's. She'd only looted a single mana core. Jiang took the mana core, also a Yin Yang swap Yang, from her hand, eager to cast the modify skill to verify his hypothesis. It's getting dark. Let us call it a day. Jiang mounted the Venom Mag Dragon and flew back to the center of Yin Yang Island, then secretly had the Venom Mag Dragon mark a teleportation point at that location. Curson followed behind, riding a Venom Dragon Cat that flew steadily but dared not soar too high. They teleported back to Yaoli's office. We can't get out without a key. We'll have to wait a bit. My dad is on his way here. A man and a woman alone in a sealed room. Jiang was so bored he dozed off. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long before Yaoli returned. He opened the door to the sealed room and asked, just looking at you two, I can tell it's hopeless. Even if we killed every Yin Yang beast on Yin Yang Island, we probably only get 3 sets of mana cores at most, and if we're unlucky, maybe not even one. Jiang said, we killed over 200 young beasts and got 2 Yin Yang inversion mana cores, but the Yin beasts that were paired with them didn't drop any mana cores. Yaoli said, that's why, in the past 6 months, I've killed over 1,000 pairs of Yin Yang beasts and only managed to get 2 sets of mana cores. Jiang asked, what about the other mana cores that can't form a bond? Are there any with the Yin attribute? Can I take a look? It's no use, I've already tried them all. Only the Yin Yang inversion mana cores dropped by Yin Yang beasts that are a perfect match can cast this skill. Those that aren't a pair can't form a bond and can't combine to cast this skill. To put an end to Jiang's hopes, Yaoli took out the incomplete Yin Yang inversion mana core she had collected over the past 6 months from her storage ring. These are all missing their other halves, and the vast majority are Yang attribute mana cores. Take them back and study them if you want. Thanks. Jiang excitedly put the small bag containing at least a dozen Yin Yang inversion mana cores into his storage ring. If the modify skill can alter these bonds, reset them, and then artificially reform the Yin Yang bond through human intervention, wouldn't I be raking it in? Jiang took his leave from Kirsten and her daughter, eager to leave the Hercules Guild and head home to conduct his experiments. Holy shit! It actually works! Jiang used modify on two yin yang inversion yang mana cores, changing both to yin attributes, then reverting one back to yang. Holding one in each hand and infusing them with mana simultaneously, he actually managed to re-establish the yin-yang bond. Both of these were modified from level 10 plus Yang magical beast mana cores. Ordinary people can't use them. Good thing Yali gave me 14 mana cores, including 2 level 0 yin ones. Jiang changed the yin to yang, eliminated the innate bond contained within the mana core, then changed it back to yin. Subsequently, through mana guidance, he formed a new yin-yang bond with another level 16 yang mana core. Following the same method, Jiang used the 14 mana cores given by Yaoli, along with the 2 he and Kirsten had obtained, to successfully modify and combine them into 7 pairs of mana cores with newly formed bonds enough to cast the yin-yang shift skill. Late at night, while his sister slept, Jiang released the Venom Mag Dragon, cast a spell of disguise, and teleported directly from his home into the dungeon. Entering the Magic Gear Guild as a level 27 passerby, Jiang purchased a wooden magic stone necklace that had been downgraded from level 1 to level 0.5, making it wearable by ordinary people. The wooden magic stone contained rich vitality. When worn by an ordinary person, it could replenish health. It was perfect for fusing with the level 0 yin-yang inversion yin mana core, which he could then have his sister wear. As for the yang mana core that formed a bond with it, Jiang had already assembled and fused it into the necklace he was currently wearing, one that also held a level 40 storage ring. Leaving the Magic Gear Guild, Jiang rode his Venom Mag Dragon disguised as a level 20 Whirlwind Wolf and swiftly headed toward the forest on the outskirts of Hunter's City. Teleport home. After recalling the Venom Mag Dragon into his storage ring, Jiang removed the disguise, took out the necklace and mana core, and used the Tinker Class S Assemble skill to yin-yang inversion mana core into the necklace. Early the next morning, Jiang deliberately put the necklace fused with the level 0 yin-yang inversion mana core on his younger sister's neck and instructed her, "You must wear this necklace at all times, don't take it off to show anyone." "Why?" his sister asked, puzzled. "I'll demonstrate the necklace's ability, and you'll understand." Jiang walked into the room, then channeled mana into the necklace and activated the yin-yang inversion skill within it. He instantly appeared in the hall, while his sister was swapped into the room. His sister was completely dumbfounded. "Who am I? Where am I? What just happened?" Jiang walked back into the room and said, "That's what makes this necklace so valuable. As long as you don't take it off, I can sense your physical condition. So if you're in danger, I can instantly swap places with you or have the Venom Mag Dragon swap places with you, so I won't have to worry about your safety." Yao asked, Is this necklace very expensive?" Jiang replied, "It's priceless, you can't buy it with money. I was just lucky to get this set of mana cores. So even if Lin Lin thinks your necklace is pretty, you can't take it out to show her. Got it?" Yao nodded and quickly tucked the necklace into his clothes. "Alright, I'm heading into the dungeon. I might be back a bit late today." Jiang went to the Nanrong dungeon station, then teleported to Hunter's City. He entered the Hercules Guild headquarters and met with Yaoli privately to propose his plan. "Hunting yin-yang beasts yesterday felt too slow. Do you want to team up with me? We'll each clear half the area, wipe out all the yin-yang beasts on Yin-Yang Island today, and see how many pairs of yin-yang mana cores we can get from the drops?" Yaoli replied, "If you were level 82, I'd say it's worth a try, but you're only level 42. Just exploring half the island would take you a whole day." Jiang said, "I have the durability skill to repair equipment durability, and these shoes allow me to teleport infinitely. So as long as I have enough recovery potions, I can instantly kill any of these low-level yin-yang beasts the moment they come into my line of sight. On top of that, my contracted magical beast companion has the Venom Dragon's genetic talent, allowing it to cast the Venom Dragon's breath skill and spew a massive cloud of poisonous mist. So as long as I have enough mana potions, it can blanket the entire island in poison in no time. Also, your daughter's contracted beast, the Venom Dragon Cat, has a skill called Fire Poison Bomb, which spits out fireballs laced with deadly poison. I've brought it along too. When the time comes, we'll spread poison while unleashing fire. We'll wipe them out in no time. Kurson has to participate in the losers bracket elimination matches this morning and afternoon, so after Jiang brought the Venom Dragon Cat along, he came over alone to find Yaoli. Their plan is to exterminate all the Yin Yang beasts and ensure that no one else learns of their existence. As it happened, Yaoli had already planned to exterminate every Yin Yang beast on the island and then destroy Yin Yang Island itself, so that no one else would discover the secrets of the Yin Yang beasts and the Yin Yang inversion mana core. Therefore, he was sure to agree. Sure enough, Yaoli agreed and generously handed Jiang a full 1,000 bottles of intermediate mana potions. The Yang Peninsula is densely forested, allowing the toxic fumes to linger for a long time, so this side is yours. The Yin Peninsula is desolate, dry, and cold. It's prone to fires, so I'll take the Venom Dragon Cat to wipe out this side. With that, Yaoli used his level to intimidate the Venom Dragon Cat, forcing the creature, which wasn't very familiar with him, to follow his lead. Jiang, accompanied by the Venom Mag Dragon, began clearing the area starting from the eastern side of the island. Venom Dragon Breath. The Venom Mag Dragon stood behind him, frantically swiveling its head toward the ground and spewing a massive cloud of highly toxic, dark green mist. Nearby beasts fled in panic wherever the toxic mist touched. Wildflowers and grasses withered and rotted. The bark of the great trees sizzled and smoked as it was corroded. Under the effect of the immunity to poison skill, Jiang ignored the deadly toxins and, coordinating with the massive amounts of poisonous gas spewed by Venom Mag Dragon, slaughtered the horde of monsters, primarily Yin Yang beasts. Every now and then, a Yang monster would suddenly vanish before his eyes, only to reappear as a Yin monster. This indicated that Yaoli, on the other side, was relentlessly hunting Yin demons, so the Yang demons, desperate to protect their mate, immediately cast the Yin Yang swap skill to switch places. Unfortunately, the result was always the same. They met their end as a pair of doomed lovers. Yaoli, at level 84, hunted with astonishing speed. Over the past 6 months, he had only killed a little over 1,000 pairs of Yin Yang beasts. He exterminated them all, partly because he knew their numbers were already dwindling, and partly to avoid a situation where, after killing every last one, he wouldn't even have enough to assemble 4 sets of Yin Yang swap mana cores. So, he gave the Yin Yang beasts 4 or 5 months to reproduce. During those 4 or 5 months, he ventured alone across the Blood Sea countless times late into the night. Finally, he had gathered enough magic stones to construct a teleportation platform capable of spanning vast distances and transporting him between locations. Over those 4 or 5 months, the Yin Yang beasts, which had originally numbered no more than 1,000 pairs, had multiplied to at least 3,000 or 4,000 pairs. Based on the drop rate of mana cores he'd seen before, he figured that if he wiped them all out, he should be able to get 3 sets of Yin Yang shift mana cores. That way, giving 1 set of mana cores to Jiang wouldn't be out of the question. Just to keep my daughter from cutting ties with her old man over this. Just thinking about it makes me furious. A mere F-rank little punk actually dares to set his sights on my precious daughter, who has awakened to an S-rank class? Ha ha ha. I actually got a set of Yin Yang inversion mana cores to drop here. 2 hours later, Jiang deliberately sent Yaoli this voice message via the mage communication system. When Yaoli heard the message, he couldn't believe this kid's luck was actually that good. He had already killed at least 1,000 Yin Yang beasts, the vast majority of which were Yang demons. He replied, "How is your progress? How many Yin Yang beasts have you killed, and how many mana cores have you looted?" Jiang replied, "I've probably killed 500 or 600. So far, besides successfully looting a set of Yin Yang inversion mana cores, I've also found 3 semi-finished ones. How about you?" "I've killed over 1,000 and looted 6 semi-finished ones. We'll see if I can assemble another pair or 2 later." After replying to Jiang, Yaoli couldn't help but praise him. "This kid is pretty impressive. He is only level 42, yet he is moving at half my speed. Looks like it won't take a full day. In another 2 or 3 hours, we'll have slaughtered every last Yin Yang beast on the entire island." Watching the raging inferno ignited by Venom Dragon Cat behind him, Yaoli continued to move like a ghost, instantly killing every Yin Yang beast in his path. 2 hours later. Finally, the Yin Peninsula had become a fiery hell. Any monsters still inside would be burned alive by the flames. Meanwhile, the inferno began to spread along the border of the Yang Peninsula. Jiang and the Venom Mag Dragon had already slaughtered 2/3 of the Yang Peninsula, while Yao Li, accompanied by the Venom Dragon Cat, was making her way over from the opposite side. In less than an hour, the two finally met up. Yao Li asked, "How is it going? How many mana cores did you get?" "A total of 16 semi-finished, yin-yang inversion, mana cores, 2 mana cores from the yin-yang beast's other skills, and a few more from other low-level magical beasts. Also, I've already tested these 2, yin-yang inversion, mana cores. They're a perfect match, with a bond and mutual resonance between them." As he spoke, Jiang handed Yao Li the pair of yin-yang inversion mana cores which he had modified into a pair last night using the modify skill along with the 16 unfinished mana cores. Yao Li first picked up the modified pair of mana cores to sense their connection, then nodded and said, "You're a lucky guy. Since you looted these yourself, this set of mana cores is yours." He then took the other 16 semi-finished yin-yang inversion mana cores and began sensing them one by one against the 25 semi-finished mana cores he had collected himself. To his surprise, he discovered that among these 19 yang mana cores and 21 yin mana cores, there were actually 4 pairs that were naturally matched. It seemed his hunch was correct. Once one yin-yang beast dropped a yin-yang inversion mana core, the probability of the other dropping a bond mana core would increase significantly, for example, from 1% to 10%. Not bad 4 sets of mana cores. It was worth raising them for 4 or 5 months. During this time, Yao Li hadn't just given the yin-yang beasts time to breed. He also secretly brought over a large number of battering rabbit carcasses to feed them. As a result, the population which he previously whittled down to about 1,000 pairs had grown to at least 3,000 or 4,000 pairs over the past half year. Yao Li said with satisfaction, "I can't share these 4 sets of mana cores with you. I have to save them for my family. After all, you're an orphan with only a younger sister left. 1 set is more than enough for you." Jiang held out his hand. "Then can I have these discarded, half-finished mana cores? I can use the dismantle skill to remove the talents and use them as magic stones to craft equipment." Yao Li knew that the talents within mana cores could be removed, allowing them to be used as spirit stones. However, even the most inferior mana core was still more valuable than a spirit stone, so only a fool would remove the talents from a mana core. However, these discarded, half-finished mana cores were useless even without removing the skills, so he naturally didn't suspect anything and handed them all over to Jiang. Jiang's face remained calm, but inside he was thrilled. With 23 yin-yang inversion mana cores, he could use the modify skill to create 11 sets of mana cores capable of forming bonds and casting the yin-yang inversion skill. Combined with the 7 sets he had modified last night, he now effectively possessed 18 sets of yin-yang inversion mana cores. Old Yao, oh old Yao. If you knew I had this kind of ability, I wonder if you'd be so furious you'd spit blood? Jiang stored these mana cores in his storage ring and ordered, "Venom Dragon Cat, keep casting the fire poison bomb skill and burn the entire island to the ground." Not bad, this kid is capable of great things. Yao Li released the swift flying dragon resting in his storage ring. This was his contracted magical beast companion, a level 56 wind attribute dragon capable of moving at incredible speeds and casting wind-based magic. The moment it appeared, the weak and cowardly Venom Dragon Cat was so terrified it practically wet itself. Although the Venom Mag Dragon didn't wet itself, it couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably at the sight of this beast, much smaller in size yet terrifyingly powerful in mana. This was the intimidating force born from the vast disparity in levels between magical beasts, especially since they were facing a dragon-type magical beast, the most formidable of all. Yao Li ordered, "Fat Dragon, transform into your largest form, fly over to the flames, and fan the fire this way." Beasts above level 50 can alter their own size. As the swift-flying dragon shot into the air with a whoosh, Jiang suddenly realized that this creature, less than 10 meters long, had instantly swelled into a colossal dragon over 100 meters long. As the Venom Dragon Cat continuously cast fire poison bombs to ignite the flames and the swift-flying dragon kept fanning the fire, Yin-Yang Island soon became a sea of fire. The teleportation tower here is useless now. Help me tear it down later, and on the way back, I'll take you to the territory occupied by Little Days to demolish 2 more teleportation towers. Jiang immediately asked, "How do we split the loot after we're done?" Yao Li replied, "Teleport mana cores and magic stones are rare strategic resources. You're still young and low level, giving you these would only be a burden on you. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. If you ever run out of potions in the future, just come to me, and I guarantee I'll supply you with plenty. Also, I can ease the conditions for you. You don't need to surpass Wei Yuanwu as long as you break through to level 60. I won't interfere with your relationship with my daughter. Jiang. Like I have any kind of relationship with your daughter. Jiang said, speechless. You've got it all wrong. My relationship with your daughter is completely above board. It's not the kind of relationship you're thinking of. Yao Li sneered. You're too cowardly to admit it, are you? My daughter was even willing to tell you her life-saving secret. And she threatened me with her own life, saying that if I killed you to silence you, she'd kill herself first. If that isn't love, what is? Answer me. Jiang. Like hell I'm answering that. If I really liked your daughter, would I have beaten her to tears in front of all those people and even beaten the shit out of her? Forget it, I can't say that, and I wouldn't dare. Otherwise, he'd beat the shit out of me too. With the Venom Mag Dragon S teleport skill, Jiang didn't need a teleport mana core at all. For one thing, the teleport mana cores in these teleportation towers are generally very low level. Even a level 20 teleport mana core only allows for a teleportation distance of 1,000 kilometers. So, to increase the teleportation distance, one must build a teleportation platform using earth magic stones, a material that harmonizes with the structure to enhance the teleport range, which can be increased by up to 10 times. Furthermore, since earth magic stone has near perfect affinity with the earth, it can continuously absorb the endless, faint mana contained within the ground. To reduce the demand for earth magic stone, teleportation platforms are often built by laying a substantial foundation of earth magic stone into the ground and then integrating it with other materials and the teleport mana core. As a result, teleportation platforms are fixed in a specific location, making them vulnerable to targeting and covetous eyes once exposed. Consequently, the higher Awakener's rank, the less willing they are to use fixed teleportation towers monitored and managed by the Hunter Association, to avoid exposing their whereabouts and becoming a target. Therefore, the powerful all seek to create their own secret teleportation points, unknown to the outside world. This has turned the already scarce earth magic stones and teleport mana cores into even more precious strategic resources on the market. Even though Jiang possesses the Venom Mag Dragon, which allows him to mark teleportation points and teleport anytime, anywhere, he still covets these teleport mana cores and earth magic stones. After all, these are big bucks. So he had to make Yao Li up the ante. In addition to an unlimited supply of potions, throw in 3 more level 50 mana cores. Yao Li's mouth twitched. You've got some nerve asking for that. An unlimited supply of potions alone would save you 10 or 8 billion for the rest of your life, and you have the nerve to ask for 3 more level 50 mana cores? You're only level 42. What the hell are you going to do with level 50 mana cores right now? Jiang cut to the chase. Then I don't want anything. Just give me 1 billion or 2, and I'll go take down towers with you. Yao Li. You think I'm a sucker, kid? Ordinary potions aren't worth much to me, but 1 billion or 2 is damn valuable. Yao Li had no choice but to back down. The Little Days teleportation towers are all low level. I'll give you at most 1 level 50 mana core. Jiang bargained, too. Otherwise, I'll go destroy the Little Days teleportation towers myself in the future, or find another big shot to take me along. Yao Li had no choice but to give in. Fine, 2 it is, but you can't pick the specific talent. Deal. As long as it's a level 50 mana core, I'll take anything, even skills like boom, vibration, hover, or endurance. Trash skills can still come in handy when it really counts. Jiang was hinting that Yao Li should help him collect 2 mana cores with these junk skills. Boom can be modified into powerful skills like explosion or fire blast. Vibration can be modified into blink, which allows you to teleport. Hover can be modified into time stop, a skill with insane effects. Endurance can be modified into the incredibly versatile invisibility. As long as Yao Li just gets him any 2 of these mana cores, once he breaks through to level 50, those 2 mana cores will multiply his power. By the time he heads to Prodigy Island for training, even a level 64 and or 1T stand a chance he'll be able to ambush and take them down. Seeing that Jiang didn't have high demands for the mana core skills, Yali immediately felt less disdainful. After all, these mana core skills that are practically useless on the battlefield aren't even worth as much as a level 30 or 40 mana core with powerful skills. He agreed readily. Alright, it's a deal. Let us go dismantle the teleportation platform first. With the swift flying dragon fanning the flames, Yang Island had turned into a sea of fire. Jiang stowed the Venom Meg Dragon and Venom Dragon Cat into his storage ring, while Yali summoned the swift flying dragon back and landed with Jiang in the center of Yang Island. Raging flames burned all around them, but the swift dragon cast the wind shield skill, enveloping them and completely shielding them from the flames and intense heat. Jiang placed both hands on the teleportation platform, channeling mana into it, then cast the disassembly skill, successfully dismantling this level 20 teleportation platform which had been constructed using numerous earth magic stones without causing any damage. First, he intactly extracted the level 20 teleportation mana core, then intactly extracted the earth magic stones that had fused with the building materials. Yali watched with eyes ablaze with excitement. You can even dismantle earth magic stones fused with other materials without causing any damage? That skill of yours is seriously awesome. If I had that skill and could dismantle things without causing damage, I'd take down every single one of those foreigners' teleportation towers and bring them home. Jiang cast several skills in quick succession, simultaneously extracting all the valuable building materials which had fused with the structure without causing any damage. All done. Jiang clapped his hands and said, "You've recovered exactly the same amount of materials you used to build this teleportation platform. Aside from the durability loss, there is absolutely no other waste, and nothing has been downgraded." Yali stowed the disassembled earth magic stones and building materials into her storage ring as she remarked, "And since you have the durability skill to restore durability, that means there is absolutely no loss at all." Jiang cleared his throat and said, "Restoring durability comes at a different cost, so you'll need to add one more level 50 mana core." Yaoli? You can fully restore the durability of the mana core and these materials just by casting a few skills, and you have the nerve to demand an extra level 50 mana core for that? Don't think you can rip me off just because my daughter-s got your back. Jiang retorted with righteous indignation, "This is skilled work. It's like a locksmith, you can't just think the fee is too high because they work too fast, then try to fob them off with a few dozen bucks." Yali gritted his teeth and relented, "Fine. As long as you fully restore the durability of the mana cores and materials we dismantle next, I'll give you an extra mana core then." Jiang suddenly pulled out a pen and paper from his storage ring and said, "Then let us draw up a contract." Yaoli. Me, Yaoli. The guild master of the Hercules Guild, do you really think I'd cheat you out of a few pennies? Jiang, you said it yourself, one must always be on guard against others. So let us just draw up a contract. Very well, you've got some guts, kid. Yaoli felt his blood pressure skyrocket. He took the pen and paper, drew up the contract, and signed his name at the bottom. Just then, Jiang's right hand suddenly pulled a dagger from his storage ring. Without batting an eye, he slashed his left palm. Instantly, blood gushed from his palm. Jiang held out his hand and said calmly, "You still need to put your thumbprint next to your signature." Yaoli was dumbfounded. This guy is a real badass. Yaoli was convinced. He stuck out his thumb, dipped it in the blood on Jiang's left palm, and pressed it next to his signature. "Alright, then let us set off to destroy the Japanese guy's teleportation tower." Jiang tucked the document into his storage ring, then took out a bottle of healing potion and poured it into the palm of his left hand. The bleeding stopped almost immediately, and the wound healed at a visible speed, returning to its original state. "You ride the fat dragon up there. I need to completely destroy this island." Jiang rode the fat dragon up into the sky above the island. A terrifying surge of mana erupted from Yaoli's body, so intense that even from 100 meters away, Jiang felt a suffocating sense of dread. Then, he activated the talent unlocked at level 80. Skill, Matter Collapse. Level 80. Description: casting this skill causes all non-living matter within the mana-covered area to collapse and be destroyed. So, under Jiang's stunned gaze, Yang Island, which was as large as a small town, instantly began to show signs of the earth cracking and collapsing. It was as if the entire island's surface had suddenly been shattered by a powerful force, then rapidly collapsed at a terrifying speed. In an instant, the entire Yang Island, along with the ground dozens of meters below, collapsed into a massive crater. The burning trees on the island seemed to have been uprooted, deprived of the ground's support. They fell haphazardly into the giant pit left by the island's collapse. Yaoli floated above the massive pit. Powerhouses above level 70 could use their powerful mana to lift themselves up, thereby achieving levitation in flight. The next second, blood-red seawater surged into the island's collapsed pit, extinguishing the raging flames. And so, the entire Yang Island vanished completely, swallowed by the sea. Jiang finally understood. No wonder he had never heard of the Yang beast or Yang Island before his rebirth. It turned out that after Yaoli had slaughtered all the Yang beasts on the island, she had destroyed the entire island. Matter collapse, what a sick skill. Come to think of it, this skill only affects all non-living matter within the range of his mana. What if I renamed Matter Collapse to Hostage Collapse? Wouldn't that let him turn anyone he caught within his mana range into a pile of mincemeat? If that were possible, it would mean that within a radius of several kilometers, a single use of his Hostage Collapse skill could instantly turn everyone below his level whose defenses couldn't withstand the skill's effects into mincemeat. If he breaks through to level 90 and his mental power and mana receive a massive boost, wouldn't modifying it into Hostage Collapse allow him to wipe out every ordinary person and low to mid-level awakener in a small town with a single skill? Just thinking about it left Jiang in awe. This was nothing short of a demonic skill with the potential to slaughter gods. Let us go. Right now, only a few of us know the secrets of the Yang beast and Yang Island. Yaoli soared into the air and landed on the swift-flying dragon, sitting beside Jiang. I trust you're not foolish enough to reveal such a vital means of survival. Otherwise, those higher-level, more powerful individuals would surely target you and your sister, kill you, and plunder the Yang inversion mana core. Jiang certainly wouldn't reveal it, otherwise, this life-saving equipment meant to protect his family would turn into a death trap. Don't spread the secret that I can dismantle equipment without damaging it either. Otherwise, plenty of people will come looking for me to help them extract mana cores from their gear, and the bigwigs at the Hunter Association will treat me like a workhorse, exploiting me non-stop. Yaoli steered the swift dragon toward the eastern part of the Sea of Blood and said, "Don't worry. A treasure like you, I'll just hide away and keep all to myself. I'd never share you with anyone else. So you call me treasure when you need me, but kid when you don't, is that it?" The level 56 swift dragon flew faster than the speed of sound, but thanks to the windshield enveloping it, Yaoli and Jiang, sitting on its back, felt as if they were in an airplane. They didn't feel any wing pressure, nor did they hear the piercing sound of a sonic boom. Just as they were about to fly out of the Blood Sea, Yaoli reminded him, "You'd better cover your face and disguise yourself, so you don't get exposed when we take down the tower later and end up on the little days wanted list." Jiang took out the panda mask he often wore when visiting the dungeon black market from his storage ring and asked, "What about you? Don't you need to disguise yourself?" Yaoli shrugged indifferently. "I've killed plenty of little days awakened. They've had a bounty on my head for ages. Besides, disguising myself wouldn't do any good. They LLC I'm level 84, and combined with the skills I'm using, they figure me out immediately." True. There aren't many powerful players in the world who are exactly level 84. Jiang suddenly realized just how awesome his class skill really was. The Modify skill can alter a class when modified. From Modify to Rewrite, it can even change levels, and when combined with the Disguise skill, it can pull off the ultimate deception. A little over an hour later, the swift-flying dragon soared across the vast Sea of Blood, arriving at the eastern Japan continent in the eastern part of the western Demon continent. This was the dungeon territory that the Japanese had claimed first, so they shamelessly named this dungeon continent the Eastern Japan continent. The swift-flying dragon is too conspicuous. It's easy for the Japanese to spot us. We need to descend and cross the monster forest below. As he spoke, Yaoli summoned the swift-flying dragon into his storage ring while still in midair, then grabbed Jiang by the collar and began free-falling, finally hovering just 2 meters above the ground. Looking at the unflappable Jiang, Yali was quite surprised. "You're actually not afraid?" Jiang replied calmly, "If you want me dead, even if you don't let me die from the fall, you can kill me in countless other ways. And since I'm of great value to you, you won't let me die so naturally, I'm not afraid." Of course, Jiang wouldn't mention that he possessed the resurrection skill, which meant he wasn't afraid of any danger or death at all. Yali gave him a rare look of admiration. "You've got guts, and you've got the skills. It's just a shame you only awakened 2 F rank classes. If you'd awakened even a single combat class, even a C rank one, I wouldn't feel like my daughter is a flower planted in cow dung." Jiang. "Ha, even if it's a metaphor, it's me the flower planted in your daughter's pile of cow dung." Jiang couldn't be bothered to explain. Kirsten had even risked her life for him. This wasn't something he could possibly make sense of. "Stop wasting time. Hurry up and tear down the little Japanese teleportation towers, then get back before their strong ones come after us." Jiang sprang into action. Yali watched as Jiang ran toward one of the teleportation towers and asked in surprise, "How do you know the teleportation tower is in this direction?" Should I tell him that before I was reborn, I had already demolished every single teleportation tower Shaori had built on the Donyuan continent? Jiang replied vaguely, "I've seen a map. This should be the magic extinguishing forest on the Donyuan continent. There is a teleportation tower at each of the eastern and western edges, so I can determine the exact direction by observing the density of the tree canopy." "That's awesome. But you're too slow, let me take you there." With that, Yali hoisted Jiang onto his shoulders like a piece of cargo. In just a few minutes, they covered over 100 kilometers, reaching the teleportation tower area in the eastern part of the demon-slaying forest in about half an hour. At that moment, several awakened ones who had just set out to hunt were inside Shaori's teleportation tower. Jiang scanned them with his magic eye. 3 men and 1 woman, all of the eastern race. The highest level man was level 41, while the lowest level woman had just broken through to level 30. "Leave the level 41 one to me. I want his experience." As soon as Jiang finished speaking, he cast 2 consecutive blink spells, teleporting directly in front of the level 41 Japanese man. Then, the Demon King's sword luckily triggered the critical hit skill. Just as the opponent stepped out of the teleportation tower, completely off guard, it severed his head in one clean strike. Killed a level 41 Japanese, plus 2050 EXP. Killing members of the same race does not grant experience. Although the Japanese are also human, their race is Japanese, while Jiang is Chinese, therefore, killing him yields experience points. Precisely because of this, after the dungeon invasion and class awakening, the situation for those of mixed heritage became perilous. Since they possessed the genetic heritage of 2 or more races, anyone other than a mixed race individual of the same ethnicity can gain experience by either killing them or being killed by them. It's just like the Venom Mag Dragon and the Venom Dragon Cat, they are hybrids created by crossbreeding Venom Dragons. Therefore, they gain experience by killing Venom Dragons, and Venom Dragons gain experience by killing them as well. Watching Jiang instantly take down a level 41 player, Yali was completely dumbfounded. Is this kid really level 42? Even though he used the blink skill to catch the opponent off guard, a level 42 player decapitating a level 41 awakener with a single sword strike, it's still hard to believe. And hadn't this kid only just awakened a month ago? He just kills people on a whim, without a shred of moral qualms? Then again, considering that even 69 level Uncle Lin had his neck slashed during a sparring match with Jiang, it seemed perfectly normal that Jiang could instantly kill a level 41 little son in a surprise attack. Stunned, Yali also struck instantly killing the other 3 little days who hadn't had time to react. He reminded Jiang, who, after killing someone, had crouched down to expertly loot the body and take a storage ring from the victim's hand in an exasperated tone, "These low-level items aren't worth anything. Hurry up and dismantle the tower so nearby little days don't spot it and summon a bunch of level 80-something little days. You rich folks naturally look down on a measly level 20 storage ring and this level 40 katana, but I'm broke. To me, this is big money." Jiang wanted to loot the other 3 little days' corpses too, but after a quick glance, he didn't see any rings on their hands, so he had to hurry inside to dismantle the tower. The teleportation towers built by the Japanese aren't as secure as those constructed by our National Hunter Association. The teleportation towers built by the National Hunter Association are high-level structures with strong defenses, generally around level 65, essentially functioning as a massive level 65 defensive structure that protects the lower-level teleportation platforms within. Furthermore, the only entrance, the Gravity Stone Tower Gate, is fused with a lifting with ease mana core of at least level 20. Consequently, awakened ones and monsters below level 20 cannot trigger the mana core's ability to open the gravity gate due to insufficient level. In contrast, the little Japanese teleportation tower has an outer tower of only level 50, and its gate is a simple metal door that can be pushed open with ease. The teleportation platform contained only a single level 15 teleportation mana core, so it had to be fused with a large number of earth mana stones to boost the level 15 teleportation mana core to a level capable of teleporting over thousands of kilometers. Disassembly. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiaori wasn't teleporting over at the moment, Jiang quickly cast a spell to safely extract the teleportation mana core fused within the magic stone teleportation platform. Once this level 15 teleportation mana core was separated from the platform, Xiaori could no longer teleport over from the other side. Without the range boost provided by the portal, the connection would be severed due to exceeding the maximum distance. Dismantle. Jiang immediately proceeded to carefully dismantle the earth magic stone from beneath the portal's foundation. He discarded the other building materials. After all, compared to the teleportation mana core and the earth magic stone, they were insignificant. Come on, let us hurry and dismantle the tower on the other end. Otherwise, if Xiaori discovers that the teleport isn't working, he'll definitely suspect the teleportation tower has been destroyed, and then he'll teleport over from the other end to investigate. Yali waved his hand, instantly stowing dozens of earth magic stones along with this level 15 teleport mana core into his storage ring. Without waiting for Jiang to say another word, he hoisted Jiang onto his back, summoned the swift dragon, and rushed toward the teleportation tower at the other end. Along the way, he deliberately cast the Matter Collapse skill on the defensive tower guarding the teleportation platform, causing the entire level 50 defensive tower to suddenly collapse into a pile of rubble. Yali had been itching to do this for a long time. However, destroying Xiaori's teleportation tower offered him no benefit. On the contrary, it would only enrage Xiaori, leading to an increased bounty on his head in retaliation from Xiaori. But since Jiang could dismantle mana cores and magic stones without taking any damage, he simply couldn't stand it anymore. Consequently, his face flushed with excitement as he commanded the swift dragon, racing against the clock toward the teleportation tower on the other side of the demon-slaying forest. Faster. Just a little faster. He must destroy the other teleportation tower before the level 80-something Xiaori reacts. Then those Xiaori still hunting and leveling up in the demon-slaying forest won't be able to return, and after dark, they'll become food for the monsters. Soon, with the swift-flying dragon flying at full speed using the Egale skill, it covered 1,000 miles in less than half an hour and landed directly at the western teleportation tower of the demon-slaying forest. It's a Huaxia player. Level 84. I know him. He is from the Huaxia Hercules Guild. Before he could finish, Yali instantly appeared right in front of him, and with the level 70 long-handled broadsword in his hand, he sliced that level 52 little day in half. All that babbling, he must be been cursing at me. Jiang's mouth twitched. Yali, you really are a pain in the ass. You're a fucking level 84, killing a level 52 Japanese player doesn't even give you experience, yet you didn't finish him off for me, causing me to lose a huge chunk of experience for nothing. As if he heard Jiang's inner thoughts, Yali said, he has got a mage communicator. We had to take him out instantly, or he'd have called for backup. You better get inside and take down the tower. As he spoke, Yali continued hunting down the little days surrounding the teleportation tower. Jiang didn't dwell on the experience Yali had cost him. He hurried into the tower and, before anyone could teleport in, quickly cast a spell to extract the level 17 teleport mana core inside. The teleport mana cores in these little sun teleport towers were generally only around level 10 or so. This was because their teleport towers had frequently been destroyed by high-level hunters from the mainland. Each time a tower was destroyed, the mana core would degrade and lose levels. So even a teleport mana core that was originally level 30 or 40 would eventually degrade to just a level 10 or so over time due to repeated destruction. Soon after Jiang cast 2 consecutive disassemble skills, the teleport mana core and the earth magic stone were both successfully extracted without damage. Meanwhile, while Yali was outside killing witnesses, Jiang quickly released the Venom Mag Dragon and had it mark a teleportation point here. By then, Yali had slaughtered all the nearby Little Days awakened ones, looted the magician communicators and storage rings from the level 52 Little Days corpses, and hurried into the tower. Are you done dismantling? A Little Day is calling for backup. We need to get out of here fast. I've already dismantled the Earth Magic Stone and Mana Core and stored them in my storage ring. Jiang recalled the Venom Mag Dragon into his storage ring. Yali assumed Jiang had released the Venom Mag Dragon to keep watch, unaware that it had already marked a teleportation point here. Upon learning that Jiang had finished the disassembly, Yali immediately cast the Matter Collapse skill on the teleportation tower, then hoisted Jiang onto his back and dashed into the depths of the forest at lightning speed. As they fled, he explained, "We can't fly right now. Otherwise, we'll be an easy target in the sky and get spotted." Clearly, Yali had plenty of experience with this sort of wreak havoc and run scenario. It was hard to imagine that this seemingly mild-mannered middle-aged man had such a mischievous streak deep down. Whoosh! Yali darted through the monster forest like a ghostly shadow. He encountered quite a few small creatures and beasts along the way, but he was running for his life and had no time to deal with them. Most of the small creatures were low to mid-level, and even if they turned to look at him, all they could see was a figure darting through the forest at breakneck speed. They couldn't make out his features. Just a few minutes later, a powerful surge of mana suddenly swept down from the sky. Yali suppressed the powerful mana aura within him and said, "This mana is stronger than mine. It must be a player at least level 85. They sure got here fast." Above the demon-slaying forest where towering trees blocked out the sky, a level 87 player riding a bone dragon was rapidly descending toward the western teleportation tower. Looking at the teleportation tower, now reduced to rubble, and the 9 corpses surrounding it, the middle-aged Shaori in his 40s or 50s looked absolutely horrified. He spotted a half-familiar face among the corpses and, frowning, walked toward the body that had been split in two. This level 52 man, split cleanly in half from head to waist, was the son of one of his close friends. He never imagined he would meet such a tragic end. Who did this? Kuroki Kasuke's hair stood on end with rage. Mana surged from his right hand, transforming into strands of black mist that coiled around the severed corpse, forcibly piecing it back together. Soul extraction. As mana surged, Kuroki Kasuke, a necromancer, cast a spell capable of extracting the dead man's soul to access his memories from before his death. Yaoli! Get out here! Kuroki Kasuke's roar, like a bellow from hell, echoed for miles. Every low-level magical beast and awakened one who heard that roar felt as though their minds and souls had been struck by a sonic blast. Even Jiang, who was dozens of kilometers away, felt dizzy and disoriented. Kuroki Kasuke. No wonder he arrived so quickly. Before his rebirth, Jiang had gained varying degrees of knowledge about powerful figures from all over the world. Due to neighboring relations, Jiang had paid particular attention to Japan, and he knew the country as top-tier powerhouses inside and out their professions and skills alike. Kuroki Kasuke was the strongest in the land of the rising sun. Although he was only level 87, none of the world S5 awakened ones who had broken through level 90 dared to underestimate him. It was clear that Yaoli was quite bold. He still looked completely unconcerned as he carried Jiang on his back, continuing to flee the demon-slaying forest, and remarked, "I didn't expect Kuroki Kasuke to come here in person. It's a good thing I was smart enough not to ride the fat dragon to escape. Otherwise, even if I managed to get away, you'd have died in the crossfire of my battle with him." Jiang said, "Kuroki Kasuke is around level 87 now, right? His necromancer class is incredibly powerful. If you actually ran into him, even if you managed to escape, you'd likely end up severely injured. It's inevitable that I can't beat him, and getting seriously injured is only natural after all. He can summon and control 9 skeletal minions, several of which are over level 80. But it won't be easy for him to kill me either." Although the alchemist class, which Yaoli belongs to, is classified as a combat class, it actually falls under the crafting class similar to artisan-type classes, but far more powerful. Therefore, his class skills are not offensive, they are purely destructive. Material synthesis, elemental transformation, material destruction, and collapse. It can be said that he can manipulate any object except living beings at will. He can transform dried, withered herbs into potions. Water can be turned into ice, and soil into stone. Metal materials can be synthesized into various items as he pleases, and so on. Although these abilities aren't inherently offensive, they're incredibly effective for disruption, destruction, and defense. Precisely because he possesses so many abilities, he acts with impunity, unafraid of Kuroki Kasuke's threats or retaliation. Furthermore, Kuroki Kasuke wouldn't dare rashly enter our nation's dungeon territory to take revenge on Yali, because there are only 5 individuals worldwide who have surpassed level 90, and our nation alone accounts for 2 of those spots. When it comes to powerhouses above level 80, our country also holds a commanding lead. So no matter how furious Kuroki Kasuke might be, he has no choice but to swallow his anger. Otherwise, if he were to enter our country's dungeon territory, he might just end up as experience points to help someone else level up. A moment later, Yali raced hundreds of kilometers, cutting through the demon-slaying forest and traversing roughly 1/5 of the eastern continent in the process. This should be close enough. Yali summoned the swift-flying dragon from his storage ring, jumped aboard, and settled into the saddle before setting Jiang down from his shoulders. Fly low and at full speed. At Yali's command, the swift dragon immediately flew toward the Blood Sea. It took over half an hour to cross the Blood Sea and reach the monster forest of the western demon continent, an area that Monster Hunter Town had only recently begun exploring. It took another half-hour to traverse the vast monster forest and arrive at Monster Hunter Town, Hercules Guild branch outpost. Yali led Jiang inside and said, "I plan to build a teleportation platform here in Demon Hunter Town. Exploration has only just begun here, and dungeon resources are extremely abundant, so within a few years, Demon Hunter Town is sure to develop into a second Hunter-S city." Jiang took out the teleport, mana core and the earth magic stone to give him, and released the Venom Dragon Cat at the same time, saying, "Then take your time building the teleportation platform. I'll take the Venom Mag Dragon out hunting to level up before dark, and you can take the Venom Dragon Cat back to give to your daughter." Wait. Yali called out to Jiang, who was about to leave on a whim, and tossed him a storage ring. "This is the storage ring from that level 52 kid. It contains a level 50 katana fused with a level 50 mana core, so I only owe you 2 now. I'll make it up to you later." Jiang caught the storage ring Yali tossed him. To his surprise, it was a level 40 storage ring. He thought to himself, "This old man is actually pretty generous. Thanks." Jiang slipped the storage ring onto his finger, stepped out of the Hercules Guild S branch outpost, released the Venom Mag Dragon, and rode it out of Hunter S Town. "The Hunter Association has a lot of gear for me to repair. I might not be back tonight, so don't worry." Jiang sent his sister a mage voice message, then ordered the Venom Mag Dragon to fly toward the demon-slaying forest. Dusk was approaching. The Little Days have lost their teleportation tower tonight. There's bound to be quite a few of them stranded in the demon-slaying forest. As the saying goes, a moonless, windy night is perfect for murder. Jiang decided to return to the demon-slaying forest without telling Yali, planning to launch a surprise attack on the Little Days. Above the surging Blood Sea, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. "Venom Mag Dragon, can you sense the teleportation point I marked earlier?" Jiang asked aloud. Venom Mag Dragon, currently soaring over the Blood Sea toward the demon-slaying forest, shook its head. "If you can sense it, let me know." The Blood Sea separating the western demon continent from the eastern continent spans at least 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers. Even a level 56 swift-flying dragon flying at supersonic speeds would take over half an hour to cross it, while Venom Mag Dragon, without any skills to boost its flight speed, would need at least 2 or 3 hours to traverse the Blood Sea and reach the eastern continent. Furthermore, the stretch of open sea separating it from other unknown lands spans tens of thousands of li, making this Blood Sea in the western demon continent several times wider than Earth's largest ocean, the Pacific. Without high-level teleportation platforms, humans would waste a great deal of time simply traveling back and forth if they were to explore all the dungeon planes currently under invasion. A moment later, the Venom Mag Dragon, which appeared to be level 24 but was actually level 32 and capable of teleporting within a 1,600 kilometer radius, came to a halt. It let out a call, indicating that they could teleport directly to the waypoint marked earlier in the demon-slaying forest. In other words, the distance from this spot on the ocean surface to the western teleportation tower in the Forest of Demons was exactly 1,600 kilometers. Jiang asked, "Can we mark a new teleportation point at this location on the ocean surface?" The Venom Mag Dragon tried, then shook its head. The seawater was in constant motion, making it impossible to fix the coordinates for a new teleportation point. Jiang looked down at the churning, blood-red sea below, which held unknown horrors, and ordered, "Open your mouth, swallow me whole, then dive to the ocean floor and mark a teleportation coordinate." Venom Mag Dragon immediately coiled its long neck around its back, then opened its gaping maw. Jiang jumped right in and plopped down onto Venom Mag Dragon's tongue. "Hold tight, don't let the seawater rush in and drown me," Jiang called out as a reminder. The Venom Mag Dragon grunted in response, then plunged into the blood sea, diving straight toward the ocean floor. "If you sense a powerful mana presence nearby, don't go down to mark the teleportation point, just teleport away immediately, understand?" Venom Mag Dragon grunted in response once more and dove vigorously toward the ocean floor. The blood sea in this area was only a few thousand meters deep, so Venom Mag Dragon quickly reached the seabed and marked a new teleportation point there. "Good. Now swim back up," Jiang reminded him, and Venom Mag Dragon immediately swam toward the surface, quickly breaking through the water and soaring into the air. It turned its head backward and opened its mouth. Jiang jumped out from inside, raised his hand to pat Venom Mag Dragon's adorably ugly, single-horned head, and said with satisfaction, "Well done. Keep flying toward those coordinates and the magic-slaying forest." By now, there were surely quite a few players stranded at the western teleportation tower in the demon-slaying forest, forced to stay the night in groups because they couldn't teleport back. If Jiang teleported there directly, he would only be walking into a trap. 2 hours later, it was completely dark. Jiang, riding the Venom Mag Dragon, had already infiltrated the demon-slaying forest. Disguise. Jiang cast the disguise skill twice in quick succession, transforming the level 32 Venom Mag Dragon into a level 38 Troll Venom Lizard that Jiang had previously hunted. As for himself, he disguised himself as the level 41 Little Days player he had just one-shot moments ago. Next, Jiang cast the rewrite skill, changing the level of the Venom Mag Dragon disguised as a Troll Venom Lizard to 42. "Venom Mag Dragon, you chase after me and kill me, occasionally firing a Venom Bolt skill. Meanwhile, I'll lure some enemies over. We'll work together from the inside and outside to kill them and level up quickly." Jiang was about to start slaughtering Little Days. Compared to hunting monsters to level up, killing foreigners directly was definitely faster. Venom Mag Dragon let out a puzzled woo-woo. It was asking, "Aren't we not supposed to harm people?" Jiang explained, "They aren't people, they're Japs. You can think of them as bad guys, so it's okay to kill them." Oh. Venom Mag Dragon understood. Also, if any enemies above level 50 come to kill you, just cast the teleport skill to escape, then teleport back after a while. "Don't worry about me. Just make sure you don't die. Anyway, in their eyes, I'm one of their own, they won't suspect me." Venom Mag Dragon nodded and began the hunt. Jiang gripped a level 40 katana fused with a level 25 hurricane mana core, then sprinted toward the western teleportation tower. Modify. Hurricane, change to Gout. Equipment, Samurai Wind Blade. Level, 40. Description, forged from magic meteorite steel and fused with a level 25 Gout mana core. When infused with mana, it can unleash a ranged Gout skill, causing enemies struck by the attack to suffer excruciating joint pain for 2.5 seconds. That's interesting. Jiang was just on a whim, wondering what kind of wind he could change Hurricane into, and then thought of Gout. He didn't expect the modify to actually work. However, to better one-shot Xiaori, Jiang thought it over and put the Gout katana back into his storage ring, instead taking out the Demon King's sword equipped with a level 40 critical hit mana core. Modify. The rewrite skill reverted to the original modify. Jiang immediately cast the modify skill on the Demon King's sword. The modification skill allows him to alter the form of equipment items at will, so he transformed the Demon King's sword, which was in the form of a greatsword, into the form of the Gout Katana. Behind him, the Venom Mag Dragon was hunting Jiang and began firing its first venom bolt. While dodging, Jiang shouted help in Japanese. Before his rebirth, Jiang had learned the languages of many countries, all to make it easier to infiltrate and ambush foreigners. With constant leveling and his mental power steadily increasing, learning multiple languages was a breeze. So he could perfectly disguise himself as Shaori, without any worry of being exposed by him. This was because the disguise skill not only made his appearance disguise exactly like the target S, but it could also disguise the target S level and race. So even if the Japanese used their magic eyes to scan him, the information displayed would be that of a genuine Japanese person. Hearing Jiang's cry, the Japanese, who were now stranded in the magic extinction forest because the teleportation tower had been destroyed and they couldn't return, immediately looked over. Humans have very poor night vision. Even high-level awakened ones can't match the night vision of low-level magical beasts. That's why, after dark, humans dare not venture deep into the magical beast forests, lest they end up being hunted by the beasts themselves. Help! A level 42 troll lizard is chasing me. Hearing that a level 42 magical beast was in pursuit, several of the little days immediately perked up. Let us go save him and hunt down that level 42 giant venom lizard while we're at it. 5 players, 3 men and 2 women who often teamed up to level, immediately ran toward Jiang's direction. A quick scan with his magic eye. Level 37, level 35, level 43, level 40, level 39. Jiang's actual level was 47, so 3 of these 5 players could help him farm enough experience to break through to level 48. Seeing 5 enemies all higher level than itself charging straight at it, the Venom Mag Dragon immediately turned and fled, luring them deeper into its lair. The Venom Mag Dragon's coordination was flawless. Seeing it act as if facing a formidable foe and turn to flee, Jiang feigned relief as if he'd been saved. This level 42 Venom Mag Dragon has incredibly strong defense. I'll team up with you guys to kill it. I won't compete with you for the finishing blow XP, but if it drops a mana core, we'll split the corpse and the mana core 50-50 at market price. How about that? Deal. The level 43 male player from the Good Life Guild cast a quick glance with his magic eye. Seeing that Jiang was only level 41, he immediately agreed. Since he was the only one in their party with significant combat power, even if they managed to hunt down the level 42 troll venom lizard, it would take a considerable amount of time and they might even end up severely injured. Let us go. It's been chasing me all the way, we can't let it get away. Jiang took the lead, turning to chase the Venom Mag Dragon that had disguised itself as a giant poison lizard. It's moving too fast. Does your party have any control type support? I can slow it down. The short, chubby level 37 Japanese girl shone her spotlight mage device ahead while casting a slowing spell. Since Jiang had formed a contract with the Venom Mag Dragon, they shared a telepathic connection. Using his mental power, Jiang warned the Venom Mag Dragon to anticipate and dodge the attack. As a result, the slowing beam cast by the chubby girl was dodged by the Venom Mag Dragon, which suddenly circled around a large tree ahead. Oh no, it just managed to dodge it by taking a detour. Unwilling to give up, the chubby girl cast the skill again, but the Venom Mag Dragon, darting back and forth around the tree, seemed to anticipate her moves and dodged the slowing beams one after another. It wasn't until they had ventured more than 10 miles in that Jiang signaled to the Venom Mag Dragon that it was time to take the hit and counterattack. This time, the slowing beam successfully struck the Venom Mag Dragon, causing its body to stiffen as if out of control, and its speed and movements inexplicably slowed down significantly. Finally hit. Watch this. Another level 35 female character immediately cast the anesthesia skill. However, before her skill's cast animation could begin, Jiang cast the modify skill, which has no cast animation. Anesthesia was changed to euphoria. The anesthesia syringe, materialized by the law of mana, struck the Venom Mag Dragon, whose speed had been reduced by 37% with precision. However, instead of feeling numb, the Venom Mag Dragon felt elated and utterly intoxicated. The three Japanese boys charging at the very front, having passed Jiang, assumed the Venom Mag Dragon had been hit by the anesthesia skill and would enter a 3.5-second anesthetized state. They all cast their skills and, wielding their weapons, charged toward the Venom Mag Dragon. As a result, Jiang, who was right behind them, suddenly sprang into action and launched a surprise attack, slaying the level 43 Japanese player first. The Demon King's sword, transformed into a katana, instantly sliced across the opponent's neck. The 40% chance, critical hit, skill triggered on the very first strike. In an instant, the head rolled to the ground. Killed a level 43 Japanese player, plus 2150 EXP. Before the other two Japanese players could react, Jiang swung his blade again. This time, the critical hit didn't T-trigger, but the blow severed his throat. The second highest level member of the group, a level 40 Japanese player, suddenly clutched the wound where more than half his neck had been sliced off. He collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror at the prospect of death. At the same moment, Venom Mag Dragon launched its counterattack. Venom Blast struck the level 39 Japanese boy point blank, and the highly toxic and corrosive venom made him let out a blood-curdling scream. Jiang delivered a finishing blow, piercing his heart and claiming the experience points. Killed a level 39 Japanese player, plus 1560 EXP. Killed a level 40 Japanese player, plus 2000 EXP. Ding, you have leveled up. Name, Jiang. Race, Huaxia. Class, Tinker, Farmer. Level, 48 18 64800. Health, 600. Mana, 5700. Spirit, 625 plus 700. Attack, 598 plus 800. Defense, 564 plus 720. Speed, 582 plus 750. Magic resistance, 570 plus 680. Talents: Modify, Resurrection, Durability, Grafting, Dismantle, Poison Immunity, Camouflage, Terrain Modification, Harvest. It all happened so suddenly. The two Japanese girls in the rear, who were using a spotlight to illuminate the path for their teammates while handling crowd control, watched in shock as the three boys in their party were suddenly ambushed and instantly killed. They froze in place, unable to fathom why this boy had turned on them. But what baffled them even more was why the giant lizard that had been chasing and attacking this boy moments ago was now working with him to kill their own level 39 teammate. I'll leave them to you. Once you're done, remember to use venom bombs to destroy the bodies and cover your tracks. Jiang said calmly. The two girls instantly understood. This boy was speaking the language of Huaxia. He was a Huaxian. No, wait, the demon eye identified him as Japanese, so he must be a traitor. A traitor who defected to the Chinese and betrayed the Japanese. Slowing. The chubby girl hurriedly cast her spell. But Jiang, who had no casting animation, took advantage of her cast time to instantly alter her slowing spell into soothing. As a result, not only did Venom Mag Dragon's speed not slow down, but it actually felt incredibly soothed, and its mental power received a 37% boost. Anesthesia. Another slender level 35 girl cast the anesthesia skill again, only to suddenly discover that the anesthesia skill in her stats interface had mysteriously turned into intoxication. Swish, swish. Before they could react, Venom Mag Dragon unleashed its level 30 skill, Poison Dragon Claw, taking out one Japanese girl with each swipe. It effortlessly killed these two girls, who were several levels higher than it but had pitiful defense. One level 37 control type support and one level 35 healing type support instantly leveled Venom Mag Dragon up to level 33. If it kills one more Japanese player above level 30, Venom Mag Dragon will break through to level 34. Jiang picked up the spotlight lying on the ground and turned it off, then crouched down to loot the bodies, collecting all the equipment from these 5 Japanese players. Pretty good luck. The 43-level male leader among the 5 had a level 28 storage ring containing quite a bit of loot. The 37-level chubby girl also had a storage ring, but it was only level 5, and the items inside weren't worth much. Corrode all their remains. While ordering Venom Mag Dragon to destroy the evidence, Jiang also cast the Modify skill, changing the Dismantle skill to Dissolve, turning the bodies of the other 3 male players into dust. This way, even if Kuroki Kasuk showed up, he wouldn't find any bodies, he couldn't summon them as skeletons, nor could he use soul extraction to find out what they experienced in life. Perfect teamwork. The disguise skill is about to wear off. Let us go hunt some monsters first, then once the cooldown ends, we'll go and slaughter these little Japs. The night was long, and Jiang had plenty of time to slaughter them. As the effects of the disguise skill faded, Jiang, who had been disguised as a level 41 Japanese player, returned to his true form. Rewrite. Jiang cast the skill again, changing the level displayed on his stats panel from 48 to 43, continuing to play the part of a weakling while hiding his true strength. If all went according to plan, he would break through to level 50 tonight, surpassing Kursen at level 49 and becoming the undisputed number 1 on the new player level ranking. The cooldown for the disguise skill is 100 minutes. Jiang is currently level 48, so the disguise effect has lasted 48 minutes. The cooldown begins counting down the moment the skill is cast. This means that once the disguise effect ends, he'll only need to wait another 52 minutes before he can cast disguise again. Venom Mag Dragon, it's time for us to put on a show and slaughter those little Japs again. An hour passed. Under Jiang's lead, Venom Mag Dragon hunted down several monsters above level 30, quickly leveling up to 35, a full 10 levels higher than the level 25 Venom Dragon Cat. The man and his dragon suppressed their mana auras and quietly made their way toward the western teleportation tower of the demon-slaying forest. When they were less than 2 kilometers away, Jiang immediately cast the disguise skill, transforming into the likeness of that level 43 Japanese player who had been the first to be ambushed and killed by him in the previous 5-man party. Disguise effect countdown, 47 minutes 59 seconds. If disguise is no longer needed, the skill can be cancelled at any time. Disguise cooldown countdown, 99 minutes 59 seconds. The disguise skill cannot be cast on the same target again until the cooldown ends. However, it can be cast on other targets. Disguise. This time, Jiang disguised Venom Mag Dragon as a level 36 Berserk Magic Bear, then used the rewrite skill to rewrite Venom Mag Dragon's disguise level to 44. The Modify skill cannot alter level or attribute data, whereas the rewrite skill can, but it only serves a deceptive purpose. Raising the level doesn't actually make the creature stronger, making it perfect for a sneaky bastard like Jiang. He deliberately lowers the level to lull enemies into a false sense of security, then ambushes them when they least expect it. Venom Mag Dragon, claw my chest hard. Jiang ordered. Venom Mag Dragon was confused. Why? Jiang explained, this is called going all out. If I don't have a single scratch, they won't just disbelieve my story, they suspect I'm the one who killed those guys. Venom Mag Dragon was baffled, isn't that exactly what they expect? Jiang. Are you stupid? I'm currently posing as the leader of that group. Venom Mag Dragon seemed to get it and made a swiping motion with its bear claws toward Jiang's chest. Do we really have to do this? It's going to hurt. Jiang, don't worry, I'm not afraid of pain. Go ahead. Rip. Venom Mag Dragon gave a timid swipe, but it didn't even tear the level 40 cloth armor Jiang had specifically put on the very same piece he de-stripped from Xiaorizi. Go all out. Don't worry about hurting me. At your level and strength, the worst you can do is give me a minor injury. Hearing Jiang say this, Venom Mag Dragon had no choice but to swing its right forepaw, which looked like a bear claw but was actually a dragon claw, with all its might. It tore right through Jiang's level 40 armor, leaving 3 gruesome wounds on his upper body, neither too deep nor too shallow. Such wounds would make anyone scream in agony, but Jiang merely frowned and then flashed a sinister smile. Very good, that is exactly what I wanted. Let me run a bit further first, then you can chase me. Venom Mag Dragon had been worried that Jiang might blame him for being too harsh, but to his surprise, Jiang not only didn't hold it against him but actually smiled with satisfaction. The master was so cruel even to himself just to ambush and kill those little devils, it showed just how much he hated them. Venom Mag Dragon resolved on the spot that whenever he encountered those little devils in the future, he would hunt them down with even greater cruelty. Roar! Venom Mag Dragon mimicked the furious roar of a berserk demon bear, then began chasing the severely wounded Jiang. "Help, help me!" Jiang cried out in terror and agony. On the outskirts of the demon-slaying forest, hundreds of Japanese soldiers who had spent the night there unable to teleport back due to the absence of a teleportation platform and forced to remain near the ruins of the teleportation tower once again turned their gaze toward the forest at the sound. "Is someone calling for help?" I heard a monstrous roar. It wasn't too far away. Someone must be being chased by a monster. Could it be that the group that went in earlier to rescue people failed to kill the level 42 giant poison lizard and nearly got wiped out instead? Should we go check it out? Forget it. The demon forest is too dangerous after dark. At least here we have the protection of several level 60 plus powerhouses. Let us not go in and put ourselves in danger. Those with powerful connections had already been escorted back by high-level experts before nightfall. The remaining little days stranded in the demon-slaying forest for the night were ordinary people with no connections and no high-level experts to escort them back. After all, without a teleportation tower, they would have to cross thousands of miles of the Blood Sea to return to the dungeon city. To do so, they would need a flying magical beast battle pet. However, the Blood Sea was mysterious and treacherous. Even if awakened ones below level 70 had contracted a flying magical beast companion, they dared not rashly cross the Blood Sea. Because if a magical beast companion were attacked and fell into the Blood Sea, those who plunged into it would almost certainly face certain death. Even those above level 70 powerful warriors capable of flying through the air using their own potent mana without relying on a magical beast companion are hesitant to attempt a reckless flight across the Blood Sea. First, flying consumes a tremendous amount of stamina and mana. Unlike Yao Li, who has awakened as an S-rank alchemist, their nation lacks such experts. Ordinary alchemists, generally too low level, can only produce intermediate potions at best, and their production efficiency is low. Therefore, any restorative potion is precious to them. A single round trip would waste a significant number of them, making it simply not worth the cost. Secondly, the higher a warrior's level, the more cautious they become. They fear this might be a trap deliberately set by enemies to lure them in, worrying they'll be ambushed and surrounded. Thus, unless it involves family members they absolutely must save, they're unwilling to risk coming over to rescue anyone. As for rebuilding the teleportation platform, unless their hunter association still had spare teleportation mana cores, they would have to rob Peter to pay Paul just to rebuild it and allow them to teleport back. Consequently, the low and mid-level players could only rely on the protection of the few high-level players, those above level 60 who had come to lead the group for leveling, to ensure their safety through the night. Help! Jiang's cries for help continued to echo. Just then, a level 62 player sensed the mana fluctuations from Jiang and Venom Mag Dragon and decided to step in to save them. Venom Mag Dragon, run! The intruder's mana was powerful, so Jiang quickly used his mental power to warn Venom Mag Dragon. Venom Mag Dragon immediately turned around, feigning a panicked retreat as if terrified by the aura of a powerful opponent. The intruder watched Venom Mag Dragon's retreating figure. With a glance from his demonic eye, he identified it as a level 44 berserk demon bear. Although he could kill it, it would waste time, and since he was level 62, he wouldn't gain any experience from the kill, so he couldn't be bothered to chase after it. Seeing Jiang's pale face and severely injured state, the level 62 little son asked, "What happened? Where are the others?" Clearly, he had recognized the level 43 Shaori Z appearance. Jiang was currently disguising himself as. First take me back for treatment," Jiang gasped, pleading weakly and in pain. The other hesitated for a moment, but out of consideration for their shared heritage, he picked Jiang up in a princess carry and swiftly returned to the teleportation tower area. "Someone with a high-level healing class, please save him." This level 62 guy was surprisingly kind-hearted. If Jiang ever got the chance to ambush and kill him later, he decided he'd save some of his ashes and bury them in the ground as a sign of respect. After a level 37 woman cast a healing spell to mend the wound on Jiang's chest, he finally began to explain. "We went in to hunt that level 42 troll lizard. We finally managed to kill it, but then a level 44 berserk bear suddenly appeared. It seemed to have a talent that hid its presence, so we had no idea it was targeting us. Just as we de-exhausted our stamina and mana and Han-T had a chance to restock, it suddenly charged at us. It almost killed me with a single swipe. Then my teammates were slaughtered one after another like chickens by that berserk magic bear. I had no choice but to flee for my life during the brief moments when it wasn't tearing them apart. This explanation makes perfect sense. No one would suspect him of lying. Even if some people looked down on him for abandoning his teammates to save himself, they wouldn't criticize him after all. If they were in his shoes, facing a frenzied bear higher in level than themselves while already injured, they'd think about running away too. I know some people will look down on me for being a coward who abandoned my teammates to save my own skin, but I was out of healing potions. The healer was killed by the bear not long after I was knocked away. I had no choice but to escape first, then find someone to go back and recover their bodies and get revenge while I'm at it. By the light of the campfire, Jiang spoke with a look of grief and indignation on his face. Then, in front of everyone, he took out 3 mana cores from his storage ring, each upgraded in level using the rewrite skill. These are the most valuable things I have on me. These 3 mana cores are a level 35, Hurricane, mana core, a level 36, Parry, mana core, and a level 40, Frenzy, mana core. Whoever takes me in to retrieve my teammates' bodies and helps me kill that level 44 frenzied magic bear to avenge them, I'll give these 3 mana cores to them. Plus, whatever equipment and artifacts my teammates left behind will be theirs as well. Hearing this, quite a few level 40-50 little days were tempted. But what if the berserk magic bear is gone and you can't kill it to avenge them? Jiang gritted his teeth and said, as long as you can bring my teammates' bodies back, I'll still pay you 3 mana cores. For the level 62 little son who had just brought Jiang out, those 3 mana cores were tempting, but not enough to make him abandon his granddaughter or take her along on this dangerous quest. The other level 60 plus little days who had brought people here to level up were equally uninterested. However, the little days in their 40s and 50s were incredibly tempted, as the vast majority of them lack level 30-40 mana cores, so someone spoke up immediately. I'm a level 54 assassin. If a control support character above level 44 teams up with me, I'll only ask for 1 level 40 rage mana core once the job is done. Someone immediately replied, I'm in. I'm a level 47 disruptor. Right after that, others started bidding for the job. I'm a ninja. I'm only level 48, but my 3 teammates and I have been in this party for over a year. We're perfectly in sync. The lowest level 1 is level 37, and together we can take down a level 44 berserk bear. Jiang spoke up, a level 44 berserk magic bear is far too powerful, both in defense and attack. Even with your great teamwork, it'll be hard to take it down if your damage output isn't high enough. So I'll still go with the level 54 assassin. Mainly because he has a critical strike skill. Hunting down a level 44 berserk magic bear will be a piece of cake for him. Seeing that Jiang had made his choice, the others had no choice but to back down. Jiang bowed solemnly to the level 54 assassin and the level 47 disruptor, adopting Shaori's mannerisms as he called out, I'm counting on you too. Lead the way. The assassin, Shaori said with a look of pride, while the disruptor, Shaori, walked over to join the group and took out a Mage's spotlight from his backpack to illuminate the path. Jiang quickly took the lead and ran ahead. Not long after entering the forest, the interferer spoke up, I'm casting an area of effect perception weakening skill. Any creature within a 470-meter radius with a lower level than mine will have their perception reduced by 47%. You might be affected too, but don't worry, just keep leading the way. That said, the skill he cast was actually aimed at Jiang. Perception weakening. Jiang could have modified perception weakening into perception enhancement before the other cast the spell, but they hadn't gone far yet. Since he couldn't guarantee he could quickly take out these two, he couldn't risk revealing his game-breaking modify skill so easily. So, having fallen victim to the perception weakening skill, Jiang's vision, hearing, and senses were now all reduced by 47%, and the effect would last for 47 seconds. That sneaky little bastard. He claimed it was an area of effect perception weakening, but it was actually a single target effect. He is probably planning to team up with an assassin to kill and rob us. Jiang pretended not to notice the other's scheme and continued running ahead. Anyway, even if these two little devils wanted to kill and rob, they wouldn't make a move right now, otherwise, the commotion would draw people from the teleportation tower over. Besides, they also wanted to loot the bodies, taking all the gear off Jiang's so-called teammates. Behind them, the interrupter class player gave the assassin class player a meaningful look and a throat-slitting gesture, then leaned in close and whispered, "Matsushita, I want his storage ring. Everything else is yours." The assassin, Xiaori, nodded without hesitation. They knew each other well and weren't worried about the other stealing the loot. First, the assassin, Xiaori, already had a storage ring, so there was no need to kill an acquaintance over a single one. Second, the disruptor class had no offensive skills. Even if he weakened the assassin with his disruption, he wouldn't be able to kill a level 54 assassin, who was several levels higher. So neither of them worried that the other would rob or kill them to silence them. Soon, 47 seconds had passed. Jiang regained his senses, and Xiaori, the interferer, asked, "How much further?" "If it's still quite a distance, I won't waste mana keeping the interference field active." Jiang replied, "It's probably still a few thousand meters away." The other player, holding a mage's spotlight, walked to Jiang's right and shrugged, "Alright, then I won't waste my mana." At the same time, the assassin, named Xiaorizi, cast the stealth skill, moving silently like a ghost to Jiang's left. This skill was similar to the hide skill used by the rogue class wild bandit Jiang had killed earlier, allowing for prolonged stealth. At level 54, as long as mana was sufficient, one could remain hidden for up to 54 minutes. However, they never imagined that Jiang was born with full mana and possessed an extremely keen sense of mana. Therefore, the two assassins, who had stealth to his left, seemingly invisible but still emitting a faint trace of mana, had long been detected by Jiang. "One on the left, one on the right, trying to kill and loot me all at once, are you? Too bad. You're the real prey here. We're here. That's where the berserk magic bear is." As soon as Jiang finished speaking, the two players could no longer hold back and struck. Upon seeing the berserk magic bear ahead, the two players finally lost their patience. Attribute weakening. The level 47 interrupter on the right cast the skill first, signaling the assassin on Jiang's left to strike and instantly kill him. However, the moment mana surged through the opponent's body, Jiang exploited the opponent's casting animation to instantly cast the instant cast modify skill. Attribute weakening turned into attribute enhancement. Jiang is currently level 48, while the interrupter player is only level 47. Therefore, against targets of the same level or lower, modify has a 100% success rate. In an instant, the 40% personal attribute weakening skill, which lasts 4 seconds, suddenly transformed into attribute enhancement, boosting Jiang's personal attributes by 40% for 4 seconds. His attack power jumped from 598 to 837, combined with the 800 attack bonus from the Demon King's sword. At level 48, Jiang's total attack power now reached 1637. Although this attribute enhancement skill was far inferior to Kursan's blessing skill, which could boost all attributes, including equipment stats with a 40% personal attribute boost, all of his stats had already surpassed those of the level 54 assassin Xiaori. Thrust. Xiaori, who had been stealthily lurking to Jiang's left, suddenly teleported in front of him. Wielding his katana, he executed the thrust skill, sending the blade flying like a bullet straight toward Jiang's heart. Coincidentally, to make the act look convincing, Jiang had earlier allowed Venom Mag Dragon to claw viciously at his chest, tearing 3 large gashes in the level 40 armor he was wearing. One of the gashes exposed Jiang's heart, so the Japanese assassin, having stealthed up to his side, intended to exploit the close range and use the thrust skill faster than a bullet to pierce his heart and instantly kill him. However, Jiang was prepared. The moment he was hit by the attribute enhancement skill, he sensed the opponent's surging mana and immediately activated the level 25 blink mana core in his boots. While dodging the katana's thrust, he blinked to the assassin's right side. Draw the sword. The Demon King's sword, modified into the shape of a katana, seized the moment his opponent launched the surprise thrust to swing fiercely at the unguarded neck. Thud. Although this strike didn't trigger a critical hit, with a 40% attack boost, Jiang's attack had already overwhelmed his opponent's defense, so the blow severed his opponent's windpipe clean through. The stealth skill was automatically cancelled by the thrust, and the assassin, Xiaori, was instantly exposed. He stared in disbelief as his thrust missed its mark, then felt a chill on his throat as blood suddenly gushed from his chin. What the? He looked down, completely baffled as to how his opponent had evaded both his stealth and thrust skills. Even more baffling was how this mere level 43 player, while under the effects of the weakening skill, had managed to dodge the ambush and instantly counter-kill him? Thwack! In the split second he was stunned, Jiang, who had just slit his throat and counter-killed him, struck again, swinging his blade at the opponent's neck. It all happened too fast. The second swing finally triggered a critical hit. 1,637 attack points with double critical damage, that is 3,274. With that single strike, Jiang severed the head of the assassin Xiaori. Blood gushed from the clean cut on his neck. The assassin Xiaori felt the world spinning, then, overcome by intense fear, watched with wide, unblinking eyes as his headless body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Killed a level 54 Japanese, plus 3,240 EXP. Ding! You have leveled up. Jiang's mana aura grew even stronger. Level 49. EXP 300-4900. Hunting above your level really is a thrill. If he were hunting level 40 prey, he'd have to kill at least 2 of them just to reach level 49. Your turn. Jiang gave a cold smile. With 2 seconds left on the attribute enhancement effect, mana surged beneath his feet as he cast the level 25 blink mana core skill, teleporting directly in front of the Japanese interrupter. The very moment Jiang instantly counter-killed the assassin, the interrupter had already been completely stunned. A level 43 player, despite being hit first by the attribute weakening skill, not only dodged the assassin's stealthy ambush but also, in the blink of an eye, slashed across his throat, then delivered another blow that severed the level 54 assassin's head clean off. This scene was completely unbelievable. It defied all the magical principles of the dungeon. In his panic, as he tried to cast a skill to flee, he suddenly realized that his attribute weakening skill had somehow turned into attribute enhancement. In that moment, it seemed he understood something. No wonder this level 43 guy wasn't affected at all. He actually pulled off the unthinkable, killing a level 54 assassin who was several levels above him. But just as he was puzzling over how the opponent had managed to turn his attribute weakening into attribute enhancement, a flash of a blade streaked past him along with a figure. Then his head was already rolling on the ground, gushing blood. Killed a level 47 Japanese, plus 2,350 EXP. EXP 2,654,900. Just one more kill on a level 45 player, and he'd reach level 50. Jiang's sudden counterattack caught the 2 Japanese players completely off guard. From the very beginning, they hadn't taken Jiang, who appeared to be only level 43, seriously. So when they were planning to kill and loot, Jiang's disguise had already been written off as a dead man in their eyes. But in just 4 seconds, boosted by a skill that turned weakness into strength, Jiang instantly turned the tables and killed them. Venom Dragon rushed over, only to miss out on even an assist. That was insane. Venom Dragon looked at Jiang with admiration. If he could instantly kill a level 54 enemy despite the level difference, it wanted to become as powerful as Jiang too. This level 50 magic cutting blade is pretty good. I can upgrade it to the Demon King's blade to boost its base stats. Once I break through level 50, I'll fuse it with a level 40 critical strike mana core. The storage rings are a bit underwhelming, a level 54 character using a level 20 storage ring. Still, it's better than nothing. Jiang now had 6 storage rings in his possession. One was level 30, 2 were level 40. One of those level 40 storage rings had been taken from a level 52 Japanese soldier that Yali had sliced open with a single blow, then confiscated and given to him. In addition, Jiang had confiscated 3 storage rings while hunting down the Japanese soldiers today, one level 28, one level 5, and this current level 21. For more, and I'll be rich enough to wear a storage ring on every finger. Killing and looting really is the best. After looting the bodies, Jiang stripped the 2 little days of their undamaged gear and shoes, stuffing them into his storage rings. Venom Dragon, get rid of the bodies. Then let us give these little days a taste of something even more brutal. It's been over an hour, why aren't they back yet? A level 54 assassin, backed up by a level 47 disruptor, they should be easily taken down a level 44 berserk magic bear. Could it be that they just had bad luck and ran into a higher level beast? The highest level beasts in the demon slaying forest are only in the 40s. Those above level 50 were wiped out long ago by the strong. In my opinion, that level 54 assassin guy probably killed the other two to keep the mana core in gear for himself, then took off. The long night dragged on, and sleep eluded them. Just as a few of the little days were whispering among themselves, the cooldown on disguise ended, and Jiang, who had been disguised as a level 47 interferer, returned. His face was pale, his body covered in multiple knife wounds. Clutching his right hand over the chest where a blade had pierced through, he staggered out, weak and in agony. In the ruins of the teleportation tower, bathed in moonlight and the glow of a campfire, Jiang slowly emerged and was once again spotted first by that level 62 little son. Why are you the only one back? In response to the level 62 little son's question, Jiang gritted his teeth and said, the level 44 berserk magic bear dropped a mana core. That bastard Takuya Matsushita suddenly ambushed us to keep all the mana cores and the others' belongings for himself. Luckily, I was prepared. I cast a weakening spell on him, then used an interference spell to disrupt all his senses. That's how I managed to escape death. Jiang's magic, I could see all information, so he could clearly make out every name and detail on the little day's personal stats panels. As he recounted his story, severely wounded and speaking from the heart, many of the little days wore expressions of righteous indignation. I knew it would be like this. Takuya Matsushita, level 54, an assassin, with skills for prolonged stealth and high burst attacks. How could he possibly settle for just a level 40 mana core and ignore the rest of the gear? That's outrageous. I never thought Matsushita Koen was this kind of person. If the level 44 berserk magic bear hadn't dropped a mana core, he probably wouldn't have even thought of killing you all to keep it for himself. You're just too naive to have teamed up with someone so much higher level than you. At that moment, a level 38 male player in his early 20s stood up and retorted, you're lying. My brother isn't that kind of person. Jiang turned to face him, removing his right hand from his chest and lifting his blood-soaked shirt to reveal a wound that had pierced right through his body. With a pained expression, he shouted angrily, this is the wound he inflicted after chasing me all the way here and using the thrust skill to pierce me. If I hadn't used the attribute weakening skill to reduce his attack power and speed, that strike would have pierced right through my heart. You say your brother isn't that kind of person, then how do you explain this wound? Are you suggesting I killed them and staged this whole thing myself? As he spoke, Jiang, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain of his wound, walked toward this level 38 little days. How ridiculous. Anyone with even a basic understanding of the interferer class knows that even if I can weaken an opponent's stats by 47%, I'd still stand no chance against a level 54 assassin. I pulled out all the stops, using every debuff and disruption skill I had, and I still nearly died. If I hadn't managed to escape all the way here where your brother, fearing retribution from the powerful players here, dared not pursue me further, I wouldn't have made it back alive. Having said that, Jiang turned to a level 50 player named Inoue. Inoue, help me subdue him. I don't believe Takuya Matsushita would abandon his own brother. You little brat, don't even think about running. The player named Inoue Jiro, seeing Matsushita's younger brother turn and run, immediately cast the entangle skill, shooting out green vines to wrap around him and drag him back. Jiang was currently receiving healing once again from that level 37 woman who had cast a healing spell on him earlier. Except that while his previous disguise identity was a level 43 little days, his current disguise identity was a level 47 little days. Inoue Jiro dragged Matsushita's younger brother over, tightly bound, and tossed him at Jiang's feet. Let me go. Even if my brother really did kill someone or hurt you, that's his fault, it has nothing to do with me. Jiang slapped him hard across the face, swelling it up, and shouted angrily, in China, there's an idiom that says the son pays for the father's debts, and another that says the eldest brother is like a father. So until I've taken my revenge on your brother, you'll have to bear the brunt of my wrath in his place. As the saying goes, you must uproot the weed completely. Since you're that guy's younger brother, I'll send you to reunite with your brother in a moment, so the two of you can be happily merged together. After receiving treatment, Jiang dragged Matsushita's younger brother over to the ruins of the teleportation tower and sat down. Matsushita Takuya. Jiang shouted furiously, I know you're still nearby. If you want to save your brother, come out and surrender now. Otherwise, for every minute that passes, I'll stab your brother once. Everyone watched the enraged Jiang, clearly believing every word he said. Inoue-kun, come here for a moment. Takuya Matsushita has the stealth skill and can sneak over here. He'll definitely come to save his brother. When he tries to kill me, he'll give himself away, and then you can use your entangle skill to subdue him. This Inoue Jiro was currently a teammate of Jiang's disguise alter ego, so he came over immediately and stood beside Jiang, keeping a watchful eye. Keep an eye on his brother for me. I'm turning my back to take a piss. Jiang turned and took 2 steps away, then comfortably relieved himself against the collapsed ruins of the teleportation tower. Jiro Inoue kept a watchful eye on his surroundings, but he didn't watch Jiang, who was peeing behind him. Perhaps due to tension and fear, worried that Matsushita Takuno had already sneaked up on him, combined with the sound of peeing coming from behind, Joji also felt the urge to go. Are you done yet? I really have to go too. Just a sec. Jiang finished peeing and turned around. His right hand immediately drew the Demon King's sword, which had been modified into the shape of a katana, from his waist, then launched a sneak attack from behind, slashing at Joji's neck. Critical hit. A single strike, a direct critical hit. The moment Jiro Ino sensed the surge of mana behind him, his head had already hit the ground. The onlookers around them were dumbfounded, unable to fathom why Jiang had suddenly killed Jiro Ino. Venom Mag Dragon, teleport here. Jiang mentally alerted the Venom Mag Dragon lurking nearby. The next second, the Venom Mag Dragon disguised as a level 46 Poison Dragon teleported over. Poison Dragon Breath. The moment the Venom Mag Dragon teleported, it immediately cast the Poison Dragon Breath skill, spewing a massive cloud of poisonous mist. Several players over level 60 nearby sensed something was wrong the moment Jiang suddenly ambushed and killed Jiro Inoue, and rushed over in a panic. However, the sudden teleportation of the Venom Mag Dragon startled them, forcibly interrupting their coordinated attempt to take down Jiang. Didn't see that coming, did you? I am Takuya Matsushita. With that, Jiang grabbed the vine rope around Matsushita's younger brother with one hand and Jing Shangliang's shirt with the other, then was cradled in the Venom Mag Dragon's claws and instantly teleported to the spot where the bodies had been disposed of earlier. Watching the Venom Mag Dragon appear out of thin air and vanish just as suddenly, along with the Matsushita brothers and Jiro Ino's headless corpse. At that moment, none of the Little Days present could sit still. After the Little Days cast Wind Element magic to disperse the toxic mist from the Venom Dragon's breath, they discovered that Jiang, who had claimed to be Takuno Matsushita, had vanished from where he stood. Vanishing along with him were the poison dragon that had appeared out of thin air, Matsushita Takuno's younger brother bound with a vine rope, and the body of Inoue Jiro, who had been ambushed and beheaded. All that remained was Inoue Jiro's head, and the blood splattered across the ground. Seeing Inoue Jiro's head, his eyes wide open in death, the Little Days present could no longer sit still. He is actually Takuya Matsushita. We've all been tricked by him. What is the deal with that level 46 poison dragon? How did it suddenly appear and then vanish just as quickly? Aren't all poison dragon skills related to toxins? How could this one possess a skill similar to teleport? It must be a mana core skill. Including Takuya Matsushita transforming into other people's appearances, he most likely used a mana core skill for disguise and shapeshifting. What we can confirm now is that he just cast the Assassin Class S critical strike skill, and after killing someone, he brazenly revealed his identity. Damn Takuya Matsushita. I'm reporting this to the government right now. Put a warrant out for both brothers. 10 miles away, at the spot where they ambushed 2 waves of Japanese soldiers, the Venom Mag Dragon teleported back with Jiang. It had previously marked a teleportation point here specifically to help Jiang ambush the Japanese soldiers without anyone noticing. As the decapitated Jiro Inoue's life force faded completely, Jiang finally broke through to level 50, officially joining the ranks of high-level awakened ones. Name: Jiang. Race: Huaxia. Class: Tinker, Farmer. Level: 5810 10,000. Health: 620. Mana: 5,900. Spirit: 645 plus 700. Attack: 618 plus 800. Defense: 584 plus 720. Speed: 602 plus 750. Magic resistance: 590 plus 680. Talents: Modify, Resurrection, Endurance, Grafting, Dissolve, Poison Immunity, Camouflage, Terrain Modification, Rewrite, Harvest, Merge New, Scarecrow New. After breaking through level 50, the experience bar doubles, meaning the rate of leveling up will become increasingly slower. Based on the fact that hunting a level 50 NPC or monster yields 3,000 experience points, a player now needs to hunt 3 level 50 targets plus 1 level 40 target to advance 1 level, while prey below level 10 yields no experience. For this reason, as non-combat class awakened ones reach higher levels, leveling up becomes increasingly difficult. For awakened players in combat classes, every 10-level milestone unlocks an additional combat skill. In contrast, those in crafting classes, no matter how much they level up, cannot acquire skills that enhance their combat power. Consequently, the gap in strength between the two groups will naturally grow wider and wider. Just as Jiang was savoring the thrill of his stats being maxed out after leveling up, the little days he was holding in his right hand suddenly started cursing. Damn it! Why did you kill someone? Now all my classmates know my brother is a murderous, looting wild man who is going to dare team up with me from now on? Jiang tossed him to the ground, then kicked him over so he lay facing Jiang, who towered over him. Don't worry, you 1T have a now on. After uttering this in Japanese, Jiang turned to Venom Dragon and instructed him in Chinese, you take care of this little Japanese guy. Aim for the head as much as possible, and don't damage the gear he is wearing. Hearing Jiang speak Chinese, Matsushita was taken aback at first, then exclaimed in terror, You're not my brother. Congratulations, you got it right. Jiang said, your brother tried to kill me earlier, but I killed him instead. Right here, just like Jing Shichiro, he was beheaded by me. By the way, your brother's corpse has already turned into corpse fluid and merged with the earth, but don't worry, soon you'll be able to merge with your brother. As soon as Jiang finished speaking, Venom Dragon immediately extended its shark dragon claws, then, as if giving the middle finger, thrust the middle claw directly into Matsushita's throat. Jiang preferred to kill by slitting throats and beheading. Since the vast majority of awakened individuals didn't wear protective gear around their necks, slitting throats and beheading were the easiest ways to severely wound and kill opponents without damaging their armor. Now Venom Dragon had learned the trick as well. He used his middle poisonous claw to pierce through this little Japanese guy's throat, then smoothly leveled up to 36. Melt these two corpses. I'll sort through the gear. The newly unlocked Merge skill allows for combining items of different levels but the same type, upgrading them comprehensively. Another skill unlocked by the Farmer class Scarecrow summons Scarecrow puppets. It shares the Scarecrow's vision and, depending on the strength of one's mental power, allows for the summoning and control of multiple scarecrows within the range of that mental power. This is one of the few support-oriented skills in the Farmer class. However, for those who have awakened the Farmer class, unless they are guided by a powerful player during leveling, the vast majority struggle to break through level 50 and unlock this skill. Jiang took out all his storage rings and decided to use the Merge skill to upgrade them. Jing Shangliang also looted a storage ring, but unfortunately, as a level 50 player, he only had a measly level 17 storage ring. Jiang now possessed 7 storage rings, with levels of 40, 40, 30, 28, 20, 17, and 5. The Merge skill prioritizes the higher level item, granting a level boost equal to half the level of the lower level item. Therefore, a level 40 storage ring and a level 20 storage ring can be merged to upgrade into a level 50 storage ring. Although it might seem like a loss in terms of level, the storage capacity of a level 50 ring is much larger than the combined capacity of the two. Merge successful. Jiang cast the skill again, directly merging the 4 storage rings level 28, level 20, level 17, and level 5 into a single level 49 storage ring. one level 30, one level 49, and one level 50. If I merge these three, it'll be roughly a level 90 storage ring. If I sold this, the world's only 6 level 90 powerhouses would fight tooth and nail to get their hands on it. It's a shame that while the rewrite skill can change the level, it only serves to deceive others. Otherwise, combined with the merge skill, it would be absolutely unbeatable. Next, I need to figure out how to collect some mana cores for a merge upgrade. A level 25 blink mana core is starting to hold me back now that I'm already level 50. I need to gather some vibration or some motion mana cores to modify, then boost the level of this level 25 blink mana core as much as possible. Beside them, the Venom Mag Dragon spat out venom blasts, completely corroding the two corpses along with the weeds, leaves, and even the soil and rocks on the ground. Let us go. I'll take you to hunt a few monsters to level up first. Once the cooldown on the camouflage skill ends, we'll give Little Days a surprise, then head home. They had explored roughly half of the demon-slaying forest, so they could still encounter monsters around level 30, but Jiang hadn't come across a single monster in the 40s or 50s. Fortunately, Little Days was providing him with experience points. Otherwise, even if he hunted all night in the demon-slaying forest, it would be difficult for him to break through to level 50. Venom Mag Dragon, you can remove the teleport coordinates here. After teleporting back from the center of the demon-slaying forest to the area where he specifically hunted Little Days and disposed of the bodies, Jiang issued a reminder. Venom Mag Dragon let out a hoarse, puzzled hum. Aren't we supposed to go kill Little Days? Jiang said, 3 strikes and you're out. It's not a good time to lure them over and kill them now, so let us go over there later to give them a scare, then teleport home. Oh, okay. Venom Mag Dragon immediately cancelled the teleport coordinates. Jiang jumped onto Venom Mag Dragon's head, cast the disguise skill on it, and transformed it back into a level 46 Venom Mag Dragon. Then he cast disguise on himself, transforming into level 54 Taku no Matsushita. Teleport. The next second, Venom Mag Dragon, carrying Jiang, teleported over, instantly terrifying the Japanese players who'd been lying awake all night to the point of nervous exhaustion. Under the light of the bonfire, which was constantly being stoked, Venom Mag Dragon, carrying Jiang, appeared out of thin air. It's Taku no Matsushita. He actually dares to come back. Attack together, take him down. The Japanese players above level 60 didn't T-strike immediately. Instead, it was the level 40-50 players who immediately cast their skills and charged at them. Venom Mag Dragon soared directly into the air. Jiang shouted in Japanese, I've come back to say just one thing. I, Taku no Matsushita, will do anything to get stronger. But I take full responsibility for my own actions. If anyone dares to target my family because of this, I'll slaughter their entire family. After speaking, the Venom Mag Dragon withstood several ranged attacks, then used teleport to vanish from the spot. Deep within the Blood Sea, 1,000 miles away. Venom Mag Dragon teleported directly from the demon-slaying forest. Standing atop its head, Jiang suddenly felt as if a hydraulic press were slowly crushing his body. He gripped the scales on Venom Mag Dragon's head tightly, and in the next instant, Venom Mag Dragon teleported from the ocean floor to the western demon continent on the other side of the Blood Sea. Continuing to teleport. Now that the Venom Mag Dragon had reached level 39, it could mark up to 39 teleportation points, and its teleportation range had expanded to a radius of 1,800 kilometers. Soon, the Venom Mag Dragon teleported back to the western forest of Hunter-S Town at teleportation coordinate 5. Then it teleported back to the western forest on the outskirts of Hunter-S City, and then teleported back to the outskirts of the starter zone in the Nanrong dungeon. Venom Mag Dragon, lie down, tuck your wings in, and pull your head back. Otherwise, with your current massive size, teleporting back directly will crush the house. Venom Mag Dragon was also puzzled. Why was he so huge at level 39, while Jiang, at level 50, was still a tiny little thing? Soon, Venom Mag Dragon lay down and curled up into a ball. Jiang sat on his back, and the two of them instantly teleported back home. Crash. The sofa in the living room collapsed instantly. His younger sister, who had been sound asleep in her room, suddenly woke up. Brother? Is that you? Yeah, sorry I woke you up. Jiang removed his disguise, transforming back from Takuya Matsushita to his true form. The living room at home is way too small. Even when the level 39 Venom Mag Dragon curls up into a ball, it barely fits in the living room. Once monsters reach level 50, they can control the size of their physical bodies, but before that, they grow larger with every level they gain. Jiang quickly stowed the Venom Mag Dragon back into his storage ring, then looked at the sofa, which had been crushed under the creature's weight, and explained, I just let the Venom Mag Dragon out, and it accidentally crushed the sofa. Her younger sister rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out of the room, cradling the adorably ugly Venom Mag Dragon. She glanced at the clock on the wall and was surprised to see that it was already 4:30 when her brother returned from overtime. Bro, are you hungry? There's food in the fridge, I'll heat some up for you. Yao set the Mag Dragon down. Through their time together and her care, Yao had raised this Mag Dragon cub into a clingy pet. Since magnetic beasts are herbivores, and with their tender little legs and arms, no sharp claws, and no fangs in their mouths, and since their talent can only transmit messages to marked members of their own kind, Jiang felt comfortable letting his sister raise this magnetic beast as a pet. Okay, you go heat up the food while I fix the sofa. Jiang had spent the entire night grinding for experience, so he was indeed a bit hungry. Jiang immediately cast a skill, reverting the dissolve skill which he had previously modified to destroy evidence back to disassemble, then used disassemble to remove the torn fabric from the sofa's surface. Finally, he retrieved a piece of animal hide and several would attribute magic stones from his storage ring. He changed the disguise skill back to assemble. As Jiang cast assemble, the damaged ordinary sofa was instantly transformed into a level 30 leather sofa. If this were level 30 gear, ordinary people wouldn't be able to use it, but as furniture, there is no need to worry about level restrictions. Unless you're playing it abstractly, using high-level furniture as gear for combat. Now that he'd just broken through to level 50, he'd unlocked the Scarecrow skill. Modify. Scarecrow changed to Straw Bird. As the skill activated, Jiang summoned a palm-sized bird woven from straw. Under the control of his mental power, the straw bird flapped its wings toward the shoe cabinet and perched atop it. Without equipment bonuses, Jiang's current mental power stands at 645 points. His mental range is limited to a 645-meter radius, or 1,290 meters in a straight line. With the full attribute bonuses from level 50 gear, his mental range extends to 2,290 meters in a straight line. So this straw bird serves as his magical surveillance while he is at home. He cast the summoning skill once more. The second straw bird, under Jiang's mental control, flew straight out the window and landed on the rooftop, monitoring the entire residential complex. After finishing the meal his sister had heated up, Jiang took a shower and returned to his room for a nap. Actually, with his increased level and mental power, he could remain in better mental condition than an ordinary person even if he went several days without sleep. However, since he was accustomed to sleeping every day, he fell asleep almost immediately after lying down. 10 a.m. His mage communicator vibrated. Curson sent a mage voice message. What were you and my dad up to behind my back yesterday? Why did Little Japan raise my dad's bounty to 20 billion yen today? They've even put a bounty on my brother, a whopping 10 billion yen. That's equivalent to 1 billion renminbi. And 500 million renminbi. Jiang quickly grabbed his phone, which he hadn't used in days, bypassed the firewall to access the global internet, and found Little Japan's bounty website. Sure enough, in the recently updated bounty list, besides the Yao family father and son, there was also Takuno Matsushita with a 3 billion yen bounty. Unfortunately, they had no idea that the real Takuno Matsushita was already dead. What's 20 billion yen? Before long, the bounty on my identity as Takuno Matsushita will reach 100 billion yen. What a nightmare! When Yao Junfeng woke up, it felt like the sky had fallen. He had no idea what his father had done to provoke such universal outrage that Little Days had raised the bounty to 20 billion yen. Although it was in yen, that still amounted to over 1 billion renminbi. Of course, that wasn't the main issue. After all, for an 84th level powerhouse, a mere 100 million renminbi bounty wasn't particularly high. But Yao Junfeng, hadn't he done a thing, yet because of his dad, he'd been publicly bountied by Xiao Rizi. And for his very first public bounty from Xiao Rizi, the amount was 10 billion yen, equivalent to over 500 million renminbi. As an awakener currently only at level 55 with a bounty exceeding 500 million renminbi, this was still highly tempting to those at levels 60 or 70. Yao Junfeng tracked down his good-for-nothing dad and grumbled, "Dad, have you been causing trouble on Xiao Rizi's turf again lately? The bounty has actually jumped from 10 billion to 20 billion. What's even more ridiculous is that they put a bounty on me too, and it started at 10 billion yen right off the bat." Yao Li looked completely unfazed as he said, "They made a mistake. They mistook Jiang for you, so they put a bounty on you." Yao Junfeng? Jiang? What is going on here? Yao Li cut to the chase. "Yesterday I took him to the little Japanese demon-slaying forest, where we killed a few of them and demolished their 2 teleportation towers. Then Kuroki Kasuk found out." Yao Junfeng, "So I'm taking the fall for Jiang?" Yao Li said, "Even if you weren't taking the fall for him, you'd still be targeted by the Japanese just because you're my son." Yao Junfeng complained, "It's precisely because you've killed so many Japanese over the years that I've been relentlessly targeted by them on Prodigy Island and Resurrection Island. Otherwise, I would broken through level 60 long ago." Yao Li shook her head, "If you're weak, you need to practice more. Whether it's Prodigy Island or Resurrection Island, anyone who enters will be targeted by the elite players from rival nations. You're just too weak. Your lack of strength is why you got slaughtered and your level plummeted on Resurrection Island. If it were Jiang, even if his class skills offered no combat boost, he could still kill opponents several levels above him. He wouldn't end up getting slaughtered by enemies and losing levels like that." Yao Junfeng pursed his lips. He knew that Jiang had already advanced to the top 100 in the winner's bracket of this year's National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament, and in the final qualifying match, he had crushed his sister with overwhelming power to secure his spot. But he hadn't expected that, in his father's eyes, he still couldn't measure up to Jiang? Yao Junfeng retorted defiantly, "I admit Jiang has exceptional combat talent, but with our level stats being so close, even if he is as fierce as Hui Yuanwu, without skill bonuses, he'd never stand a chance against me." Yao Li shook his head. "It seems you're unaware that when Uncle Lin sparred with him, he was slashed on the arm and neck, yet lost without even managing to touch a single hair on Jiang's head." Upon hearing this, Yao Junfeng's expression changed. It shifted from confidence and defiance to surprise and bewilderment. "How is that possible? Isn't he only level 43 right now? No matter how strong his combat talent is, there is no way he could break through Lin Bo's defense." Yao Li explained, "His level 40 greatsword is fused with a level 40 critical strike mana core. As long as the double critical strike damage is triggered, it's just enough to break through Uncle Lin's defense." Yao Junfeng asked curiously, "Even so, given Uncle Lin's 69 level advantage, shouldn't he have been able to keep up with Uncle Lin's speed? How could he have been cut by him?" Yao Li continued, "His boots are fused with a level 25 blink mana core, allowing him to blink within a 25-meter radius. Lin Bo underestimated him and was defeated before he could react." Upon hearing this, Yao Junfeng felt confident again. "He has just got great gear. If I had that gear, I could beat Lin Bo too." Yao Li shook his head again, "You're underestimating him, and you're underestimating Uncle Lin. Even if you had that gear, you still wouldn't be able to defeat Uncle Lin. In battles between powerful fighters, it's often not about the strength of your skills, but how quickly you can react to seize an opportunity. If you don't believe me, you can fight him. Do you think he could defeat you even without using the blink and critical hit gear skills despite being a lower level than you?" Yao Junfeng naturally didn't believe it. "He is only level 43 right now, while I'm level 55. So if he doesn't have the blink and critical strike gear skills, there is no way he can keep up with my speed, let alone break through my defense." Yao Li replied, "Uncle Lin thought the same thing at first, but he discovered that even without using the blink gear skill, he could dodge Uncle Lin's attacks and even launch a counterattack. That's what makes him so incredible. If you don't believe me, just fight him. Then you'll see that in the face of such powerful combat talent, your class and skills hold no advantage at all." Fine, let us fight. I don't believe he can defeat someone 12 levels higher than him. After saying this, Yao Junfeng sent a magic guide voice message to his sister, asking Jiang to come over for a sparring match. Upon receiving the message, Jiang gladly accepted. He was actually curious to see if, at level 50, he'd struggle against a level 55 combat class. Hercules Guild Headquarters. The Training Grounds. Yao Junfeng was equipped with only a level 10 meteorite sword. He'd stripped off all other gear. Jiang, too, was equipped with only a level 40 katana, whose stats were just enough to break through Yao Junfeng's defense. The magic eye scanned. In their eyes, Jiang was only level 43, so his personal stats were far inferior to Yao Junfeng's. But in Jiang's eyes, all of Yao Junfeng's information was laid bare. Name, Yao Junfeng. Race, Huaxia. Class, Blood Demon General. Level, 55. Health, 1180. Mana, 6300. Spirit, 1120. Attack, 1210 plus 100. Defense, 1140. Speed, 1078. Magic resistance, 1080. Talents, Bloodsucking, Health Shield, Blood Boiling, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Unyielding Blood Demon, Azura Blood Domain. Although Yao Junfeng's Blood Demon War General class was rated as a tier, the combat power granted by his skills rivaled that of certain S-tier combat class professions. That is precisely why he didn't believe Jiang, who had awakened 2 useless classes, could defeat him at a higher level without the boost from his skills. However, they didn't know that Jiang wasn't actually the level 43 he appeared to be. Name, Jiang. Level, 50. Health, 620. Mana, 5900. Spirit, 645. Attack, 618 plus 650. Defense, 584. Speed, 602. Magic resistance, 590. Yao Li, acting as the referee, asked Jiang, "Are you sure you're only equipping this level 40 katana? Without the stat bonuses from level 40 defensive gear and boots, your defense and speed will be only about half of Junfeng's." Jiang replied calmly, "As long as my attack is high enough to break through his defense, that's all that matters. Otherwise, if I stack my other stats to match his, winning wouldn't count as a victory over a higher level opponent." Yao Junfeng. This guy really doesn't take me seriously at all. Yao Junfeng felt humiliated. Level 43 Jiang, apart from equipping a level 40 katana to stack his attack power to a level comparable to Yao Junfeng's, just enough to break through his defense, actually showed up barehanded, just like him. He really doesn't take a level 55 player like him seriously at all. Anyone who didn't know better would think Jiang had awakened an S-class profession, while he had awakened an F-class one. Yao Junfeng narrowed his eyes. "Are you sure you don't want to equip some level 40 armor and boots?" "No need," Jiang said confidently and arrogantly. "Anyway, in my eyes, you so-called second-generation levelers who rely on your elders' protection to level up, even if you have the advantage of higher levels, it's still useless." Yao Junfeng. Cursin. Jiang had managed to offend both siblings with just one sentence. Yao Li, however, agreed with Jiang's words, because he himself had fought desperately amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood to break through to level 84. As for his son and daughter, they had indeed been shielded too well by him and Uncle Lin. Consequently, they hadn't experienced brutal, bloody battles or the despair of facing certain death. On the battlefield, they were bound to be overshadowed by those who had fought their way out of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood all on their own. Yao Junfeng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth twice. He wanted to retort but found himself powerless to do so. "It's starting." Jiang gripped the scabbard in his left hand and suddenly drew the level 40 katana with his right, the very blade he deconfiscated after killing Xiaori yesterday. This katana was fused with a level 25 Hurricane mana core. On a whim, Jiang had modified it into e-gout, only to revert it back to its original state later. As soon as Jiang called for the start, the moment he drew the katana, he immediately launched an attack at Yao Junfeng. Despite a speed stat deficit of 400 or 500 points, Yao Junfeng was still able to react with ease. Clang! The level 10 meteorite sword clashed with the level 40 katana, sending a shower of metal sparks flying. The level advantage of the equipment accelerated the durability loss of the level 10 meteorite sword. Jiang's attacks were ferocious. Every strike aimed straight for vital points. Eyes, heart, neck. Though Yao Junfeng seemed to block all of Jiang's attacks with ease, Yao Li and his daughter watching from the sidelines noticed that Yao Junfeng's eyes and expression had lost their composure. Curson hurriedly exclaimed, "Dad, look. That's exactly how Jiang overwhelmed me. I was forced into a passive defense and eventually got kicked off the stage. Now my brother is in the same situation I was in back then. Even though his level and stats are higher than his, he is being completely overwhelmed and has no chance to counterattack." Yao Li replied, "It's not that there is no chance to counterattack, it's that you two don't dare to trade blows with him to risk your lives for a fight." Hearing his father say this, Curson immediately understood. This was why Jiang looked down on them and mocked them, these second-generation ascendants, for having level and attribute advantages that were utterly useless. Perhaps having overheard his father's conversation with his sister, Yao Junfeng, who had been solely on the defensive, gritted his teeth and decided to go all out, trading blows with Jiang. Jiang wasn't wearing any armor at level 43, his defense was barely over 500. Yao Junfeng, on the other hand, was level 55 with over 1000 defense. He had absolutely nothing to fear from trading blows with Jiang. Now was the moment. Yao Junfeng suddenly raised his left arm, determined to block Jiang's strike with his forearm, then thrust his meteorite sword forward with his right hand, aiming straight for Jiang's chest. But it was as if Jiang had anticipated his move. He suddenly parried the thrust with the scabbard he held in his left hand. Ouch! Yao Junfeng's left forearm was slashed, and blood immediately began to flow. Meanwhile, as Jiang parried the thrust with his scabbard, he shifted his body slightly to the side, avoiding the blade entirely. Curson was completely stunned. What lightning-fast reflexes! Yao Li exclaimed in surprise, adding admiringly, "This shows he is incredibly focused and has extensive combat experience, allowing him to quickly adapt his defense and counter based on his opponent's movements." Yao Junfeng had been injured early on and was starting to feel a bit anxious. But he still didn't use any skills, reasoning that with his level and attribute advantages, if he had to rely on skills just to win, he'd be utterly useless. Jiang's relentless assault prevented Yao Junfeng from capitalizing on his speed advantage. After level 50, every level up grants a 100-point boost to all attributes. Since Yao Junfeng was 5 levels higher than Jiang's actual level, this meant his total attributes were roughly 500 points higher. However, in close combat, there is little practical difference between 500 points of speed and 1000 points of speed. It all happens in the blink of an eye. Unless Yao Junfeng turned and fled, creating distance so that Jiang couldn't catch up, only then could he break free from the relentless, brutal onslaught. Yao Junfeng defended with great effort, feeling frustrated. He desperately wanted to unleash a skill to counterattack, but pride held him back. Blocking Jiang's katana as it slashed toward his neck with a single sword strike, Yao Junfeng decisively circled around Jiang, creating distance, and shifted from passive defense to active offense. Watching Yao Junfeng suddenly create distance and circle around him, Jiang simply stood silently in place, even closing his eyes. My brother has broken free from Jiang's fierce assault. He is about to counterattack. Curson exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement and tension. With her brother's overwhelming speed advantage, she didn't believe Jiang could possibly block his even more ferocious and rapid attacks. Here it comes. Yao Junfeng charged at Jiang from behind, sword and body moving as one, shooting toward Jiang's back like a bullet. Jiang seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. With a single sidestep, he dodged Yao Junfeng's sneak attack. At the same time, he swung his blade down, instantly slicing a bloody gash across Yao Junfeng's lower back. How is that possible? Curson gasped in shock. Her brother was so fast, and he'd even attacked from behind, yet Jiang had simply sidestepped to evade him and then swung his blade to wound her brother before he could react. Yao Li explained, he has a natural full mana constitution, so he is exceptionally sensitive to the mana around him. Even without looking, he can determine an enemy's exact position through the surrounding mana fluctuations, allowing him to anticipate and counterattack. Yao Junfeng grimaced in pain, his left hand instinctively reaching for his lower back. If it weren't for his level and defense advantage, this blow would have sliced him in half if they were on equal footing. Jiang turned to face him. At this point, if you don't use your skills, you really have no chance of winning. Damn it! I refuse to believe that. Yao Junfeng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from the wound on his lower back, and charged head-on at Jiang. However, due to the injury to his lower back, both his attacks and speed were compromised. Jiang effortlessly parried every one of his strikes and even managed to counterattack. A kick to the abdomen. A slash to the face with the sword hilt. This time, Yao Junfeng completely lost his composure. He was losing his head. His pride and reason were being overwhelmed by rage and humiliation. Bloodthirsty berserker. Yao Junfeng finally activated his skill. He was finally getting serious. Excellent. He is finally getting serious. Feeling the bloodthirsty aura erupting from Yao Junfeng's body, the blood within Jiang's own veins began to boil with fervor. A Yao Junfeng without his skill posed no threat to him at all, but with bloodthirsty rampage activated, the more severely injured Yao Junfeng became, the fiercer his attacks grew. With his attack power increasing in direct proportion to his lost health, Yao Junfeng's assaults began to put real pressure on Jiang. The web of his right hand, gripping the blade, went slightly numb from the impact, and his body began to retreat steadily under Yao Junfeng's fierce onslaught. Kursun watched her brother, whose face had just been swollen by Jiang's sword hilt and who was now furiously unleashing the bloodthirsty berserker skill, and said wistfully, "Jiang is definitely going to lose this time, but the fact that he forced my brother to use a skill is impressive enough." Yao Li said, "What came before was just a warm-up. The real battle has only just begun. It's hard to say who will win or lose." Although, from a comprehensive perspective, Yao Junfeng was completely outclassing Jiang. However, when it came to experience in life or death duels and composure, Jiang absolutely outclassed Yao Junfeng. At this moment, Yao Junfeng's sanity had clearly been eroded by blood and rage. This was a side effect of the bloodthirsty berserker skill. While it converted lost health from injuries into attack power, it also continuously dulled his sense of pain and eroded his sanity. Therefore, the longer bloodthirsty berserker remains active, the more frenzied Yao Junfeng becomes, until he completely loses his sanity and his health and mana are utterly depleted. Thud. Under Yao Junfeng's increasingly ferocious assault, Jiang finally began to sustain injuries. Yao Junfeng's sword struck directly through the scabbard Jiang was using to block, slicing into his left shoulder. But Yao Junfeng didn't come out unscathed either. Jiang slashed through the tendons in his right wrist. Instantly, Yao Junfeng's sword-wielding right hand lost its strength due to the severed tendons. His fingers could no longer grip the hilt, and he dropped his weapon. "Stop! Stop fighting!" Kursun watched in distress. Yao Li stopped his daughter from rushing forward to intervene or tend to the wounds, saying, "Don't disturb them. Jiang is testing your brother's limits. Otherwise, that strike could easily have slashed across his throat or even pierced his heart." Kursun was utterly shocked. Did that mean the duel had already been decided? Jiang, who was only level 43, could actually defeat her level 55 brother? Wasn't that a bit too much? While Kursun was reeling from the shock, Yao Junfeng, who hadn't yet been completely overwhelmed by rage and the sight of blood, no longer dared to underestimate Jiang. He hurriedly stepped back, dodging the blade that, after severing his tendons, swung toward his throat, then activated the talent he'd unlocked upon breaking through to level 50. Azura Blood Domain. Instantly, a 55-meter radius centered on Yao Junfeng was suddenly filled with a strong scent of blood and murderous intent. This was a field-type skill. At level 55, Yao Junfeng could cast it, and the field would remain active for 55 seconds. Within the range of Azura Blood Domain, as long as he remained alive, all injured creatures within the field would lose 1% of their health per second, which would then be absorbed into his body by his blood-sucking skill. Furthermore, creatures within the Azura Blood Domain are affected by the Azura's killing intent, their mental fortitude eroded, leaving them filled with fear and unease. Yet, far from showing fear or unease, a maniacal grin spread across Jiang's face. A domain skill? Blood-sucking? Jiang tossed aside his scabbard, drew the meteorite sword embedded in his left shoulder, and charged at Yao Junfeng like a madman. Now weaponless, Yao Junfeng's right hand was rendered half useless, his tendons severed, leaving his fingers powerless. We'll see if you can drain blood faster than I can bleed it out. Jiang, sword in one hand and knife in the other, launched a counterattack against the unarmed Yao Junfeng. Health shield. Although the tendons in Yao Junfeng's right wrist had been severed, leaving his fingers powerless, he was still able to raise his hand and cast health shield to block the attack. Thud. Both the knife and sword that Jiang swung at Yao Junfeng's neck, one from the left, one from the right, were blocked by the health shield. At that moment, Yao Junfeng clenched his left fist and slammed it violently into Jiang's chest. Jiang hurriedly stepped back, but the punch still landed squarely on his chest. He stumbled several steps backward, then felt a metallic taste in his throat as a stream of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. I still have 2 skills left. Jiang seemed oblivious to the pain as he continued his assault. Hearing this, Yao Junfeng cast another skill. Unbreakable Blood Demon. In an instant, a powerful mana filled with bloodthirsty energy erupted from Yao Junfeng's body. His hair and eyes turned blood red, and even his skin flushed crimson, giving him a terrifying appearance. In this skill-less transformation state, Yao Junfeng's health will be directly converted into defense, lasting 55 seconds. Blood Boiling. He unleashed his final skill as well. Blood Boiling burns health to grant a 55% attack boost, lasting 55 seconds. Now that he had deployed every trick in his arsenal, he intended to make Jiang taste the fear of being dominated by a powerful class. He would make Jiang realize that the gap between class skills cannot be bridged by sheer physical toughness or exceptional combat talent alone. Relying on the formidable defense of Unbreakable Blood Demon, the attack boosts from Blood Boiling and Bloodthirsty Berserker, and the corrosive suppression of Azura Blood Domain, Yao Junfeng completely ignored the sword in Jiang's hand and charged at him like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Huff! Jiang watched as Yao Junfeng, like a blood demon bursting from the depths of hell, lunged toward him, taking a deep breath. Yao Junfeng's defense had already surpassed 2,000 without the critical hit skill. There was no way to break through his physical armor. Jiang stared intently into Yao Junfeng's blood-red eyes. You want to pin me to the ground and beat me to a pulp with your overwhelming defense and attack? Then I'll grant you your wish. Jiang tossed aside the level 10 meteorite sword he'd been holding in his left hand, then gripped his blade with both hands, propelling himself forward with a sudden burst of speed to slash at Yao Junfeng's neck. This time, Yao Junfeng didn't cast the health shield to block. Instead, he simply raised his left hand and grabbed the blade. He caught Jiang's full force strike bare-handed. Not even the skin on his palm was cut. You've lost, Yao Junfeng said confidently, swinging his right hand, whose tendons had been severed and palm rendered useless, directly at Jiang's left ribs. With his current strength, that single swing would shatter Jiang's ribs, leaving him unable to get back up. Just then, Jiang activated his first skill of the battle. Transformation. This skill allows him to reshape equipment and items at will. Suddenly, the katana in his hand transformed into an all about 10 centimeters long, 3 fingers thick, with an exceptionally sharp tip. Yao Junfeng, who had been gripping the blade bare-handed, suddenly felt a void in his palm. In the next instant, the spike in Jiang's right hand plunged violently into Yao Junfeng's left eye. At the same time, Jiang was violently knocked back by Yao's right arm, swung with all his might. His ribs were shattered, and he suffered severe internal injuries, but Jiang didn't utter a sound. He even managed to force himself to get back up despite the excruciating pain. Yao Junfeng, however, whose left eye had been pierced, let out a series of blood-curdling screams, sounding as if a pig were being slaughtered. You lost. If Jiang had made the awl a little longer, he could have pierced right through your skull. Yao Li knew full well that when it came to a fight to the death, her son had no chance against Jiang. Kurson watched the two men, who had inflicted severe wounds on each other, and hurriedly cast the Holy Light skill, healing the injuries on both Jiang and her brother at the same time. Yao Li darted over, forcibly pinned his son to the ground, and pulled out the spike that was deeply embedded in his eye. Stop screaming. Jiang's ribs were shattered by your swing, and his internal organs were injured and bleeding, yet he didn't utter a single sound. You have the bloodthirsty berserker skill that dulls pain, yet you still have the nerve to scream like a pig being slaughtered? After being scolded by his father, Yao Junfeng finally managed to grit his teeth and shut up. However, the sudden blindness and excruciating pain in his left eye still caused his whole body to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, his sister's Holy Light skill also had the effect of dispelling pain, making him feel much better. Yali gripped the level 40 spike and jabbed it into her son's thigh, then said, "You wouldn't admit you're a noob even when I told you so. Now that Jiang has beaten you, you've been humbled, haven't you? Do you know where you fell short?" Ouch. Yao Junfeng jumped up in pain, let out a cry, and said, filled with shame, "I'm outclassed. There's nothing more to say." Yali jabbed the spike into her son's thigh again, delivering a painful lesson. "How dare you say those 4 words? I'm no match for him. In what way are your skills inferior to Jiang's? If Jiang had awakened as a combat class and possessed skills that boosted his combat power, he would V1-shot you long ago." Yao Junfeng. "I said my skills aren't up to par. I didn't mean my actual skills are inferior to his." Kirsten looked at her brother, who hadn't even finished healing before getting stabbed in the thigh again. She silently felt sorry for him for 3 seconds, then continued channeling mana to sustain the Holy Light skill for healing. Yao Junfeng said helplessly, "I didn't mean my skills are inferior to his. I meant my combat skills and fighting spirit aren't up to his level." Yali pulled out the spike, finally stopping from stabbing her son, and said, "Jiang is right. You've been protected too much and haven't faced any real danger, so you have all these level and stat advantages but can't actually put them to use. If this were a fight on Prodigy Island and Jiang were the enemy, you'd be dead by now. You'd better not go to this year's Prodigy Island trial. Otherwise, with you being so timid, not even daring to risk your life, and your combat skills being so terrible, you'll just end up as experience points for those foreign prodigies. And don't take up a spot for this year's Resurrection Island trial either, lest you end up like last year, going in at level 48 and coming out at level 40, bringing shame upon me." Yali had made up his mind. If Jiang failed to secure a spot in the Resurrection Island trial through the university, he would reserve the 2 slots from the Hercules Guild for Jiang and Linbo. The Prodigy Island trial is on August 1st, which is only half a month away. Therefore, Dungeon University will officially start classes on July 20th, after which they will select the most outstanding group of freshmen from each class to enter Prodigy Island and participate in the trial. Prodigy Island has 3 levels. Only awakened ones between levels 30 and 39 can enter the lowest level. Only those between levels 40 and 49 can enter the second level, and only those between levels 50 and 59 can enter the third level. Since each level can accommodate a maximum of 1,000 people, nations around the world are vying for these elite spots. Our country, however, has secured 200 elite spots per level thanks to our 2 powerhouses who have surpassed level 90. Most of these spots have been allocated to the 3 major magic academies and the military academy, with the remaining few distributed among other universities, as well as the 3 major guilds and the 10 major merchant guilds. In addition, the Resurrection Island trial, which begins in September, also has a quota system. Since players can be randomly resurrected after being killed on Resurrection Island, spots for this event are even harder to obtain. Furthermore, Resurrection Island has 3 additional levels compared to Prodigy Island. The lowest level is accessible only to players between levels 30 and 39, while the highest level is restricted to those between levels 80 and 89. However, unlike Prodigy Island, if a player breaks through from level 39 to level 40 on Resurrection Island, they will be immediately and forcibly transported to the level 40 zone. Conversely, if your level drops, you'll be immediately sent down to the corresponding floor. Precisely because dying on Resurrection Island only results in a level drop, and killing enemies grants experience, many players level up rapidly there every year, though plenty, like Yao Junfeng, also find themselves rapidly losing levels. Yao Junfeng groaned, "Dad, give me one more chance, plus, my little sister has awakened an S-class profession, which guarantees her a spot. So if we team up this year, we'll definitely wipe out those foreign prodigies." Yali chuckled, "You're level 55 with a pretty rare A-class, Blood Demon General, profession, yet you can't even beat Jiang, who is level 43 and has awakened an F-class profession. How could I possibly trust you to team up with my sister and enter the island?" Kirsten nodded in agreement. "Exactly. You're way too weak, bro. If I had a choice, I'd rather team up with Jiang to enter Prodigy Island and Resurrection Island for the trials." Yao Junfeng. "Let it all be destroyed." A world where neither my father cares for me nor my sister loves me has no reason to exist. Jiang's injuries had already been healed by Kurson. He said, "Your brother's class and skills are actually pretty awesome. It's just that he hasn't experienced pain or despair, so he lacks that fighting spirit and ruthlessness. If one day he becomes like me, willing to risk half his life to deal a crushing blow to monsters or enemies, then his blood demon warrior class will be unbeatable among his peers." With this rebirth, Jiang was confident he could secure a spot on both Prodigy Island and Resurrection Island. Although Kurson was a very strong support, he still wanted to level up on his own. Because only by leveling up alone could he use the Modify skill without restraint, and use the Disguise skill to ambush and kill foreign prodigies. Yali said, "That's exactly your biggest problem right now. If you can't even hunt a monster one tier above your own level on your own before the trials on Prodigy Island and Resurrection Island begin, then don't waste the spots the top 10 merchants guilds fought so hard to secure." Aside from the 3 major guilds, which were allocated several spots due to their overall strength, the 10 great merchants guilds had secured their sole 2 spots by throwing money at the system. For instance, the Magic Equipment Merchants Guild supplies the Hunter Association with a massive quantity of beginner weapons every year, while the Hercules Guild sponsors various potions for the major academies annually. As a result, Yao Junfeng didn't have to fight tooth and nail with his peers to secure a spot. He could simply rely on his family connections to get a guaranteed spot. On top of that, after his awakening, Uncle Lin and his father had guided him to quickly break through to level 50. As a result, compared to his peers who had fought their way up through their own efforts, he lacked not only combat experience but also the fighting spirit and the relentless ferocity that Jiang possessed. Could you please give me back the spike?" Jiang's injuries had already been healed by Kurson. He walked over and asked Yali to return the dagger, which had been modified from a katana. Only then did Yali ask curiously, "Does your skill allow you to change the shape of equipment items however you like?" Jiang nodded, then used his skill to modify the dagger back into a katana, sheathed it, and stowed it in his storage ring. After bidding farewell to the Yao family, Jiang left the Hercules Guild, intending to take the Venom Mag dragon hunting to level up and get it to break through to level 40 first. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. July 16th, the top 100 from the losers bracket of the Global Freshman Tournament were announced. The following day, the 3-day finals for the Freshman Top 100 would take place in Dungeon University City. July 17th. Dungeon University City was particularly bustling today. The annual National Freshman Tournament had finally reached its climax. The top 100 from the winners bracket would face off against the top 100 from the losers bracket. The victorious side would advance directly to the Freshman Top 100 rankings and proceed to the final championship match. Under Lin Bo's guidance, Kurson stopped hunting for experience after breaking through to level 49. Since she is an S-class profession, she can secure a spot on Prodigy Island simply by enrolling in any magic university. The trials on Prodigy Island differ from those on Resurrection Island. On Resurrection Island, after leveling up or breaking through, players are forcibly teleported to higher level zones. Similarly, upon death and demotion, players are teleported to zones matching their current level. For example, if Kurson is at level 49 and breaks through to level 50 on Resurrection Island, she'll be instantly teleported to the level 50 tier of Resurrection Island. But Prodigy Island doesn't work that way. Plus, since you can't be resurrected after being killed on Prodigy Island, many players specifically cap their levels at 39, 49, and 59 each year to enter Prodigy Island and participate in the trials. That's why Kurson wasn't eager to level up after reaching level 49. With only a couple of weeks left before the Prodigy Island trials begin, even if she were to reach level 50, her leveling speed wouldn't be fast enough to catch up to her brother's level. Rather than joining her brother on the top floor of Prodigy Island at level 50 for the trial, Kurson felt it would be better to stay at level 49 and join Jiang on the middle floor of Prodigy Island at level 40. At that point, all Jiang would need to do is help her kill a single monster or a foreigner, and she could break through to level 50. That way, as a level 50 player in the level 40 tier of Prodigy Island, her survival rate would increase significantly, and her support value to her teammates would also be greatly enhanced. Now at level 49, Kurson had successfully entered the top 100 of the losers bracket thanks to her powerful healing skills, as well as her stat boosting and defensive guardian abilities. She was feeling very nervous right now, praying that she wouldn't be matched with Jiang again. Otherwise, as the current number 1 on the freshman level rankings, she would be knocked out of the freshman top 100, drawing scorn and ridicule from many. At that moment, above the teleportation plaza in Dungeon University City, a massive magic crystal ball displayed the rankings of the freshman level rankings. First place, Kursin, level 49. Second place, Sun Chongbin, level 46. Third place, Li Yufeng, level 45. Fourth place, Jiang, level 43. With only 3 days left until Dungeon University's July 20th opening, Kursin had already secured the top spot on this year's freshman level ranking. However, no one could have imagined that Jiang, listed at level 43 on the ranking, had actually broken through to level 50. Therefore, Jiang was the true number 1 on the freshman level ranking. If he were to top the freshman top 100 list next, he would become the double champion of this year's freshman. Before his rebirth, the top spot on this year's freshman level ranking was held by Sun Chongbin, who was also the only freshman capable of breaking through to level 40 in just 1 month. However, following Jiang's rebirth after he speedran the starter zone, set 3 consecutive solo speedrun records, and dominated the freshman level ranking, this year's freshman went into a frenzy, sparking a cutthroat leveling race where no one would back down. As a result, there are now over 20 freshmen on the ranking who have surpassed level 40. Even Yang, whom Jiang had previously dismissed, has broken through to level 40, ranking 23rd on this year's freshman ranking. This butterfly effect is pretty intense. Jiang looked at the freshman ranking list and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Originally, based on the ranking list from before his rebirth, he could have claimed the top spot by breaking through to level 43 in a month. But now that everyone has gotten so competitive, he has decided not to fight for first place on the freshman ranking list. Just then, Jiang heard people behind him whispering about him. As we level up, the gap between classes is becoming more and more obvious. Just look at Jiang, he south-dropped from first place at the start all the way down to 4th. For an F-class character, breaking through to level 40 in just 1 month is already pretty impressive. Based on how he is doing now, reaching level 51 be a problem, but level 60 will be incredibly difficult. Level 50 is already his limit. After reaching level 50, leveling up will get slower and slower. Without powerful skills to back him up, it's impossible to kill monsters in the 40s or 50s just relying on martial arts and agility. Speaking of which, if Jiang makes it onto the top 100 freshman rankings and joins Prodigy Island, will he really be able to access the resources and training reserved for top-tier prodigies with his F-class profession? He'll definitely get the basic benefits, but as for certain special perks like a spot in the upcoming Prodigy Island trials, he is probably out of luck. That makes sense. Each of the 3 major magic academies can only allocate 30 spots for prodigies per tier, and the competition is fiercest between levels 40 and 49. They're not just competing against their own freshman class, they're also battling upperclassmen for those spots. Enough about that. Let us hurry over to the training ground and grab a seat. This year's freshmen are incredible. The matches are sure to be way more exciting than ours were. Jiang, who had just teleported in, also headed toward the arena. Dungeon University City has a public arena specifically designed for hosting large-scale events. The entire arena covers an area much larger than the Bird's Nest Stadium, with seating for 200,000 spectators. If people squeeze in and stand, the vast arena can accommodate 400,000 to 500,000 spectators. Just as Jiang was on his way to the arena, he ran into Yang of all people, and Yang immediately walked over, saying, "Jiang, I've made it into the top 100 of the losers bracket. I'm already level 40 now, and it won't be long before I surpass your level. If we get matched up in the next match, I'm not just going to kick your ass, I'm going to pin you to the ground and rub you in it." How dare he brag at just level 40? I'm level 50 myself, yet I'm keeping a low profile by setting my level to 43. Jiang didn't even want to engage with Yang, that clown. He simply ignored him and continued walking toward the arena. Yang chuckled, playing the silent pro, "Are we? You'd better pray you don't get matched with me next time, or I won't go easy on you." Seeing that Jiang still couldn't be bothered to respond, Yang decided not to make a fool of himself. He snorted coldly and strode ahead. Jiang watched Yang's retreating figure and decided to grant him this small wish. Modify. Previously, the Scarecrow skill had been changed to Strawbird. Now, Jiang changed it to Straw Ant. As he cast the Straw Ant skill, a tiny ant woven from magical straw appeared in the palm of Jiang's right hand. 9 a.m. Once the top 100 from both the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket had all arrived, the participants began drawing lots to select their opponents. The top 100 from the loser's bracket drew first, and Jiang paid special attention to Yang's draw result. Soon, it was the turn of the top 100 from the winner's bracket to draw their lots one by one. Jiang was among the first in line. He reached into the box, released the straw ant hidden in the palm of his right hand, and then, using the straw ant's shared vision, rummaged around inside the box a few times before successfully retrieving a small ball marked with the number 14. Jiang, number 14. The staff announced the result as they recorded it. In the loser's bracket area, Yang's face flushed with excitement upon hearing that Jiang had drawn number 14. What a twist of fate! Jiang, you never saw this coming, did you? Group 14, Yang vs. Jiang. As they watched the real-time match updates, many spectators were drawn to the details of Group 14's matchup. What a small world! Fortress Guy actually got matched up with Jiang again. What's the deal with Fortress Guy? This level 40 Yang was sent to the loser's bracket by Jiang. He got complacent back then, and Jiang kicked him right in the groin, knocking him down on the stage and rendering him unable to fight. The referee said he was fortressed and called for medics to cast healing spells on him immediately, so everyone started jokingly calling him Fortress Guy. Is this Jiang that sneaky? He actually pull a dirty trick like that? He had no choice. The two classes he awakened are both F-rank classes. They offer neither combat power boosts nor support effects. If he didn't resort to dirty tricks, even with a higher level than Broken, he'd never stand a chance against him. Soon, as the draw concluded, the competition began immediately. The training arena had two stages. Today was the Top 100 Championship, featuring a total of 100 matches, with the winners advancing directly to the freshman Top 100 rankings. Tomorrow would be the Top 100 to Top 30 round. The day after tomorrow would be the finals. The two groups of freshmen who drew balls numbered 1 and 2 immediately took the stage. The rules remained the same. All contestants were required to use only the equipment provided by the organizers, to prevent pay-to-win players from disrupting the balance of the competition with divine gear. Compared to the preliminary rounds, where only level 10 standard gear was allowed, the Top 100 Championship now permitted the use of level 30 standard gear. Since all players in both the winner's bracket and loser's bracket Top 100 are now level 30 or higher, the originally planned level 20 standard gear has been upgraded to level 30. As a result, with higher level gear and improved stats, the battles are sure to be even more thrilling and intense. With the hostess announcement and the roaring cheers from the crowd, the match between the two teams began immediately. Every player who made it into the top 100 of the winner's bracket had fought their way through the ranks without losing a single match. Consequently, while a few players might have been lucky enough to avoid strong opponents, the vast majority of the top 100 in the winner's bracket were highly skilled professionals. As a result, the winner's bracket players dominated on both stages, and the matches wrapped up one after another within just a few minutes. In the first two matches, the winners were all top 100 players from the winner's bracket. As the competition progressed through 12 matches, only 3 players from the loser's bracket managed to defeat winner's bracket opponents and successfully enter the top 100 rookies list. Next up, please welcome the competitors from matches 13 and 14. Finally, it was Jiang and Yang's turn to take the stage. The vast majority of the audience immediately shifted their gaze to Ring 2. Jiang, an F-class professional hailed by many as the second Hui Yuanwu, was the most famous rookie in this tournament, second only to the S-class rookies. Consequently, many spectators in the audience who had never seen Jiang before were eager to witness firsthand whether the man dubbed the second Hui Yuanwu was truly as formidable as Hui Yuanwu had been in his youth. Even among the crowd were quite a few of Hui Yuanwu's disciples who had come specifically to see Jiang. They were all individuals who had awakened to useless professions and subsequently joined Hui Yuanwu's martial arts school to study under him, hoping to follow in his footsteps on the path of martial arts. It was precisely after training under Hui Yuanwu that they realized just how difficult this path truly was. So far, only Hui Yuanwu has managed to bridge the gap between classes through combat talent and physical martial arts. Now, many are calling Jiang the second Hui Yuanwu, and even Chairman Chen of the Nanrong City Hunter Association has expressed his hope that Jiang will one day surpass Hui Yuanwu. This only makes them even more eager to see with their own eyes whether Jiang truly has what it takes to be the next Hui Yuanwu. Seeing that Jiang had chosen the same heavy sword as himself, Yang couldn't help but say, "Jiang, you're pretty cocky. With so many weapons to choose from, you had to pick the same heavy sword as me." Jiang shouldered his heavy sword as he stepped onto the stage and said, "Beating you with any other weapon would be pointless. Only by defeating you with the weapon you're best at can I make you admit defeat with a clear conscience." Yang chuckled. "Last time I was careless, which is why you caught me off guard and beat me. This time, I'll dominate you from start to finish and show you just how huge the gap is between a weak class and a powerful one." As soon as Yang finished his pre-match trash talk, the referee immediately announced the start of the match. Jiang launched forward, dragging his heavy sword as he charged toward Yang. The arena for the top 100 championship was massive, measuring 240 meters in both length and width. Forged from crimson demon steel, it was incredibly hard and not easily damaged. Jiang moved with blinding speed, the heavy sword dragging along the ground in his right hand, sending sparks flying across the arena. The two were 50 meters apart. In the blink of an eye, Jiang had already charged right up to Yang. He lifted the heavy sword he'd been dragging along the ground and swung it violently at Yang's neck. Berserk! As a level 40 player, Yang could cast the Berserk skill for 4 minutes, granting a 30% boost to his stats. The downside was that once the Berserk effect ended, his body would be completely exhausted and drained. Yang activated the Rage skill the very moment the match began, then gripped the heavy sword with both hands and went head-to-head with Jiang. Clang! The two level 30 heavy swords collided in midair, emitting a piercing clang and a shower of sparks. To everyone's surprise, Yang, who had activated the Berserker skill and received a significant stat boost, was actually knocked back a step by that single strike. The key point is that Jiang was wielding his sword one-handed, while Yang was using both hands. That's intense. Without any skill buffs, Jiang's strength actually matches that of Yang, a Berserker class. It must be the speed. Jiang charged forward while swinging, so his swing was faster, and the momentum behind it was greater. That's why, even with a one-handed sword, he could force Yang, who was using a two-handed sword, to stumble back a step. Clang! 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 Jiang continued to swing his sword at Yang with one hand, striking furiously. Yang kept parrying with his sword-piercing clangs and sparks flew constantly, and the blade began to show one chip after another from the violent clashes. Jiang spoke with a hint of mockery. "Didn't you say you were going to dominate me the whole time? How come now I'm the one dominating you? And I'm still fighting with just one hand?" Yang grew even more frantic and was about to cast a skill unlocked at level 40, but Jiang seized the opening during the skillless wind-up animation and kicked him. Instantly, Yang felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and was sent stumbling backward several steps. "I didn't kick you in the groin this time, so you can't complain even if you lose." Jiang chose not to press his advantage and said, "Bring it on, use every skill and trick you've got. Otherwise, once your Rage skill wears off and your body is exhausted, you'll be at my mercy." "Fine, I'll make you regret this." Yang glared at Jiang. What annoyed him most was that Jiang had always carried himself with that aloof, superior attitude. For 3 whole years of high school, Jiang had kept him in the dust in martial arts. Now that he'd awakened the A-rank Berserker class, while Jiang had only awakened 2 worthless F-rank classes, Jiang still didn't give him the time of day just like always. Yang patted the shoe print on his abdomen where Jiang had kicked him, then activated the skill unlocked after breaking through level 40. Unbreakable Battle Will. Activating this skill grants 1 layer of battle will, providing a 10% attack boost. Each enemy killed adds 1 layer of battle will, stacking up to a maximum of 4 layers for a 40% attack boost. With the 10% attack boost from Unbreakable Battle Spirit combined with the 30% all-attribute boost from the Rage skill, Yang's current attack power was now 100 or 2 points higher than Jiang's. His other stats also surpassed those of Jiang, whose true level was 50. It was precisely because Jiang's true level was 50, a full 10 levels higher than Yang's, that Jiang gave Yang the chance to go all out. Otherwise, if Jiang had gone all out from the start, Yang wouldn't have even had time to finish casting his skills before being severely wounded and eliminated by Jiang. A worthless class is a worthless class. I'll personally crush your dream of advancing to the top 100 newcomers and joining Prodigy Island. Empowered by the unbreakable battle spirit skill, Yang's fighting spirit surged, and he took the initiative to attack. He mimicked Jiang by holding his sword in one hand, swinging the heavy blade with a fierce assault toward Jiang. You think you can stop me from making it onto the top 100 newcomers list? Jiang parried Yang's fierce onslaught with ease, even sneering in derision. You were my defeated opponent before your awakening, and you'll still be my defeated opponent after it. So if you can't even beat me, someone who has awakened into a trash class, doesn't that make you even more of a loser than trash? Yang began to lose his cool. Despite his ferocious attacks, Jiang blocked them with such ease that his rage and unbreakable will skills seemed like mere decorations, failing to showcase the attribute advantages granted by his class skills at all. Rage plus unbreakable will, those two skills haven't made you much stronger, have they? Jiang, with his innate taunt skill, what happened to dominating me the whole time? What happened to letting me feel just how huge the gap is between a useless class and a powerful one? TSK. You're a total lost cause. Even with an A-rank berserker class, you're still useless. Yang's face flushed red. Gripping his greatsword with both hands once more, he swung wildly at Jiang, looking as if he intended to cut him to pieces. See? You're getting impatient again. And when you get impatient, you're full of openings. Rip. Jiang sidestepped, and the greatsword in his right hand swept past Yang's right arm, slicing through the long sleeves of his level 30 cloth armor and leaving a shallow cut on his right forearm. Ignoring the pain in his arm, Yang hurriedly swung his sword at Jiang once more. The next second, Jiang effortlessly dodged around him once more, then countered with another strike, leaving a wound neither deep nor shallow on his left arm. Yang hadn't even managed to scratch Jiang's hair, yet both his arms had already been slashed by Jiang. Though they were only minor injuries, they were enough to shatter his composure and trigger his rage. Bloodthirsty rage. Yang activated his final skill to boost his stats and combat power. A surge of fury erupted from Yang's body. Under the effect of bloodthirsty rage, the more he was injured, the fiercer his attacks became. Is this your strongest state right now? Jiang's expression grew slightly more serious. Yang, a level 40 berserker, was still no match for Yao Junfeng, a level 55 blood demon general. When facing Yao Junfeng, Jiang had to fight tooth and nail just to have a chance of turning the tide. But against a level 40 Yan? Jiang figured it was a piece of cake. Charge. Yang activated the charge skill, boosting his movement speed by 40%, and charged straight toward Jiang. At that moment, Yang had only one skill left, block. Watching Yang unleash every trick in his arsenal, raging with fury and murderous intent as he charged toward Jiang, the audience was convinced Jiang was about to lose. Jiang is getting a bit too cocky. Even without Yang using these skills, he still had a chance to win. But now that Yang has used almost all his skills and completely outclasses him in every stat, he'll be defeated in just a few moves. Arrogance leads to defeat. Earlier, Jiang clearly had the chance to crush Yang and make him lose spectacularly like last time, but instead he kicked Yang in the stomach and then deliberately taunted him to provoke him. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Many spectators in the arena began to criticize Jiang, convinced he was doomed to lose. Jiang stood motionless as Yang charged toward him, brimming with overwhelming rage, fighting spirit, and even murderous intent, delivering a powerful diagonal slash. At that moment, Jiang switched from holding his sword with one hand to both hands, then swung his own blade, directly blocking Yang's most powerful strike. Clang! This time, Yang didn't flinch, while Jiang was sent staggering back 2 steps. See? Now Jiang is completely at a disadvantage. Let him show off. Well, now he's going to get his ass kicked by Yang. Clang! 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 Yang's attacks grew increasingly fierce. Although Jiang managed to block every one of Yang's strikes with his own heavy sword, the gap in attack power and strength forced him to keep retreating under Yang's relentless pressure. Yang swung his heavy sword wildly, sneering, "Weren't you acting all cocky? Didn't you love barking like a dog? Why aren't you saying anything now?" Jiang said nothing, simply parrying Yang's fierce attacks with his sword. 3 minutes left. If you've got what it takes, hold out until my rage state ends. Yang kept up the pressure, swinging his greatsword even more fiercely. "I need 3 minutes 3 seconds will do." Jiang's sudden, inexplicable reply left Yang completely baffled. Durability. Jiang cast the durability skill, and the level 30 greatsword in his hand, which had been slashed down to just 1% durability, jumped back to 51%. Immediately afterward, he cast another durability skill. The level 30 greatsword, which had been slashed to the point of having multiple nicks and a chipped blade and was on the verge of being scrapped, was instantly restored to its original condition. Yang sensed mana surging within Jiang, but he didn't pause his relentless assault. Since Jiang had awakened useless classes, even if he cast skills, they'd be completely ineffective in combat and offer no support, so Yang didn't give it a second thought. "Time to end this." As he spoke, Jiang stepped back with his right foot and swung the greatsword in his hands with all his might, striking the greatsword Yang was swinging toward him. In the next second, Yang's greatsword, whose durability was already at rock bottom, was cleaved in two by Jiang's blow. Then, Jiang's greatsword followed through, slashing Yang and carving a deep, terrifying gash into his body. "I was just waiting for my durability to recharge, while you'll be waiting for first aid." Watching Yang's heavy sword suddenly get severed by Jiang, then seeing Jiang's blade slice through his cloth armor to carve a deep, terrifying gash from his left shoulder down to his right ribs, the spectators witnessing this scene were all stunned. What just happened? Yang actually lost? I get it now. One of Jiang's awakened F-rank classes is Tinker, so he has a skill that can repair equipment durability. And since they've been wildly swinging their swords at each other from the start, the durability on both greatswords has been depleting incredibly fast. Then, just as Jiang's sword was about to run out of durability, he cast a skill to restore it, allowing him to cleave through Yang's powerful swing and catch him completely off guard. So a skill to restore equipment durability can actually be used like that in a match? Everyone was dumbfounded. The referee hurriedly announced, "Group 14, Jiang wins." A level 52 advanced healer on site immediately cast a healing spell to save Yang, who was critically injured. The blow had nearly severed his heart, and he was on the verge of dying right there. Yang had been knocked to the ground by Jiang's strike, a deep gash running from his left shoulder all the way to his right ribs. Blood gushed out wildly. For the first time, Yang felt the terror of death, as if his health was about to drain away in the next second, and his consciousness began to fade. But before that happened, the words Jiang spoke from above pierced his heart with crystal clarity. "I'm waiting for my durability to recover, while you can only wait for medical aid." In that moment, Yang seemed to understand. No wonder Jiang deliberately chose the same greatsword as me. No wonder Jiang went on a frenzied slashing spree from the start, forcing me to block with my sword. No wonder Jiang deliberately provoked me, making me attack with everything I had, while he kept parrying with his sword. So he had planned this all along. That is how he guided me, step by step, into a head-on clash with him, accelerating the durability drain on my heavy sword, and finally taking me by surprise once my heavy sword had completely run out of durability. Unfortunately, realizing this now was too late. Yang seethed with hatred. But more than anything, he hated himself for never learning his lesson, for letting Jiang outmaneuver him yet again. From freshman year until now, his physical stats were clearly on par with Jiang's, yet in every martial arts competition, Jiang always managed to outmaneuver him, using his weaknesses against him. Now that he awakened his class, he finally pulled far ahead of Jiang, only to be completely outplayed by him once again. Thanks to the level 52 healer's rapid healing skill, Yang, whose health had just been drained to zero, managed to scrape back to life. By the time he sat up, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Jiang had already turned and walked off the stage. "Jiang!" Yang suddenly roared. Jiang stopped in his tracks and turned to face him. This time, Jiang didn't taunt him, but his expression remained as cold as ever. Yang sat where he was, letting the rapid healing skill continue to restore his health. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, then shouted with reddened eyes, "Next time. If there is a next time, I will never lose to you again." "Never," Jiang said calmly, "then I'll look forward to it." With that, he turned and walked off the stage. The winner's bracket area. Wang Qingfeng stepped forward to greet him. "Congratulations on advancing to the top 100 freshmen." As he spoke, Wang Qingfeng asked, "By the way, which university did you apply to?" Jiang replied, "Long Yuan." Wang Qingfeng exclaimed in delight, "What a coincidence! I applied to Long Yuan too. I was originally planning to apply to Huaxia, since the Huaxia School of Magic is the strongest of the 3 major magic academies. But my dad said that if I apply to Huaxia University, even though Prodigy Island is easy to enter, spots for the Prodigy Island trial and the Resurrection Island trial are extremely hard to secure, so he had me apply to Long Yuan, which is ranked 3rd. Jiang said, "That is exactly why I applied to Long Yuan, too." Wang Qingfeng said happily, "Then we'll be classmates. I wonder which university that young guy applied to. It'd be interesting if he applied to Long Yuan too." Although Yang lost to Jiang and missed out on advancing to the top 100 freshman rankings, given his class and level, he could still be admitted to one of the 3 major magic academies and join Prodigy Island even without participating in the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament. After all, only a few hundred freshmen awaken as a ranked combat class professions each year. Moreover, spurred on by Jiang, Yang had signed a contract to join a guild early on. Under the guidance of the guild's experts, he had already broken through to level 40 in just over a month. Although Jiang had never taken Yang seriously, in terms of class strength and actual power, Yang could easily outclass 99% of the freshmen. It was just bad luck that he ran into Jiang, who knew his personality and weaknesses inside out, making it a breeze to manipulate him. Jiang recalled fragments of his memories from before his rebirth and said, "Yang will definitely apply to Hongmeng University. After all, he is the type who loves to compete and show off. There are far too many people at Huaxia University who are stronger and more impressive than him. He wouldn't go there just to be a prop for them." As for Long Yuan University, being the worst of the 3 major magic academies, someone as arrogant and proud as him probably wouldn't choose it either. So he'll definitely go for Hongmeng University, a place where he is not the best, but still better than most. Wang Qingfeng gave him a thumbs up and said, "You've really figured him out. No wonder you've had him completely under control all these years." Jiang smiled, patted Wang Qingfeng on the shoulder, and said, "Now that I've advanced, it's up to you next." Wang Qingfeng replied confidently, "Don't worry. My opponent in the loser's bracket isn't much of a threat. Making it into the top 100 will be a breeze." Jiang replied, "I'm actually looking forward to a bone-crunching, all-out brawl with you. Just like that martial arts duel back in our freshman year. But your level is way too low. Yang is already level 40, and you're only 38. If we get matched up, even if I win, it wouldn't be a fair victory." Wang Qingfeng shrugged it off, "You're level 43. Your stats are only 40 or 50 points higher than mine at most. That difference is practically negligible." Jiang retorted, "If we actually get matched up, go ahead and use every skill you've got. I guarantee I'll still beat you to a pulp just like I did in our freshman year." Wang Qingfeng chuckled, "You talk as if I didn't beat you to a pulp back then?" An hour later, it was Wang Qingfeng's group's turn to take the stage. After watching Wang Qingfeng effortlessly crush his opponents and advance to the top 100, Jiang decided to keep cheating with the straw ant skill tomorrow, then have a thrilling bare arms duel with Wang Qingfeng. As a level 50 player facing off against level 38 Wang Qingfeng, it was a bit of a stretch, but Wang Qingfeng's knight class had skills that boosted both attack and defense. So if Wang Qingfeng went all out like Yang, his stats could actually surpass Jiang's. This was why Jiang hadn't rushed to level up after hitting level 50. Otherwise, after level 50, every level he gained would boost all his stats by 100 points instead of the usual 10. With such a massive stat gap, he'd easily be exposed in the arena, revealing his secret of pretending to be level 43. The next day, The top 100 to 30 tournament began. Through cheating, Jiang successfully got matched up with Wang Qingfeng. I never expected Jiang and Wang Qingfeng to end up in the same group. Yesterday it was Jiang versus Yang first in class versus second in class. Today it's Jiang versus Wang Qingfeng first in grade versus second in grade. Plus, before their awakenings, Jiang had outperformed both of them for 3 straight years. That's just fate. This fated showdown between Jiang and Wang Qingfeng should be quite exciting. Barring any surprises, Wang Qingfeng is sure to win. After all, Wang Qingfeng is an A-rank, knight, class. He has both shield and attack skills. As long as he doesn't underestimate his opponent like Yang did, it'll be hard for Jiang to beat him. In the audience, every freshman from Nanrong No. 1 High School recognized Jiang and Wang Qingfeng, and they were all eagerly anticipating their fated showdown. Finally, after the first dozen or so matches concluded, it was time for Group 17 Jiang and Wang Qingfeng to take the stage. Seeing the two step onto the stage bare-handed, the audience was taken aback. What's going on? Why aren't they equipped with any weapons? And they're wearing what looks like regular clothes, not even the level 30 defensive gear provided by the organizers, and they're not even wearing shoes. Wow, if you didn't know better, you'd think this was an unrestricted bare-handed combat tournament in a dungeon. They obviously planned this. They're about to have a real bare-chested showdown. In the ring, the referee watched Jiang and Wang Qingfeng with great interest. In all the years the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament has been held, this was the first time such a real bare-chested showdown had ever occurred. Are you ready? Jiang and Wang Qingfeng responded with a nod, and the referee immediately announced, "Let the match begin." In an instant, Jiang and Wang Qingfeng sprang forward simultaneously, launching attacks at each other. Both were fast, but a closer look revealed that Jiang was actually a fraction faster than Wang Qingfeng. In the center of the ring, Jiang and Wang Qingfeng quickly grappled with each other. Jiang landed a heavy punch right off the bat. Instead of meeting it head-on, Wang Qingfeng blocked it with his palm, feeling a slight tingling sensation in his hand from the impact. In the next instant, Wang Qingfeng's left hand thrust forward, striking Jiang's jaw. Jiang's body lurched backward as he simultaneously raised his right leg high, sweeping it toward Wang Qingfeng's cheek. Wang Qingfeng had no choice but to switch from offense to defense, blocking Jiang's high kick with his arm before sidestepping 2.5 steps. "I used to beat you even when my stats were lower than yours. Now that my level and stats are significantly higher, you'll never gain the upper hand unless you use your skills." Jiang pressed his advantage, closing in again to apply pressure in swinging a punch at Wang Qingfeng's cheek. "No rush. Let us warm up first." Wang Qingfeng reacted with lightning speed, leaning back to dodge Jiang's heavy punch, then returned the favor by sweeping his right leg at Jiang. Crack! Jiang could only raise his left arm to block, but his body remained as steady as a mountain, a sign that either the power behind Wang Qingfeng's kick or his stance technique was no match for Jiang's. Thud! 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 Fists, palms, and legs exchanged blows in a relentless back and forth. This bare-knuckle showdown between Jiang and Wang Qingfeng had captured the attention of the vast majority of the audience. So much so that hardly anyone was paying attention to the match on the adjacent ring too. Wang Qingfeng's martial arts foundation is pretty solid too. He has blocked every one of Jiang's fierce attacks. That's incredible. No wonder Jiang is hailed as the second Hui Yuanwu. His martial arts skills are no joke. Even a layman can tell he has trained his fists and legs relentlessly, and his footwork is far beyond that of an ordinary person. This bone-crunching showdown has me pumped up. It's no wonder Jiang made it into the top 100. With his martial arts skills, even an S-rank melee class could be caught off guard and finished off in one strike if they don't have a powerful skill to counter him. Holy crap, they're not even blocking anymore, they're just trading blows. Jiang raised his hand to rub his slightly sore cheek, then looked at Wang Qingfeng, who was even worse off, his face already swollen and red, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and said, "Cast your skill." Wang Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood and replied, "I have to cast a skill now, otherwise, I won't stand a chance against you." Shield. Cast the skill to generate a shield equal to 30% of maximum health, lasting 30 seconds. With the shield S boost, level 38 Wang Qingfeng's defense just barely surpassed that of level 50 Jiang. Relying on the defense provided by shield, Wang Qingfeng once again engaged Jiang in a brutal, blow-for-blow brawl, trading injuries for injuries. Thud. Thwack. In just 10 seconds, Jiang and Wang Qingfeng exchanged 3 punches, followed by a kick each, before both stumbled backward to create distance between them. That was satisfying. Keep it up. Wang Qingfeng was already battered and bruised. He wiped the blood from his nose, planted his right foot firmly, and as soon as the shield skill's effect ended and entered its 3-minute cooldown, immediately cast his second skill and charged at Jiang. Faithful Charge. This skill grants him the shield effect while increasing his attack power by 30%. Additionally, successfully colliding with an enemy inflicts a 0.3-second stun. Jiang's magic. I could see all the details of Wang Qingfeng's skills. If they were fighting in the wild, Jiang could easily use the modify skill before Wang Qingfeng cast his spell to change Faith Charge into something like Faith Shower or Faith Rinse, thereby nullifying the shield and stun effects. However, in a duel under the watchful eyes of the crowd, especially against an opponent like Wang Qingfeng, the reborn Jiang would never reveal his modify skill. Choosing to take Wang Qingfeng's skill head-on, Jiang was immediately knocked back several steps by Wang Qingfeng, who had shielded his chest with both arms, and his mind went blank for a split second. In that split second, Wang Qingfeng landed a full-force punch squarely on Jiang's right cheek. Thud. Jiang was instantly knocked to his left. Just then, the 0.3-second days ended. Jiang, who had been knocked to the ground, hurriedly braced himself with his left hand, then launched a flying kick with both feet, striking Wang Qingfeng squarely in the abdomen and sending him stumbling backward several steps. Just as I expected, that punch didn't even knock you out. Wang Qingfeng waited for Jiang to get back up, rubbed his stomach, and launched another attack. Crack. Thud. Thump. Fists and feet flew back and forth, every strike landing with a solid thud. By this point, the battle between Jiang and Wang Qingfeng was no longer about technique. It was a contest of sheer willpower and fighting spirit. Who could take more punishment? Whose attacks were fiercer? Who would be the last one standing? Watching the two men's faces grow increasingly swollen and their blood flow intensify, the blood began to boil within the audience. The match on the adjacent ring had already ended, but the pair of freshmen who had just entered the ring had no heart to compete. They all turned their gaze toward Jiang and Wang Qingfeng on ring 1. The referee didn't rush them either, because he, too, had been completely captivated by this bare-knuckle showdown between Jiang and Wang Qingfeng, a true test of manhood. Go! Go! Watching the two fighters on the ring, beaten so badly their own mothers wouldn't recognize them, the audience couldn't help but cheer. This is amazing. It's even more exciting than watching a boxing match in the dungeon. No real man can resist a showdown between two such badasses. Jiang is seriously impressive. I never thought he could go toe-to-toe with Wang Qingfeng this long without any defensive or offensive skills. On the ring, Jiang and Wang Qingfeng were both knocked to the ground almost simultaneously by their opponent's heavy punches. They struggled to their feet, then looked at each other's battered, swollen faces and couldn't help but break into smiles that were both pained and exhilarated. Spit. Jiang spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Qingfeng followed suit, spitting out a mouthful of blood as well, then ripped off his plain t-shirt, revealing a muscular upper body covered in bruises and red marks. Jiang also ripped off his shirt, revealing a torso slightly leaner than Wang Qingfeng's, yet with equally powerful pecs and abs, a sight that left the girls in the audience unable to look away. Kirsten, who had already advanced to the top 100, knew full well just how ripped Jiang's physique was. She also knew his butt was firm and white. But now, seeing him rip off his shirt to reveal that sweat-drenched, testosterone-fueled torso, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Go, Jiang! Kirsten shouted from the contestants' area near the ring. Jiang and Wang Qingfeng took steps that were no longer steady, slowly closing in on each other. Bam! Once again, with no guard up, they both threw straight punches at each other's faces. But this time, Jiang held his ground. His head and body merely jerked backward slightly. He didn't go down. Wang Qingfeng, however, stumbled back 2 steps before finally crashing to the ground with a thud, losing consciousness. In an instant, the entire arena erupted. Applause and cheers rang out in waves. Awesome! Jiang actually won. Holy shit, what a climax! This match was absolutely thrilling. I strongly suggest all future matches be bare-knuckle fights like this. The referee, positioned on the stage with the best vantage point and closest proximity, was thoroughly impressed. Excitedly, he shouted, "Group 17, Jiang wins." Curson jogged over and, from dozens of meters away, cast a holy light spell to heal Jiang on the stage. Seeing this, the level 52 healer silently cast a spell to heal the critically injured, unconscious Wang Qingfeng, who lay on the ground. Although Curson was only level 49, she had awakened an S-class profession, so the healing speed of her Holy Light skill was on par with the level 52 healer S rapid healing skill. Soon, the bruises and swollen injuries on Jiang's face were restored to their original state under Curson's Holy Light skill. Although Wang Qingfeng's injuries also healed rapidly, he remained unconscious. He fainted from exhaustion. He'll be fine after a good night's sleep, Jiang said, hoisting Wang Qingfeng onto his shoulders and walking off the stage. With their match concluded, the two contestants on the adjacent stage finally began their duel. However, after witnessing the intense, bare-knuckle brawl between two real men, the audience found these ordinary matches utterly boring. Their excitement and passion vanished instantly. "Jiang, you're amazing," Curson said with admiration, and the few girls in the contestants' area were all smitten with Jiang. After resting for nearly half an hour, Wang Qingfeng, who had fainted from exhaustion, finally came to. He was lying on a sofa in the competitors' area. As he sat up, he saw Jiang sitting beside him. "Did I lose?" Jiang hummed in acknowledgement and said calmly, "I withstood that final punch you didn't." Wang Qingfeng gave a wry, resigned smile. "In the end, I'm just like Yang. Even if my awakened class is stronger than yours, I'm still no match for you." Jiang replied, "But you're way better than Yang. If you hadn't been matched against me, you'd have easily made it into the top 10 nationwide with your skills. Now, though, you'll have to settle for the top 50. Wang Qingfeng shrugged. "It doesn't matter. I've already secured a spot on Prodigy Island anyway. The ranking on the freshman top 100 list means nothing to me. Just being able to have a thrilling fight with you on the stage was enough." With the final match concluded, the list of the top 50 had been finalized. There were more matches scheduled for the afternoon. The top 50 would be narrowed down to the top 30. Then tomorrow would be the final championship match. Therefore, Jiang still had one more match to play that afternoon. Curson had lost earlier to an assassin, and was also eliminated in the top 50. But as a support class, making it into the top 100 was already quite an achievement for her. She was also the only female player this year to make the top 100 as a support class. That afternoon, in the top 50 to top 30 match, Jiang was paired against a female player. Yang Bingjie, a level 41A rank, Frost Mage. An elemental mage class. This is a mage class classified as a ranged attacker within the combat class. The vast majority of mage classes are ranged attackers, as melee mages are not very common. Jiang has plenty of experience dealing with these mage classes. Freeze, Ice Armor, Frost Arrow, Frost Mirror, Glacial Thrust. Among her 5 skills, there were defensive abilities, crowd control, and damage-dealing spells. However, for Jiang, these mages who lacked burst damage and were of a lower level than him were easy to defeat, even without using the Modify skill to disrupt their abilities. As soon as the match began, Yang Bingjie immediately cast the Frost Mirror skill, and a mirror image identical to her instantly appeared on the stage. The mirror image inherits 40% of the original S attributes and acts according to her will, lasting for 40 seconds. Frost Arrow. With no cooldown, 2 consecutive frost arrows were fired at Jiang as he attempted to close in, while the mirror image simultaneously fired its own frost arrow, imbued with 40% of the original S stats. Jiang dodged as if he had a cheat code activated, nimbly evading the 4 frost arrows fired in rapid succession that were meant to block his offensive movement. Glacial Spikes. The moment she sensed the surge of mana within Yang Bingjie's body, Jiang immediately leaped to the right, using his anticipation to dodge the sudden wave of glacial spikes erupting from the ground. How did he dodge them all in advance? Yang Bingjie felt an inexplicable sense of tension. Ice armor. Freeze. She cast 2 skills at once. As ice armor enveloped her, the chill of freeze radiated from her body, sweeping toward the charging Jiang. The frigid aura instantly turned water molecules in the air into frost. Jiang, who had already closed in on her, felt as if he entered an ice cave. His body froze instantly, covered in ice shards. Even the spear in his hand was instantly coated in frost under the influence of the freeze aura. Yet Jiang's movements remained unaffected. He swiftly dodged the frost arrows and glacial thrust, charging straight at Yang Bingjie. With his spear braving the biting cold, he thrust it toward her throat in an instant. Crack! The ice armor covering her entire body shattered instantly. Jiang's spear plunged deep into Yang Bingjie's throat. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Jiang had effortlessly dodged all of Yang Bingjie's attacks, secured victory with a single strike, and advanced to the top 30. What the hell? It's understandable that he dodged the frost arrow, but anticipating and dodging a wide area skill like glacial thrust in advance is just ridiculous. Isn't it? You guys must have forgotten. Although Jiang's awakened class is an F rank, he has a natural full mana constitution. Every class has some sort of cast animation when using skills, but Jiang has a natural full mana constitution and 100% mana affinity, so his perception of mana auras is far more acute than an ordinary person's. So, having mastered all of Yang Bingjie's skills, he can perfectly determine which skill she is about to cast based on the mana aura emanating from her body, and then use her casting animation to dodge in advance. That may be true, but the fact that he perfectly dodged all of Yang Bingjie's attacks and then instantly took her down in a single blow still feels ridiculously over the top. From start to finish, that whole thing didn't even take 3 seconds, did it? The crowd was utterly stunned. Jiang pulled the spear out of Yang Bingjie's throat. A level 52 healer, waiting below the stage, rushed forward to cast rapid healing on Yang Bingjie. Yang Bingjie's face was deathly pale as she stared at Jiang with terror in her eyes. Blood spurted from her throat, causing her to choke on it through her mouth and nose. She looked completely dazed, and the moment Jiang pulled out the spear, she collapsed onto the ground. Group 20, Jiang wins. As the referee announced the result, Jiang, like an emotionless assassin, nonchalantly walked off the stage, leaving a stunned and shaken Yang Bingjie clutching her throat, slumped on the stage as she received treatment. In the stands, Kurson, who had already been eliminated, witnessed the gruesome scene of Yang Bingjie being instantly defeated by Jiang. She suddenly realized that Jiang had actually been quite merciful when he had kicked her off the stage back then. Otherwise, she too would have had to endure the agony of facing imminent death, just like Yang Bingjie. The next day, the National Freshman Martial Arts Tournament reached its final showdown. The top 30 contestants drew lots and were divided into 15 groups to compete. The winners advanced to the next round. The losers entered a round-robin tournament, with the final winner advancing to the top 16. Jiang drew ball number 5. His opponent was a level 40 shadow wizard, who possessed a stealth ability similar to that of a ninja, as well as cursing and poisoning spells. Unfortunately for the opponent, Jiang's toxin immunity countered his voodoo magic. Furthermore, with his innate full mana pool, Jiang was extremely sensitive to mana fluctuations, which also countered the opponent's shadow stealth ability, a skill similar to invisibility. So in this match, Jiang once again left the audience in awe. What's going on? Shadow lurk, he went invisible, yet Jiang seemed like he was cheating. He actually knew his opponent's exact location? I'm guessing he pinpointed his position either by sensing air currents or by listening to his footsteps. Jiang has advanced again. At this rate, it feels like he'll easily make it to the quarterfinals and semifinals. With the conclusion of today's first round, the list of the top 16 was quickly announced. Next up are the round of 16, followed by the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and finally the championship match. Among these 16 players, Jiang is the only non-combat class character and an F-class one at that. Although he has gained quite a bit of fame, he isn't considered a favorite to win the championship. After all, in everyone's eyes, even if he is as formidable as Hui Yuanwu, able to dominate combat class rookies without relying on his class, he is still not a top contender. But the top contenders he is about to face are Li Yufeng, an S-Class, Sword Saint, and Wine Can, an S-Class, Explosive Mage. Not to mention that, aside from these two S-rank favorites, there is also Sun Chongbin, an A-rank, Ammo Expert, ranked second on the rookie leaderboard. So as the tournament progressed, they felt the gap between Jiang and these three was growing ever wider. However, Jiang had excellent luck in the draw. He avoided all three of them in the round of 16, allowing him to advance smoothly to the quarterfinals. In the quarterfinals, Jiang was drawn into the same group as Sun Chongbin. Jiang is definitely going to lose this time. Sun Chongbin is level 46. He'll start with infinite ammo and go on a rampage. No one can withstand his firepower. It's already impressive that Jiang made it to the quarterfinals. Too bad we won't get to see him face off against Li Yufeng. Exactly. Earlier, Li Yufeng was competing with him for the top spot on the new player rankings. They were clearly at each other's throats. I was actually looking forward to seeing them go head to head. Jiang's leveling speed has slowed down since he broke through level 40, while Li Yufeng is only getting stronger in both leveling speed and combat power. So if Jiang actually faces Li Yufeng, he has no chance of winning. After all, Li Yufeng has awakened the S-Class, Sword Saint, class, which is said to be unbeatable in close combat. Amid the crowd's chatter, Jiang and Sun Chongbin took the stage one after the other. Wait, Jiang didn't he even pick a shield? Or a helmet? Isn't he just setting himself up as a sitting duck for Sun Chongbin? He is not planning to do the same thing he did to Wu Chao back then, taking an arrow head on and then closing in to finish him off, is he? The problem is, he didn't even pick a spear he could throw this time. Jiang stood there, a cleaver in hand, staring calmly at Sun Chongbin, who was wielding a pair of guns. Sun Chongbin held two level 30 magic guns in both hands, each infused with a metal element magic stone from the 5 elements. The bullets fired by magic guns are made of mana. When mana is channeled into a metal element magic stone, it materializes into a metal bullet that strikes the target. The higher the opponent's mana level, the greater the damage dealt by the mana bullets fired from the magic guns. To everyone watching, Sun Chongbin was level 46, while Jiang was level 43. Add to that Sun Chongbin's cheat like infinite ammo, skill, and the audience simply couldn't imagine any way Jiang could defeat Sun Chongbin. On the stage, Sun Chongbin spoke up, since the match hasn't officially started yet, you still have time to find a helmet and grab a shield. Otherwise, bullets don't have eyes. Don't blame me if I turn you into a sieve. Jiang replied calmly, that won't be necessary. Sun Chongbin gave a contemptuous smile and said nothing more. As soon as the referee gave the signal, Sun Chongbin instantly activated his infinite ammo skill. He was currently at level 46, so for 46 seconds, he could ignore mana consumption and fire endlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The level 30 arcane pistol in his hands erupted with a frenzy of blue light. Bullet after bullet, materialized from mana, rained down on Jiang. Yet Jiang, wielding his cleaver, didn't even try to dodge. He charged straight at Sun Chongbin.